Hi, I'm Allison from a small village in France. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small cottage with my single mother who worked as an artist. Life was tough since we had little money, so when I turned 5, Mom decided to move back to her home city, and it had a freaking palace.
Whoa, is that a real palace, Mommy? I want to see what it looks like from the inside. I want to meet the king.
The king doesn't live there, Allie. Only his sister, the Duchess, does. And only those who work in the palace can go there. Soon after, Mom got a job as a royal portrait artist, and I would beg her to take me along someday. But she always said I was too clumsy, and the palace was full of delicate things.
I'll be careful, I promise.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. There's also a ghost who has lived in this palace for decades.
Was the ghost there when you were a kid?
Yep.
Then it must be old by now. I can easily outrun it.
Of course, I didn't believe her. If anything, it made me more curious about the palace. When I was 9, Mom was called by the Duchess to make her portrait, and this time, I followed her. Somehow, I managed to sneak inside without getting noticed. And boy, was it pretty! As I wandered around, I slipped into a nearby room full of toys and blingy things. I'd never seen anything like that before, and it was so fascinating that I grabbed a few of them. But when I reached home, I felt guilty and scared. If anyone at the palace found out, Mom could lose her job, and this was stealing.
I'll bring you guys back someday when I work at the palace. Till then, you can hide here.
My passion for working in the palace grew stronger as time passed. I begged Mom to teach me how to paint so I could become a royal painter just like her. And by the time I was 17, I was better than her. One day while I was painting, Mom came home with some big news. The king is coming to town after 17 years, and they want paintings for the whole palace. We started working day and night, finishing all 20 paintings in under a week. But a day before the delivery, Mom slipped and sprained her ankle. I'll ask someone from the palace to pick them up. No, I can take them. I promise. I won't break a thing. Whoa! Are you sure? We can't lose the job. Yes, Mom. You can count on me. I managed to convince Mom and then left for the palace. I also took the stuff I'd taken all those years back. I could finally put that back. When I entered the palace, it was exactly as I'd remembered. Wow, how dull. This place could really use some color. I was so lost looking around that I tripped over a giant statue's foot, and the paintings flew in the air. Just then, I heard someone scream, and when I looked back and saw a girl, I almost passed out. It was like I was looking in a mirror. I touched her to make sure she was real, and she slapped my hand away. Don't you touch me, you peasant. Don't you know who I am? My doppelganger? We look exactly the same.
No, we don't. I'm a princess, and you look like a street rat.
If I look like a street rat, so do you, because we have the same face.
Wait a minute. Is that gold? Oh my God, you're a thief.
The girl started screaming again, and I was surrounded by palace security within seconds. Just as they held me, I bit one of the guards and ran till I reached home. When I told Mom what had happened, she looked at me in shock, and minutes later, the king arrived with the Duchess. Oh, my sweet daughter, it is you. You're what? Mom, what's happening? My mind went blank when the king told me how years ago the nanny had taken me out for a walk, but we both never returned. Your mother and I searched everywhere for you, but we failed. She was heartbroken and no longer wanted to be here, so we left the palace. But today, when the security guards told me of an intruder who looks just like the princess, I just had to come and see for myself. Mom, is that true? I'm not your daughter? It's true, Allie. I found you on my doorstep with a note and some money, but I had no idea you were a princess. Why didn't you ever tell me I'm not yours? Because I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. Now you were my daughter. I am so sorry, Allie. It was just all too much to process, and I ran off. I was a princess, and I had a twin sister. I was living a lie for 17 years? I was walking along the road trying to clear my head when a big sports car pulled up next to me, and a handsome guy got out. Cherry, what are you doing here? It's not safe. Cherry? Do I look like a stupid fruit? Leave me alone. I called you pumpkin before, but you hated that too. What the heck's your problem, dude? This is not a good time. I was saving this as a surprise. But here,
Will this make you come with me?
Holy moly! That diamond was bigger than my fist! Calm down, Allie. Okay, you've got the wrong girl. Whoa!
Sorry, I'll have to carry you back home if you don't listen.
I punched him in the nose as the guy screamed like a little boy and then ran for my life. This was officially the worst day ever. The next day, the royal staff packed all my stuff and I was moved to the castle. My royal chambers were bigger than my whole house, and everything was beautiful, except it didn't feel like home. Mom wasn't there, and even though I was mad at her, I missed her. I was unpacking when my sister walked in.
I know you think you're suddenly a princess now too, but don't let this get to your head. Remember, I rule.
Charlotte, dear, don't be so rude to your sister. You should be happy she's back. Okay, Amber.
Allison,
Darling, we're starting with your royal lessons from tomorrow. Be ready at 4 a.m. sharp.
Good luck with that. It's not easy being a princess. She wasn't kidding. It was a mad schedule. Mornings were for horse riding, then music in the afternoon, and martial arts in the evening. My body was super sore and I was exhausted, but within a few weeks, I'd grown tougher and learned a lot. One evening during martial arts practice, someone walked up to me. It was the diamond guy.
I thought they were just rumors, but you are prettier than Charlotte.
We look exactly the same, like identical. Can't you see that, or did the punch make you blind?
Feisty. I'm Prince Arnold, by the way, Charlotte's fiancé.
Isn't she too young to get married?
Are you jealous?
What? Move along, dude, unless you want another punch. But the guy just winked and left. What a flirt! Later that evening at dinner, Dad announced that he'd be holding an official coming out party for his daughters, and the entire village would be invited. What's a coming out party? Lame question. It's your official introduction. So why are you having one? Don't people know you already? That's when Dad told me that Charlotte had always been sick all her life. She had a rare genetic heart condition that didn't allow her to roam around too much. It was only recently that she'd gotten better. But I'm still better than you. What's your problem? My problem is that you're here to take my crown away from me, and I won't let that happen.
Enough. That's for me to decide. Now eat your dinner. I'd root for you.
I kicked that butt face under the table, and he turned red. Much deserved. The coming out party had sent the whole town into a frenzy, and Mom was called to make our official portraits. Seeing her made me feel so much better. So, how do I look?
Like a princess. Have you forgiven me?
Maybe. I mean, you're still my mom.
Of course I am.
The party was a huge success, and I could see the king's pride in introducing his daughters.
You should see Allison fight. She's a natural. Her paintings are so good. I think I should send her to Paris to become a professional.
Dad, I wanted to become a chef, and you didn't allow that.
That's because you weren't well, Charlotte. Now, don't interrupt me while I'm talking, darling.
I was a little embarrassed with all the praise, and it clearly bothered Charlotte, so I excused myself and went out for some fresh air, only to find that jerk, Arnold, making out with a maid. What the heck, dude?
Oh, hey, Allie. Don't worry, this isn't serious. And you're next.
I felt furious and turned around to leave, but he blocked me.
Oh, don't be so mad. Come here.
Arnold pulled me in and was about to kiss me when I pushed him hard, but Charlotte walked in just then. What's happening?
Wait, I knew it wasn't you. My darling Charlotte, this imposter tried to take advantage of me. She tried to kiss me while pretending to be you.
What? That's not true. This guy's been flirting with me ever since I came here. Charlotte, he's a jerk. I just caught him making out with a maid. Enough. First, you try to steal my life, then my dad, and now you have your eyes on my fiancé? I won't let you get away with it. With that, Charlotte went inside and got on stage as everyone stared at her in confusion. Attention! My twin sister is a manipulative witch. She's a thief and a liar, and so is her mom, that lady. Tell me, Allison, did she teach you how to be a lowlife? Because you surely weren't born one. Say what you want about me, but keep my mom out of it. I feel sorry for you, Charlotte. How could you be so bitter? It's so... Before I could finish, Charlotte jumped on me and we got into a crazy fight. As the king pulled us apart, Charlotte started shaking and fell to the ground. We rushed her to the hospital, and the doctors informed us that she had fainted because of stress and needed rest. I wanted to visit her, but the Duchess stopped me.
I think it's best that you stay away. You've done enough damage. Brother, she's not good for Charlotte's health.
We might not get along, but she's my sister.
She's right, Allison. I think it's best if you give each other some space. Maybe you can stay with your mom for some time. It will only be temporary, love, and I'll have you back as soon as possible. I think we dumped too much on Charlotte, and she needs to get better.
Of course, I understood, but I was actually happy to get away from everything for a while, especially since Charlotte and I were on the front page of every newspaper the next day. People called us the Crazy Royals. We were a joke. I was packing my stuff when the Duchess walked in.
You're finally going back to where you belong. I knew you'd never fit in here, and it was a mistake to bring filth into the palace.
I know I didn't grow up here, but I'm still a princess by birth. So please, mind your manners and never talk to me this way again.
Don't forget your place.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I pushed her aside and left for my old home. Mom was ecstatic to see me, and to be honest, I felt happier than I'd been in weeks. A few days later, once Charlotte was better, the king announced her engagement to Arnold to give people something else to talk about. Dad invited me, but I decided not to go to the ceremony. I just wanted to stay away and avoid any more drama. On the engagement day, Mom had gone out for something when Charlotte came over. What are you doing here? Don't you have an engagement to get to? I can't marry him, Allison. He's a snake. I should have trusted you. Good time to say I told you so. But what do you want from me? After our fight, we can't have another media blowout. Dad will never allow me to call off the engagement at the last minute. Please, come with me. Maybe we could convince him together. Please help me. Charlotte was crying like a baby now, and I didn't want her to have another fainting episode, so I agreed. But just as we entered the palace, Charlotte stopped. I need to fix my makeup. The entire town is in there. Wow, priorities. Thanks for doing this. I'll be right back. I started to walk around when I spotted Charlotte. She's here. I've done everything you asked me to do, including the fake fainting. Now do your part and make her leave forever before Dad decides to bring her back here again.
Leave it to me now, princess. I have the perfect plan to make sure you get the crown.
Oh my God, these people were crazy. I had no idea what her plan was, but it sounded dangerous. So I ran straight to Dad, and seconds later Charlotte followed.
Allison, I thought you weren't coming, but I'm so glad you did.
Of course she had to come. She had to ruin my engagement. She just can't see me happy. Oh my God, Arnold, hold me, please. Oh, shut up already. Don't you guys get tired of manipulating? King, Dad, whatever, you should see this. I played the video for the entire hall to see, and Charlotte turned pale.
Charlotte?
Dad, I'm sorry, but you seem to like her more because she's tougher than me. And when Auntie told me that she was after Arnold and my crown, I couldn't take it anymore. But this was all Aunt's idea.
Sister, what were you planning to do and why?
Suddenly, the Duchess turned into a mad person and started screaming.
I'm tired of being your servant. I'm the older sister and the crown was mine, but these girls took that away from me, and I would have gotten away with everything if this one hadn't shown up. What do you mean? You knew she was alive?
Whoopsie, you did a boo-boo. The Duchess confessed how she'd paid the nanny to take me away and drop me in the jungle, but the nanny had dropped me at Mom's doorstep instead.
Charlotte was so sick as a kid, I didn't think she'd survive for so long. With both of you gone, I'd be a queen, but
Karma's a witch. The king gave orders to take the Duchess away to the dungeons for treason, and Charlotte turned to me. I was horrible to you, and I probably don't deserve your forgiveness. But could you try? It might take some time, but I'll get there.
What about me?
You can chew your shoes and get lost. Yeah, I always knew you were a jerk. I was called back to the palace, and I took Mom along this time. Charlotte and I changed history by taking over the crown together. We were both queens in our own way, and I learned that those who love you will always stick by your side.
Hi, I'm Joyce, and I'm from China. People think my life is perfect. A pretty face, wealthy parents, and an elite school. But what good is any of that if my family doesn't love me and favors my genius brother? All I ever wanted was for my dad to be proud of me. But I made my brother disappear, and that ruined my life. Let me start from the beginning. I look like Mom, thankfully. Dad's beauty is mostly internal. Mom is the prettiest woman I've ever seen, and she looked more like my big sister than my mom.
She looks like you, but I hope she doesn't have your brain, or she'll turn out useless like you.
Well, I had learning difficulties and barely spoke more than a few words until I was 5. Dad hated me. He spoiled my brother Dustin rotten. I wanted to impress him too, but Dustin, 3 years younger than me, was already a genius. Dustin loved me, no matter how much Dad compared us. He never let it get between us. Like this one time on my 8th birthday, Dad decided to celebrate Dustin instead of me. He invited all his employees and business partners. Dustin was on stage reciting this long old English poem called Beowulf, and people were already yawning and checking their watches. Mom and I were late because we were at the salon, and when we finally walked in halfway through the poem, every single head turned our way. People looked at us like we were movie stars. Dad came rushing over, looking pissed.
What are you all staring at, huh? It's just 2 girls who care more about their looks than their brains. Joyce, you're just a disappointment. Go upstairs. Actually, do us all a favor and stay there.
I went to my room, and a few people, including Dustin, gave me the thumbs up and told me how pretty I looked in my dress. So I gave them my best princess bow, threw a couple of kisses like a celebrity, and kept walking. Once Dustin started 1st grade, my parents adored him even more. Dad gave him the entire 2nd floor, 3 private drivers, and 1 jet. Maybe you're wondering why a 6-year-old needs a private jet. Yeah, me too. But when you're that rich and that obsessed with your genius kid, I guess a bicycle just doesn't cut it. Anyway, once, Dustin took me on his jet to France for breakfast. And when Dad found out, he freaked out and grounded me for weeks. I knew I would never make Dad love me, so I thought maybe being close to Dustin would help. Whenever he did something wrong, like breaking a glass or messing up the floor, I'd take the blame, thinking maybe that would make Dad look at me differently.
Joyce, stop! You don't have to cover for me. Dad's not gonna love you more because you're suffering, and it kills me when he talks about you like you're nothing.
No, you're just too young to get it. Once, when I was in 7th grade, Dustin had a science project and wanted to test gravity and weight. He used a bowling ball from our private bowling alley and dropped it on different items. One of those items was an old watch he thought nobody wanted, but it turned out it belonged to our maid, a gift her mom had given her when she was a child my age. When she found it broken, she lost it and said she would tell our parents. I panicked. I couldn't let them think their perfect kid could be this careless. So I did something I'm not proud of. I knew our maid had a sick mother, so I called her. This is Joyce. I'm sure you know who I am. Your daughter is threatening me and my brother, and I don't like that. I know you're sick and you need monthly medications, and your husband is useless and your son steals from you. And your only provider is our maid. So I advise you to talk to your daughter and tell her to back off, or I'll talk Daddy into firing her. Do it before it's too late. Then I hung up with a tight feeling in my chest. The maid didn't say anything after that. She just kept working quietly for days, and I felt terrible. I kept giving her money from my pocket anonymously for years. Then 9th grade arrived, and something completely unexpected happened. One afternoon, I was humming in the school bathroom when the music teacher happened to be hiding in one of the stalls trying to catch girls who were vaping. She heard me, asked me to sing, and ended up loving my voice. She even said I could be the lead singer for the Christmas choir. I was over the moon. And no, of course Dad didn't come to the choir. Only Mom came. And she didn't even stay until the end because Dad called her to come home for whatever reason. But everyone else was so impressed by my voice that a few people came up to talk to me afterward, including this kind-looking man who honestly resembled Keanu Reeves. If Keanu had a paunch.
I'm Peter Anderson. I'm a music producer. You've probably heard the rumors that I'm a fraud, but this town loves gossip more than the truth. Anyway, I see real talent in you, and if you're interested, I'd love to help you become a singer. Here's my card, and maybe we can talk more in my office.
I was so happy that someone finally noticed something in me and wanted to help me shine, even if it was this half-fraud kind of a mess person. Of course I kept his card with me, and I didn't tell anyone except Dustin.
So I guess you're the child who'll make our family proud after all.
What is that supposed to mean?
I mean, Joy, people think the perfect, favored child is the lucky one, but it's actually the ugly, stupid, neglected one. Like, how would you discover your voice if you lived in a cage chasing someone else's dream?
Okay, wow, this is getting deep.
Don't worry, I won't go that deep.
I know your IQ. Anyway, I need a favor. I know you're going to that Halloween party this weekend, and Dad would never let me go. So maybe you could sneak me out with you? I really, really want to go. They're bringing Chicago-style pizza. And if Dad finds out I snuck out, at least he'll know I was with you.
Which will make things even worse.
Come on! I'll do your assignments for the whole next semester.
For the next 2 years.
Fine. Shake on it.
Wait, did you like this video and subscribe to MSA?
Obviously. Why do you think I turned out so emotionally intelligent? Guys, interact with our video so this story blows up. What are you waiting for? Comment now!
That weekend, I snuck Dustin out and we headed to this huge party 5 blocks away. Dustin was wearing a white ghost costume. Way too simple for a genius, but whatever. I dressed like Amy Winehouse, and honestly, I looked really cool. The party was wild. Everyone was having fun, and a bunch of kids were wearing the same ghost costume as Dustin. I kept an eye on him until this cute guy came up to me and started talking. I liked him, and when I saw Stephanie staring at us with jealousy, I realized she probably liked him too. She was a girl from my school who was always jealous of me, so I decided to annoy her even more. She walked over and started talking to him, and he didn't mind.
So, Alan, did you know I have a really good voice? I can sing Can't Help Falling in Love by Elvis Presley, if you want. They have karaoke here.
It's Derek.
The singer?
No, my name.
Anyway, I'll show you how it's done.
Then she rushed to the karaoke machine and sang in front of everyone. Her voice wasn't bad, and I saw Derek nodding along. When she finished, everyone cheered, and she looked like she owned the world with that smug smile. I don't know what came over me, but I ran up, grabbed the mic, and started singing too. Everyone went silent, listening. I even saw kids showing each other their goosebumps. When I finished, Derek came over to hype me up.
That's my girl.
I felt amazing, especially when I saw Stephanie's annoyed face. My eyes followed her as she stormed out of the party, and I saw a few boys in ghost costumes leaving too. That's when I remembered Dustin. I tried to run after him, but kids kept stopping me for high fives and congratulations. By the time I made it outside, I sprinted to the group of ghost boys. Dustin? Dustin! Knock it off! This isn't funny! No one answered. I started pulling off their masks one by one, but none of them were Dustin.
Back off, you weirdo!
Panic shot through me. I ran like crazy through the streets. Dustin! 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 2 hours passed. I couldn't find him. I was so worried sick about my brother, and I knew there was no running from calling Dad. I was finished. Dad and Mom arrived with a few police officers, and Dad looked like he was about to finish me off. He lunged toward me, but Mom stepped between us. He glared at her with furious eyes.
So now you're protecting your kid? Oh, that's funny because I didn't see you stopping them from sneaking out in the middle of the night.
The officers tried to calm him down while everyone started searching for Dustin. But another day passed, and still no sign of him. The whole town volunteered. People searched through the nights, but nothing. Every second felt heavier than the last. I isolated myself. I text Dustin every day. Stupid messages like, "Where are you?" and "Please come home," as if he'd somehow see them and reply. At night, I'd sneak into his room and sleep in his bed, burying my face in his pillow until his smell faded away. Some nights, I'd just sit on his floor holding his favorite hoodie, feeling like I'd lost the only person who ever really saw me. Dad barely talked to me anymore. Mom didn't yell at me or blame me, but sometimes I'd catch her crying alone, and she'd wipe her tears the second she saw me. "I'm sorry, Mom." She didn't answer. "Can we talk about this? I want to hear your voice. I know what happened is my fault, but I just want you to pat my shoulder, let me cry in your lap, tell me it'll be all right. Just say something, anything." But she didn't. She just gave me a sad little smile, nodded, and walked away. And then I completely shut down. A year of guilt and silence later, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed something, anything to distract myself, even if just for a little while. I remembered the card the producer gave me, and I figured, why not call him? It's not like I had much to do being alone all the time.
Wise decision. I'm gonna make you a star, way up in the sky, so bright, your dad's gonna regret not loving you enough.
Well, that's definitely a dream to live up to. He started helping me get small singing gigs at local cafes, and I loved it. The attention, the clapping, the feeling that I mattered to someone. One day, someone recorded me singing and posted it on TikTok, and it went viral. People loved my voice and kept commenting that they wanted more. So, Peter created a small YouTube channel for me and uploaded my videos there. He was so proud. It felt nice having a father figure in my life who actually cared. But when my dad found out, he completely lost it.
Oh, look at you! Enjoying your little fame with that fraud producer.
He's not a fraud. He helps me a lot. He even made me a YouTube channel, and it's growing.
Aw, and who gets paid from YouTube? Did he even give you a single cent? Or does he just toss you a few pennies you get from those miserable cafes?
I'm not doing this for money. I do it because I love singing.
Just like you loved your brother, right?
For the first time, I felt real anger toward him. Why couldn't he see any goodness in me? But before I could say anything, he pushed his chair back and walked out. Later that night, he started having chest pains. Mom and I rushed him to the hospital. The doctor said it was stress and that he needed rest. I didn't visit him much while he was there. Not after what Peter told me.
Summer vacation's coming up. I was thinking we could go on a little tour around the country. Grow your audience. See where this takes us. I believe in you, kid.
I went on that tour in a heartbeat, and I had the best time of my life. For once, I felt like a child again. No guilt, no pressure, just music and freedom. But even then, I worried about Mom. I always felt like she needed rescuing from Dad. That became my motive. Work harder, grow bigger, make more money, and buy us a house far away from him. My fame grew fast. By the time I finished high school, I was well known enough to earn a good income. One night, before leaving the house the next day for good and renting an apartment in the city, I was having my last dinner with my parents.
You know, Joy, now that you're getting into business and success, you should know it comes with stress. You might even end up in the hospital since you're so fragile. So I was thinking, I don't trust that knucklehead producer of yours. I should be your manager. I have a pretty good feeling I'll finally be proud of you, especially once we start making real money off your little talent.
I paused. The moment I thought would never come had finally arrived. Sure, my dad wasn't nice to me, but maybe this was my chance to make him proud. Maybe I could make up for everything that happened years ago. I looked at Mom for a reaction. She gave the slightest shake of her head, but I convinced myself she didn't mean anything by it. I'll think about it. That night, I told my producer I was choosing my father as my manager.
Kid, I can't force you or tell you what to do. You're grown up. If you think your dad's the right man for the job, then go ahead. And just remember, I'm still here for you.
I canceled my move to the city, and Dad became responsible for all my finances, all my schedules, and everything. Everything was fine for the first few months, but then I started noticing that my finances didn't make sense. I was earning more back when Peter managed me, and I was working twice as hard now. Still, I gave my dad the benefit of the doubt until one day I checked my bank account and it was at zero, completely empty. I freaked out and went to confront him in his office, but he wasn't there. That's when Mom walked in, pale and shaking. She turned on the TV.
William Clark, the billionaire owner of Clark Investment Companies, has been exposed as the center of a massive Ponzi scheme. Authorities estimate he conned thousands of people out of nearly $300 million. Records show the fraud began in the early 2000s, and officials confirm he fled the country this morning. The FBI is now searching for him. Back to you, James.
I stared at the screen, frozen. My dad, the man who made me feel small, unworthy, and desperate to impress him, built his entire empire by scamming people. It was my biggest regret, choosing the wrong man to trust. I ran to my mom and hugged her. He stole from me, Mom. He hurt me, and he always made me feel incomplete. All I ever wanted was for him to be proud of me. Where did I go wrong? Mom wrapped her arms around me. You were focused on the wrong parent, honey. Every time I tried to hold you, I could feel myself breaking. And I didn't want you to see that. I didn't want you to carry my pain on top of your own. Words were never my thing, but I always loved having you around. After Dustin, everything fell apart. You shut yourself away, and I didn't know how to reach you. But your father's gone now. Good riddance. It's just us. I've saved some money. Let's start over. I hugged her tighter. Her words came late, and in the hardest moment of my life, but somehow I felt happy. I never knew you could feel so happy and so sad at the same time. After that, everything happened in a blur. The FBI seized our mansion, our cars, and everything inside. Mom and I moved into a tiny apartment and hardly left it. Then one day, someone knocked on the door. It was Peter.
Didn't I tell you? I'll always be here when you need me.
But who's going to listen to my music after what my dad did?
Joyce, what defines Joyce is what Joyce does, not her father. It's time to rock again. Remember your YouTube channel? I've been saving everything we earned from it for something big, and today's the day.
No, I can't. I just want a quiet life with Mom. I'm sorry. Actually, I gave an interview this morning. I told everyone what your father did, including how he stole from you. People are sympathetic. I've read the comments. They love you, Joyce. They want you back. Wait, you did an actual interview? For me? Wow. Peter helped me restart my career, and people were happy to have me back. And soon enough, I was a huge success and making good money too. One day, before one of my biggest concerts, Mom told me that Dad had been arrested and was facing decades in prison. She said he wasn't feeling well and wanted to see me. I decided to see him one last time before closing his chapter for good.
I know you probably think I was stupid, Joyce.
No, you committed every sin in the book, but stupidity wasn't one of them. You know what? I actually feel sorry for you. You spent your whole life putting down an innocent little girl without a shred of guilt.
Well, you weren't like Dustin. For Christ's sake, he was the only one who made me proud, and you had to take that away from me.
I guess it was for his own good. Otherwise, he would have grown up to be a miserable little fraud like his father. I finally get it. You were never capable of being proud of me. Not because of who I am, but because of who you are. A fraud, in business and as a father. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a crowd of 200,000 proud people waiting for me. And with that, I spit on him and left. The moment I stepped on stage, the entire arena erupted. I looked out at all those excited faces, at Mom's proud smile, at Peter beaming at me like his daughter had made it. And then I closed my eyes, and I saw him, Dustin, with that same cute, confident little smile he always had when he believed in me more than anyone else.
I keep running, like I'm trying to outrun time. I can't stop, I can't slow down with these ghosts still in my mind. And it hits me when it's quiet, nowhere left for me to hide. So I keep on moving, just to feel alive.
But as I sang, the crowd grew louder, louder than I'd ever heard. I opened my eyes. There was a guy being lifted by the crowd, riding toward the stage, and for a second, I stepped back in fear. But then, my heart stopped. Dustin? I signaled for my security to let him through. He climbed onto the stage, and I swear the world went silent around us. I looked at him like I had just seen a ghost. The hostess rushed forward, tears in her eyes. After your mother's interview about your missing brother, the internet made it their mission to find him. He's been missing for 10 years. We interviewed him and confirmed with your mom. He is your long-lost brother. My knees almost buckled. I couldn't breathe. But Dustin spoke first.
I was taken by some shady people. They asked Dad for ransom, but he ignored them. They took me to Mexico. We got into a car accident. I lost my memory. A kind Mexican couple adopted me. I didn't know who I was, but I always felt like someone out there loved me. I just didn't know it was you.
My heart shattered and healed all at once. I dreamt about this moment every day, always imagining myself as the stupid, reckless sister who failed you. I never pictured meeting you like this, as a woman with a life and strength and dreams of her own. Welcome home, brother. I threw my arms around him, and he broke too. And when I looked up, the whole arena was crying with us. I turned back to the microphone, wiping my tears. Thank you, everyone. I learned something I wish someone told me sooner. You can't buy love. You can't chase approval, not even from the people you want it from the most. The greatest person you can learn to love is yourself. And once you do that, everything else falls into place. Thank you again. And now, if you'll excuse me, my brother and I have a lot to catch up on. And with that, we walked off the stage together. For the first time in years, and the first time all over again. Because sometimes the people who make you feel the smallest are just trying to make themselves feel big.
Hi, I'm Leah from Indiana. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. Since I was a baby, I was meant to be a dancer. I could dance before I could even walk. I would do the cha-cha while cleaning my room, and bust a move while brushing my teeth, and of course, I was shaking it all the way to and from school. People smiled and laughed when they saw me, but I never cared. When I was 10, I would watch my friends head off to dance class after school. It would tear me up inside to see them living my dream. I came home one day as my mom was finishing her makeup. Mom, can I please go to dance class? All my friends are going.
You're not going. You have no idea how much that class costs.
There was no other parent to ask at that time. Just me and Mom and whoever she was dating that week. But Mommy, please. I swear, I'll do your laundry and chores, and when I make money from ballet, you'll get makeup from Sephora. I'll take you shopping, whatever you want. Pretty please. This means everything in the world to me.
We'll see if that ever happens. Right now, I don't have time for this. I'm going to be late. The answer is no, and that's final.
She left me alone in the cold house while she sped off in Ted or Fred's Ferrari to some fancy dinner. For me, another night of instant noodles. I felt devastated with how my life was going, just dreaming about my dream of dancing. But then I turned 12. I was alone, like always, and before I could blow out my candle on my plain cupcake, it flickered out. Oh no, there's still so much to wish for. I was about to leave for school when Mom barged in.
Hold on, Leah. You have mail.
My mom handed me a card with my name and address on it. Who's it from, Mommy? To Leah from Aunt Lucy. Who's Aunt Lucy?
I haven't spoken to her in years. I don't talk to that side of the family.
She gave me a ticket. Mom snatched it immediately from my hand. That's not a ticket. It's a check for $10 million. My mom went crazy. It was like she stepped into a Louis Vuitton fever dream. I didn't even know she was that loaded. I could do so much with this. I could buy a Gucci dress, an MK bag, and a diamond set. And I can't wait to see the look on Mary's face. She'll be fuming. And oh, that Tony who dumped me, he'll come crawling back like a puppy, begging me to take him back. I didn't remember the last time my mom looked so happy. She showered me with hugs and kisses, even making me twirl around like a ballerina. I had so much to ask Aunt Lucy, but Mom said she didn't have her number or anything. And when I turned 14, Mom decided to move. So we packed up everything and headed to New York City. That's right, the Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. We were ready to start a new life. I finally signed up for dance lessons at an art school. Me, the girl who used to have holes in her shoes, had ballet slippers. I practiced every day until my legs cramped, but I was ecstatic. My mom also had new friends, like Tiffany, Chanel, and Fendi. I had always wanted to be close to Mom, so I joined her shopping sprees, and it worked out great. I guess that's what I was always missing. We would spend our time stalking the malls for the best clothes, handbags, and of course, shoes. Oh, Leah, we have to get these too. I was covered with shopping bags and Balenciaga balancing shoeboxes while scooting through the aisles. I could barely see in front of me through Mom's hall. Hurry up! We don't want to miss the first drop of Balenciaga's new collection. I'm right behind you. But honestly, when we were in these very posh stores, I felt like a princess. I was offered fancy drinks, tried on expensive dresses, and best of all, I felt so close to my mom. I walked out of the dressing room in a sparkling dress. Now spin around. Oh, beautiful, so beautiful. We'll take it. I looked at myself in the mirror. I could barely recognize myself, but maybe this is who I was supposed to be. I carefully teetered in the heels my mom had picked out for me, but crashed into the mirror. Do you think we could look at some flats? While I spent so much time with my mom, I might have been distracted from my dancing. My dance teacher seemed to be losing patience with me. Okay, Leah, you're up next. Saute. I smiled nervously at my dance teacher, attempting to jump, but fumbled the landing. The other students giggled at me. Have you been practicing? Yes, of course. I lied. What time did I have to practice? School was out at 3. I told my mom I would be at Bloomingdale's by 4. I mean, it was so unreasonable. Besides, I never looked more like a ballerina. The clothes, the hair, the shoes, the makeup. I was the definition of what a ballerina looked like. It wasn't my problem if my teachers couldn't see it. By the time I was 16, me and my mom had our routine down. Shopping, dining, shopping, and dining. Mom had friends she'd visit while I was in school, and we'd chat about them over dinner. And you wouldn't believe her hair. It's turned this terrible orange color. And her roots? Oh, her roots could be seen from outer space. Honestly, Leah, I'm beginning to think you're my only real friend. She loved me. My mom loved me. Just then, 2 men walked into the restaurant and surrounded us with serious faces.
Jeannie Roberts?
Yes? What is your problem? They flashed their badges at us. It was the police.
You have to come with us.
Excuse me? I am not done with my dinner. I want to speak to your manager.
Jeannie Roberts, we need to talk to you about your tax evasion.
This is ridiculous. You don't have the right person. You're gonna ruin my blouse. Mom, what's going on? Leah, I will call you as soon as I can. Can you let up a little? This is silk. The police dragged my mom out of the restaurant. I didn't know what else to do, so I ran back to our apartment. I paced and cried, staring at my phone. My mom was arrested. What on earth could I do? Finally, at midnight, the doorbell rang, and it was Mom. Mom, what's going on? Listen, I have to be quick. You need to get help. Otherwise, they'll put me away for good. They said tax evasion, but you haven't done anything. We have the money. Tell the police we have millions of dollars. We don't, Leah. It's gone. My stomach dropped. I need you to get me out of this trouble. I need you to go see Aunt Lucy and ask for the money. They have people watching me. They'll pounce on me if I try to leave the city. But you said you didn't know anything about her. Yeah, I just remembered her address. Go to her and get the money so I can get out of here. I had no other choice. It was just me alone, and I had to save my mom. I hopped on the first train I could find. There were 1 million people on the subway, and I squeezed my way through the crowd. The train car jerked, and the guy's soda splashed all over my face. He glared at me.
Hey, watch it.
But he splashed me. Finally, I arrived at my aunt's house and knocked on the door. Her house towered over me with dozens of closed shutters and fading awnings. I'm not interested in buying anything. I'm not selling anything. I'm Leah. Are you Lucy? I'm looking for my great Aunt Lucy. Leah? I ran to her and opened my arms for a much-needed hug, but I was taken aback when Aunt Lucy sidestepped me like she was avoiding a bug. Do you know you look very sticky? I know. I took the subway here. My mom asked for your help. You helped us before, and we appreciate it, so I didn't help you. Well, with the money you graciously gave us, you helped us a ton. That was your father's last investment. I was instructed to cash it out and send it to his next of kin. That's you. My dad? I can only recall bits and pieces of him. I know. You're not missing out. So, Jeannie's in trouble. You want something from me? Why should I bother? We're family, aren't we? I always disliked your mother. Spoiled, selfish, and vain. Does the apple fall far from the tree? You look just like her. But I didn't look like myself. She wanted me to leave, but I couldn't. She was my only hope. I kept pestering and pleading with her for days, buzzing around her like a pesky fly. Finally, after what felt like forever, she talked to me. This used to be a hotel, you know. I took care of everything, and I was great at it. But it's hard for a person my age to manage everything
around here. There's too much space and too many stairs. I have a few guests coming over, but I don't have much staff. I would like to see how useful you can be.
Whatever you need, I can do it. I needed to win her over to save my mom, so I got to work by cleaning out the fireplace. Large chunks of ash rained down on me, covering the floor in a thick blanket of gray.
Ugh, oh my God, what a mess. Leave this and go wash your face.
And when I scrubbed the windows, one of the panes cracked and a large piece of glass fell. I caught the glass right before it hit the floor. Oh no! I heard some guests coming, so I quickly shoved the glass under the bedspread. A large older man entered the room and plopped down on the bed. The glass made a large crunching noise and the man screamed, "New sheets! You must need new bed sheets!" I scampered out of the room and caught Aunt Lucy giving me the death stare. On the way to get new bed sheets, I bumped into a flower vase and knocked water everywhere. I sprinted off into the hall and grabbed the mop to clean, and then thud! The rest of the guests slipped and fell. Oops, I think I forgot the wet floor sign. Ugh, it's gonna be one of those days. I totally screwed up, and I knew there was no way she'd forgive me. So I hid from her, and when she finally found me, I started bawling like a baby. She couldn't be mad at a sobbing girl, right? I could see her face soften, and I figured I had a chance to get on her good side. I tried to make up for all the mistakes I had made. I gave my aunt a foot massage, made her fresh juices and warm soup, and in my final efforts, I polished her dresser and found a music box.
Don't break it.
Oh, I wouldn't. I love it. I'm a ballerina too. Well, maybe. I used to be.
You're a little young for used to be anything. For me, this ballet feels like
Aunt Lucy and I were finally talking, and it felt like the ice was melting. She told me how she used to be a dancer. When I was a baby, my dad would tell her all about how much I loved dancing. I finally got through to my aunt, but I still needed her help. I brought up how desperate I was to save my mom.
I was wrong. You're not like your mother at all.
Okay, enough of all this. Let's go. We took a car downtown and met my mom.
What on earth happened, Jeannie? You are still as disappointing as ever.
Ugh, here we go. Why did you even bother to come here? You could have sent the money with Leah, but I guess belittling an innocent woman is more your speed. Aunt Lucy asked Mom for her tax forms, but all she got was silence. Mom, just give her the paperwork. She'll help us. What's wrong with you?
Okay, fine. I'll just leave.
And then Mom spilled the beans. She had conned us. The cops were fake. The tax problem was fake. All a scheme to get money from Aunt Lucy. I can't believe this, Mom. How could you do this?
I had to. The bank was going to take the apartment, so I had no choice.
I was in debt and knew only you could convince your aunt. I'm sorry. I know I spent a little, but I spent on you too, and it was for us, right, Leah? It made you happy, right? You were happy, and that's what made me happy. But I'm behind on all of my classes. We're out of money, and we don't even have the apartment. And now you're definitely not happy anymore, so I'm not happy. And I don't see how I could ever become a dancer.
Enough. Leah, you need to go to school and work on your studies. You want to be a ballerina?
Yes, of course.
Then you are coming with me. And Jeannie, you need to pay all of this off. You'll need a source of income to dig your way out of this.
This is an impossible situation. I know I made a mistake, but I want to change, and I can't live without you, Leah. I had doubts, and I was furious too. I even stepped outside with my aunt to leave, but then I realized I couldn't abandon my mom, not even after all the things she did. Okay, Mom, I think we should try to be a family, all of us together. I believed that this time it was going to work out. The three of us went back to the hotel and were ready to start our new lives together. But the next morning, Mom, I ran around the hotel but couldn't find my mom. Her clothes and purse were gone. I searched up and down until I got to the front desk. The cashier's box was completely empty. She left and took my Aunt Lucy's money. I was devastated. I brought her here, and it all happened because of me. What should I do? I had brought on enough trouble, and I had to earn and return every penny back to my aunt.
Leah, are you leaving too?
I'm so sorry, Aunt Lucy. I just wanted us to be a family. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. I thought it would be better if I just left. I'm so sorry about my mom. I wanted to believe that she would be different, but she wasn't. Just the same horrible, selfish woman.
Leah, you don't have to go. It's not your fault. We're family. Sometimes the family you're given isn't the family you end up with, and that is okay.
Really?
Really. I love you. And I do have some good news. I made a few phone calls, and you have an audition next week.
Oh, thank you. I love you too, Aunt Lucy. At the audition, I danced my heart out, and for the first time ever, I was supported and loved by my Aunt Lucy, and that sounds like the perfect kind of family to me.
Hello, my name is Charlie. I'm a famous filmmaker and director, but you know me already, don't you? Oh, well, it hasn't always been like this anyway. So sit down, grab some popcorn, and let me tell you my story. But before we start, please hit the like button and subscribe. This is me, Charlie, and this is my best friend, Rose. Me and Rose grew up together since we were only babies. We played together, we went to school together, we did everything together. We were like autumn and colds, unavoidable, like rain and thunder, indivisible. Rose was the sister I never had. I was to her the brother she never... Well, you got the point. She was blonde while I was black. She was shy while I was sunny. She had a big brain while I had a big butt. We fit perfectly together. Most of all, we had one dream in common. One day, we would become filmmakers and make movies about witches. Yes, that was our dream at the time, our common goal in life. And we were all ready to get it realized. But what a tragic fate awaited us. Well, I'm being a bit overly dramatic here, but please, let me explain. It was our last year in high school and a few weeks before Halloween. I was reaching my classroom like every morning when Rose came running toward me. Charlie! Charlie! Rose, what? Charlie! Rose! Charlie! Rose! Charlie! Barely breathing, Rose managed to announce to me that the school had opened a cinematographic contest where the winners would be enrolled in the best movie school in the country. We started screaming. At that point, me and Rose already had tins of scripts ready. We simply chose one and brought it in the next morning to our art professor to have it approved. But instead, there stood Mona, high like a giraffe, dressed like a rock star, and loud like a tempest. Who is Mona, you ask? She's the daughter of a famous celebrity couple, a movie producer dad, and a 5-star actress mom. She had the best connections, the best grades, and the best face. A cloud of desperation came upon us when we saw her just talking to the teacher, explaining her project for her script. We felt lost. When our turn came, I spoke for both of us because Rose was too shy to speak, and the sight of Mona shook her too much. Hey, Charlie. Nice job there. What? What? Mona was approaching me, willing to talk. Had I stumbled, hit my head, and fallen into a dream without noticing? Sorry, I couldn't help but listen to your script while you were explaining. It seems like some hot stuff there. Did you come up with it all by yourself? Well, me and Rose, yes. It seems you have a promising future in the business, baby. Would you mind joining me tonight at my party? There will be producers, movie stars, and many important people. I couldn't believe it was happening. It was too much for me, and all at once. Of course, me and Rose will be there for sure. Rose? I'm sorry. I don't want someone who is barely able to speak in public to be associated with me. You are invited. See you later, baby. She left like the tornado she was, leaving both me and Rose speechless. I tried to console my best friend, convincing her this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could help us both. Rose nodded her head, but her look told me something else. I pretended not to see it and went straight to the party. This was an occasion I just simply couldn't afford to lose. Mona's house was not exactly a house. It was a castle, a gigantic manor with a park, 4 towers, and 2 pools. All over the place, men in elegant suits and shiny-looking women talked to each other cheerfully.
Oh dear, you've arrived.
Sir, lady, nice to meet you. I'm so glad you invited me. That man and woman were Mona's parents. They look amazing together. A perfect couple in a perfect house. Everything was perfect in Mona's life. Shiny and bright, like herself. Please, enough with the pleasantries. You're part of the family now. Mona told us all about the project you're working on together. The project? Of course. I told Mom and Dad we are working on an amazing movie. We will win the contest for sure. I didn't know what to say. I was totally caught unprepared. So I just smiled and said nothing. Mona's parents left us soon, and I immediately reached after her. Mona, what did you tell them? Well, that we work together. Isn't that true? But I already work with Rose. Didn't you know that? She's my best friend. I can't just leave her like this. Mona just smiled and washed the problem away with a swing of her hand. You create too many problems, baby. Can't you just work with us both? Come on, let's have fun. I'm ashamed to admit, but the truth is that I forgot Rose for some time. and quite easily. I just loved to be asked about my history and my interests by all these interesting people there. The future was winking at me and I just couldn't resist. Then I saw him. How to describe the finch that came to perch on my branch? He was like a god in a garden on Olympus. He was like a breeze on a hot summer day. He was like well, that horse was hot, girls. You can bet about it. That angel had dark eyes like enchantment and such a fine, elegant beard. I was totally captured. He must have noticed my dumb expression because he started smiling at me as if trying to help me retrieve some of my dignity. Too late. And Charlie, let me introduce you to my brother Tom.
So you are the famous Charlie. A handsome lady, that's for sure. Nice to meet you.
Is he really going to kiss my hand? Is he really? Oh, God, I'm fainting. I'm fainting. Am I famous? How?
Of course. Mona has talked about you all afternoon. Mona, can I steal this lady from you for some time?
Do as you please, brother, but be a good boy.
I always am. Mona, don't scare our host like this.
The walk with Tom around the garden felt like a dream. He was not only handsome in sight, but also elegant, charming, and kind. His fierce appearance was balanced by such a quiet temper that it made him look like the perfect man in every single way imaginable. Hours passed in a flash, like seconds. Come back soon, baby. We're here for you anytime you want. Couldn't wait to be invited again. The image of Tom was still in my eyes when I woke up, and even if I don't remember it with certainty, I can bet I dreamed about him. How did it go? Rose's soft voice reached me as if coming from far, far away when she met me in the corridors at school. I felt happy to see her, but not so happy as I should have been. I think she noticed, but I kept it a secret. I explained to her all that happened the night before and promised to meet her within a few days in order to complete our script. The plot was there, but so much work had yet to be done. Fine then. See you soon. See ya. Those were busy times for me. In the daytime, I met Mona to work on our script for the contest. At night, I often saw Tom. Mona's script was completely different from mine. Her subject was Barbie. Barbie! Can you believe it? What's wrong with that? Barbie was a paradigm of freedom for girls, don't you know? Mona's fantasy was wild. She had a lot of ideas, but none of them were connected to each other. Her thoughts were as chaotic and impulsive as she was. Without me, she would have been lost. But what about Rose? Without me, she would have been lost too. She was smart and nerdy, but she didn't have the creativity I had. Rose had always been my best friend and sister, and even if Mona's spell and Tom's charm were still upon me like magic crows, I started to feel bad about how easily I abandoned my lifelong friend in order to get a quick ticket to success. The moment of the contest was approximating, and I had to speak with Mona about this. I would have helped her with her project, but I had to participate in a team with Rose, and if Mona didn't want Rose, I would leave the Barbies in order to go back to the witches. I found the courage and spoke to Mona. Roar! Can you imagine a dragon's reaction to someone trying to steal his gold from under his throne? The same was Mona's reaction to my words, if not worse. Out of my house! Never come back again! I will eat you! Do you think I'm being overly dramatic again? You weren't there, my friend. I think I barely saved my own life. I'm lucky to be here to tell the story. Yet I felt happy after arriving home. I felt I had done the right thing. Now there was only Tom to speak to. Even if I liked him, our time had to wait until after the contest was finished. I couldn't subtract any more energy from Rose and our witchy project. I mean, there can be only one Dua Lipa in the world, right? Enough with Barbie.
Hey, Angel.
Tom's words were honey poured all over me. I melted. But hey, not this time. I had serious work to do. Listen, Tom, there's something we must talk about.
Something like what? Did I do something wrong?
No, it's not about you. It's about Mona.
My sister, huh? She always was more like a Shrek than a Barbie.
She's not that bad, but I can't be her teammate for the contest. Rose is my teammate. You and Mona are wonderful. You live in an amazing house. Your life is perfect, but... Tom's eyes went big and sad at those words of mine. Maybe it was the wrong thing to say, but how could I know? From what I had seen up to that moment, their lives were like pink molasses. Disgustingly sugary.
Do you really think our life is wonderful, honey? You know so little about us.
What do you mean? While walking, Tom told me how he and Mona had lived since they were children, how harsh their parents had been on them since their youngest age.
They do that for us. They push us towards obtaining the best grades and the best results in every field. But you know, sometimes the best is not the best. Sometimes you would just like to live a normal life.
This is why Mona loves Barbie so much, maybe?
It's a way for her to remain a child.
Tom's eyes were not lying. I took his hand and kept it between mine for some time.
Still, a wrong behavior remains a wrong behavior. Mona will have to grow up sooner or later. You were a strong girl and made the right choice today. I'm proud of you, Charlie.
At that point, I was melting again. The perfect features of Tom's figure were silhouetted against the moon like a character from some gothic tale. I felt Tom's body pressing against mine while he brought my head gently against his chest. He's going to kiss me finally. He's going to kiss me. Instead, he simply kept my head there for some time, caressing my neck. No more. Nothing more. WTH?
Listen, Charlie, there's something I must say to you, too.
Was eager to listen to his confession, but my phone rang at that exact moment. Rose! I totally forgot about our appointment. Rose would be furious. She was. For several days. Every attempt of mine to make peace with her went in vain. The contest was lost at that point. There was no chance to win against Mona and her Barbie-stuffed stuff. The days up to the contest flew by fast and dull. We knew we had lost. Now, you really can't imagine my surprise when Rose and I found that on the notice board of the school, there was a list of the winning projects. And the first one was about witches. As authors, it had 3 names, Rose, Charlie, and Mona. A coincidence? Of course not. It was our project. We won, but we didn't submit it, of course. So who did? The question puzzled us for some time until we received a phone call from a strangely masked voice. Oh dear. She tried hard to excuse herself for her behavior in the most recent times. Her voice didn't disclose her origin, but it wasn't too much of a guess. Mona. We found out with certainty later, when the 3 of us, plus Tom, met together at the back of the school to talk about the matter. Mona looked like a baby. She cried all the time and told us she felt guilty for how she treated Rose after Tom had talked to her. To get her excused, instead of her script, Mona submitted a copy of ours, proposing it as if it had been worked upon by the 3 of us. Of course it won. It was written by me after all. But this wasn't the only news of the day. Tom, don't you have something you want to say?
Yes, well, Charlie, I have a confession to make.
Oh, yes, finally! The bomb was going to explode. The moment I expected for days and days finally arrived. After such a tragic story, I was going to have my sweet piece of cake after all. Yes, Tom, tell me, please.
I have a crush on Rose.
Oh, Tom, yes, a crush on... Wait, what?
I really didn't know how to say it, but now I can't keep it a secret anymore. I like you, Rose. Would you like to go out on a date with me sometime?
I couldn't believe it. Rose went red like a tomato, and I was shocked. Mona was laughing hard, and her joy expanded contagiously. So this was the secret? I should have felt offended, but the occasion was so joyful that I felt too happy for Rose to be concerned about myself. All's well that ends well? Mona and I went on in life, becoming best friends, and we went to college together. You know, sometimes things take such an unpredictable turn that the only thing to do is sit back, relax, and watch the events unfold as if they were a movie. And isn't life a long, tear-jerking, and magical movie itself? Oh, God. I can't believe what an incredible artist I am. Really.
Hi, I'm Hope from Honolulu. Please like and subscribe to 4Eve. My parents always said I was born beautiful. I received so many compliments and modeling offers for baby products that they launched my modeling career when I was just 3. But I never really knew my parents. When I was 6, they started a clothing line named after me and got really busy with it. So they mostly left my older sister Leilani in charge, and she hated me.
You promised we'd play with the dolls.
You can't always be the center of the universe. I have to take this call. Fashion Kids magazine wants you again.
She'd always lie and say we'd do one thing, but we'd do another thing instead, and I'd suffer.
You said after my fashion show, we'd go home. I'm tired.
Just sign a few more autographs and don't be so ungrateful.
Sometimes I wondered if she was so mean to me because she was jealous of my fame. Once when I was 12, I was at a signing event and I escaped from the crowd. I stumbled into an alley where a girl my age was looking through the trash with her mom. I offered them some snacks from my bag, and their reaction was so wonderful. Just then, Leilani found me and dragged me away. And later, when we were on a video call with our parents, she told them what had happened. Hope, it's not okay to sneak off like that. And that poor family could have robbed you.
Or taken a lock of your hair to sell on eBay.
No, they were nice, and I liked helping them.
Nonsense. You're too busy and famous to be doing anything else. Anyway, we heard your sister booked you on a morning show for the launch of your new toy line.
Little Hope dolls. They're gonna sell like hotcakes. Sometimes it felt like my parents just used me for money. In fact, I felt people were friends with me for the same selfish reasons. But I never gave up on the idea of using my wealth for good. When I turned 14, I held my first fundraising event for homeless people, and it was a big success. But my second fundraiser turned into a complete nightmare, because the day after it, my face was all over the news with the words, "Teen Thief." Hope, they're saying you kept all the funds for your business. What? Why would they think I took all that money? The news is saying they got an anonymous tip. This can't be good for your career.
It's all over social media. They're calling it the biggest scandal of the year.
You need to stop all this charity nonsense. We need to work on saving your reputation so you won't lose out on any modeling contracts.
I didn't care if I never modeled again. I didn't understand how anyone could think I'd steal charity money. I was too embarrassed to even leave the mansion. Soon after, I was about to join a new high school, and I went to Leilani with an odd request. Help me make a disguise for high school. You're my makeup artist. If anyone can do it, it's you. Look, it's hard for me to trust people. They'll probably use me for my money and fame or spread more lies. I'd rather just go as a regular kid so I can be active in the school's charity clubs.
You don't think you could just go as yourself?
Doubtful. I always become the center of attention without meaning to. And because of that scandal, the charity clubs might not trust me. I just want to fade into the background and do the things I care about. Please. To my shock, she agreed to the makeover. She gave me cute short hair as part of my disguise. I decided to keep my disguise a secret from my parents. They were not happy about my short hair, but my agent had advised me to take a break from modeling and stay out of the public eye anyway till the scandal died down. At home, I was Hope, the supermodel on a break. But at school, I was Minnie, the humanitarian. I joined the charity club, and the volunteer work I was doing felt amazing. And I was making friends pretty easily. But one day at school, I was lifting a heavy box of canned food donations when I suddenly threw out my back.
Whoa, are you okay?
I suddenly noticed there were two really cute guys watching me struggle to stand up straight. Guess I'm an old lady who's not used to heavy lifting. Ouch.
Let's take you to the school nurse, Granny. I'm Kai.
And I'm Crane. Here, let me take your bag. What was in that box?
Canned stuff for a food drive. Crane immediately dropped my bag to the floor.
You're part of a food drive? Not gonna help you.
What? Come on, Nan. Let's just take her to the nurse. She's hurt.
Whatever. Not my problem.
And then he just left. What was that about?
Are you seriously doing a stupid food drive, Granny?
My name is Minnie, and what's wrong with food drives?
Minnie?
Minnie.
Everything about them is wrong, Minnie. If the poor just got off their butts and worked, they wouldn't be poor. Why should we treat them like babies and take money from people who do work?
Wow. Sometimes it's hard for people to find work or earn enough, and they need help.
Maybe lame losers do. Well, Minnie, here you are.
Kai winked at me as he left. What a jerk. But I wasn't going to let his arrogant opinions stop me. I organized a school dance to raise funds for the food drive, and it was a hit. But just as I was dancing with some friends, Kai and Crane busted through the gym doors with crowns on their heads.
To the rich, stand with the rich.
What are you doing, Kai?
We're here to tell everyone the poor are pathetic and charities are scams. Don't be fooled.
Just then, Crane started kicking down the display of food donations like a maniac. Luckily, the teachers there kicked both out before they could do more damage. What planet were these jerks from? But I forgot all about them when I got home that afternoon and saw Dad running out to me.
Didn't you check your phone, Hope?
I think the battery died. What's wrong?
Your mom and sister got into a car accident, but the doctor said they'll be okay. They both had some broken bones and will need bed rest.
I started to cry, and Dad hugged me. I couldn't remember the last time he'd done that, and I decided I'd stay home for the next few weeks to take care of Mom and Leilani. The next evening, my bodyguard drove me down to the food bank to drop off the school's donations. To my shock, I saw Kai step out of his car in front of us, and he was dropping off bags of donations. What the hot fudge? I snapped a picture of him, and I confronted Kai in the school hallway the next day. Saw you at the shelter last night.
What are you talking about?
This?
How did you... Okay, please, listen. Crane is against charity work, not me. He convinced me to think that way a long time ago, but I don't agree with him anymore. Years ago, Crane's family fell into a big scam by some fake charity, and they lost a huge fortune.
Oh no.
Yeah, his dad had to work so hard just to get them back on their feet. Now, he talks trash about all charities, and he doesn't trust the poor. He actually enjoys shutting charity work down in public. He bullied me into crashing that dance. And well, I'm sorry I did, really.
He looked really sincere. If that's the truth, I understand. But you gotta stand up to Crane sometime. You can't keep pretending to be someone you're not. Kai offered to walk me to class, but I explained I was just there to collect my books as I was homeschooling for a while. He asked for my number, and I kinda left with butterflies in my stomach. Kai and I texted every day for weeks, and he even started coming over. I kept saying it was best to give my mom and sister space to recover, so we'd always hang out in my backyard. Keeping Minnie away from my parents and Hope away from Kai was getting exhausting. I was also developing the biggest crush on the real Kai. He was nothing like the jerk I'd first met. Once I found him waiting for me in my backyard with the most amazing picnic laid out. Hey, what's all this?
Just a little surprise for your big day. Happy birthday, Minnie.
Kai, my birthday isn't for another 5 months.
What? Really? I looked for you over social media, but I couldn't find you because you're apparently the world's most private person. Then I went to go check the school records, and I guess I got the wrong Minnie.
I guess so. But thanks anyway. It's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. Just as I sat down, Kai opened a bottle of soda, and the cork went flying straight into my eye.
Oh my god. I am so sorry, Minnie. Wait, stop rubbing your eye and let me see.
He lifted my chin gently as he looked deep into my eyes.
Your eyes. They're...
Yes? They're what?
They're not the same color.
What? Suddenly I realized that my contact lens had fallen out. Oh, my lens must have popped out when I rubbed my eye. I wear them for my eyesight because I'm as blind as a bat.
I see. But why would you wear those green lenses and hide your lovely blue eyes?
His face was so close, and I didn't have an answer to his question, so I just kissed him. He looked really surprised, but then he kissed me back, and it felt wonderful. Soon after, Kai and I hosted a fundraising car wash for a soup kitchen, but suddenly a car honked at us angrily.
Well, what do we have here?
Crane, listen, buddy. I know how you feel about this stuff, but I'm asking you to back off. I want to do this.
What? Support lying, dirty thieves? Did you forget what happened to my family?
Of course not. But that was one bad experience. Not all charities are scams.
It's this witch. Winnie's brainwashed you.
It's Minnie, and Kai is free to do whatever he wants, but you need to leave. Just then, Crane went red. He threw a punch at Kai, but Kai blocked it brilliantly and stepped back. Crane, walk away right now.
You better watch yourself, Winnie, or you'll end up like that stupid teen thief model who raised funds for her business. She got what she deserved. She's a forgotten fraud now, a nobody.
Suddenly, I froze in my spot. Was it possible that Crane had started that rumor? He was crazy enough to do it. And what if Kai had been involved back then too? Crane drove off angrily, and Kai turned to me.
This may be the end of my friendship with Crane, but I feel relieved.
I'm proud of how you stood up to him. Kai smiled at me warmly, but now I felt guarded. Did I fall for someone who might have framed me? Later that evening, as he drove me home, Kai suddenly took my hand.
Minnie, I love who you are and who you've helped me become. Will you be my girlfriend?
Kai, no, I can't.
What? Why? I thought you felt the same way. You kissed me.
And maybe that was a mistake. I'm sorry, but I can't be with you. Not only did I feel paranoid about trusting him, he had no idea I was Hope. I hated lies, and now I hated lying. Things were a mess. Kai begged to see me and kept messaging me, but I just ignored him until he gave up. One afternoon, I was fluffing Leilani's pillows when she asked me something unexpected.
Hope, how are you?
Not bad. Why?
Nothing. I just noticed that you looked a bit sad these days.
I kinda lost someone I cared about. Wait, Leilani, why are you crying?
Oh, Hope, I just need to tell you something. I can't keep it in any longer, especially after you've taken such good care of me. And to my shock,
she confessed how she was the one who had started the rumor that I'd stolen the charity funds.
I know it was really wrong, and I'm sorry, but I just got so resentful. I was left in charge of you, and you always came first. And you were always in the limelight, while I never even got thanks for anything I did. I got carried away.
Leilani, how could you?
I really regret it. That's why I agreed to your makeover request, because I didn't want to stand in your way again. I know how good-hearted you really are.
Do you know what you've done? I immediately thought of Kai, this great guy, and how I'd shut him out. I wanted to slap Leilani, but I just stormed off angrily. I told Mom what Leilani had done and said I couldn't stand to be around her right now. To my shock, Mom agreed that I should take a break from her. We arranged for me to stay at my bodyguard's house, and I found out that he lived close to Kai. On my first night there, I walked over to Kai's place. I needed to fix things between us, but his butler informed me that he'd gone to Tokyo for 2 weeks or longer. My heart sank. For 3 days, I texted and called Kai, but he never answered. I knew he was avoiding me, and I deserved it, but I wasn't giving up. I called Mom and explained everything about Kai to her, and she actually listened. Tokyo might be a nicer break for you. OMG, Mom, you'd let me go? Yes, sweetheart. Ever since the accident, your dad and I have been thinking how hard we've pushed you and your sister. We just wanted you girls to know success early on, but we've realized there are more important things than success and money, like happiness and family. You've been amazing during our recovery, honey, and you really deserve to go. Thanks, Mom. I love you. And the next day, I was on a flight to Tokyo with my bodyguard and checked into the same hotel as Kai. Just as I stepped onto the elevator, I was shocked to see Kai inside. He looked awkwardly at me.
Hi, can I help you with something?
I suddenly realized he couldn't recognize me without my disguise. Kai, you're the reason I'm here. I came to tell you the truth. I'm Minnie.
Minnie? Minnie from Honolulu?
Yes, except my real name is Hope.
What?
I told him everything. My trust issues and my disguise and what my sister did, how awful I felt for abandoning him, and how I tried calling him.
I'm using a different phone here, and I understand why you wanted to hide yourself, Hope.
I've missed you. Do you think we could give us another chance?
You flew all the way here to make things right? I'd be a jerk if I say no. But could you do just one thing? Give your sister another chance. Come on. Charity starts at home.
I will. I promise. I was peacefully dozing off on a plane to China when suddenly someone yanked my hair and chomped on my ear like it was a snack. I whipped around to find a naughty-looking boy. Ow! Seriously? Keep your teeth to yourself, kid! He then burst into tears and his mom turned to me.
你竟敢对他大喊大叫，他还是个孩子。
I wish I understood Chinese, but her dramatic glare made it clear I was the villain here. I tried to dive back into dreamland, but the woman next to me had other plans. She woke up and started chewing her gum like a goat who hadn't eaten for 300 years. It was so loud that people from 30,000 feet below could hear it. Excuse me, could you tone that down, please? Tone down the what? Oh, great. Her voice was even more annoying. I shrugged it off and reached for my trusty earphones instead. But before I could enjoy some music, the guy on my right suddenly smacked my shoulder. What is wrong with this flight? Everyone was driving me nuts. Left, right, front, and back. The culprit was so engrossed in some stupid adventure game on his phone. Hey, quick question. Do I look like a punching bag to you?
A little bit.
You can't play your stupid game without attacking a real person, you know.
Chill, girl. It's called reflexes. Maybe if you had better ones, you wouldn't get hit.
The audacity of this guy! I couldn't help but think, why do these online gamers waste their time in a virtual world when there's a beautiful one right outside the window? Real life is 1,000 times better. Or so I thought. Hi, my name is Alira, and I'm an aspiring photographer who loves traveling around the globe and capturing the most beautiful scenes and moments. I had always enjoyed doing it alone, but things took a wild turn when a weird and mysterious guy started tagging along and changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After dealing with all those annoying passengers, I eventually fell asleep after listening to music while letting my imagination run wild. Soon enough, the plane finally landed, and I headed straight to my beautiful hotel. I took a short beauty sleep while waiting for nighttime to roll around, and when it finally came, I excitedly jumped out of my bed, took my camera, and immediately rushed outside. Stunning views, beautiful people, inviting lights, glowing lanterns, and the sweet traditional vibes of China. Ah, this is the dream. Walking along the streets, I stumbled upon a guy sleeping on a bench. Judging from all the stuff around him, he must be homeless. Poor thing. I found myself clicking pictures of him, my camera perfectly capturing his struggles and hardship from every detail of his form. Just then, a green owl suddenly appeared from behind the bench, perched on the sleeping guy as if he owned him, and scowled at me. Relax, little buddy. He's all yours. To my surprise, the guy woke up and scowled at me too.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
His eyes then lowered to my camera.
Were you taking pictures of me while I was sleeping?
Duh, I was taking pictures of the street, but you were blocking my view. It's not my fault you were sleeping there.
That's a terrible excuse for disrespecting my private space.
The private space? That's rich coming from you, who is sleeping on public property.
Delete my pictures, or I'm gonna delete it myself.
Don't you dare touch my camera! Do you have any idea what it takes to capture a beautiful moment or view? The countless hours, the right timing, the quest for the perfect angle. I pour my heart and soul into every shot. Those aren't just pictures. It's a piece of me, a piece of my struggle, my passion, my life. So please, don't take that away from me. I trailed off when I realized that he was now holding my camera and swiping through the shots. But how? So you're not only homeless, you're also a snatcher. Give it back, you jerk. I lunged at him to retrieve my camera, but he suddenly vanished. I spun around, and he was still swiping. This guy, I swear to God.
In all fairness, you have quite a remarkable talent for capturing beautiful images.
What do you think of me now? Just some lousy, try-hard photographer? I snatched the camera back, and this time he didn't resist. He practically handed it over. I immediately checked my gallery and realized he hadn't deleted anything.
Relax. I usually don't meddle with other people's business. Unlike you.
I tried glaring at him, but I felt like I ended up pouting, which made him smirk. Oh, well, at least I finally bumped into someone who speaks English. I'm so tired of racking my brains and using weird hand gestures to understand what the locals are saying. He ignored me and started picking up his things as if preparing to leave. So, where are you from?
Not from around here.
I see. Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe under the bridge, at the back of the junkyard? Just anywhere with a roof where I can recharge my energy, so I can continue my pursuit of answers to my questions.
Just then, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the streets. I think you should speed your pursuit up, because the rain is about to pour, buddy.
I don't mind the rain. It helps me think better.
But your owl doesn't. He stopped in his tracks when he realized that I was right. You know what? Why don't you just come with me to my hotel? I'll get you a room. It's just nearby.
I appreciate your hospitality, but I don't need your pity.
Oh, look. Mr. Grumpy Bench Guy is being such a drama queen.
Fine. But the moment the rain stops, we're out.
Another thunder rumbled as we started walking away. When we reached my hotel, the receptionist immediately greeted me with a question.
给你朋友另一个房间.
As I scrambled for my translation book, Hatham suddenly swooped in.
Shida, Ching.
Did you just speak Chinese?
I speak multiple languages. I have a constant hunger for endless knowledge.
So, you're a polyglot. So cool. That's literally my dream. But learning another language is so difficult for me. What's your secret?
Oh, I use this splendid application on my phone, Duolingo.
Oh, I have heard about it, but I never tried it.
It has a fun and engaging approach to learning a language. It's like casually playing a game, which is a pretty good motivation for the learning process.
Okay, that sold me. I immediately downloaded the app and was greeted by a cute green owl named Duo, who looked very familiar. I turned to his pet, who was sitting on his shoulder. Whoa, Duo looks exactly like your owl.
They have the same name too. Just a little warning. Duo's nice and helpful, but he can be a little persistent sometimes. But it's also for your own good.
Well, he seems to be a cute little guide. I went straight to my first lesson, and I was already liking it. Shui means water. Shui Gosh, I am so thirsty. I need some shui. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is my room, and yours will be that one. I was talking to him, but he seemed preoccupied with something over my shoulder. I turned around and realized that he was looking at my collection of postcards on the wall. To my surprise, he suddenly barged inside.
Where did you get these photographs?
Those are the places that I captured with my precious camera. And these right here are my goal destinations. They're beautiful, aren't they? He looked so ecstatic as he gawked at one of the pictures, like it was the most delicious meal he had ever seen.
Where is this place?
That's my next destination, the Tianzi Mountain. It's one of the reasons why I visited this country.
Take me with you.
Consider yourself lucky, my friend, because I'm going there tomorrow. I always preferred traveling alone, but maybe it was time for me to try it with a travel buddy this time, at least for a day, and just for fun. The next day, we traveled to the mountains, and when we got there, Haytham's calm demeanor instantly changed to ecstatic.
The stone forest.
An image of a familiar place seemed to have flashed right before his eyes. The stone, what now? He ignored me and started navigating the place, running around like he owned it. Dude, wait up! We rode a cable car, crossed a river, and jumped from one stone to another, and after an hour, I felt like collapsing. Slow down, Spider-Man. I'm not a marathon runner with endless stamina, you know. Jeez. When I finally caught up, I found him standing in front of a mysterious and ancient-looking monument. He fiddled with a rock against it, but nothing happened, and he looked super frustrated. Hello? I would really appreciate it if you would tell me what's going on. What is that thing? And what are you trying to do with it?
This is a totem, and I need an electroelement to activate it.
What do you mean, electroelement?
Electroelement. Something, anything that produces lightning.
Oh, you mean electricity?
Huh?
Lucky for you, I've got something here.
What is that?
You don't know what a taser is? It's my go-to for self-defense. Zaps people with electricity or whatever you call it.
Interesting.
He immediately took it from me and tried it on the totem. After a few sparks, it suddenly got triggered and a glowing symbol appeared on top of it. Holy cheeky bananas! Is that a hologram or something? He found 2 more totems, and after doing the same thing to each of them, a strong streak of light came from above, forming a pillar. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of secret experiment from the government? And what's your deal with all of this?
I've been traveling from place to place looking for these runes. Since I'm not from around here, I don't know where to go. I need to activate these beacons in 6 places scattered around the world. With your knowledge and resources, things are going to get easier for me now.
But for what? Why are you doing all of this out-of-this-world stuff?
We need to go.
Dude, you didn't answer my question.
Sometimes, the journey to find answers is more important than the answers themselves.
Whatever you say, Plato. After activating the first beacon, we embarked on a thrilling and action-packed adventure of a lifetime. After Tianzi Mountain, we rushed straight to Huanglong River, which Haytham kept calling Luhua Pool Liu. There, we had to light up some fire totems. There were 5 of them, but according to him, only 3 needed to be activated. Of course, those 3 we needed were surrounded by water. Great, right? Haytham was all business, using his fancy tricks to get those waterlogged totems blazing, while I just snapped pictures of these outrageous moments. Our next stop was the breathtaking Matterhorn in Switzerland, aka Dragonspine, according to my travel buddy, where we faced a puzzle with circular platforms and wall signs. The place was so cold that I had to huddle by fire torches just to keep myself from turning into a popsicle. I let Mr. Mysterious Smarty Pants solve the puzzle by himself while I continued my Duolingo sessions. You know I can't miss those streaks. With each beacon we activated, I felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. What was this leading to? And why did it feel like the world had turned into one big adventurous playground? During our flight to our next destination, I found myself fully immersed in my new favorite app, Xin Chao Ten Toila Elira.
You could take a break sometimes, you know?
I need to learn the basics, at least for now, and I like how Duo keeps reminding me with his cute little expressions. When we finally reached Vietnam, I decided to try out what I learned by asking the locals about the directions. Xin Loi, Bang Ko Te Chung Toi Duang. The woman stared at me as if she was solving the most difficult math puzzle. Ko Te...
Xin lỗi, nó ngàn con đít chỗ, chúng tôi viết đúng viết vinh, ha lồng đục trong.
Được chứ, bạn chỉ cần đi thẳng, rồi đi qua cái cây khổng lồ kia, Sau đó rẽ phải và đi bộ khoảng 200 mét sẽ thấy một khoảng đất trống.
Okay, I guess it was too early for me to attempt a conversation. After learning the direction, Hatham continued walking towards the bay. Ugh, why is this guy so good at everything?
You still have a long way to go, Elira.
I literally just started. Just wait and see. I'll be leading the leaderboard with an unbeatable streak in no time.
I commend your determination. Keep it up.
Soon enough, we were greeted by the beautiful emerald waters and towering limestone islands of Halong Bay, or as Hatham called it, the Golden Apple Archipelago. While I was snapping pictures left and right, Hatham got to work immediately. He solved a music rock puzzle thing, and after activating the place, we toured around the city and enjoyed their local food. I even tried conversing with the locals with the help of my brilliant travel buddy. It got me even more determined to learn more. So during our flight to Scotland, I got really busy with leveling up and earning rewards. I never knew that learning could be this fun.
Learning could also be done in silence.
Sorry. And soon, we finally reached our next destination, the Isle of Skye in Scotland, or as Hatham called it, the Star Snatch Cliff, Mondstadt. After walking around, we came across a green fan-like object. I watched in amazement as he applied some wind pressure to activate it, unleashing a powerful upward current. Whoa, that's so dope! So, what's next?
Time to fly.
After taking a large cloth from his bag and holding onto it, he wrapped his arm around me, and we gracefully floated in the magical breeze. I never thought I would experience flying like this, not even in my wildest dreams. If this is a dream, I hope I can keep enjoying it and not wake up too soon.
Our imaginations know no bounds, Elira. They possess the extraordinary ability to unlock infinite possibilities.
We then found 2 more fans along the way before we finally activated the totem at the top of the cliff and summoned the pillar. I stood there for a while and looked ahead at the seemingly endless horizon, thinking about how Hatham sees this beautiful world in his own vision. Finally, we were down to the last one, Deshra Desert Sumeru, or as we call it, the Great Pyramids of Egypt, my favorite. Hatham looked so nervous and excited while I was taking some pictures of the legendary structures. After hours of touring around, I followed him as we headed to the group of old, weathered columns. So, how do we solve this one?
We need to hit the larger columns until you match them with the corresponding symbol on the smaller columns beside them. Match all 3 big ones to the smaller ones to summon the last pillar.
Aye, aye, Captain. I grabbed a tree branch lying nearby and used it to help him hit the columns until we finally summoned the last pillar.
All the pillars scattered across the world that we activated should be glowing now too.
I dropped my jaw in amazement when their fusion created a swirling, glowing vortex or something. Is that a freaking portal?
Yes, it's a portal back to my world, Elira.
To your world? So there's indeed another world out there? Before he could answer me, the earth beneath us mildly shook, and a horrifying creature suddenly appeared right in front of us. Holy crunchy potatoes! Is that a transformer? Did Hatham summon that machine from their world? What if he was actually a bad guy who was set to ruin our world? Oh my gosh, what have I done? I wasn't ready to say goodbye to our beautiful Earth just yet. I have yet to discover the other wonders of... My paranoid voice trailed off when I realized that Hatham was gone. Just then, I felt a strong, glowing presence behind me. I slowly turned around and saw him and Duo transforming into something with dust particles and glowing green projections dancing around them. Everything then cleared away, revealing a strikingly handsome video game character and his adorable sidekick. Hatham, is that you?
This is my true form, Elira. And my real name is Zal Hatham, a scholar from Sumeru, and our academia scribe. That machine in front of you is a primal construct, only found around the desert area of Sumeru. This machine enemy is often found guarding the temples and ruins, and I need to defeat it.
So it's like the final boss in the game, and you're the brave hero. I suddenly felt bad for suspecting him as a bad guy. As the primal construct started charging toward them, 3 ethereal green mirrors popped in and hovered around Hatham, radiating a brilliant emerald light that almost blinded me. He then started fighting the monster, moving with grace and precision, consistently blending freestyle moves and rotational attacks with his sword and abilities. Watching them fight was mesmerizing, as if I had been transported into an epic video game. He unleashed a barrage of reflective attacks, boomerangs slicing through the air, Slashes carving through steel. Each hit dealt a lot of serious physical damage. Soon enough, the terrifying machine was finally defeated. Dude, you were so cool. How did you do that?
I don't need to fight. I only need to think. Everything else is connected. All I have to do is find the weakest link, deal with the causal factors, and everything else tends to resolve itself.
Okay. Enough with your deep philosophical words, dude, and maybe start explaining everything to me properly. You know, I've been following you around like a dumb little kitten and catching up with your stamina.
As a gratitude for helping me, you deserve to know the truth. My friend Kaveh and I were trying to open a domain, but something went wrong. It started malfunctioning. The rule is to hit these columns using a physical attack and never use any elemental attack. Kaveh didn't know this, so he used his elemental skill because he thought it was more efficient. It made a different reaction to the process, and instead of opening a domain, it opened a portal that connected to the human world. And before I knew it, it started sucking my friend. I tried to save him, but I was the one who got pulled inside instead. I got teleported here, which was a very different place, and I have been finding my way back for quite a long time. Thanks to my friend Duo here, who also got accidentally teleported for some reason. He's been my companion since the day I got here, and he's the one who has been helping me learn the different languages of humans.
Now that makes sense. And no sense at the same time. I swear, I'm stuck in a fantasy adventure novel. Anyway, I'm glad that you finally made it.
I appreciate all your help in this journey of mine, Alira. As much as I wanted to discover more about your interesting world, I need to return. Tevat needs me.
Oh, well, traveling won't be the same anymore without you. I'm gonna miss you a little bit, I guess.
Just play Genshin Impact, and I'm sure you will enjoy the magical beauty of our world, Tevat. We have 7 nations brimming with natural wonders that you would love to capture. You'll meet a diverse set of people with unique personalities and abilities like me. And together, we will fight exciting enemies. We'll share every adventure in this enchanting realm.
I felt a lump in my throat as he extended his hand, but knowing that I would be seeing him again, I shook it with a smile.
See you around, Alira.
I watched them as they entered the portal, returning to their world. Come here, boy. Bam, bam. Eat that, monkey butt. All right, hate them? Time for some snacks. Ever since I started appreciating video games, I became the annoying passenger this time. These games opened my eyes to the existence of extraordinary places that remain hidden from our physical world. Places that only exist in our minds, yet they possess the power to transport us on thrilling adventures. They hold captivating magic and beauty, offering a gateway to fictional worlds. Now, I embrace the opportunity to immerse myself in both realities, and because of it, I have never felt alone again. I was so into the game that I jerked when an incoming announcement sound chimed in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We will begin our final descent to Paris shortly.
And now, it's time to explore the famous beauty of Paris. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Wait, is it allez-vous? Allez-vous? Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
You're never here when my tears dry. You're never around to see me thrive. When it's my birthday or my day off, you got other plans and can't show up.
Hi everyone, my name is Summer. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy. Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me? Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer. No, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, He'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them.
Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party?
Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all. Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home. Summer, what are you doing here? I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out. I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you. Suddenly, my eyes went all wide. What, you don't like me? Oh, no! I mean, yes, I like you a lot. But I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me. You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you. After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him.
How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling. But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks! Leave him alone! I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request. Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for? What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend? No, I just want you to pretend. Why would you ask me to do that? And do you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you? Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money. Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it. Mom needs that surgery soon. So, you'll put me up for sale? No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me. I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was going to get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked. Are you sure, Summer? Yeah, I'm sure. I can't thank you enough. You're the best. The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch. Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy? What? No, Jackson and I are just friends. Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then? Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck. Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then? 'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you? None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired. He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him. God, who is that clown with you, Aiden? What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't going to stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden, control this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off, fuming. But then Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you.
Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly the door flew open and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so—
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay?
It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately?
I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared.
Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden.
Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry about what happened back there.
No, don't be. It wasn't your fault.
So, what now? Are your parents going to be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you?
Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that.
He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there. And so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other.
Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich?
That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me.
Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you.
Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me. You. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, 'cause this time I want it to be real too. I promise.
Little Natalie's tummy couldn't stop growling. She had been hungry the whole afternoon, but it was evening now and her mom wasn't home yet. Those rich people should stop making my mom work so much. I wish we'd never moved from France. Mom didn't have to work so hard there like she does here. As she walked outside, she heard loud music coming from the biggest mansion in the whole countryside from afar. Her tummy told her to go there, and she found out there was a large party happening in the garden. Natalie started drooling when she saw the huge feast. She tried to sneak in, but a group of women blocked her. Where do you think you're going, little girl? I'm hungry. Can I have some meat, please? And a glass of juice, too? Just look at her dirty clothes and hands. Disgusting. You're not welcome here, child. Be off with you. Natalie was so mad at their meanness. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a young boy around her age hiding in the bushes, and he looked furious. He was staring at a maid who was being scolded by the lady of the mansion, Mrs. Harrison. How can you serve these fruits in a stupid basket? We have an expensive tray for this. Another mistake, and you're fired. Mr. Harrison was trying to calm his wife down when their daughter Harper, who was the same age as Natalie, was making things worse. I don't have the mood to eat those fruits anymore, Mom. That woman ruined my night. Natalie felt so bad for the humiliated maid. She joined the boy in the bushes. I hate these people. Me too. And that's my mom they're yelling at. They don't deserve all this delicious food. I have to teach them a lesson. Wait, are you going to do something bad? Mom said you shouldn't do bad things no matter what. But he just ignored her and dragged a bag of manure lying close by. Then he started climbing a tree that overlooked the garden. But moments later, the branch under him cracked, and he went tumbling down straight onto the food table, spreading cow poop everywhere. Everyone screamed, and Mrs. Harrison looked ready to explode. She yelled for security, and Natalie thought she had to do something to save her friend. And with that, she ran towards the nearest barn, rode on a young horse, and made it run around the garden, completely ruining the party. You little rascals! Natalie grabbed the boy's hand, and they fled the scene. I can't believe you just did that! You're so cool! Natalie's tummy suddenly let out another growl. He chuckled and took out an apple from his pocket. For you! Make it 2, 'cause I saved your butt. I'll get you another one soon, promise. What's your name? Natalie. And you? Caleb. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Can we be friends? Okay. And since then, Caleb and Natalie became best friends. Growing up, they shared their love for food and their hate for rich and mean people, especially for people like the Harrisons. Caleb was 11 years old when his mom met a guy, Mr. Cross, a gardener for the Harrisons. His mom said that from now on, Mr. Cross would be taking care of them. Hello, Caleb. Your mom told me you like apples. And reading? Not long after, Mr. Cross and Caleb's mom got married, and he became the hero in Caleb's eyes. He was so amazed by his stepdad, how smart and strong he was, and how good he was to both him and his mom. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad. I'm sure you'll be better than me, and every wealthy man in this land, my child. He would help Caleb understand his math homework, give him tips on how to build a dove house, and he also gave him really good life lessons. My dad told me something. I want to share it with you too, 'cause you're my best friend. Really? Tell me. He said, sometimes we need to stand up for ourselves and fight back, whatever it takes. Yes, we fight back, the right way. Mom said we shouldn't do bad things no matter what. I know, you told me. But is it bad to defend ourselves? Do we just let other people do bad things to us and say nothing? You always speak about how unfair the system is in this town for poor people. Yeah, I do think that. Like, if someone hurts you, I'll hurt them too. Natalie was surprised by how firmly Caleb said it. Suddenly, as she changed her position, she lost her balance and fell. Caleb laughed and helped her up. Now, I don't know how to hurt the fence or the ground, but Caleb then kicked the fence and stomped his foot on the ground. Natalie found it funny. She liked the thought of Caleb as her protector and felt really lucky to have a best friend like him. And over the years, she grew to like him as much more, but she was too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin their friendship. One day in high school, she decided to cook his favorite food and surprise him at lunch, but her heart ached with jealousy when she saw him laughing with some girls in the canteen. She was leaving when Caleb called her name and walked up to her. Is that for me? Before she could reply, the girls jumped in and glared at Natalie.
Why are you friends with that dumbhead, Caleb? Same question. Handsome boys like you should hang out with pretty girls like us.
Suddenly, Caleb wrapped his arm around Natalie's shoulder. My girlfriend is not a dumbhead. She's the smartest, coolest, and most beautiful girl I've ever known. So please, stop talking rubbish about her. Girlfriend? As the humiliated girls left, Natalie turned to him. Why did you tell them that nonsense? Those girls are going to hate me forever. Are you mad? Yes, I'm mad because you lied. We're not dating. We're just friends. Fine, I'm sorry. But what if I wanted to be more than that? What do you mean? Can I hold your hand? No. I love you, Natalie. I've loved you since we were kids. Do you love me too? Caleb's sincere gaze made her melt. Yes, I think I feel the same way. Caleb started to lean in closer, and when their lips finally touched, she felt like she was on cloud 9. After that, the best friends became lovers, and Natalie was really happy with Caleb as his girlfriend. But over time, things started to get complicated. His mom fell really sick, and his stepdad's earnings weren't enough for her medicines. So Caleb was forced to take more part-time jobs around the farm. He hardly had any time to spend with Natalie anymore. Meanwhile, that night at the Harrisons, the family was having their usual dinner. Mr. Harrison was talking about the progress of their business, while Mrs. Harrison was being pushy towards their son to date someone. I don't understand the rush. I'm so young, I'll have plenty of time later on. You have plenty of time now. I don't, Mom. I'd rather focus on school than date. Love is nothing but a stupid distraction. All work and no play makes people really dull, darling. Remember Sheila? Benjamin's daughter. I think she's a nice girl. Mom, I don't like her. She's weirdly obsessed with me. Duke, she cares about you. Let him be for now. Don't push him so hard. He'll eventually find someone. But Sheila might not be around till he decides he's ready. And I think she would be so good for him. She's a smart young woman. They're perfect for each other. I have no interest in wasting my time on girls right now.
Oh, brother, how about boys? Do you want to share something?
Shut up, Harper. Well, Sheila and her parents are visiting us soon, and you will spend time with her so you can get to know each other. Who knows? Maybe it will end in a wedding. Hearing that, Duke suddenly felt the urge to lie. I'm sorry, Mom, but I already have a girlfriend. What? I said, I'm not dating Sheila because I already have a girlfriend.
Since when do you have a girlfriend?
Since 6 months ago, but we kept it a secret. I don't want people in my business. Duke left the table and decided to take a walk in the gardens to cool off. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and turned around to see it was just Mr. Cross. Oh, sorry, Master Duke. I didn't mean to disturb your walk. You look a little upset. I'm not. It's really nothing. Just sometimes parents can be too much. Do you have kids, Mr. Cross? A son, the same age as you. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime. Duke was feeling too preoccupied, so he just smiled at their gardener and walked off. That weekend, Natalie's mom caught a serious flu, so later that day she went to town with Caleb to buy some medicine. While they were in the pharmacy, his stepdad called him. I need to stop by a dad's friend's place to pick up a package. Wait for me in the town square. I'll be right back. Natalie bought the medicines and sat on a bench in the town square. Her favorite thing in that old place was the old horse statue in the center. They're such gorgeous and magical creatures. Just then, she noticed that its red eye patch was lying on the ground. She picked it up, and as she placed it back on, the statue suddenly wobbled. She tried to make it steady, but it just suddenly toppled to one side and broke into pieces. Holy mighty horsey! Natalie stared at the sight in complete shock. The townspeople quickly gathered around, and they went berserk. How could you be so reckless and ruin the pride of our town? Isn't it bad enough that we have to live with a foreigner who badmouths our town and its systems? And now you've ruined our cultural legacy! Some of them even started crying, and Natalie felt panic. She tried to contact Caleb, but her phone's battery was actually dead. I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already unsteady. Please, forgive me. But the townspeople were blazing mad. Soon the police came, and as they were questioning her, everyone suddenly became silent as they made the way for someone. Natalie lifted her head and met someone's eyes. Duke, the oldest child of the Harrisons. What's going on here?
This girl just caused serious damage to a public property, and we need her to come with us to the station.
Duke just nodded at them, and soon, Natalie found herself sitting in a police station. Please, officer, just let me go home first. My mom is sick, and she must be really worried. But the officer just ignored her. A few minutes later, Duke came out of the main office.
You're free to go. I've taken care of everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
I paid $50,000 for the fine and damages, so you won't go to prison.
What? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me.
Because I need you.
What? What do you mean? Duke then dragged her outside the station to talk.
Listen, I need you to work for me as my fake girlfriend for a month, and I'm going to pay you for it.
I'm sorry, but can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I heard it right.
I think you did. You don't look like you have any hearing problems.
Is that how you joke? Because it's super lame. Even hyenas won't laugh at it.
Do I look like a clown to you?
How can you offer me a ridiculous job when you don't even know if I have a boyfriend or not?
Look, I don't care whether you're single or whatever. I'm not interested. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and convince everyone that we're in love, especially my family.
But why would you need a fake girlfriend anyway? You can just have a real one. Just choose any girl but me. You rich people are used to getting whatever you want anyway.
I asked you to be my fake girlfriend, not to become an interviewer. In private, we'll be practically strangers minding each other's business. I can prepare a contract tomorrow.
What makes you think I'll accept your offer? I don't want this weird job. Don't worry, I'll think about another way of repaying you.
There is no other way. Accept my job, or return my money immediately. It should be the exact amount that I spent to save your sorry little butt.
Natalie wanted to yell at him for blackmailing her, but she knew she couldn't pay him back. Let me think about it.
I don't have much time. I'll give you a day. Let's meet at the cafe tomorrow, same time as this.
Before Natalie could say anything more, he turned around and left. When she got home, she found Caleb's messages saying that he'd be staying at his stepdad's friend's house for the night. Natalie really needed to talk to him, but she was also worried about how he would react. She also didn't want to tell her mom about this yet and stress her out. So later that night, she went to her favorite spot on the farm to think it over alone. Suddenly, Caleb appeared beside her.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Wait, Nat,
are you crying? Tell me what's wrong.
She didn't have a choice but to tell him everything.
Are you serious? You shouldn't have let him help you.
He took care of it himself, and I could never pay $50,000 on my own.
But of all the girls, why does he want you? This is stupid. I thought Harper was evil. I didn't expect that her brother would be worse.
Look, if he didn't help me, I'd be cold and miserable in jail right now.
But he obviously helped you just to force you into this stupid job.
What am I gonna do? He left me with no choice.
Seeing my girlfriend dating another guy is torture, Nat. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Okay, fine. I won't do it. I'll have to think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears poured, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever.
Okay, I'll agree to it, but on one condition.
What is it? Hi, I'm Clara, and I'm a story hunter. I see a story in everything, and I won't stop until I find it. But before we get into it, please like and subscribe to MSA. My parents thought they'd never have kids, but 10 years after their marriage, they had me. While Mom was over the moon, Dad always seemed annoyed when I tried getting his attention. Daddy, look! I found a ladybug in the park. Isn't she cute? I rescued her from a parade of ants.
Could you please take this girl away? I'm on a phone call.
Of course, honey. Come on, Clara. Let's read some Nancy Drew.
Yay! My favorite!
Dad was weird, but at least I had Mom. She was a journalist before she married Dad and had the craziest stories to tell me. And growing up, I wanted to be just like her. When I turned 10, Mom got me my first recording set, and I went crazy interviewing people on the streets.
Since how long have you been homeless? That's a cute dog. Did you steal it or buy it?
People would pass me weird stares, but I just didn't care. I was following my passion. One evening, I was in a far end of my neighborhood when I missed a turn. The street was empty and it was getting really dark, so I started to walk quickly when a shady black car pulled up next to me.
Hey, kid, are you lost? It's freezing out there. Hop in. I'll drop you off. Don't be scared. I won't harm you.
See, before he could finish, I punched him hard and ran. I thought I was successful, but seconds later the car stopped again and the guy got out, and I was shocked to see he was the frickin' mayor. He wasn't hurt, but this was so embarrassing. I apologized and he dropped me back home, but someone on the street had made a video of me punching the mayor and it went viral. I was the joke of the town, and Dad was furious.
You've crossed all limits. You hit the mayor.
It was a reflex, Dad. I was scared, and I've read so much about these kidnappers in a black car.
All this investigation and these stupid stories are ruining you. What if he wants to take action and drag us to court? I'm a really private person. I don't want this.
Jeez, relax, Dad. He won't. He knows it was just a mistake. Why are you getting so worked up?
That's it. You're grounded. And no more story hunting.
But why? Mom, say something. But as always, Mom said nothing, and I was done for. Growing up, Dad and I drifted further apart. He stayed cooped up in his office while I got busy with school and perfecting my investigation skills. On my 15th birthday, I begged Mom to get me a professional recording set with a mic, but she simply refused. We just don't have the money for it. I decided to try my luck with Dad and ask him for some money. I wouldn't tell him what it was for exactly, but he wasn't in his office. As I was leaving, suddenly my foot got caught in the carpet and I landed on some boxes full of money.
Oh my God, Clara, what are you doing in here?
Mom, you said we don't have any money. What is all this?
It belongs to your dad, and it's not your concern.
But it's a lot of money, Mom. It has to come from somewhere. Is Dad a mafia guy? Oh my God, he robbed a bank, didn't he?
Stop it. Please, Clara, you don't understand. You need to leave, now. And don't say a word about this to anyone, least of all your dad. Promise me.
Something was definitely fishy, but I'd never seen Mom so serious. So I did what she said. I wanted to know more, but I just didn't get the chance to go into Dad's study again. Soon, I got busy with school and forgot all about it. One time in 11th grade, Lena, the head cheerleader and the most popular girl, walked up to me. I heard you can uncover any truth in the world. Is that true? That depends on what kind of truth you want. Well, don't tell anyone, but I think Nick's cheating on me. Who's Nick? Do you live under a rock? Nick's my boyfriend. He's the captain of the football team. Got it. What about him? I just told you. He's cheating on me, and I want you to find out the truth. Oh, yeah. Leave this to me. Be careful. He's a very good liar. No liar can ever hide the truth from the world's greatest investigator. Go and chill, kid. I got this. I started following Nick around everywhere, but I couldn't find any dirt on him until one day I saw him sneak into the coach's office and saw him making out with another girl. I waited till he left without noticing me, and then, right in the middle of the cafeteria, I made him pay. I dropped an entire carton of milk all over his head.
What the heck? What do you want, weirdo?
Listen up, everyone. This jerk right here cheated on his girlfriend.
No, I didn't.
I knew you'd say that. Here's the proof. Nick looked at me in shock as I showed him the video of his makeout session. Lena broke up with him instantly, and he was getting a lot of backlash for cheating on the most popular girl around. Soon after, he left and got transferred to North High, our rival school. After that, Lena and I started hanging out and became besties. As much as I liked having her around, her band of cheerleaders annoyed me. Especially this girl, Wendy. Lena even had a YouTube channel with her where they ran gossip sessions and fashion advice. You know, I was thinking, why don't we add Clara to the channel? Why? So we lose all our followers and our popularity? I don't think having 5 followers makes you popular. But then again, what do I know? Stop it, you two. Clara is a professional. You saw what she did with Nick, and with her brains and cool stories and my beauty tips and styling, we'll be so much more popular. We'll be like Daphne and Velma. Who? Scooby-Doo? Forget it. We should totally do it. I joined the YouTube channel soon after, and we started with collecting scoops on everyone in school. Within a few months, we hit 1 million subscribers. I was happy, but Lena was on cloud 9. Her popularity was through the roof, and she loved the attention. We got invited to every party in town, and she would drag me with her even when I didn't feel like going. One day I was at her house getting ready for a party when Wendy made a snarky comment. Do you always have to dress up like a homeless person? And why's your hair such a mess? There's nothing wrong with my hair or clothes. I don't want to look all dolled up. Detectives are meant to look rugged, right, Lena? Yeah, but it won't hurt you to put on a little makeup now and then. It'll only make you look prettier. No, it'll make me look like a bimbo. So you think I'm a bimbo? I didn't mean it like that. But Lena was already walking in the other direction. Good job, Sherlock. I wanted to apologize to Lena, but she kept ignoring me at the party and at school the next day. I got that she was mad at me, but it wasn't like she supported me in front of Wendy either. I decided to give her some time and continue doing my bit for the channel. The next day after lunch, I was passing by when I saw Wendy terrorizing the school topper and making him do her assignments. But as I took my camera out, Lena walked up to me and knocked it out of my hand. What are you doing? She's our friend. Nope, she's your friend. She doesn't even like me. Why can't you guys just try to get along? For me? I know you think we're bimbos, but that's the least you can do as my best friend. Oh, you're so dramatic. Okay, fine. I'll let this go. Just this once. And I don't think you're a bimbo. I'm sorry. Stop talking and meet me for boba tea later. Deal? Deal. And just like that, we were back to being besties. And I tried to tolerate Wendy better, even though she still got on my nerves. Soon after, the entire school was buzzing over the senior day prank wars with North High, and Lena was determined to crush the rival school, mainly because Nick was their new student body president. We need to ace this. They should never see us coming. How about we break into the school? You can't be serious, Wendy. You guys will get caught. Not with these masks, we won't. And why are you so negative? I'm being practical. It's the dumbest plan on earth. Back me up, Lena. Actually, I like it. No one will ever know. Now, are you in or out? Out. You know my dad. He would ground me for life if I got caught. You know what, Clara? I've been there for all your dumb investigations. I even got you in on the channel. And now, if you can't support me, then you're not a good friend. Hey, that's not fair. It's my channel too. I made it popular. Really? Wow. Tell me why she's here again. Oh my God, I can't deal with you guys right now. I'm going. Lena turned to leave. I didn't want her to be mad again, so I reluctantly tagged along. But just as we reached there, all the cheerleaders took out spray cans and started trashing lockers and vandalizing the walls. I tried to stop them when Lena banged into me and I went flying into a statue, crashing it to pieces. Those statues are like thousands of dollars. I told you this was a dumb idea. Oh my God, what are we supposed to do? We don't have time. Run! As I made my way home, my heart couldn't stop racing. I'd just made the most terrible mistake of my life, and I prayed no one would find out about it. But the next day at school, I felt numb when the principal called me into his office, with both Dad and Nick waiting for me there, along with a few other people from North High.
Clara, where were you last night?
I was...
Vandalizing property, right? Are you really that dumb not to know that every school has security cameras? The school authorities checked last night's footage, and guess what they found?
Nick flashed the phone in my face with footage of me crashing into the statue and breaking it. Everyone else had a mask on, but me. How could I be so stupid? But it was a mistake.
Was it? And who are these other girls with you? Do you have a name?
I wanted to punch Nick in the face. He knew I wouldn't rat Lena out, even though I was mad at her for putting me into this mess.
Now, either you pay for the damages, or you get expelled for a month, or you give me the names of all the other girls involved, and I'll think about reducing your punishment.
I can't. I'm sorry, Dad.
Expel her. There's no way I'm paying that money.
With that, Dad simply got up and left, leaving me in tears. How could he do this to me? I knew it was my fault, but he was my father. Wasn't he supposed to look after me or something? That evening at home, I had the worst argument with Dad, while Mom just stood in a corner like a stone.
Were you at that school for some dumb story? You're such a nuisance. I can't believe you're my kid.
I can't believe you're my dad either. What father gets his own child expelled over a few bucks? You never supported me, and you always acted like my existence bothers you. And it's not like you're so perfect yourself. What do you even do, Dad? How do you really make money?
How dare you talk to me like that in my own house? I don't have to take this.
Mom, are you just going to stand there and say nothing? The suspension will go down on my record. How can you be such a coward?
What is she gonna say? Listen to me, kid. You better stop throwing tantrums and do as I say, or you'll be out of here.
I wanted to scream in Dad's face, and I felt angrier at Mom for being quiet. That night, I felt the most alone I'd ever been. The worst part about this was I couldn't talk to Lena either, even though she'd tried calling me 1,000 times. That night, I slept with the worst headache of my life. And the next morning, I woke up to loud noises and Lena shaking me like a mad person. Wake up, dummy! Wake up! Fine, I'm up. What is that noise? Get dressed and come out. Your mom needs you. It's your dad. He's been arrested. Arrested? For what? Just come down. I rushed downstairs, and I was shocked to see our entire yard was surrounded by police cars and reporters shoving cameras in my face, asking a million questions all at once.
How does it feel to be the daughter of a lying thief?
Did you know about your father's crimes this entire time? Oh my God, what was happening? Just then, I spotted Mom talking to one of the reporters. Mom, what's happening? And why is Lena saying that Dad's been arrested? What Mom told me next shook my entire world.
Your father is a criminal, Clara. He was laundering money from his company to fake accounts abroad.
I just knew it. That's what all the money was for, right?
Yes. I didn't say anything because I wanted to protect your dad. But what's the point of saving his sorry butt when he couldn't even stand up and protect his daughter? So I told the police everything. I even gave them evidence. I don't want to live like a coward.
Mom, I'm so proud of you. And I'm sorry for calling you that.
It's okay. I know it was a lot for you. Now, let's start afresh.
Talking about a fresh start, can we be friends again? I miss you, and I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. Looks like you did me a favor there. If not for you, I wouldn't have been expelled, and Mom would have never taken the step forward. So, thank you. So that means we're cool? Well, will you treat me to boba tea later? And keep that Wendy away from me? You got it.
Hi there, I'm Ellie, and I've got a story that'll make you laugh, cry, maybe even question your own sanity. But hey, don't we all need that from time to time? So like and subscribe and strap in, because this roller coaster is about to take off. You see, I was born with a slight anger problem, the kind that made me want to karate chop a stuffed animal when I was just 5. Yep, I had anger issues. On a sunny day at the park, 5-year-old me just wanted to have fun on the swings and slides, but things took a different turn.
I'm gonna slide like a penguin. Move it. I'm going first. Hey, no cutting. That's not nice. Do I look like I care?
The bully pushed past me, smirking. Feeling furious, I climbed the ladder fast with my juice box in hand.
You'll be sorry, mister.
I squeezed the box hard, squirting juice straight into the bully's eyes. Then I slapped him and pushed him down the slide, and his nose started bleeding. He started crying like a baby, and his dad came running over.
What is wrong with you? Behaving like a monster? You should be ashamed of yourself.
I picked up a pebble and threw it at him, but it missed him by an inch.
Don't tell me how to feel. You should be thanking me for teaching your awful kid a lesson.
I threw another pebble at him and then ran away. Mom and Dad yelled at me all the way back home. I cried and said sorry. Then I jumped onto my parents and smothered them with kisses till they forgave me. Yeah, I think I'm a kind person in general. I mean, as long as I'm not angry. Fast forward to 1st grade, and there I was, little Ellie, eager to make friends at school. One day during recess, I spotted a group of girls playing hopscotch, and I approached them.
Hey you, I think we should be friends. No thanks, I already have friends.
Well, that didn't go as planned, but I wasn't giving up so easily.
Oh yeah? Well, you haven't met a friend like me.
I started shouting and spinning with my arms spread out like a wild little windmill. I even threw my sandwich on the ground.
I'm fun, I'm cool, and I'll bring snacks to share. So why wouldn't you want to be my friend? Say yes, or you'll regret it. Say it.
The girl hesitated, then let out a sigh.
Okay, fine, I'll be your friend. Please, just stop yelling at me.
And just like that, I made a new friend. Her name was Lucy, and she was the best. 2 years later in 3rd grade, my family told me one day that we had to move for Dad's job. Scared of losing Lucy, I got really angry.
I won't leave Lucy. She's my best friend, and I'm not going anywhere.
I protested by staying in our backyard treehouse, and I refused to come down till my parents changed their mind. We know you're upset, but we have to think about what's good for the family. But when I didn't budge, my parents caved after a few days. I was so happy, I finally climbed down from the treehouse. And I learned that standing up for what matters can make a difference, and that my anger was the best thing I had. It gave me whatever I wanted. What I didn't realize back then, though, was that Lucy eventually figured she could take advantage of my anger issues to get her way too. If she wanted something from someone, she'd come up with a sneaky plan to get me all riled up against that person. Yeah, it always made me the bad guy fighting and bullying people, while Lucy looked like she was the nice, calm friend of a monster. But no one got seriously harmed. As we entered middle school, though, Lucy started doing it more frequently and for bigger things, and I began getting into serious trouble. Like one day, Lucy came to me saying that Mrs. Thompson had called her into her office and said she was giving her a C- on her project.
You know what else she said? She told me that I should get myself a better friend because you're distracting me with all your fights and affecting my grades while you get good grades yourself. She even said that you hang out with me just so you can feel better than me. Can you imagine?
What? That's not true.
Of course I know that. Listen, in today's lesson, I'm gonna confront her about this psychological manipulation. And if she sneezes a lot, it means she's nervous that I've told you everything she said. You know all the teachers fear you,
but Mrs. Thompson is always sneezing because of her allergies.
Yes, but sneezing a lot means she's nervous and she's hiding something. She told us that once, but I guess you forgot.
Lucky you have me to remind you. When it was Mrs. Thompson's class, Lucy gifted her a red nose, and seconds later, when she confronted her about the manipulation, Mrs. Thompson started sneezing like crazy, and I felt furious.
How could you? I thought you were a nice teacher, but you're just like the rest.
And with that, I pushed her hard. She fell down and screamed in pain. While everyone's attention was focused on me, Lucy sneaked into Mrs. Thompson's laptop and changed her own grade on the project. Mrs. Thompson broke her arm, and I got suspended for 3 weeks. My parents were furious with me and insisted that I tell them exactly what happened. When I did, Mom said that Lucy was the manipulative witch here. I yelled at her and didn't talk to her for days. How could she say that about my BFF? Days later, I visited Lucy, and her mom opened the door and looked at me like I was some cockroach. Ugh, you again. What do you want? I heard what happened with Mrs. Thompson. Why can't you be a normal human being? Poor Lucy, she almost failed her project because of you. What? Yeah, you're crazy and you're affecting my child. She'll end up failing all her classes because of you.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
Because it's true.
Hey, listen, you silly woman.
I was about to scream at her when Lucy showed up and pulled me inside her bedroom.
Please, Ellie, you can't talk to Mom like that no matter what she says. But I'm a good friend and I forgive you. Now calm down, girl, and take the Snickers bar. I know it's your favorite candy.
Lucy had clearly been spreading lies about me, but I was too blind to see it back then. And when I returned to school, things were a bit different. A new girl, Isabella, had joined our class. She was rich, pretty, and quickly became popular. Lucy seemed annoyed by her existence, but she seems like a cool girl to me. Till one day, Lucy and I saw Isabella walking out of the bathroom, and I noticed a marker in her hand. Lucy went in to use the bathroom as I waited in the hallway, but moments later, she came out, dragging me back into the bathroom with her.
OMG, you gotta see this. You won't believe what Isabella wrote about you on the door. It's totally her handwriting.
I'm so done with this annoying psycho Ellie. She's always bullying everyone. I want a peaceful, calm school that I can brag about to my rich friends. I offer $1,000 to anyone who can get rid of her. DM me on this Instagram account if you're interested. What a stupid, ugly witch. Furious, I stormed over to Isabella. How dare you write that about me on the bathroom door? I saw you with that marker, so don't you dare lie to me. Ellie, seriously? I had a marker, but I was working on an art project. I didn't write anything about you. Oh, yeah? Well, Lucy seems to think it's in your handwriting, and Lucy said that? Okay, you should stop listening to that friend of yours. She's just using you like a puppet. Can't you see it? For some reason, Isabella's words struck a chord with me, like she just said something out loud that I kinda already knew. But I quickly brushed my thoughts away. You don't know anything. Just leave me alone. But Isabella didn't leave me alone. She'd always make an effort to talk to me and waved at me with a smile. I started warming up to her, and we got closer. But that drove Lucy crazy. One day during lunch, I was sitting with Isabella, laughing and chatting, when Lucy stomped over angrily.
Ellie, how could you ditch me for Isabella? After all we've been through together?
Just calm down, will you? I'm not ditching you, just spending time with Isabella. We can all be friends, you know.
Are you for real? How dare you replace me?
And with that, she pounced pounced on me. I didn't want to fight her, so I just pushed her away, but she grabbed my hair again. Luckily, someone called a teacher and Lucy got detention for 2 weeks. And I swear, those were the best 2 weeks of my life. Things were calm and peaceful, and I didn't have a single fight with anyone. Isabella even convinced me to start getting therapy for my anger issues, and I felt really good about it. Then one day, Isabella told me something. Hey, Ellie, yesterday when I got back from school, I was shocked to find Lucy in my house. I asked her what she was doing there, but before she could reply, her mom showed up. She's our maid. I swear I had no idea. She said she'd brought Lucy over to help her clean the kitchen before Christmas. Oh, yeah, I know that her mom works as a maid for you, but we never talk about it, because I don't want to embarrass her or anything. But I don't have a good feeling about her suddenly being in your house. She might be up to something fishy. So we decided to keep an eye on Lucy that afternoon, and we watched from a safe distance as Lucy's mom gave her instructions to clean. But just a few moments later, after her mom left, we heard a loud crash, followed by Lucy's scream. We rushed to find Lucy lying on the floor with a broken shelf and scattered kitchenware around her. We tried to help her up, but she screamed in pain and couldn't move. Just then, Lucy's mom and Isabella's parents came running too. Oh my God, what happened?
Oh, Mom, I was just reaching for something on the shelf, but it was unstable. It just all came crashing down on me.
Lucy's mom turned to Isabella's parents furiously. This is all your fault. You knew this shelf was broken and you never bothered to fix it. I told you so many times. Now my daughter is injured because of your negligence. I'm gonna sue you for this. You'll pay for the harm you've caused my daughter. Isabella's parents tried apologizing repeatedly, but Lucy's mom didn't listen to a word and called an ambulance to take Lucy away. I couldn't help feeling sorry for Lucy, although I was almost sure she'd hurt herself on purpose to cause trouble for Isabella and her parents. She probably hadn't expected it to be this bad. And sure enough, the injury was very bad, and Lucy couldn't walk for a few months. A few days later, the teacher planned a visit to Lucy's house for the class to cheer her up. But the moment we entered Lucy's room, she went ballistic, calling me a horrible friend who'd betrayed her and calling Isabella bad names too. I was feeling angrier by the second, but I tried staying calm. Just then, Lucy's mom walked in, and she started calling me a bad friend too. Are you here to hurt my Lucy even more, Ellie? You've made it obvious whose friend you really are. But be aware, Isabella, I'm certain she only chose you because you're rich. Ellie has always been a bad, rotten egg. Suddenly, I just snapped. I jumped at Lucy's mom and she fell back and hit her head on the floor. Everyone looked shocked, and I knew I'd messed up big time. I ran out crying. When Mom found out about it, she was so mad. Ellie, I can't believe you attacked Lucy's mom. She called me, threatening to contact child services and telling them that you need to be put in some rehab center because you're a danger for other people. I honestly felt terrified hearing that, and my first instinct was to lash out and scream in my defense. But instead, I took a deep breath and thought of my friendship with Isabella, and it helped calm me down. Mom, I know it was wrong, and I'm really sorry. I'm working on controlling my anger. I'll be better, I promise. Mom looked really surprised and then nodded, but she still took my phone away and grounded me for a month, and I didn't protest. I knew I deserved that. Back at school, Isabella told me Lucy's mom was going ahead with the lawsuit, and I really wished there was something I could do to help. Lucy or her mom wouldn't listen to a word I'd say. But then one day, I was in the school's bathroom when someone knocked on the stall door. It was Lucy's mom. Ellie, I need to talk to you. I've been reading Lucy's diary, and I've discovered the truth about her actions. She's been using your anger issues to her advantage. I sometimes had a feeling that something was off with Lucy's behavior, but I never knew for sure. Are you still gonna sue Isabella's parents or report me to child services? No, I just wanted to apologize to you, and I won't be causing you or Isabella's parents any more trouble. I'll also get Lucy the help she needs. We might even move to another town and live with my sister if it means Lucy can get better therapy. I'm so sorry for everything, Ellie, and I want to thank you for being a good friend to Lucy, despite everything. With that, she gave me a quick hug and left. I felt tears pricking my eyes. I was kind of sad I wouldn't get to see Lucy again, but I also felt lighter and free. Moments later, Isabella walked in. Ellie, everything's gonna be okay. Isabella hugged me tight, and for the first time in a long while, I felt like everything would be okay. Hi, I'm Leslie, and this is my story. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, My parents always fought a lot. Mom got so fed up that she yanked me out of bed one night and snuck me out the door.
Mom, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed.
Shh, quiet. The next thing you know, we'd moved to a tiny apartment in a strange town, and I hated it. I screamed and cried for Mom to take us back home.
Take me back. This is whack.
I tried reaching out to my dad, but he was always too busy. That made me sad, but Mom found ways to cheer me up. Eventually, I got used to our new place, and hanging out with Mom was pretty cool. After a while, Mom met someone new. Soon they were married, and we moved into a new house. My stepdad was nice, but his daughter was a witch. Hey, Dana. Welcome your new mom and stepsister.
Welcome them? Ew, Dad, they're poor. Why are we keeping them here and feeding them? They're disgusting and gross.
She's just kidding. She's a little shy. She's a sweetheart once you get to know her. Dana was the worst. She threw ketchup in my face, turned the lights off when I was reading, tossed my clothes out the window, and stole all my toys. I tried to tell my mom what was going on. Hey, babe, we're guests here. Dana is a bit spoiled, but we have to learn to accept her. Thank God Dana and I didn't go to the same school. Dana went to an expensive school for brats, and I begged my mom and stepdad to let me stay at my old school. But a few years later, things took a turn. My stepdad's company lost a ton of money, and he couldn't keep up with the bills. Girls, money is tight, so we'll have to enroll both of you in public school.
Public school? No!
Dana threw the biggest tantrum and refused to eat for a week, though I caught her sneaking cookies from the kitchen at night. On the first day of school, Dana acted like a total spoiled brat.
Hey, everyone. You might see this girl talking to me, but that doesn't mean we're related. She's just our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she is our maid.
No, she is our maid.
Dana and I fought all the time. We shouted at each other in the hallway, had a food fight in the cafeteria, and one time during science class, we started shoving each other and accidentally hurt the teacher who was trying to separate us. She ended up with a broken nose. The kids thought we were insane. Neither of us had any friends. I mean, I couldn't blame them. Dana was a crazy witch, and I'm cool, but shy and weird and insecure and invisible, so yeah. After weeks of being outcasts, we grew a bit closer, just a bit, 'cause we were lonely and we only had each other. Then one day in first grade, our parents sat us down to give us some news. We're gonna have a baby.
Oh, really? That's cool. A baby? Why would you go and do a stupid thing like that?
The baby came and my parents were so happy. A beautiful little boy. Isn't he precious? Let's call him Sam. I fell in love with Sam immediately, even though he was annoying. He cried a lot and puked and peed all over the place. Dana avoided Sam like the plague. She'd lock herself in her room and only came out to eat.
Look at his stupid, dirty face. OMG, why is he throwing food everywhere?
I played with Sam every day. You're so good with him, honey. Could you watch Sam while Dad and I run some errands? Sure, no problem. As time went on, Mom and Dad started leaving him with me all the time. Eventually, I was Sam's permanent babysitter. When Sam turned 2, he turned into a maniac. He drew on the walls with crayons, smashed an expensive vase, and poured milk in my dad's office drawer. And they blamed me every time. That vase cost a fortune. I'm taking it out of your allowance. But it's not my fault.
I told you so.
Told me what? That the brat was a bad idea. It's only gonna get worse. And Dana was right. One day I had a huge chemistry test and told my parents way in advance that I needed to study, but they still shoved Sam in my face and just left. I'd had enough. I dropped Sam off in Dana's room and headed out the door. Where do you think you're going? I'm done with this family. I'm out of here. You can't just leave me with this thing. Watch me. Look, Sammy, she has cookies. Sam grabbed Dana and I walked out the door.
No, get away.
Leave me alone.
Help.
I hopped on the bus and went straight to my dad's. He was out of town when I got there, so his maid let me in. For the first time in a long time, I had peace and quiet. My mom and stepdad freaked out when they found out I'd left, but I refused to come back. In school the next day, Dana ran up to me, looking crazy. I can't take it. Please, come back home. I thought you hated me. I do, but Sam's a demon. He tore up all my clothes and flushed my makeup down the toilet. Sounds like you're getting a taste of your own medicine. I turned to walk away, but then Dana started bawling like a big baby. Please, I'll do anything. Just come back home. Okay, maybe I'll come back, but on one condition. You have to do what I say when I ask. No way. I'm not your maid. You won't be my maid. You'll be my assistant. That's even worse. Take it or leave it. Dana reluctantly agreed, but even if she hadn't, I'd have moved back anyway because I missed my little Sam. The thought of him being ignored by my shallow parents and selfish Dana made me sick to my stomach. I moved back in, and whenever our parents left us with Sam, I'd set up a schedule so Dana and I shared the responsibilities. Things were great for a while, but they took a turn when Sam turned 10. He stole my mom's diamond ring and gave it to his classmate to impress her. A pretty ring for a pretty girl.
Are you crazy? I can't take this.
Sam got so mad, he punched the girl in the face. Then he sold mom's ring to his friend. I'll give it to you for $50. 40. Deal. One day, Sam's teacher called my parents in for a meeting. Of course, they were too busy to go and sent me and Dana instead.
We came because our parents have leukemia.
Oh my God. No. She means anemia. No, I think I meant amnesia. They're getting old and crazy. They're just sick, and we came instead of them. Can you tell us what the problem is? Sam gave one of his classmates a black eye. He broke a window, and he's been terrorizing the other students. When we got home, I went straight to Sam's room. We need to talk about what's going on with you in school. I'm busy. If you keep this up, you might get expelled. Get out! Sam slammed the door in my face. He was very stubborn, but I wanted to help him. When my mom and stepdad came back that night, Dana and I told them everything. It's those mean kids. They hate me, and they're always making fun of me because I don't have nice things. Oh, darling, we're so sorry. We'll buy you new clothes. Then Mom took Sam on a shopping spree. I couldn't believe they fell for his act. Later that night, my parents went out of town for a business dinner, and Dana and I were watching MSA videos in my room when Sam appeared out of nowhere. Hey, stupid witches, you're gonna pay for telling on me. Get out of the way, psycho. We're trying to watch TV. Sam pulled out a huge jar of crickets from behind his back and smashed it onto the floor. The crickets landed in our hair and all over our clothes.
Get them, my pretties.
A couple of months later, Mom and Stepdad called us into the living room to tell us we were moving into a brand new fancy house.
So, wait, we're rich again?
Yes, we have twice as much money as we had before. Thank God. I hated being poor. Now I can go to a fancy college. Only the best for my daughter. A month later, Dana left for college in another city. I could have gone away too, but I was too worried about Sam, so I got enrolled in a college close to home. But soon after, my stepdad enrolled Sam in an expensive private school, and he started hanging out with these spoiled rich kids. I had to make sure that he didn't get into some big trouble. In my sophomore year, I was reading in the park one day when suddenly I spotted a big dog running at crazy speed with a guy my age trying to grab his leash. His name was Alex, and he was a senior in my university. I gave him my hoodie, and we ended up talking for a while. I hadn't even realized 2 hours had gone by. Oh, shoot. I gotta go. I gotta check in on my little brother. So, how do I get your hoodie back to you? Maybe I could take you out for dinner tomorrow? Oh, I'm sorry, but with the university and some things at home, I really don't have time to date. Gotcha. Well, here's my number. Just let me know where I can drop it then. He started walking away, and so did I, but a part of me felt like I was doing the wrong thing. Hey, wait! How about a coffee tomorrow? Sounds like a good place to start. Alex and I started dating, and being with him just made me happy. For the first time, it felt like someone was noticing what I needed and was taking care of me. But things at home with Sam just kept getting worse. He was skipping classes and getting detention all the time. And then some creepy guys started coming around the house looking for Sam when my parents weren't home. When I asked him who they were, he just told me to mind my business. Then one night, Sam came home with a bruised face. Are you okay? What's going on? I'm fine, sis. I can take care of myself. Sam, I can't be your babysitter forever. I have a life of my own. And one day, I'll just leave. Then leave. My life, my choices. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change. Then he just hugged me and cried. The next morning, I tried to talk to him, but he was already gone. I'm worried about Sam. I think something's going on with him. You worry too much, honey. Sam's fine. Have you seen his face? He said he got hurt during football practice. Ugh. Soon after I graduated, Alex proposed and I was over the moon. I'd have to move out, but I would only be 10 minutes away from Sam. Not that he seemed to care much either way. And on my wedding day, Sam was nowhere to be found. I kept calling him, but I couldn't get through, and we couldn't postpone the ceremony any longer. I felt so upset that he had missed this. But 2 hours later, I finally got a panicked call from Sam, asking me to pick him up from some bad neighborhood. You're not a baby anymore. You just ruined one of the most important days of my life. I've always been there for you, and you couldn't even be there for me even today? I started to give up hope of fixing him. I was fighting a battle alone, a battle that wasn't mine. And my parents just made things worse. Sam failed high school, but my stepdad paid the school board to give him passing grades. It made me so mad, but I had no say in the matter. Then one day, the company I worked for gave me an amazing job promotion if I moved to California. It was a great opportunity, but I felt unsure. Alex supported me either way, but I tossed and turned all night thinking about what to do, and finally called Dana. You've got one life, Les. You can either live it for Sam or live it for yourself. Sam had started interning at his dad's firm, but I observed him for some weeks and saw that he still had the same kind of friends and was still blowing money and partying the same way. And I finally made my decision. What? You're going to California? That's across the country. I need you here, Les. No, not really. You only need me around to clean up your messes, but I'm done doing that, Sam. You were right. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change. Leslie, please. You're all I have. You've got Mom and Dad, and they'll take care of you in their own way. You're their kid. I just can't be your parent anymore. But you're my big sister, and I'll always be there for you as that. So when you decide to fix your ways, come and see me, okay? I love you, Sam, but I'm leaving. It's time.
Hi, I'm Emma from Chile. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Show your love for MSA with their awesome bottles and notebooks. Peek at the collection in the description and pick your favorites. My childhood was tough. My parents were always fighting. But when I grew up, I met Clara, and my life started to become better. We met on the first day of high school, and I remember it like it was yesterday. Hi, is this seat taken? No? Great. I saw you sitting alone and thought you needed some company. Is that a choco chip muffin? I love them. You get the best muffins at this coffee house nearby, but if you eat too many, you might get gas or a sugar rush. Sorry, I'm blabbering a lot, right? Kind of. You'll get used to it. I'm Emma, by the way. Do you want to be my friend? Trust me, we both need friends if we want to survive high school. Oh, okay. I'd like that. I'm Clara. Since that day, we were like gum. Clara was a pretty and shy girl, and me, well, I was the weird girl with a tiny obsession for Sherlock Holmes. You better not be asking who Sherlock Holmes is. Wow, that's an interesting outfit. It's my Sherlock Holmes uniform, Clara. I already told you like 1 trillion times. Yes, of course. How can I forget? The world's greatest detective, right? The best, the biggest, the most... Wait, are you teasing me? Wow, you figured it out. Guess you are good at detecting things. It's elementary, dear Watson. What? Oh, never mind. But despite my weirdy personality, Clara always stuck by my side until one day, everything started to break. I was coming back from school and saw Mom going crazy in rage. She was screaming at Dad, throwing his stuff outside, while Dad just looked like a deer in the headlights trying to stop her.
Let go of my hand. That's it. I can't live with someone who scams others. We're done. Get out of my house.
Please, not in front of Emma.
Why? She should know what kind of father she has. Tell her how you scammed people into investing money in your little Ponzi schemes. Tell her that you're a liar and a crook. Go on. A mouse got your tongue? Mom kept screaming at Dad, and I just couldn't take it. So I ran away to my room and locked my door. Mom followed me and was still screaming, but I just lay on my bed, trying not to cry. And later that night, she came into my room. I know you feel horrible, darling, but it's for the best. Your father was a good guy, but now he prefers money over his own family.
But what happened?
I don't know, dear, but I do know that you and I are going to be just fine. We're a team. Remember that, okay? The next day, I went to school feeling worse than ever, but I saw Clara and I got a little happy. Hey, I had the most awful day yesterday. Can we skip classes and talk? I really need to vent.
And why do you think I have the time to listen to you whine? Excuse me? Clara started to walk away from me, but I stopped her. No, wait, I don't understand. Did I do anything wrong? We can talk about it. Oh, God, if I have to listen to you talk one more time, I will kill myself. I don't even know how your parents tolerate you. You're so childish and annoying. I can't be around you anymore. But we're best friends. And now we're not. So please don't talk to me again.
Clara left, and I felt completely broken.
Did she always think of me like that?
I tried to talk to Clara between breaks, but she ignored me, and she did so for the rest of the week. I had no other friends, so I just spent my time in the school library reading some Sherlock Holmes. At least the books were loyal. But one day, I was walking to my next class and saw a notebook by the lockers. I opened it out of curiosity, and what I saw blew my mind. The notebook was full of pictures of Clara. Clara going to class, Clara in the gym, Clara walking to her house. What kind of crazy
creep would do something like this? I was flipping through the pages when I noticed someone familiar in one of the photographs. It was this guy from our class, Gerardo, and he was holding a camera in a mirror reflection in the photograph. I'd seen Gerardo following Clara around in school, and I always felt that there was something off about him, but Clara would never let me chase him away. And now he was taking her pictures? This guy was a freak, and I had to do something before Clara was in some serious trouble. So I went to the principal and explained everything to her.
I can't accuse any student without real proof, Emma. I mean, Gerardo is the official photographer for our yearbook. He could be taking pictures of anything else. But if you feel so strongly about this, I'll tell the teachers to be on the alert, okay?
But nothing ever happened. Since telling the principal blew up in my face, I fell back on the one thing that I knew would work. My awesome detective skills. I spent the entire night stalking Gerardo on social media, but it was a dead end. The only possible solution was to confront him. But the next morning when I entered school, I saw Clara walk in with Gerardo looking completely different. Her face was painted with makeup and her hair was all red. Oh my God, Clara, what happened? Did a radioactive spider bite you or something? What happened to your hair? And what's with the makeup?
Can you stop touching her, you freak, and get out of the way?
I wasn't talking to you, creepy stalker. Clara, what are you doing with him? Did he torture you? Do you need my help?
She doesn't need anything from you, so get lost if you have nothing to say.
Clara didn't look at me, so I walked closer to her, ignoring Gerardo's protests, and pulled out the notebook. Clara, this guy is a stalker. He's been taking your pictures since God knows when. Look, he's even in one of these pictures. Can you see that tiny little reflection in the background? Clara ripped the notebook out of my hands and finally looked at me, angry. What part of I don't want to be your friend didn't you understand? I don't care about your little detective games, okay? It's not a game. This guy is creepy and weird, and my boyfriend? He's my boyfriend, okay? Now stop insulting him with your dumb games and get out of my face. Clara stormed off before I could ask any questions, but Gerardo stayed, smiling at me.
Thank you for finding my notebook. I was worried about losing my favorite photos of my girlfriend.
Listen, I don't know how you brainwashed her, but she's not like that.
I didn't do anything to her. I just offered her a quick way to earn money.
What did you make her do?
Why don't you ask her?
He left with a victorious grin on his face. I started to feel really worried about Clara. The next day, after the end of the school day, I was determined to save Clara any way I could. So I decided to follow Gerardo like a shadow. After a while, I saw him slipping through the school back gate and entering a scary dark alley. I hid behind a pillar and saw him wait there. And moments later, a bunch of guys came in on their motorcycles, each scarier than the next.
How you feeling about tomorrow, boss? Pretty good. You have the motorcycle I asked for? Yeah, it's in Clara's house. Perfect. I taught Clara everything she needs to know about riding motorcycles, and I've told her to meet us right here tomorrow. I'm telling you, Clara's so ready for this race. She's gonna nail it. And what if she doesn't? Then we train her more till she can. But don't worry, I can feel that money is ours already.
Everyone started cheering in celebration, so I got out of there before they saw me. I ran until I found a bench and sat down. Clara was participating in a motorcycle race? Why? I had so many questions, but right now, the only thing on my mind was to save Clara from this dumb race. The plan was simple. I was gonna go to the dark alley after school and wait for Clara to show up, and then I would just grab her arm and run till we were safe. So the next day, I went to the alley extra early and waited for everyone to show up. Everyone, including Gerardo, was around, but Clara was nowhere in sight. Half an hour went by, and when she didn't show up, I decided to leave. But my jacket got caught in one of the boxes, and I fell, and all eyes turned to me. Whoopsie! I was just making sure there was no rats here. I think it's safe to say that this place is officially rat-free. Okay, bye! I turned around to run for my life when suddenly Clara popped in front of me, looking like a raging bull. I thought I asked you to stay away. I just want to help you, Clara. This is too much. I don't know what's happening with you, but I can help. How? You didn't even know your father's a scamster till your mom told you. I know you think you're some great detective and you can help everyone, but no, Emma, you can't. You have to stay away from this. Get that in your thick skull and leave me alone. I know you're saying this to hurt me, and I am hurt, I won't lie. But Clara, this is too dangerous and—
Okay, enough. My head's hurting listening to your annoying voice. Lock her up.
Wait, Clara tried to protest, but someone dragged me into a room nearby, took off my backpack, threw me in, and shut the door. I could hear Clara almost crying, so I pressed my ear to the door, trying to hear outside. I know she's in trouble, but you can't leave her here.
You need to focus right now. We'll come back for her later, I promise. Now get on the motorcycle. You've got a race to win.
I tried to scream for help, but I gave up after a while and just sat down on the floor. Ugh, how did I let this happen? I spent hours walking in circles and knocking on the door, but then I suddenly came up with an idea. I'd read in the Sherlock Holmes books how to pick locks with a hairpin, so I took the one I had in my hair and started to try it. Something clicked, and all all of a sudden, the door opened. Bullseye! I knew I had it in me. Okay, now focus. I left the alley and started to run without direction, but then I heard sounds of motorcycles. I went down a stone stairway and found a giant tunnel full of motorcycles and people. And Clara! But before I get Clara out of there, I need to do something else. Hello? 911? Come to Keller Street, down the stone stairway, and hurry up. There's an illegal motorcycle street race happening. Can you provide me with your name? There's no time. Hurry up! I hung up and ran down the stairs. All the motorcycles were already lined up, and Clara was on one of them. I could see Gerardo talking to some guy, so I ran to Clara without him seeing me. Come with me. It's impossible to escape from you, right? You can roll your eyes later. Just get off this thing and come. Emma, you don't understand. I found out a week ago that my parents declared bankruptcy, and we might have to move to a homeless shelter. He's a liar. Look at that nose on his face. It's so plastic and fake. You can't trust him. His nose was really crooked. You should have seen. Wow, great story. Let's save it for another time. Now come. Just as Clara stepped down from the motorcycle, we heard police sirens outside. I pulled Clara away before Gerardo or anyone else could frame her. How? Shh, you're a suspect. If anyone asks why you're hiding behind this bush, pretend that you're from a really exotic island, you know? Maybe you're collecting a... Emma, I'm such an idiot. I've ruined everything. My grades, my life, my future, our relationship. Gerardo told me not to talk to you anymore because he wanted me all to himself. Emma, I am so sorry about everything. I just really need my friend right now. Hey, don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. You and your family can stay with us until you guys get back on your feet. Let's just go home and get you cleaned up. I missed you. I missed you too, Emma. Thank you. And I opened the door to find the most gorgeous boy ever standing outside.
Hello, I'm Eric. We got some of your mail. I came to return it.
I just stared at him, dumbstruck, feeling acutely aware of how terrible I looked. Just then, Meredith pushed me out of the way.
Hey, thanks. You're such a lifesaver. Haven't seen you around before.
I just moved into the house across the street.
The big white one with the quadruplets?
Yeah, they're my brothers.
What? No, they can't be related to you. They're very unattractive.
Meredith, can't you ever sugarcoat anything?
I am sugarcoating. Did I call them ugly ogres?
I am so sorry.
It's okay. People have this reaction often. I'll see you girls around.
He flashed his beautiful smile at us and then left.
Wow, Eric stole his brother's luck, the schoolboy's luck, the neighborhood boy's luck, and his mother's and his father's luck, and the whole town's.
I agree. He's beautiful. I hope he's smart and funny and kind too. I'm sure he is. I never believed in love at first sight till I met Eric. Okay, maybe love is an exaggeration, but I was crushing on him hard. Freddie, how does this purple dress look on me?
Claire, what the? You can't just come in without knocking? What if I wasn't wearing a towel?
Well, you are. So unclench your butt. Now, what do you think about the dress?
Hey, Freddie, I want your opinion on this red dress. Oh, hi, Claire. I didn't know you were here.
Have some respect for my privacy.
What are you talking about? Actually, I don't care. Now tell me, I look hot, right? Of course I look hot. I could wear a potato sack and I'd look hot. I can do hot in my sleep.
What's the dress for?
The party at Eric's place? What, did you think you're the only one who got invited?
The red's a bit much for a casual housewarming party, no?
Yeah, you're right. It's more of a second date dress. Thanks, I'll look for something else. And your dress looks lovely.
I am not your sister, and you can't treat me like this. I am a man.
Okay, thanks for the news flash. Come on, Claire, let's go before Freddie has a heart attack.
The party was coming up soon, but I knew there would be many guests, and I wouldn't really get a chance to talk to Eric then. So I decided to drop by to borrow some sugar one evening. But my heart sank when I spotted Meredith and Eric in the kitchen, and they were kissing. I couldn't believe that witch. It was so obvious I was crushing on Eric, wasn't it?
Can you give me some mashed potatoes, Claire?
I lifted a spoonful and threw it straight at her face.
Claire! What the heck?
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't want them on your face? You should have been clearer then.
You got a problem with me?
What a genius. Since you're so smart, I'm sure you already knew I liked Eric, but you went after him anyway. Yeah, I saw you two kissing.
Oh my God, what? You like Eric? I had no idea. You should have been clearer too.
Cut it out, okay? You knew.
Did not.
Okay, so now that you know, will you stop seeing him?
No, duh.
Are you really into him?
Not really. I barely know him, but he's cute and rich and he likes me. You did see that he was kissing me back, right?
I flung another dollop of mashed potato straight in her eye and stormed off. Fine, that jerk could have Eric. I wasn't even gonna go to the party now. But on the night of the party, when I heard music floating from across the street, I couldn't help myself. Eric had just known Meredith for 2 days. This battle wasn't over yet. I knew I looked smoking hot as I marched up to Eric and Meredith in her stupid red dress. She looked furious to see me before she turned sickly sweet.
Oh, hi. I thought you were unwell and not coming, honey. How are you doing now, honey?
I'm good, honey. How are you, honey?
I'm great, honey. Do you like my honey, honey?
What honey? Honey?
The honey, honey.
I see no honey. Honey?
What's happening here?
Don't worry about it. Let's go get some honey, honey.
We don't have any honey, Meredith.
Honey! You ruined it. You should have ended the sentence with honey.
Don't mind her, Eric. You already know she's rude. And she has a vile temper. She once tried stealing money from an old lady and kicked her hard when she resisted.
Oh, so that's how it's gonna be, huh? Eric, did you know that Claire is so dumb? I told her when we were kids that if she ate bluebells, her eyes would turn blue like mine. She ate a bunch and then pooped her pants in school.
Didn't Meredith tell you she used to fart in the neighbor's jacuzzi just because they said they liked me more than her? It went on for a month.
Oh, how about the time you dropped Mom's toothbrush in the toilet and just put it right back? Imagine someone being so awful to their own mother.
Meredith has a boyfriend who works in a mental institution, and he steals the patient's clothes from there for her. Imagine doing that to sick people.
Claire keeps acting like she doesn't know her best friend is in love with her, and she keeps using him for his money.
What? Are you talking about Fred? I've never used him, and he's not in love with me.
Oh, please. A blind person can see Freddie's been in love with you since day one.
Shut up.
You shut up.
How about you shut the heck up?
Not till you shut up first.
I pushed Meredith out of my way, but I ended up pushing a little too hard, and she crashed straight into the punch bowl. She got up and charged me, and we landed straight on the food table. As Eric was trying to pull us apart, Freddie suddenly ran in.
Claire, Meredith, stop! Your mom, she isn't okay. You gotta come now.
We ran outside to see Mom unconscious and being wheeled into an ambulance. Since Freddie's dad was a neurosurgeon, he took Mom's case and ran tests for weeks to discover that she had some inflammation in her brain for unknown reasons, which had sent her into a coma. Freddie's dad decided to enter her name in a clinical trial for rare brain diseases since she met all the criteria. But what's it going to cost us?
We take one pro bono case for the trial, but there will still be other hospital expenses. And you girls will have to figure out something soon. Do you have any relatives?
We had to contact our grandparents, but to our surprise, Mom didn't even have their numbers saved in her phone. All we had was a framed picture with their names signed at the back. Freddie offered to hire a private investigator, and within a week, he said they'd been found and were flying over to see us. But I couldn't help noticing as they got out of the cab that they didn't look rich at all.
Those paupers are our grandparents?
They're definitely the people from the picture.
Why do Grandma's shoes look like something out of a museum? And Grandpa's coat is missing 3 buttons.
The old lady hobbled towards us and hugged us tight.
Oh, girls, it's so good to see you. We had no idea we had granddaughters till yesterday.
You look nothing like our son, though.
Your son? No, we're your daughter's kids.
Oh, honey, we don't have a daughter. The private investigator who tracked us down did say our daughter was looking for us, but we just assumed that was our son who ran away from home 18 years ago. He was always saying he'd change into a woman one day.
What? Our mom used to be a man?
No, this is crazy. Look at this picture. Does this woman look anything like your son?
Our son is ugly, and I remember this woman. Alfred, you remember this beautiful lady came to stay at our motel many years ago? She disappeared suddenly one night, and the next day some mafia men turned up looking for her.
Ah, yes. Those men kept turning up for weeks. They seemed like bad news. I'm happy to hear the lady is okay.
So, you're not her parents? Then why does she have this picture of you guys?
She took it from the motel. I don't know why. I'm so tired, dear. Can I rest for a little while?
No, if you're not our rich grandparents, you gotta go. Taxi!
Meredith sent them packing immediately, and we just stood staring at each other.
When was Mom in a motel? And why were there bad men after her?
She told us all our lives these random people are our grandparents. What else has she been lying about? Apparently, a lot of things. When we checked out if she had any health insurance, she couldn't be found in the system. I went to the diner where she'd been working for years to see if the manager could help, only to find out that no one there had ever seen her. We had no clue where she'd been going all this time while she was pretending to work, or where she got her salary from. Meredith and I tore up Mom's room looking for more clues. We didn't find anything in the closets or under the bed, but I pulled the rug away and came across a loose floorboard. We pried it open to find a laptop and so many fake IDs and passports, all belonging to Mom. Oh my God.
Mom? As a French redhead?
Her hair is black here, and she's Swedish. We opened the laptop, but we couldn't get past the security code. We asked Freddie to come over and told him everything. And when he went over the laptop, he let out a low whistle.
Whoa, this is heavy encryption and insane firewalls. Is your mom from the CIA or something? Have you ever seen her using this laptop?
Yeah, I have once, but she told me she borrowed it from a friend to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Who is this woman?
We really had no idea, except that her hair dye started fading soon, and we discovered she was a natural blonde. We still desperately needed the money and contemplated selling the house, but we couldn't even find any documents for it. For the first time in my life, I felt overwhelmed and completely out of ideas. Then one night, as Meredith and I were sitting on the porch, Freddie joined us, looking grim.
I need to tell you guys something about the clinical trial. There's only a 50% chance that your mom will get the drug that could make her well.
What do you mean? Doesn't everyone get the drug?
No, half the patients get a placebo drug. Oh God, I did something really wrong. I checked the files of everyone on the clinical trial, and your mom has been assigned the placebo drug. She's not going to get the treatment.
So that's it? We're just going to sit back and watch, knowing there's no chance of her getting better? Make your dad give her the drug!
I can't. Dad would lose his medical license if anyone thought he interfered with the trial.
Then why did you even tell us, Freddie?
Freddie looked at me silently. He told us because he and his dad can't do anything, but we can.
Whatever you plan, I can't be part of it, but you have to do it soon. The trial starts next week.
Thank you, Freddie. You don't know what this means to us.
Of course. I'd do anything for you, Claire.
For the first time, I saw what had maybe been so obvious all along. Freddie was in love with me, and I was about to use it to my advantage.
It had been a day. My evil nemesis had taken my spot as valedictorian, a solid gold helicopter landed in my backyard, and I was being stalked by a prince. And it all began when I almost went into a coma. It all started as I was walking around the school garden. I spotted my favorite purple flower, but as I held it up to my nose, I panicked when I heard that all too familiar buzzing sound. I tried to swipe it and run away, but it came right at me. Ow! I dropped everything, fell to my knees, and desperately searched for my medicine. You see, I was severely allergic to bees, and if I got stung, it was just moments before I would stop breathing.
I've got you.
I turned to see Chandler, the mysterious new student at school who always wore dark sunglasses and a long coat, holding my medicine and rushing toward me just as I passed out. As I woke up, I was staring into the most beautiful yet unfamiliar face I had ever seen smiling at me. Who is this?
You're okay. I gave you your injection just in time.
I touched his face and realized that I was in his arms. I must be hallucinating because one of your eyes is brown and the other is blue.
Must be the way the light is hitting it.
He suddenly got uncomfortable and jumped up quickly, putting his dark coat and glasses back on. I immediately pushed him away when I realized it was Chandler. Wait, were you watching me?
Don't be so dramatic. This isn't your private garden. Besides, I only saw you because you were running in circles screaming like a lunatic.
I looked around to gather my things and pick myself up. And what's with the outfit, Dracula? Are you afraid I am going to discover your secret identity? And as I turned towards him, he was already gone. Okay, no one ever has to know that the class weirdo saved my life, or that for a minute I thought about him as someone other than a Twilight cosplayer. I mean, the first time he actually talks to me and then he runs away like a crazy person, and now I'm talking to myself like a crazy person. Ugh! Hi, my name is Monica, and this is my story of how my biggest nemesis became the reason I found happiness. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. That weekend, I invited my best friend Phoebe to play tennis at my house on our private court. I told her what happened, and she started screaming like a Swiftie. Oh my God, Mon! He's totally into you. Ew, gross. Well, he never talked to any of the girls at school before, so it definitely meant something. He's too weird for me. Besides, I have so much going on with being valedictorian and homecoming queen this year. I don't have time for a fan fiction fanatic. Rumor has it that his family has ties to the mob, and that will make your love story even hotter. I can see it now. Coming to theaters soon. Mafia Queen and her mysterious man. That might be your fantasy, but mine is a little more Prince Harry than Dirty Harry. Suddenly, a solid gold helicopter landed right on the tennis court. Talk about be careful what you wish for. We had to hold on to the net so we wouldn't get blown into the next yard. The truth is, I was more annoyed than surprised, since we lived in a very rich neighborhood, and our neighbors were constantly landing at our house by mistake. Oh man, if this is one of the Blackpink girls again, my dad's gonna explode. But it was actually my childhood friend Ross, who'd moved to Germany when his mom married royalty. I hadn't seen him in 5 years. I barely recognized him. He ran to me and hugged me.
Hey, hot stuff. Tell me how much you miss me.
Ross? Holy extreme makeover! You look amazing! Where's the rest of you?
You like it? I lost 80 pounds, got rid of my acne, and now I wear contacts.
Are you, posing for me? Just then, he spotted Phoebe standing behind me.
Who's the dweeb?
Dweeb? This is Phoebe. She's my best friend.
Of course. You needed a pet to keep you company while I was away. Okay, well, I'm back now, so run along, dweeby. Monica and I have a lot of catching up to do.
I put my arm around her to stop her from slapping Ross and smiled uncomfortably. Wow, you sure have changed.
I know. The new and improved 3.0 Rosso-Rama.
He flexed and winked at me. Why don't you go say hi to my parents? I'll meet you inside. Just as Phoebe was about to say something to him, I put my hand over her mouth. I know he seems like a jerk, but growing up he was the sweetest guy. Please, just give him a chance. What? Oh, I said I'll give him a shot, but if his manners don't improve, I'll show him how good I am with a tennis racket. My parents told Ross he could stay with us until his parents arrived a few weeks later. I thought it would also be a good chance for us to reconnect and for him to remind me of his sweet side that I used to love so much. Yeah, that so didn't happen. From the minute he arrived, he was bossing all the house staff around and constantly parading around with no shirt. Sure, he had a great body, but the minute he opened his mouth, I wanted to put my boot in it. Let's face it, guys, somewhere out there, there's even someone who Ryan Gosling annoys, am I right? And to make matters worse, he insisted on taking his precious gold helicopter everywhere, to the mall, the movies, and worse, to my school. One day, the helicopter landed on the football field, and as he stepped out, he took a t-shirt gun and shot shirts with a picture of his face on them at all the girls swooning over him.
Yes, ladies, and a few of you boys, I see you. Your dream man, Prince Ross, has arrived.
He walked over and put his arm around me and held my hand.
I thought I would pick you up and we can go for protein shakes at the new juice bar.
Just then, Rachel, the most spoiled little rich girl in our school and my arch nemesis, rushed up to him. We have never actually had royalty here. Would you sign this for me? Ross dropped my hand and proceeded to flirt with her.
What's your name?
Rachel, but you can call me yours. Aha! Yours. Until someone else comes along in 3, 2, 1. Excuse me. Let's face it, you change your mind about boys more often than a traffic light says go. And speaking of that, why don't you just go? Rachel went to charge at me, but Ross got in between us both.
Aw, ladies, I know it's hard, but don't fight over me.
I was so disgusted that he was acting this way. You know what? You can have him. Later that day, he came up to me at the house.
Can we talk?
If it's about how amazing you are, no thanks. I think I've had enough of the Royal Ross reality show to last me a lifetime.
Actually, I wanted to tell you I'm sorry about how I acted, and I brought you these.
He handed me a bag of gummy worms.
Remember when we were little and we used to bury them in the backyard because we wanted to set them free?
You remember that?
Of course. You were, and hopefully still are, my best friend.
You were. You are. It's just that you were acting
I was just trying to impress you. You befriended me when no one else did, and I wanted to show you that I was finally worthy of you.
You don't need all that to impress me. I chomped on a gummy. Just you, me, and maybe we eat the worms instead of burying him this time. We stayed up all night talking, and it was like I had my best friend back. I was in such a good mood until I got to school and heard the announcement. Our new valedictorian and also homecoming queen for this year's senior class is Rachel. I didn't hear anything after that. My blood boiled. How could she have beaten my GPA? Wasn't she failing math last week? I was so mad I wasn't looking, and I bumped into Chandler and almost fell over, dropping all my books, but he caught them and me before we hit the floor with almost superhuman speed. He pushed his sunglasses to the tip of his nose, and he looked at me with a hypnotic stare as he held me.
Running from another bee?
I could only manage to mutter as I started to melt into his gaze. GPA, homecoming.
Oh yeah, I heard. You should definitely ask for an investigation because Rachel is as likely to have gotten those 2 honors as I am to wear ballet slippers to school.
I felt like time stood still, and I never wanted it to start again. But then Phoebe walked up with a big grin on her face and tapped me on the shoulder. "What you doing?" I was startled, but Chandler didn't let go. His big, strong arms just held me. I'm okay now. You can let me go. He released me, took a step toward me, and whispered in my ear.
I don't know if I can let you go.
Okay, Twilight. If you're done talking with my bestie into joining your coven, we're late for class. As we walked to class, Phoebe couldn't help but tease me. He's too weird for me. I don't have time for that. I want Prince Harry. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Hubba hubba. I had after-school activities that day, so I got home late and walked into an unusually quiet house. Mom? Dad? Where is everyone? Even the staff was gone. Something was wrong. Then I heard a strange noise from the living room. I grabbed an umbrella from the closet and held it up, ready to beat up the intruder, and slammed open the door.
Whoa, okay, you can pick the movie.
I looked around to see Ross had set up a movie night for us with popcorn and gummy worms. Ross?
Hey, baby, I heard about the whole Rachel thing, and I thought you need a little cheering up.
Where is everyone?
Your mom and dad mentioned going to dinner across town. I think they left you a note on the kitchen counter, and I gave the staff the night off so we could chill together.
It did seem sweet, but something still felt off. I sat down next to him on the couch, and he handed me the popcorn. Wait, how did you know what happened today? Did you have one of your groupies spying on me?
Aw, babe, are you jealous?
Of your Rossettes? Never.
Good, 'cause you're the only girl for me.
He put his arm around me and went to kiss me. I was so shocked that I dumped the popcorn on his head. What are you doing? We are just friends. I don't think of you that way.
Maybe in time, you will. I'm a prince now. I can give you even more than you already have.
I'm sorry, Ross, but it's been a long day. I'm just gonna go to bed. As I walked to my room, I could feel him watching me.
Okay, but I'm here if you need anything.
When I woke up for school the next day, the house was still eerily quiet. I looked in my parents' bedroom and the bed was still made. I remembered that Ross said they left me a note and went to the kitchen. When I read the note, I screamed.
What is it? What's wrong?
The note. My parents have been kidnapped. They said if I call the police, I'll never see them again.
It's okay. I'm here for you. We'll find them.
He went to hug me, but I had a bad feeling, so I moved away and reached for my phone instead.
Who are you texting?
I need Phoebe.
No! I'm your best friend. You don't need anyone else. You have me.
He knocked the phone out of my hand, smashing it into pieces. I ran out the door. I had to get as far away from Ross as possible. Instead of putting Phoebe in danger by going over to her place, I ran towards the one person I knew who could possibly handle the kidnappers, someone who lurked in the shadows. I need Chandler. I ran all the way to school and snuck in, just in case Ross was around. But trying to find Chandler was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just when I was about to give up, I felt a hand on my shoulder.
Looking for me?
You scared me! We need to work on you approaching people head on, but yes, I need you.
I'm flattered.
No, you don't understand. My parents have been kidnapped, and I need you to use your mafia connections to help me get them back. He stopped for a minute, then burst out laughing. You are horrible! You are laughing that my parents got kidnapped? I knew this was a mistake. Forget you. Forget all the boys. I'll do this myself.
No, wait. I'm sorry. I was just laughing because you think I'm involved in organized crime. I mean, I've heard all the rumors about me. I have fangs. I'm a spy. My favorite is that I'm a 30-year-old undercover cop, but the mafia, that's a new one.
He touched my face and wiped my tears. Wait, you're not?
No, sorry to disappoint you.
No, that's actually a good thing, although this might have been the one time I needed it to be true.
I'm so sorry to hear about your parents, and of course, I'll help you find them.
Maybe it was his confidence or the fact that I didn't know who else to turn to, but I believed him.
So, the first thing is...
Just then, Ross came barreling down the hallway in attack mode, heading straight for Chandler.
Take your hands off of her. I'll save you, Monica.
Chandler whipped off his trench coat and mocked Ross by waving it at him like a bullfighter.
Taro!
Just as Ross was about to pounce, Chandler pulled back the coat to reveal a locker, and Ross drove head first into it.
That should slow him down for a little bit.
But Ross got up and was as angry as ever.
She's mine. And as soon as I stop seeing double, I'm coming for her. Or maybe not. Time to go.
He grabbed my hand and we rushed out of the school doors to his motorcycle. I'm not getting on that thing with you. But then I turned to see Ross running towards us.
Change of heart?
He tossed me his extra helmet and we took off. We drove for a while to make sure we weren't followed, then pulled over.
I think we should go back to your house, see if we can find any clues.
Good idea, but we have to be careful because I don't want to run into...
the Rossinator.
But before we go, I need to know, why did you agree to help me? We don't even really know each other.
You mean saving your life doesn't fall under the category of we're friends now?
Okay, good point. But I feel like you are avoiding telling me about you.
Well, I would love to take you for coffee and tell you my life story, but you might want to rescue your parents first.
Also a good point. Okay, there's a door at the back of the house that leads to the wine cellar. It's been sealed off, but if we can get in, I can get into the house from there without anyone seeing. Once we got to the house, I tried to pry it open. Ugh, it's been closed so long it must be rusted shut.
Here, let me try.
He handed me his coat. If it's easier, you can take off your shirt too. He paused for a moment and gave me a flirty smile. I mean, so it doesn't get dirty.
Oh, I think you would like me if I was dirty.
Then he tore off his shirt, and it was like I had won the hot guy lottery. Yet when he tried to open the door, he only got it to move a little.
Maybe if we both try. You grab the handle first, and I'll wrap my arms around you and we'll pull together.
The one time I don't have my phone to post this on Instagram. As he put his huge muscular arms around mine, I could feel his heart beating. And once again, I wish I could have made this time stand still in that moment forever. Then suddenly the door gave way and we both went tumbling backward. I landed on top of him with our faces so close that our lips were practically touching. Your eyes are so beautiful. Were you born that way?
No.
He looked embarrassed. What is it? You can trust me.
I actually grew up in the poor section of town, and one day I saw a little boy wandering the streets about to get hit by a car, and on instinct I dove in front to save him. The next thing I know, I'm waking up after surgery with this eye, and it turns out the boy was the governor's son. He paid for the best medical care and even sent me to finish my education at your school.
Holy Bruce Wayne! Is this guy too good to be true or what? This would be that moment in the movie when we would have our first kiss. Just then, I paused because I heard quiet yelling, except I didn't imagine hearing my parents yelling my name in the background. Then I realized it actually was my parents! I jumped up and rushed into the wine cellar, and there were my parents tied up and blindfolded. I ran to set them free and hugged them. Who did this to you?
We don't know. Last thing we remember, we were on our way to dinner, then we heard a helicopter and everything went dark. Then we woke up here.
Helicopter? Obviously, Ross. But we can't prove it because we didn't see him. We only heard a female voice.
I think I might have an idea, but we would need your mom and dad to stay out of sight, so Ross continues to believe that he controls the situation.
My parents agreed, and we brought spare food, blankets, and a corkscrew from the pool house down to the cellar to make them more comfortable. Call the police in exactly 3 hours and tell them to come to the school to arrest your kidnapper. And Mom, Dad, don't drink all the wine in the cellar. We rode back to school and snuck in through the gym. Okay, Super Cop, what's your plan?
Well, you know how you think I'm all mysterious? I'm about to reveal to you who I really am.
He walked me into the audio-visual classroom, and all the movie nerds turned to look with their mouths open.
You brought a girl into the secret chamber?
How many times do I have to tell you, Joey? It's not exactly a secret. It's a classroom at a school.
Potato.
Hold up. You're a movie nerd?
Yep, I'm proud of it. And me and my group of nerds are gonna catch Ross confessing on tape. You see, we helped install the security cameras in the school so we can access them.
Security cameras? Can you access footage from a few days ago?
Sure. What are you looking for?
I'm not sure, but I'll know it when I see it. Go back to a few hours before they announced the valedictorian.
Hey, weren't you supposed to be?
Don't remind me. There, right there!
Is that Ross sneaking into the office and changing the winner to Rachel?
I knew that jerk wasn't working alone. I bet he did that for her, so she would help him kidnap my parents.
That must have been the female voice they heard.
Now to put our plan into action. I borrowed one of the nerds' phones and called Ross to meet me at school. Once he saw me, he ran and hugged me. It was all I could do not to vomit, so I played it cool. Oh, Ross, thank God you're here. I was so worried for you. The police arrested Rachel for tampering with the school votes, and she said she was going to blame you for kidnapping my parents.
What? That's crazy. I had nothing to do with any of that. She must be saying that because she has a super crush on me. But you know, my heart and my helicopter belong to you.
Just then, Rachel came out of the AV classroom where she had been watching on camera as Ross blamed her. You liar! You are the one who wanted to kidnap her parents so you could save them and make her fall in love with you. Oh, Ross, you did that for me? Oh, that's so romantic.
Well, in that case, yes, it was all my idea. I would do anything for you. That's a wrap.
The police arrived, and even as they carted him and Rachel off in the police car, he was still patting himself on the back.
Can't believe you're choosing him over me. I'm a catch.
Phoebe came running up to me and gave me a great big bear hug. Mon, I've been so worried. You weren't answering your phone, but I finally talked to your parents and they explained everything to me. I knew that jerk was no good. Maybe next time you listen to your best friend. 100% from here on out. Best friends forever. Later that night, Chandler and I finally had that cup of coffee and learned a lot about each other.
Monica, I've liked you since the first time I laid eyes on you fleeing from a bee. I knew then you were my movie queen, and I just hoped that you'd be okay with dating a poor movie nerd on a scholarship. So, is this the part in the movie when the hero finally kisses the heroine?
Nope.
This
is the part when she kisses him.
Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food. The texture. Oh, the crunch. The glaze. The magic. Ah!
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you.
They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, you're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks? Broody boy has kitchen skills?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity.
Welcome to the life that endless you, where the story's changing and the lead is you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of the story. Turning our scars into stars and our grit into glow.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love?
You've heard of a rags to riches story, but how about a riches to rags one? Like and subscribe to hear my reverse Cinderella story. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is Patricia, but since we're friends, you can call me Trisha, but not Patty. I hate Patty. Growing up, I was extremely rich, like next level rich, like Oprah meets Rihanna meets King Charles rich. It was all thanks to my mom, who the world knew as Cheryl. She was the most impressive person I knew. She and her best friend, whose name I won't mention for reasons that will soon become clear, were business tycoons who got a ton of investors and created a huge mega corporation right out of college. Ever heard of Amazon? Their business was kind of like that. Let's call it BFF Enterprises. It employed thousands of people all across the country, and Mom and her friend reaped the rewards of their extraordinary efforts. I aspired to have a BFF like Mom's. As a VIP daughter of a VIP, I was enrolled in etiquette classes immediately. By the time I was 5, I was practically Julie Andrews. You know, the queen from the Princess Diaries, only smaller. I was treated like a princess, with people attending my every need. When I showed an interest in art, I was gifted all of the finest art supplies and was even able to practice by creating portraits of some of the coolest celebrities. I can neither confirm nor deny that those were the celebrities who I painted. Yeah, my life was pretty much perfect until someone ruined everything. One day, there was a huge commotion next door at Mom's best friend's house. All of a sudden, the door swung open and I was shocked to see Mom's bestie in handcuffs. It turned out she who must not be named, that's what I called her, had been stealing a ton of money from their company. Because of that, their business went under and thousands of people lost their jobs. To make matters worse, an angry former employee was convinced that Mom must be to blame too. He put together a whole manifesto and brought Mom to court. Fortunately, Mom was declared innocent. I knew she always would be, of course. She who must not be named was proven guilty and sent to jail. The employee who had lodged a case against Mom ended up behind bars for defamation too. Mom's name was cleared and she and I lived happily ever after. That's the end of my story. Thanks for tuning in. Just kidding. It got a whole lot worse from there. Even though she was innocent, the public knew Mom as the face of the company, and they were mad. Mom and I weren't exactly well-equipped to fight off an angry mob, so the government intervened for our safety, and we were forced to join the Witness Protection Program and completely change our identities. We were given cover stories and everything. So, remember before when I said my name was Patricia? Well, that was sort of the half-truth. I had a different name before all of this mess. A gorgeous name. But that and everything else were taken from me when she who must not be named ruined my life. I was pulled from my life of glamour and ease and relocated to here. Yeah, the house was a serious downgrade from what I was used to. See what I mean about an opposite Cinderella story? I know this is different from what we're used to. At least we still have each other. One day, we'll live in a big mansion again. I hoped she was right. In the meantime, Mom set up security cameras everywhere. She was afraid someone would somehow find out who we were and try to break in and steal whatever valuables we had left. That fall, I started up at my new school. I thought it would be a breeze. I'd never had any problems making friends before in my fancy school, back when I had money. But here, everyone was staring at me as I walked in. I felt like a total fish out of water. What, are you like from Gossip Girl or something? It got worse in the classroom. May I use the washroom? Mayhaps the princess would like a peasant to escort her. And even worse than that in the cafeteria. Look, Gossip Girl thinks she's at a royal banquet. Here, have some slop like the rest of us, princess. I was about ready to blow my cover and demand Mom let us move back to her old life when... Hey, leave her alone. Your mama sure would be mad if I told her that this is how you minded your manners. Wow, thank you for that. Don't mention it. Someone has to show you some proper small-town hospitality. I'm Sally. Patricia. Where are you from, Patricia? I grew up in the big city with a ton of money. My paternal grandparents invented trail mix, but my dad walked out on me and my mom and took all of our riches with him. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry to hear that. We used to have more money too, but, well, it's complicated. It's hard, what with being one of 6 kids. Hey, if you'll let me, I would love to help you learn the ropes of a small-town life on a budget. Under Sally's wing, I started to really get the hang of my new life. She taught me all the tips and tricks to finding the best deals while thrift shopping. $5, final offer. The art of sandwich making. The more cold cuts, the better. Even how to use a lawnmower. She was a hoot. While all the other neighborhood kids were riding bikes, Sally would show up places driving her dad's lawnmower. And you don't need a license for this? Nope. Weirdly, though, I never actually saw Sally's dad, but more on that later. Sally encouraged my painting, even if it meant using unconventional canvases. She was the most thoughtful friend I ever had. In turn, I taught Sally all about how to host a proper high tea and even how to ballroom dance. Sally was a total girly girl at heart, and I could tell she appreciated feeling like a princess for once. Over time, Sally and I became inseparable, and we especially loved taking her lawnmower out for joyrides. Hey, instead of zooming around town, why don't you put that machine to good use and mow my lawn? I'll throw you $20.
$30. Final offer.
The haggling skills Sally taught me were really coming in handy, and that's how Sally and I started earning some extra cash. In the beginning, we had a handful of customers, mostly our friends' parents, who paid us to mow their lawns and rake their leaves. But then, Sally had a fabulous idea. Trisha, you're such an excellent artist. We should offer painting services too. You can even do customized designs.
Oh my gosh, Sally, you're a genius.
We showed up to the hardware store, excited to get all the materials we'd need to expand our business, but were shocked when we saw the prices. We were in over our heads. I went home, defeated, but then I thought of someone who just might have some good advice. Janessa, the apple certainly doesn't fall far from the tree. I'd be happy to jumpstart this business for you too. Yay! We'll finally have a new way to make money. But first, I want to see your business plan. With Mom's guidance and funding, S&T's Landscaping was born, and with her savvy advertising, our client base expanded quickly. Plus, I was having a blast customizing people's houses with my art. With Sally by my side, I was starting to finally feel at home in this small town. There was just one weird thing. Sally never invited me to her house. She always made excuses why we should meet at my place instead. Oh shoot, I totally forgot. My crazy Uncle Louie's at my house this week. He always brings all 17 of his pet chickens. We should probably just hang out at your house. I fell for it when she told me about Aunt Linda and her 6 boa constrictors, but 17 pet chickens? Yeah, right. One day, curiosity got the better of me. When Sally told me she was heading home after school, I pretended I was going to my place, but I followed her instead. What could she possibly be hiding? I followed Sally to the outskirts of town, the bad neighborhood. Whoa, Sally lives here? The trailer barely looked big enough to hold a twin bed. How could Sally and her 5 siblings and her parents even fit in there? Just then, I lost my balance and fell to the ground with a huge thud. Trisha? Sally, I can explain. I thought Sally was gonna start screaming at me, but instead, she started crying. I'm sorry I never showed you my home. It's just, well, I was embarrassed of this ugly trailer. My dad used to have an excellent job, and we had a big house and a big yard, but Dad lost his job a few years ago and ended up in jail. Ugh! If it wasn't for BFF Enterprises, we would never be in this mess. He was just trying to stand up to their evil owners, and instead Cheryl hired her cronies to make it look like Dad was lying and put him away. It felt like my stomach had dropped out of my butt. Sally's dad was the angry former employee who'd made a case against Mom. Thank goodness Sally had no idea who Mom and I actually were, thanks to our aliases and dye jobs. But why was she blaming Mom when it was really her dad who put us in this mess? I knew I shouldn't say anything or risk Sally getting suspicious, so I ran home before I put my foot in my mouth. Trisha, wait! Was it something I said? I avoided Sally the rest of the week, which wasn't easy. I felt so conflicted. Sally was my best friend, but she hated my mom and blamed her for her dad being in jail. So, I decided to get Mom's advice. I need to talk to you. Sally's dad is your angry former employee who ended up in jail. Oh, come on now, Trisha. What a strange joke. Why was Mom calling me Trisha? At home, she always called me by my real name. Mom, this is serious. Sally has no idea who I really am, or that you're actually the co-founder of BFF Enterprises. Just then, Sally popped up from behind the couch, and suddenly, Mom's behavior made sense. Sally, it's not... I can't believe this. I thought we were best friends, and all along, your family is why my family is suffering? Sally, please, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you ever again. I've heard of surprise birthday parties gone wrong, but never this badly. I probably lost my BFF forever. But Mom was more preoccupied that Sally would out us both. What are you doing? Follow her. Make sure she doesn't talk. Do whatever it takes. I hadn't seen Mom this stressed out since the trial. I tried texting, calling, even showing up at Sally's window, but she wouldn't even look at me. I returned home, completely hopeless. Did it work? Will she keep quiet? She won't even talk to me. Just then, Mom turned into a fire-breathing dragon. Well, not literally, but I'd never seen her this angry. Then we need to move again, now. But this is her home. Sally is my friend. Some friend. As soon as she talks, I'm going to jail. Mom, what are you talking about? Why would you go to jail? The judge said you were innocent. Of course he did. I bribed him. My business partner and I were both stealing funds from the investors because we deserved more. But unlike me, she was dumb enough to get caught and unwilling to do whatever it took to stay out of jail. And Sally's dad figured it all out and tried to get me behind bars too. But I showed him I am not to be messed with. I couldn't believe it. I was so blinded by all of her generosity over the years. I'd never even once suspected that she could have done anything criminal. And I felt so awful for Sally and her family. They didn't deserve this. But then again, how could I choose between my mom and my best friend? What Mom said next, though, made everything totally clear. You got us into this mess. Now you have to get us out. Me? I'm just a kid. You're the one who was so greedy that you stole money and ruined your company and all of your employees' lives. You even let your own best friend take the fall. You cared so much about money. You forgot about what really matters, friendship. Trisha, come back here. My name isn't Trisha, Mom. It's Janissa. So, let me reintroduce myself. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is actually Janissa. Pretty, right? Okay, back to the action. I grabbed the security cameras on my way out and headed straight to the police station. It had our conversation and Mom's confession recorded. The police took my mom away, and because I had just turned 18 recently, they let me take care of myself. And that night, the story was all over the news. I knew I'd done the right thing, but I'd never felt lonelier. The next morning, I woke up to a knock at the door. Sally, you have to believe me. I didn't know about my mom. She told me everything for the first time yesterday. I can't believe you did that for me, Patricia. Well, I had to. It was the right thing. I mean, sure, I probably could have bounced from town to town with Mom for years, pretending to be someone I'm not, but I don't want to be like Mom, throwing my friends under the bus and not caring about hurting other people. I would choose friendship over luxury 1,000,000 times. And, by the way, my real name is Janissa. It took months, but after campaigning tirelessly, we finally got Sally's dad out of jail and back home where he belonged. With Mom behind bars, I was finally free to come out of hiding. Even though I was totally free to move back to the city, I decided to stay put in this small town. After all, this had become my home. I even asked Sally's family to move in with me. Plus, Sally's dad was able to take over the landscaping business. With him in charge, business is booming. Everyone is just so thrilled that he's back home where he belongs. We did have a company name change, though. I'm just so happy to have my best friend by my side. I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God! Was it the devil? I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me. Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens. Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked. The devil himself. He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion. Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner. Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen. That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us. Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you. But Dad, no buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood? Of course, my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me,
I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you?
What makes you feel alive, Kendra?
Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird?
The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut.
Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him."
I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man.
Well, the note says otherwise.
The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes.
We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face.
You would do. You were going to be him.
Be who?
Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him.
But Dad, I don't think I can...
Kendra, you are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart?
I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me.
You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him.
But how about me as Kendra and my grades?
I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class.
But
no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this.
But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes, and you'll be fine.
Did it tickle your soul?
Huh?
The rhythm, the passion, the climax.
Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back, and he started walking towards me.
How about this? Did it tickle your soul?
I suddenly became mute.
This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake?
Cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second, I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious.
I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed.
That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy.
Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you going to help me with this, or are you just going to play your violin all day?
I only help people who can look me in the eye.
Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes. And thankfully, I was able to control myself until he smiled.
You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty.
So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start?
Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work.
For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe.
Looks perfect now.
He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures.
I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive.
Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork.
He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version.
But one revelation made me tear up a bit.
And he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space.
What? That's not true.
He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble.
Oh, yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, and when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening? What? You hate my kisses now? You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear.
I could never hate such a goddess like you.
Wow. Since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall. You're acting weird lately, and I like it. Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me. Tell me what? Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating? What? Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me.
I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend.
Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right?
Well, that's good to hear.
Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her. Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently. That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever? I'm used to Kevin's quirks. So, anything I can do to help with this mission? Just don't tell anyone about this. Got it, baby. Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek and it made Cedric laugh. I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done. You really like playing the violin, don't you?
I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious.
I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company.
I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company.
and never as a son and daughter.
You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval.
Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you.
He leaned in closer, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too, until one day I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you?
What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had.
Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover, and as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror.
Are you falling in love with me now?
What? No, I wish I was as pretty as you. Oh, honey, you are prettier than me, and not to mention cute. She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention. A peanut. What was it doing there? Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away. Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something. And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question. Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. Maybe Cedric knows something. But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren.
I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her.
I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought. Do you think Kevin will be home by then? I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot.
Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot.
Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother.
We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back?
Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time. Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played? Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends.
I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again.
And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric.
Dude, you told them?
Wait, you knew?
Let me explain.
No, you knew. And you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later. I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year, so I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward.
It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word.
I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do.
Good luck. walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something. Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him. I understand, but you like him, don't you? What? No, I mean, don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever. As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile. Can we talk? I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About us. I've always fancied you, you know. More than violins. I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips. Thank God I didn't pass out. So, did it tickle your soul this time? Yes. Finally. Hi, I'm Carly. This is my crazy story. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who worked very hard to raise me and my twin sister Blake. Blake was born with a rare condition that impacted her kidneys, and she was always sick. Since Mom was busy juggling things at home and work, it was my duty to look after Blake.
You can't eat milk with your hands. Drink it. Blake, don't chew on your gross shoes.
Even Mom was extra paranoid about Blake, and she hardly paid attention to me. Like this one time when I was 6, Mom had to leave for some urgent overnight office trip, and she dropped us off at the neighbor's place. These are Blake's medicines. You know she drinks chocolate milk before sleeping, and I've also packed her favorite pink night clothes.
Wait, where's my stuff?
The bag's too small to carry both your things, but hey, I packed your toothbrush. You'll be okay, right? I wanted to say no, but Mom already looked tense, so I nodded and she left. Everything was going great, but right before bedtime, I went to get milk for Blake, and I heard a huge thud. I rushed to see Blake crying on the floor with a bleeding nose. Apparently, Blake was jumping on the bed with the neighbor's son, and he thought it would be fun to push her off of it. Thankfully, the injury wasn't big, but when Mom found out, she went ballistic on me. Carly, I trusted you to look after her.
And I did. I was just getting her milk, like you asked me to. And she's okay, Mom. Everyone falls sometimes.
Your sister isn't like everyone else. After that day, Mom banned both me and Blake from participating in any extracurriculars at school or playing in the park afterwards like other kids. I was always stuck at home with Blake, so I never really got a chance to make new friends. And those at school joined clubs and got busier. I missed having a normal life, but Blake needed me more. Mom got more paranoid with time and took special care preparing food for Blake. I knew how tired she was, so I'd get by with frozen meals. And over time, I started taking comfort in junk food, eating candy bars from the hospital vending machines while I sat in waiting rooms for hours. By 13, I was much bigger than most girls my age. One time, our aunt was visiting us, and she hadn't seen me and Blake in a while. Look, I bought you girls matching outfits. Go on, try it. I'll just wear it later. What are you saying? Come here. Aunt pulled me to her and tried her best to fit me into the dress, but it barely got past my neck. I was so embarrassed. I went to my room and didn't come out till Aunt left.
Don't be so sad now. So what if you're a little bigger?
Easy for you to say. You don't have to wear clothes 3 times your age.
You're thinking too much.
Here, I got you these. Blake's health improved as we got older, and by 16, she was much better and put on medication to manage her condition. Soon after, Mom got married, and a year later, she delivered my twin brothers, Jake and Jonah. I was happy for Mom, but I could tell Blake wasn't adjusting so well.
I want to pluck out my ears. They cry so much.
I know for a fact Jonah hates me. He farted and gave me the stink eye. That one's a devil. I knew Blake didn't mean that. She just missed Mom since she was busier than ever. And I tried my best to make Blake comfortable, but she was constantly throwing tantrums and hardly ever helped me take care of the boys. Oh, Jonah pooped his pants again. Quick, hand me a nappy. Right. What's that? Forget it. Can you just warm up the milk? Actually, I don't feel so well. I'm getting a headache in my stomach. A stomach in my headache. You get the point, right? And when I asked Mom to hire a babysitter, she just gave me a lecture on money and expenses. My grades were getting affected too, and I was an overall mess. I knew it had something to do with my eating habits, so I started taking care of my health. I went for runs, ate better, and over time, I could see the results. One day I was jogging when I saw someone taking my picture, hiding in a bush. I caught him by the collar and dragged him out.
What do you think you're doing? I just thought you were pretty. I'm good at taking pictures. Here, have a look.
Wow, that's me? I mean, yeah, whatever. But you should be asking me first rather than acting like a creep.
I get it. I'm sorry. Can I make it up to you with some coffee?
Fine, but I want a copy.
Deal.
Eli and I went to a coffee place close by and hit it off instantly, and soon we became good friends. He was into filmmaking and would always have his camera around his neck. Watching him, I got interested and tried my hand at handling a camera too, and it was love at first sight.
Okay, so that's how you focus. Now look at that sunset. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, you know so much about the camera. It's really fascinating.
I've always wanted to make movies, you know? And I love the ocean too. I'll tell you a secret. I'm part mermaid.
Oh yeah? Prove it. Eli got up from the rock he was sitting on and started doing an awkward dance, flapping his arms like fins. Okay, I believe you.
Well, good, because I was afraid I'd have to splash you with my tail.
Really? That was on your mind?
Well, that and something else.
With that, Eli jumped down and pulled me in for the most magical kiss. Eli and I started dating soon after, and I decided to make him finally meet Blake. So the next time he invited me out, Blake tagged along, but the moment she saw him, she burst out laughing. Oh my God! Where did you get that shirt from? Your grandpa's closet?
Actually, yeah, he has a really good shirt collection. Do you like it? I can get you one.
Ew, no thank you. I'd rather wear a tent than slip into something so cringe. Come on, Blake, that's not very nice. What? I'm kidding. I'm sure Ebola can handle a few harmless jokes.
Eli.
Blake made it painfully obvious that she didn't want Eli around, and even though Eli kept his cool, I knew she made him uncomfortable. Then one time, Eli invited me and Blake to the launch of his dad's new restaurant. I appreciated the effort he was making with her, and I hoped she would too. But I was so wrong, because minutes into the event, Blake threw a massive tantrum over pickles. What do you mean you're out of pickles? Pluck them from a tree or something. Could you please keep it down, Blake? Everyone is staring. So, you care about all these fancy people, but not your sister? No one understands me. I just had a very big lobster, and I feel like throwing up. You know pickles calm me down. This is such bad customer service. Hey, you have pickles, and you, and you. And then she started taking pickles off of everyone's plate till Eli intervened and dragged us outside.
What's the matter with you, Blake?
What? It's not my fault your party sucks. At least I brought some entertainment to it. Blake, let me handle this. Eli, I'm really sorry for the mess, but
what? Your sister's not normal.
And you are? You're so boring, if someone stole your identity, they'd give it up because it sucks.
You really need to watch your tongue.
And you need to watch your hands around my sister. Guys, please. Before I could say another word, Blake started hyperventilating and fainted. We immediately took her to the hospital, where the doctors told me that she passed out from anxiety and high blood pressure. Thankfully, she was out of danger.
I'm really sorry about Blake, but that girl's out of control. You've got to draw a line somewhere.
You saw what happened, Eli. You can't just scream at her like that. She's my sister.
I can't be around her, Carly. This is going to be a problem.
I wanted to stop Eli, but there was nothing more I could say. Blake was my sister, and she came first. I didn't meet Eli for a few days, and a week later, he told me that one of his movies that I'd helped him with had gotten selected for a local film festival. He wanted me to come, but Blake was still recovering, and I couldn't leave her alone. But when he came back, he told me something shocking.
Everyone loved the movie, Carly. One of the biggest film schools in New York wants to take us both in on full scholarship. How amazing is that?
I don't know what to say, but I don't think Mom would let me go to New York, Eli.
You're a great filmmaker, Carly, and you should give it a fair shot. And think about it. You could finally live your life on your terms. God knows you need it.
I was numb for a second, and then I felt like someone gave me new wings. It did sound like an amazing opportunity. All I had to do was convince Mom, but when I told her, she looked at me like I'd asked her for her kidneys.
Have you gone crazy? You can't move to New York. Your life is here with me and Blake. I applied to this marine biology course on behalf of both of you, and you guys got in on scholarship. This was always the plan, and it's the right one.
But that's not what I want to do. I want to make movies. I'm really good at this. Everyone says that. Everyone or Eli?
Who's Eli?
Just this dumb boy she's dating. I'm sure he's the one who's filled your head with this sawdust. How can you even think about leaving me? I just want to do what I want for once. Can't you give me a few years from my own life? Oh, stop being so dramatic. And not another word about this movie business, Carly. You'll stay here with us. Is that clear? Mom left, and I turned to Blake angrily. You couldn't take my side for once? What did I do? Oh, you mean telling Mom about Eli? I don't think she even noticed. I left the room angrily and didn't speak to Mom or Blake for the next few days. I thought I could confide in Eli, but suddenly he was acting really cold. Every time I tried to talk to him, he would turn the other way, till one day I finally cornered him after class. Am I imagining things, or are you ignoring me?
Neither. I'm just busy.
So, I told my mom I want to make movies, and she went bonkers, but
look, Carly, you and your family have issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Do whatever they say.
But you told me to live my life. You said...
Yeah, I did. And now I'm saying I don't care. You'd choose your clown sister over everything. I've seen that. So good luck, but I don't think I can be with you anymore.
Eli, wait.
Tell your sister she won.
I felt frozen in my place as Eli walked away, and a week later, he left for New York. I couldn't believe he'd just dumped me like that. I felt so bummed out that I didn't come out of my room for days, and Blake was the biggest pain in the butt. Come on, we need to go shopping. It's painful to watch you in those pajamas. I'm not in the mood, but I am. Also, we'll have a nice lunch, watch a movie, just like old times. I said I'm not in the mood. Back off. Jeez, why are you so snappy? Because of that stupid boy? He wasn't stupid. I loved him, Blake, and now he's gone. Because I chose you over him, like always. And you don't care about my feelings, like always. Carly, just leave me alone. Blake left with a small face, and I felt kind of bad, but I was too mad to go after her. The next day, I calmed down a bit and was about to call Blake when her phone started buzzing like crazy. I picked it up, and I was shocked to see it was Eli. Before I could answer, the call got disconnected, and a text message appeared. I did what you wanted. Leave me alone. My mind went blank, and I opened the call logs on Blake's phone to see multiple calls to Eli. Suddenly, it all started making sense. Of course Blake must have driven Eli away. No one hated him more than her. What's this? You don't understand. Oh, I understand everything perfectly. You asked Eli to dump me so you and Mom could use me as your servant all my life, right? Before Blake could even say more, I pushed her out and slammed the door in her face. I started packing my bags and stormed downstairs, only to run into Mom.
What's wrong? Is Blake okay?
Yes, she's fine, but I'm not, and I haven't been fine for a while now. But you don't care, do you?
Of course I do, sweetie. Why would you say that?
Because you never have. Not since we were kids.
Carly, I knew you could take care of yourself, and you were the healthy one, and Blake...
No, Mom, I was eating my feelings, and you didn't even see that. I got back to being healthy on my own, and you've stunted both my growth and Blake's. Hers by over-coddling her, and mine by always holding me back to be her guardian. And now I'm done. I will go to New York because I want to get away from you and Blake, and you can't stop me. I left home and booked a flight to New York. On my way, I called Eli and explained everything to him. He told me that he was proud of me for taking a stand for myself and welcomed me with open arms. We moved in together, and I was doing really well in my classes. Mom and Blake tried getting in touch with me multiple times, and even though I missed them, I needed my space. Eventually, they stopped calling. After graduation, Eli proposed to me, and I said yes. Life was going great, till one day I heard a knock on the door and opened it to see Blake and Mom. What are you guys doing here?
Eli called us and told us about the engagement. Carly, I have a confession. It was me who convinced Eli to break up with you, not Blake.
Wait, what? Eli never told me that it was Mom behind everything.
I didn't want to stress you out more. I could see you missed your family, and this would have made you sad.
But I saw the call logs and the messages on Blake's phone. I'd actually been calling him to apologize, but I guess he thought both me and Mom wanted him to dump you. And I don't blame him. I was always awful to Eli. I guess I was just terrified of being on my own without you, but I drove you further away.
I'm sorry too, my baby. I'd just become used to having you around, always taking care of everything. And the thought of you going away for college crushed me. I was selfish and always burdened you with too much. I hope you can find a way to forgive me.
Thank you for finally acknowledging that. It might take me a while to really forgive you, but I'll get there. I won't lie. I have missed you guys. Then let's start with a hug.
Hi, I'm Catherine from Arizona. Please like and subscribe. When I was born, my parents were very young. Dad was an inventor and Mom was an aspiring model. Mom spent most of her time at auditions and fancy parties, while Dad and I stayed home in his lab. The two of us would go from business to business trying to sell Dad's inventions, but no one ever bought anything. I love that Dad let me help with his experiments, even though I was clumsy. Like once when I was 7, I tripped over my shoelace and ended up spilling some beakers, and the whole lab stank of rotten eggs. Nobody could pass by our house for a week without gagging. Another time, I left a burner on the lab and went to the park, and by the time I returned, I found a fire brigade outside the house. Mom was furious when she came home, but Dad always had my back. He was the sweetest, but Mom fought with him over everything, especially the fact that he didn't make enough money. And then one day, Mom just left with her new friend. Dad said she was going on a business trip and would be back soon. Well, Mom never came back, and Dad did his best to keep me happy. Once when I was 9, we were at the supermarket and Dad picked up the last bag of marshmallows when suddenly a lady started yelling at him.
Hey, I was about to take that. Give that to me.
Ma'am, I picked them up first. So what? I saw them first. Don't you have any manners? It's ladies first. Dad gave the bag to her, but I was furious. He was just too nice, and I had to protect him. Plus, there were marshmallows on the line. I acted nice and offered the lady some gum. And seconds later, the witch started to scream. It was a spicy gum that made your mouth feel like it's on fire for 10 hours. One of my favorite inventions. Dad and I kept working together, and by the time I was 12, we had developed something spectacular. He sold our invention to a huge corporation, and overnight, we became millionaires. We moved into a huge house, and Dad started his own company. But I couldn't help noticing that sometimes he was really sad. What's wrong, Dad?
Nothing, honey. I'm totally fine.
Then one day, a magazine named him the city's most eligible bachelor, and suddenly, he was going on dates every weekend. I was jealous. For so long, it had been just the two of us. But Dad seemed happier. Dad had always homeschooled me, but now he was too busy. So I started school for the first time in 9th grade. We had a test in science class soon, and I turned in my exam in 5 minutes and got all the answers right. My teacher, Mr. Johnson, swore I cheated. I didn't cheat. I studied the chapter last night. I stood up and recited everything from the chapter word for word. Mr. Johnson was stunned and immediately apologized. After that, he was much nicer to me and even asked me to assist in class. Soon, I was even tutoring kids after school, and people called me a genius. Everyone loved me, except for a kid named Gabe. Gabe and I had competed against each other on the school's debate team. Every time I came in first, and he came in second. Later that year, Gabe and I competed in the science fair. The teachers were really impressed with Gabe's project. That is, until they saw mine. I won first place, and Gabe came in second.
You think you're so awesome, don't you? Well, you're not. Things are just easy for spoiled brats like you.
Excuse me?
You heard me. You're a billionaire's daughter. You have everything handed to you. People only love you because of your money. Your dad probably buys you the first prize every time.
I didn't want to admit it, but his words did hurt. I knew Dad gave a lot of donations to my school. Did everyone just like me because of my father? A few nights later, Dad brought home a pretty blonde woman.
Catherine, this is Layla. She's my new friend.
The next thing I knew, Layla had moved into our house. Dad was head over heels for her. He showered her with gifts and followed her around like a lovesick puppy. Ew, can you two get a room? Layla was the worst. First, she threw out all my favorite foods. She painted my room bright pink, and on one occasion, she dragged me out of the lab to take me to her stylist.
You're such a pretty girl. Don't hide your face with all that hair and baggy clothes. Wow, honey, you look
like a clown. Layla is the worst.
Don't be rude. She's just trying to help.
She's ruining everything. After a while, I hardly recognized our house anymore, and Dad spent all his free time taking Layla shopping and on romantic getaways. I didn't trust her one bit. She was probably just after his money. But it didn't matter what I thought, because soon, Dad and Layla were married. A few months later, while Dad was away on a business trip, I woke up at night to get water when I found Layla talking outside with a man in a hoodie. The two argued for a while, then she hugged and kissed him. I saw her coming back in and ran upstairs. What? The next morning, Dad was back and I found him with Layla in the kitchen.
Good morning.
I made your favorite pancakes.
What's the matter, honey? Is something wrong?
Yes, it is. I saw Layla with a strange man last night. She kissed him.
What? Kat, are you sure you're okay? I was out like a light last night. It was probably just a dream, silly.
I felt like an idiot. Layla just lied to Dad's face, and he was too love-struck to believe me. A few weeks later, Dad went on another business trip, and at 2 a.m. in the morning, I heard a strange man whispering with Layla in her bedroom. I was pissed. I grabbed my cell phone. This time, I'd get evidence. I crept towards their room. The door was closed, but I could hear the man's voice through the walls. I pressed record and sent the audio to Dad. The next morning when Dad returned, he and Layla confronted me.
Are you spying on Layla?
Dad, she's cheating on you. I sent you the evidence.
I left the television on, Kat. That's what you heard. I love your dad. I'd never cheat on him.
That wasn't the television. It was another man. I swear. She's a liar.
I am so disappointed in you, Catherine. She's done nothing but be nice to you, and you've treated her horribly. You need to accept that Layla and I are together, and your lies won't change that.
Dad grounded me for a week. After that, I didn't say a word about Layla's late-night excursions. If Dad wanted to be with a cheater, so be it. I focused on school and preparing for the next big debate competition, but I noticed that Gabe wasn't there. He wasn't my favorite person, but I started to worry when a few weeks passed and none of the teachers or students knew why he was absent. Then I remembered that Gabe worked at a local deli after school. One afternoon, I decided to stop by the deli. I saw Gabe at the counter looking like he hadn't slept in days. Gabe, are you okay?
What are you doing here?
I was just worried about you. I brought you the homework you missed from class.
Why are you being nice to me? No one's ever nice to me.
You might be my nemesis, but I still care. Suddenly, Gabe burst into tears. He told me about how his mom was sick and he was working day and night to pay for a special surgery she needed.
I'm scared I won't be able to raise enough money in time.
I can give you the money.
I don't want your charity.
It's not charity. Consider it an investment. Competing with you keeps me on my toes. Gabe accepted the money, and a week later, he ran up to me and gave me the biggest hug. Whoa, I can hardly breathe, buddy.
Mom's surgery was a success, and it's all thanks to you. Also, I'm sorry, Catherine. It's not true that you win everything because you're rich. You're just better than me, and I know that.
Soon, Gabe and I started spending all our time together. We studied together every day, texted late into the night, and sent each other our favorite MSA videos. I was happy being at his place anyway because I wanted to avoid Dad and Layla as much as I could. One day as we were walking home, he was unusually quiet. What's wrong? You look like you swallowed a lemon.
I don't know how to say this, but I was thinking, just contemplating if maybe you would consider or like to,
Just spit it out, man.
Do you want to go with me to the winter dance?
Oh, I don't know. That might not be such a good idea.
It's okay, I get it. You'd rather go with some rich, cool guy, not a poor nerd like me.
No, I don't care how much money you have, and we're both nerds, duh. It's just that I'm a horrible dancer. I'd probably embarrass you.
You'd never embarrass me, Catherine. You're perfect.
Then Gabe kissed me, and it was so romantic. That weekend, Gabe came to pick me up in his mom's car for the dance. Gabe walked up to Dad to meet him, but Dad ignored him and pulled me to the side.
Are you sure you want to go out with this boy? He drives that piece of junk, and it looks like he pulled out his suit from the trash.
Dad, what is wrong with you? I like him. He's a sweet guy. And since when do you care about how much money someone has? You were never this way before. Not until you met Layla.
Don't drag Layla into this. You're my daughter, and you deserve better than a poor loser.
You're being impossible. Let's go, Gabe. Gabe and I had a blast at the winter dance, and we officially started dating. I started inviting Gabe over to my house, and thankfully, Dad didn't create a fuss again. He even tried to be pleasant to Gabe, and I was sure he felt sorry for his behavior. One day, Gabe and I were studying a math test in the kitchen when Gabe excused himself to go to the restroom. He came back a few minutes later, and then Dad stormed into the room.
You thief! What? What's going on? Honey, calm down. I saw him roaming through the house near my study, and now my wallet's gone. I know he took it. No, I didn't. I swear.
Dad grabbed Gabe's backpack and tossed its contents onto the floor. Then he made Gabe turn out his pockets, which were empty.
I know you stole my wallet. Where is it?
Stop it. Leave him alone. Gabe ran out of the house terrified. I didn't speak to Dad or Layla for the rest of the night. The next morning, I tried apologizing to Gabe.
We need to break up.
your father hates me.
No, Gabe, we can make this work.
No, we can't. You're a millionaire and I'm poor. Your dad'll never accept me. I love you, Catherine, but I can't do this. I have my pride too.
After that, Gabe didn't speak to me again. He blocked my calls, and when I went to his house, his mom said he didn't want to see me. Days passed and I focused on my studies, but I still missed Gabe and felt so angry.
Catherine, your father is upset that you've been ignoring him completely. He didn't mean what he said about Gabe. The things aren't always what they seem. He's been under a lot of pressure at work, and
I don't care about your excuses, Layla. All I know is that my dad was amazing and we were happy till you came along, and now he's changed and everything's awful. A few weeks later, Dad and Layla had their anniversary, and Dad made dinner reservations for us at a fancy restaurant. I said I didn't want to go, but Dad looked upset, so I reluctantly agreed. I was getting ready and decided to wear my favorite diamond necklace, which was in Dad's safe. I went into Dad's office and opened his safe, and inside there were suitcases full of money, stacks of gold bars, and duffel bags full of diamond jewelry. But then my eyes wandered to the table, to Dad's lost wallet, and next to it were some newspaper clippings that made my blood run cold. They were all from unsolved bank robberies with pictures of the masked robber. I examined the photos, and one of them had a close-up of the robber's neck and the birthmark on it. It was just like my dad's. Dad?
What's wrong, honey?
I showed Dad the newspaper clippings. This is you? How could you do this?
What? No, I don't understand. This can't be. I didn't.
Then Dad fainted and hit his head. Layla called the ambulance and Dad was rushed to the hospital. I sat in the waiting room while Layla spoke to the doctors. Then she asked me to come into Dad's room.
Layla and I have been keeping a secret from you. I have dissociative identity disorder, also known as a split personality. I struggled with it when I was younger, and I had it under control for years.
I was his psychiatrist and fell in love with him. He was good for a while, but then his condition got worse. That was your dad in the hoodie outside the house that night, and he was the one you heard in the bedroom. He was supposed to be out of town getting treatment, but both times, he came home acting strange and saying things that didn't make sense. He didn't ever let me tell you because he didn't want you to worry.
I have no memories of the robberies, Kat, I swear. I didn't know things had gotten that bad. I'm so sorry, honey.
I hugged my dad and Layla. I felt so bad for Dad and for how I'd treated Layla. Dad was released from the hospital. The judge decided not to press charges for his crimes, but ordered him into therapy, and we returned all the stolen goods. Layla and I supported Dad through his treatment, and a few months later, the doctors released him from the psychiatric facility. And over this time, Layla and I grew closer. One day, when I got home from school, I opened the door to see Gabe and my father standing inside.
Layla told me I chased your friend away, and I've apologized for how I treated him. I'm sorry for the pain I've caused you both. I would never stand in the way of your happiness, Kat.
Thank you, Dad. Gabe rushed over to me and kissed me, and from then on, he never let me go. People call me the queen of entertainment, a famous pop icon, a musical superstar. You can take your pick. As for me, I like to be called the queen of hearts. Hi, I'm Ariana Grande. I was born in 1993 in Florida to overachiever parents who were super successful in their careers. Right since I was a toddler, I loved to sing. Mom would sing me lullabies and I'd sing along with her.
You have a beautiful voice, my baby, just like an angel.
I'm not so sure. I didn't get selected for the school choir.
Don't let that dishearten you, sweetheart, and have confidence in your talent. I'm sure you're meant for greater things.
Although I loved singing, I was also fascinated by theater and acting. I performed on stage for the first time when I was 8 in a musical named Annie.
Are you nervous, Ari?
No, not at all. In fact, I can't wait to set the stage on fire. And I did just that. That musical was a great success, and it marked the beginning of my musical theater journey. After that, I performed in so many other local productions like Beauty and the Beast and The Wizard of Oz. Life was going smoothly, but then my parents got separated. I felt devastated for a while, but thank God I had my pet dogs to keep me going through that tough phase. Just so you know, I have 10 rescue pups. One of them is named Sirius Black. Yeah, I'm quite obsessed with Harry Potter. But then, aren't we all? So by the time I turned 14, I decided I'd acted enough and now wanted to make a career in singing. I packed my bags and moved to Los Angeles to meet my managers. Guys, I think I want to make an R&B album.
That's a hell of a goal, but who do you think's gonna buy a 14-year-old's R&B album?
Well, that kind of made sense. So I went back to Florida and decided to focus on theater for the time being. Then when I was 15, I got chosen from among thousands of girls to play one of the main characters in a Broadway musical called 13, for which I later bagged a prestigious award. By this time, I had moved to New York, so I was missing school a lot. Mom, I want to continue performing, but what about studies? I want to finish high school at least. Don't worry, sweetheart. Your school has agreed to send study materials so you don't miss out on your studies. That was pretty cool. I was studying and focusing on my career, even though I was miles away from home. Then in 2009, I bagged the role of an adorable goofball named Kat Valentine in the famous Nickelodeon TV show named Victorious. Since the show was set in a performing arts school, it gave me an opportunity to showcase my acting as well as my singing abilities on a national platform. Thanks to the show, I was suddenly a teen idol.
So, Ariana, what's next? Are you looking at a career in Hollywood?
To be honest, acting is fun, but music has always been first and foremost with me. I was determined to give singing a shot, so I kept uploading my videos on YouTube where I sang covers of songs by Adele, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston. Meanwhile, the second season of Victorious premiered in 2011 to 6.2 million viewers, becoming the highest-rated episode of the show. Victorious ran for 3 seasons until it was finally wrapped up in 2013. Then one day, I got the most unexpected call.
Hello, Ariana. I'm Monte Lipman, CEO of Republic Records. I saw your YouTube videos and I want to sign you up for the label. Are you interested?
Yeah, of course. I'd love that. I put down my phone and did a little happy dance. My music career was finally taking off. The next 3 years, I focused completely on my vocals and singing and collaborated with many contemporary artists. The result was my first album, Yours Truly, that debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200 albums chart, and it sold 138,000 copies in its first week. After that, there was no looking back for me. Today, I've sold over 85 million records worldwide, broke 27 Guinness World Records as a singer, bagged 2 Grammys, and was listed among the 100 most influential persons in the world by Time magazine. So friends, I hope my story inspires you to never give up on your dreams, since miracles do happen. Just believe in yourself, because if you don't, who else will? Hi, I'm Jessica from Napa Valley, and I have a weird story to tell you today. But first, please like and subscribe, because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. I lived in a beautiful house surrounded by trees. I had a good life, but growing up, I didn't get along too well with my family. For starters, my mom was like a 5-year-old trapped in an adult body. All she wanted to do was run around and play. Mom's idea of having fun was a water balloon fight with me and my older brother Dylan, and I found her childish behavior so annoying. I could never study in peace without hearing Mom sing show tunes around the house. Come on, you little bookworm. Let's bake some cupcakes.
Don't you know how to have any fun, you nerd?
Ugh, see what I mean? But the only person worse than Mom was Dad. He was barely home since he was a fancy businessman who traveled a lot. And when he was home, he treated us like servants.
Bring Daddy some juice, will ya? My toes hurt and I can't move.
There's not a lot left and we're saving it for tomorrow morning.
Oh, so maybe you should be the one who goes on 5-hour flights to earn money for us.
I kinda hated being around all of them, so I spent most of my time alone reading and practicing my violin. But when I got to 11th grade, things took a crazy turn. Mom told me one morning that we were taking in an exchange student.
She's from Tokyo. She'll go to your school and live with us for 4 months. Isn't that exciting?
Sure, but we'll have to clean the kitchen first so she doesn't run crying.
Be happy, Jessica. Now you'll have a live-in friend to bore to sleep while you play your violin.
I sure hoped she wouldn't be a live-in headache like Dylan. That weekend, we all drove to the airport to pick up our Japanese guest. Her name was Queenie, and she looked like a goddess out of a wonderland. Even her fingers were beautiful. Thank you for having me. Truly, it means so much.
It's our pleasure, sweetie. Look, I got you a stuffed welcome panda.
Mom? Hi, I'm Jessica, and I'm the normal one in the family. Please, don't judge me based on them. Oh my goodness, this is so sweet. Can one of you help me with my bags? They're heavy because of all the books I brought. Wait, Queenie was into books? I loved this girl already. She and I were talking about our favorite authors on the way home, and after that, we really started to bond. It was nice finally having someone I had stuff in common with. Queenie was also super helpful around the house, so both of my parents adored her, especially Dad.
Aren't you amazing? How about I buy a present to thank you for all your hard work? Maybe new shoes or gold earrings? I would have bought some for Jessica, but all she cares about is school and homework.
That's very kind, but you guys have already done enough, really. Then one night, Queenie and I decided to go on a walk, and she grabbed a jacket from the coat closet. Oh, that's actually Dylan's. But it's so comfortable, and I don't have any warm jackets. Can't Dylan lend clothes to his guest?
You can't just take someone's jacket without permission. Give it back. I don't want you wearing it.
Fine, here you go. I'll just freeze to death then. Come on, Jessica. Dylan looked really mad, and suddenly he pulled me aside.
What's her deal? After all we're doing for her, she gets this worked up over a jacket?
I don't get why you can't just lend it to her for 10 minutes.
Because there's something about that girl I just don't like.
You mean 'cause she's actually sophisticated and has manners? Makes sense why you wouldn't like her. Dylan just looked angry and stormed off. Jeez, what a drama king. He probably was just jealous that Mom loved Queenie so much. He'd always been Mom's favorite. The next day at school, I was studying for exams in the library when Queenie came in and sat next to me. Hey, girl, listen, I just want to apologize about Dylan being so mean to you. He must have forgotten to take his meds. Don't worry about it. Actually, I was wondering if you could help me with my English assignment later. I'm still not fully comfortable with the language. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, Jessica. I'm really grateful for you. Queenie hugged me super tight, and I realized I was her only real friend here. I could just feel how sad and lonely she was. I waited for Queenie at her house for several hours, but she didn't show up, even though I called and texted her 100 times. Then finally, Queenie arrived carrying a small box. Sorry I'm late. I was buying you a present. Here, open it. Aw, Queenie, you didn't have to get me. At that second, I saw a hissing rat and I started to scream. Jessica, calm down. This is a pet rat. I have one just like him at home. He's so sweet. Just hold him. Queenie let the rat crawl on my arm, but he bit me. Minutes later, I had to go to the emergency room, and Queenie burst into tears. I swear, I had no idea that rat bites were poisonous. I have the exact same one at home, and he's such good company. It's okay, Queenie. The doctor said I'll be fine. Just don't go around giving people pet rats in the future. Queenie just kept apologizing and hugging me. I felt bad for her, but man, it had been an exhausting day. And for some reason, things kinda went downhill after that. Queenie wanted to be around me 24/7 and do everything together. I was thinking I could come with you to your violin lesson today. I've always wanted to play an instrument. I have a recital tomorrow, Queenie, and don't take this the wrong way, but I need a little space. We already go to school together and live in the same house. Of course, I totally understand. Your mom wants me to make dinner anyway. I was relieved that Queenie wasn't upset, but when I knocked on my violin teacher's door, I saw he looked mad.
What is it now, Jessica? Haven't you caused me enough stress today?
Caused you stress? What are you talking about?
Your mother called in to tell me you wanted to quit the violin for good. The recital is tomorrow night. I have 24 hours to find a replacement.
My teacher slammed the door angrily, and I was so confused. Why would Mom tell him I was quitting the violin? I went home to confront her when I saw Queenie standing by the kitchen, smiling at me. How was your violin lesson? Was your teacher disappointed that you quit? How did you know about that? Wait, unless you were the one who said I quit? Yeah, I was a little hurt that you didn't let me observe your lesson. So I thought a good punishment would be taking the violin away from you for a while. I'm sorry, punishment? Queenie, you're not my mom. How could you do that? Playing the violin is one of the only things that gives me joy. Like you already don't have enough joy in your life? You don't appreciate anything your family does for you, especially your mom. You make it so obvious that you think she's dumb. You're just an ungrateful witch. That made me so mad that I slapped Queenie hard across the face, and then I stormed off to my room. I refused to speak to Queenie that whole morning and didn't even say thank you when she made me breakfast.
I suppose all sisters fight once in a while. Honey, Queenie's going to come to school late today. We have to renew her passport.
Good. Get it renewed ASAP so she can go back to Japan. And she's not my sister.
Jessica, what's gotten into you?
Queenie just smirked at me and I left. I tried to forget about her at school, but around lunchtime, I got a text from her. Jessica, where's your mom? I haven't seen her all morning. Is she okay? What was she talking about? Hadn't they gone to the passport office together? I called and texted Queenie to find out more, but she didn't answer. And when I called Mom, her phone went right to voicemail. I started panicking and went home as fast as I could to see what was going on. And I found Dylan on the porch looking super upset.
I just got a text from Queenie asking where Mom is and if she's okay. What is she talking about? Neither her or Mom are answering their phones.
Why would Queenie send a text like that? Something's going on. We have to call the police.
Okay, but go tell Dad first.
I found Dad in his office and told him everything, but he shrugged like it was nothing.
What's the big deal? She'll turn up soon enough.
So you're not worried at all if Mom's okay? You don't think those texts were weird or...
Quit bothering me, Jessica. I could use a break from your mom. Get a little peace from her morning singing.
What? What kind of monster was my dad, not caring if Mom was safe? I would have to take matters into my own hands. But just then, I heard yelling coming from Dylan's room, and I opened his door to find Queenie sitting on his bed, while Dylan looked furious. What is going on? Queenie, you've been home this whole time? Do you know how many times we tried calling you? What is going on with our mom? Sorry, that's not a question I can answer.
Jessica, this girl's a creep, and I know she had something to do with Mom being missing.
Look, Queenie, I know we had a fight yesterday, but we really need your help. Queenie didn't answer me. She just walked towards the door with her arms crossed. You two won't find your mom anytime soon. I'm making sure of it.
You're making sure? Queenie, tell me right now where Mom is, or
what? You'll go to the police? You'll accuse a poor, helpless exchange student of making your mom go missing with no proof? I don't see that working out, and I'm not done with you guys yet. In fact, I've just started. With that, Queenie pushed me off of her and walked out of the room. Dylan and I immediately went to the police station and reported everything. They sent out a search team to look for Mom and then did an investigation on Queenie. And to our shock, they discovered Queenie wasn't an exchange student at all. She'd faked her application. She wasn't even from Japan. She lived in LA. So she's just this stranger who came into our lives and made Mom go missing? Who is this girl and what does she want from us?
I don't know, but that chick gave me weird vibes from the start. She's obviously out to get us.
We stayed at the police station for several hours, waiting for any news. Then finally, the police came back with Mom. Oh my God, what happened to you? It was Queenie. She said she had to show me something important, then drove me into the middle of the woods and threw me out of the car. She just left me there without my phone.
I was just lucky some forest rangers found me. But don't worry, I'm all right now.
Just then, some policemen walked in with Queenie. Looks like Mommy made her way out of the woods. You're a monster, Queenie. We know everything. How you kidnapped Mom, how you faked your exchange student application. Who are you and why are you trying to ruin our lives? Because you ruined my life first. When I was 10 years old, your dad conned my parents out of all their money and disappeared, and we ended up having to live on the streets. My mom had a mental breakdown. Your dad is a criminal, and I finally tracked him down because I wanted him and his perfect family to suffer the way I did. I was speechless. I knew Dad had been a jerk, but he was a crook too? Queenie was admitted into juvie, but we insisted that the police look into her family's case. And 2 days later, the police came to us with some news. It turned out that Dad was part of a group of conmen that had been going around in disguise all over the country for years, scamming people. And as soon as Dad got home, they arrested him. He kicked and screamed and shouted at us to do something, but we didn't. A part of me almost felt relieved to see him go. I am so sorry, you guys. I never knew much about your father because he always told me to mind my business and kept everything a secret from me, and I stopped asking. That's why I was never happy in our marriage.
He was the worst. He never cared much about you or us.
You did everything for us, Mom, and I really appreciate you. I'm so sorry if I looked down on you for being messy or childish or whatever. Now come on, let's go talk to the police to get Queenie's family help for their situation. Be grateful for the life you were given. Every day is a gift.
Hi, I'm Blair, and I'm about to tell you a crazy story. Before we continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, my parents fought constantly over money. Dad was a struggling sculptor, and Mom, who was a waitress, cursed the day she met him because we constantly had money problems. She always said dropping out of school was her biggest mistake, so she made sure I studied hard. That's how I earned a full scholarship to one of the city's top schools. But my true passion was painting. I fell in love with it at 5, taught myself through YouTube, and by 13, I was winning major school competitions. Dad was proud, but Mom didn't like it one bit.
Art's a hobby, Blair. You can't make a career out of it. Definitely not a successful one.
It was my dream to become a world-famous artist. Well, mine and my best friend Ashley's. She was an artist just like me, and we'd been best friends since middle school. Ashley was rich, so she got to go to amazing art classes and shared everything she'd learned with me. And whenever my parents argued, I'd sneak over to her mansion. Life was just better with Ashley around, except for her annoying twin brother Dexter. He mocked our art, hid our supplies, and chased us with his paintball gun. Whenever we complained to Ashley's parents, Dexter would just put on his innocent face and get away with it. Even at school, everyone adored him for his sense of humor. Ashley absolutely hated him, and I could see why. Like on their 15th birthday, Ashley spent hours getting ready, and she looked beautiful. But the moment Dexter walked in, everyone gathered around him, completely ignoring Ashley.
Look at him, smiling like he owns the world. I will never understand what people see in him.
Probably his athletic body. I mean, if you look at it from an artistic point of view, Dexter's pretty much perfect for a portrait.
What?
I mean, so what if he's good looking? You've got a great personality.
That's what you tell ugly people, Blair.
You're also so much more creative and way smarter. People would notice that someday.
Notice what someday?
That you're a total jerk.
Aw, are you jealous because no one's paying you attention?
Go away, Dex. It's her birthday too. Don't make things worse.
Fine, I'm sorry. Here, I got you a flower, little sis. Happy birthday.
But as soon as Ashley took it, the flower squirted water all over her face, ruining her makeup, and Dexter ran away laughing. As we grew older, Dexter just got more annoying. At 17, he joined the football team, became the most popular guy in school, and a serial heartbreaker. Every day, some girl would be crying over him, and it was nauseating. As for me, my parents were fighting a lot more lately, and one day, Dad just packed his stuff and left. Shortly after, he filed for divorce, and Mom went bonkers. She refused to shower or step out of the house, and a week later, she came home and told me she'd quit her job. Between rent and expenses, we soon ran out of our savings and didn't even have enough money for food.
Do you have cash?
Sure. Let me just grab some from the secret trust fund your dad left me. No, I don't have cash, you moron. Just run the card again.
I've already tried 3 times. It's not working. Pay or leave.
Mom just started yelling at the cashier like a mad woman. He called security, but as they approached, Mom grabbed a bunch of stuff and bolted in the other direction. She went round and round in circles before the security guys finally caught her and dragged her out. Since Mom was acting all kinds of crazy, I took up a part-time job at a cafe to help out. But between work and school, my life was miserable, and Ashley wasn't helping.
What do you mean you're not coming for the concert? We booked this months ago.
Things were different back then. Now I have to work.
Ask someone to cover your shift.
We're short-staffed, and I need the money.
But Hank's gonna be there, and I need your help talking to him. You're not getting out of this.
Ashley kept pushing me, but I kept refusing, and eventually, she gave up. The next morning, she told me Hank had asked her out, and I was happy for her. College applications were looming, and I desperately wanted to get into NYU's art program, where Ashley was applying to. It was expensive, and I needed a strong portfolio for a scholarship. I couldn't risk my mom finding out, so I stayed late after my shifts at the cafe to work on my portfolio. One day, while I was heading back home, it started raining heavily. It was already late, so I couldn't get the bus, and was waiting for a cab when someone walked up to me with an umbrella. Dexter, what are you doing here?
I was just across the road running some errands, and by errands, I mean date that didn't go too well. Anyway, I saw and I thought I'd help.
Dexter led me to his car, and on our way, we got talking. He asked me how I was doing, and I don't know why I ended up telling him everything about Mom and how things were really tough at home.
Ashley told me about your parents' divorce, but I didn't know things were so bad. If you need anyone to talk to, I'm here.
Something about the way he said it made my heart melt. And after that day, Dexter and I got closer. He would wait for me at the cafe and then walk me home. We'd debate over classic movies, argue over music, and bond over our favorite MSA videos. The more time we spent together, the more I saw a different side of Dexter. One that was kind, funny, and surprisingly thoughtful. And before long, I started having feelings for him.
You know, I've always had a bit of a crush on you.
Really? Why?
You're kind, beautiful, smart, creative, and you're probably the toughest person I know.
Wow, thanks. I always thought you're kind of annoying.
Gee, thanks. What a compliment.
Let me finish. But now I think you're the only person who gets me. You've shown me what it's like to really connect with someone, Dex. I guess what I'm saying is...
That you like me? I like you too.
And then Dexter kissed me, and it was perfect. I wasn't sure how Ashley would take it, but before we can even gather the courage to tell her, we found her crying in the school garden the next day.
Hank dumped me. He says my nostrils are too big and that my face reminds him of his dead cat. What kind of reason is that?
The kind that's a lie. Hank's a total player. Why would you ever fall for him, you dumb... Ow! I mean, I'm sorry you're hurting, but don't weep over that idiot. You're stronger than that. Be a man, woman, girl, be a girl.
Did you hit your head or something? Why are you even talking to me? Blair, I need a hug.
The next few days were a mess. Ashley was hung up on Hank and dragged me along for endless shopping sprees and salon visits to distract herself, and I didn't think it was a good time to tell her about me and Dex, who I wasn't even getting to spend any time with. She was also home all the time, so Dexter started sneaking into my room late at night.
This is not fair. You're totally ignoring me.
I know, but she's miserable, and she needs me.
Hey, Han, remember when you needed her, but she was too busy falling in love? Anyway, my football team's having a party tomorrow night, and I'd love for you to come. It's low-key, just close friends.
How close are we talking?
Close enough to do this.
Dexter leaned in to kiss me, but before he could, someone knocked on my door. Ashley! He hid under the bed as I opened the door.
Who are you talking to?
No one. I was just humming to myself. La la la. See? You tell me, what's up? No time long see.
You're being weird. Anywho, I need your help. I've heard the football team is having a party tomorrow and Hank's gonna be there. I need him to know that I've moved on and this party is perfect for that. I have the invites. You're coming with me. No excuses.
But I have to work on my portfolio.
I promise I'll help you after the party. Please say yes.
Ashley looked desperate that I couldn't refuse. Dexter was furious, though. He didn't answer my calls or reply to my texts. Even at the party, he ignored me. But I could see he kept looking my way. Ashley had hired some guy to be her fake boyfriend, so she left for the dance floor with him while I waited for Dexter. I was near the pool when I almost slipped, but someone held on to me.
Careful there, sweet cakes. You'll hurt yourself. Blair, right? I'm Hank.
I know.
Great. Then let's skip the introductions and dance.
I don't want to.
Come on.
She said no.
I turned around and saw Dexter looking furious.
And who are you? Her boyfriend?
Yes, now back off!
Or what? You'll hit me, pretty boy?
You bet I will.
Dexter punched Hank right in his face and he stumbled backward. Hank charged at Dexter and the two got into a fight. Everyone gathered around and I caught sight of Ashley's face in the crowd. She looked furious. I ran over to her, but I slipped and fell in the pool. I don't remember much after that, but when I opened my eyes, I was in a room with Dexter and Ashley staring at me. What happened?
You passed out. You don't know how to swim?
I didn't exactly grow up with a pool in my backyard, so no, I don't. You're bleeding.
That's no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Just like it's not a big deal to hide from your best friend that you're dating her idiot brother. How could you not tell me?
I don't know, okay? I freaked out. You've always hated Dexter, and then you'd just broken up with Hank, so I didn't want to rub my relationship in your face.
You don't have to treat me like I'm a child who doesn't have a handle on her emotions. Anyway, you've chosen Dexter. Although I can't understand why him out of all the boys on the planet. But you did, and you're my best friend. So I'll accept it on one condition. Never, never make out in front of me, or I'll projectile vomit all over you. Deal?
Deal. After that, things went smoothly. Dexter and I could now date openly, which made me really popular. One of his friends asked me to create a portrait for her dad. He loved it so much that he gave me a lot of commissioned work. Soon, I was making enough to quit my job at the cafe, and life became a lot easier. I even finished my art portfolio and was working on some last-minute changes one night when Mom barged in.
You're applying to an art college? Why didn't you tell me?
Who told you?
Doesn't matter. Have you forgotten how much we've struggled because of Dad? And who will even pay for this college? I don't have that kind of money.
I'll get a scholarship, Mom. I made a portfolio. Look.
No, art school is too expensive and not worth it. You'll join a community college and stay close to me. Now give me that.
Mom snatched the portfolio from me and left. I followed her, but she locked herself in her room. No matter how much I begged, she wouldn't open the door. Mom didn't get out of her room the whole day, and since submission was only 2 days away, I had no choice but to give up on my dream. I was talking to Ashley and Dexter about it when he came up with a brilliant idea.
Dad knows the dean personally. How about I talk to him and get you a personal interview? And we can ask my friend whose dad bought paintings from you to let us borrow those. It could be your portfolio.
That'll work.
It should. I'm not letting you give up on your dreams, Blair.
What about Mom?
She just has to make peace with it. I know you love her, but what she's asking of you is not fair. She's acting like the kid in this relationship.
The interview was scheduled for 2 days later, and I spent every second preparing. On the big day, I felt really confident. But as I was on my way, I got a call from the admissions office saying that my interview was canceled. Apparently, I had called and canceled my interview, claiming my mom was unwell, even sending medical reports as proof and withdrawing my application because I needed to take care of her. I tried telling them so many times that it wasn't me, but they just cut the call. I had no idea how Mom had found out about my interview, but I was furious that she'd done this. I went back home to confront her, but to my shock, I found her passed out on the floor. I called 911 and immediately rushed her to the hospital. On my way, I messaged Dad, and by the time we reached, he was already there. And what he told me next shocked me.
A month ago, your mom fainted at work and was diagnosed with a rare heart disease. She needs a transplant, but since she couldn't afford it, she turned to me for help.
But why didn't you tell me?
We're trying to arrange money, and we wanted to wait till then to tell you. She didn't want to worry you.
And here I thought she was lying when she submitted those documents.
What documents?
I explained about NYU in my interview with the dean.
I don't think your mom's behind this. She was skeptical, but after seeing your portfolio, she was impressed. She told me she was changing her mind about you pursuing an art degree.
I thought she threw my portfolio away.
No, sweetie. She was proud of you.
But Dad, if Mom didn't call them, then who did? Does anyone else know that she's sick?
Yeah, Ashley's dad knows. We needed money for tests, so I asked him for a loan and sent pictures of your mom's report to prove it. I told him to keep it a secret so you wouldn't find out.
I immediately understood who might have done this. But just to be sure, I called the admissions office and asked them for the number they received the call and reports from. And when I saw who it was, my mind exploded with anger. I took a cab, reached Ashley's place, and barged into her house. You called the admission office and told them that my mom was sick and I won't be attending the interview? Don't even try to lie to me. I have proof. My mom was sick, Ashley. You could have told me that at least. Instead, you used that against me.
Hold on, I think there's some confusion. Why would Ashley do that?
Ask her. And suddenly, Ashley's face twisted into rage.
Yes, ask me. Ask me why I'd go out of my way to make your life miserable, Blair. It's 'cause I hate you. There, I said it. I hate you. First, you were my best friend, and you chose to date the person I hate most, my doofus brother. It was bad enough my parents always chose him over me, but even you? Also, I couldn't stand how perfect your life was. You have a football jock boyfriend. Everybody loves your art. Everybody loves everything about you. Heck, even the boy I likes you more. I didn't want to go to college and be second to you again. So I told your mom about your art school plans, hoping she'd stop you. And when she failed, I used the pictures and did what I had to.
I can't believe I trusted you. I thought you were my best friend. How can you do this to me? You've shattered everything we had. I never want to see you again. We're done.
Don't think I'll cry over it. I'm going to NYU, Blair. I'll make new friends.
You disgust me.
Whatever.
I never saw Ashley's face again, and Dexter told me that his parents heard her entire confession and ended up grounding her big time. She didn't even get through NYU, but I did, thanks to Dexter's dad who got me a second interview. Mom stayed in the hospital for a few more weeks before coming home. A month later, we found a donor. It was tough to get the money for the surgery, but we managed, and Mom made a full recovery. Today is my first day in college, and I couldn't be happier.
I sat in the audience for the 1,000th time watching my annoying sister Mara's talk show. I was just about to fall asleep when suddenly a spotlight shone on me.
There she is, my twin sister Brooke. Come help us play the game, sis.
Wait, what? Before I could say a word, the audience started chanting my name and my parents nodded at me encouragingly. Mara was waiting on stage with her guest star, who was some famous model. So, Brookie, you and Iris are going to play the card game War, and whoever wins breaks an egg on the other's head. Can I jump off a building first?
Always such a little party pooper.
I played the dumb card game until I won, so I cracked an egg on Iris's head before turning to go off stage. Ow! You just hit me in the head with an egg. That was the goal of the game, genius. Well, you did it way too hard. Ow! The next day, my accidental egg assault was all over YouTube and social media. Sister of talk show host Mara gets violent with popular model Iris. So melodramatic. My life wasn't always like this. I'd never asked to live in the public eye. All of this started when my bimbo sister got her own show a year ago and became a child millionaire. Then here I was, just trying to get through high school without punching or kicking walls. Hi, I'm Brooke from Manhattan, and this is my story. But before I rant about my drama, please like and subscribe. Everyone at school brought up the stupid talk show incident.
Look, it's Mara's extra crazy sister Brooke. Should we refer to her as the egg beater?
I can beat an egg over your head, but don't worry, I'll avoid smashing your new nose. You're always such a witch. This is why nobody at school likes you. She was so cute for thinking that I cared. Anyway, around lunchtime, I headed to the bathroom when suddenly I jumped. One of the most popular guys in school, Lance, was right behind me, smirking. He was a part of a clique of 4 other heartthrobs who all looked like Wattpad princes. You are looking lovely today, princess. You just followed me into the girls' bathroom. I wanted to ask you out on a date. You've never even made eye contact with me before. I used to think you were just Mara's mean loser sister, but when I saw what you did on TV, I practically fell in love with you, babe. I've always wanted a girl with that kind of fire. So I'll pick you up tonight at 8. I didn't answer. I just pushed Lance away from my face and towards the toilet bowl. He landed head first, and I couldn't help laughing. Except later that day, I noticed the rest of Lance's dreamy friends kept staring at me with that same smirk on their faces. In fact, all 5 of them slipped envelopes into my locker asking me on a date. This had to be some kind of joke. I decided to ask Mara about it, since she was the school queen bee and full of gossip. But surprisingly, Mara didn't know anything. Then later that night, she gave me some crazy news. She'd invited all 5 of those guys to come onto her talk show, where she'd set up a competition over who could win a date with me, without even asking me. So what if they're just hitting on you for a joke or a bet? It'll be so much fun. You've never been on any kind of date, and you're in the 12th grade. Please. I finally gave in, but I knew those boys were up to something, and if they were gonna mess with me, I was gonna mess with them too. On the night of the show, I sat center stage behind a table while the 5 idiot heartthrobs lined up behind a rope. Each of them had 30 seconds to impress me. After you pushed me into the toilet, I went and bought you flowers. I also have chapstick to put on before kissing you for our date. Too bad your breath smells like a sewage drain. Next. If you were my girlfriend, I'd take you to a restaurant right on the ocean and buy a giant ice cream sundae with ice cream makes me puke. So I used to be an underwear model, but then I'm embarrassed for you. I had this flown over from Japan. No! By the time the 5th guy, Zeke, came over, I was already exhausted. Then I noticed he was holding a guitar. Oh my God. Brookie, oh Brookie, honey, my heart is yours. Yeah, Brookie, oh Brookie, Brookie, my sassy princess I adore. The audience went wild, and I wanted to cringe. But for some reason, I found myself smiling. So when it was time to choose the guy I'd go on a date with, I chose Guitar Boy Zeke. I just had to remember that he probably didn't really like me, and if he was planning on humiliating me, I had to beat him at his own game. So when I met Zeke for our picnic date, I came wearing my mom's wedding dress. What's that you're wearing? A wedding dress. That way, we can imagine what it'll be like when we get married one day. Ever since the talk show, I've fallen head over heels for you, and after that song you sang for me, I know now that you feel the same way. I'd hoped the guy would run scared and crying, but instead, he laughed.
I must have really won you over with that song I played you. I'm not done with you yet, Prince Charming. During our picnic, I sat on his lap and made him feed me every bite of food and hold the water cup up to my lips. And when he turned to get a napkin, I started fake crying hysterically. We were staring into each other's eyes, but you looked away. Is it because my eyes are ugly? Or are you breaking up with me? I have nothing else to live for now. You are so extra. I know what'll cheer you up. Let's have a romantic dance. Wait, what? Before I could say a word, Zeke turned on classical music and pulled me up to dance. He started spinning and twirling me around and even threw me in the air. God, he was crazy. Later on, Zeke drove me home, but he said he needed to stop at his house first for something. I decided then I'd confront him. Look, I know you're either dating me because you bet your friends money or you guys want to humiliate me as a joke. Either way, I'm just telling you, I didn't fall for it. I told those guys you'd be too smart to trick. It was Lance's idea to bet money on which one of us can win you over. I never wanted to do it, but I couldn't tell Lance that because whatever Lance wants, Lance gets. Zeke then told me his dad and Lance's dad were friends, and because Lance's family was rich, his dad was going to pay for a music college Zeke got into. Therefore, he could never afford to ever piss off Lance. And don't tell Lance I said any of this. Please, just let me tell him you fell for me and you asked me to be your boyfriend. I really want to go to music school. Come on, you don't care what anyone thinks and you're already unpopular and barely have any friends and no offense. How little self-respect did this guy think I had? I wanted to give him a good slap in the face. But just then, Zeke stopped by this really run-down trailer next to a pile of garbage. Okay, we're here. My dad's sick, so I have to check on him every few hours. Holy crud, this is where he lived? This place was a single room, and Zeke's dad was in a bed with an oxygen tank. I guessed with his dad's medical bills, he'd never have enough money to even think about music school. So I decided to let Zeke tell Lance he was gonna keep dating me for a bet. The next day at school, I saw Lance and the other 3 heartthrobs looking at me and snickering to themselves. Even other kids seemed to be onto the bet, but I could live through it. I was doing a good deed by humiliating myself. Plus, Zeke was fun to be around, and I didn't mind having him as my fake boyfriend. One night, I decided to invite him to a celebrity party Mara and I were attending. I even bought him a suit and tie, and secretly, I thought he looked super handsome. At one point, I was walking by the entrance when suddenly I saw Zeke standing with Lance and his friends, and Zeke was saying he had to go. What do you mean? This is a huge exclusive party that I invited you to. Listen, cranky face, I came to pick up your boyfriend for some last-minute plans. Surely you two can reschedule. With that, Zeke took off with the boys, and for some reason, I felt really angry about it. Just then, Mara came over to ask if I was okay, and I ended up telling her everything. Look, I know you feel bad for Zeke because of his home situation, but you don't have to sell your dignity for charity. If you think he doesn't genuinely care about you, just dump his sorry butt in front of everyone tomorrow. Or I can talk tomorrow in school, like an actual mature person. But I know maturity is kind of a foreign concept to you and the other kids at school. Okay, listen, sis. You've never had any real friend or boyfriend before, and I'm at the top of our school's social ladder. I know how to deal with these things. I can handle this myself, thanks. Just because I don't date a different guy each week doesn't mean I need boy advice from you. So on Monday at school, I headed to the bleachers at lunch where I knew Zeke practiced guitar, except he spotted me first and immediately came over to hug me. I am so sorry about what happened at the party. Lance decided at the last minute that he wanted to have a betting party. Kids at school are betting on how I'm gonna break your heart and everything. I realize this may be going too far. It's going way too far. I tried to do a nice thing for you, but you're totally taking advantage of me. Also, how long are you gonna be Lance's slave for? Can't you get a scholarship to the school or something? No, I'm not talented enough. It's cool. I'll tell Lance the truth and stand up to him. I'll just find something other than music that makes me happy. Zeke turned to walk away, but I just couldn't let him give up his friends, his reputation, and his dreams. So I told Zeke I'd help him apply for a scholarship because even though he didn't believe in himself, I knew he was talented enough to get one. And 2 weeks later, he got accepted. You just made my dreams come true. Brooke, no one has ever believed in me like that before. You're amazing. Zeke suddenly picked me up and spun me around, which made me feel butterflies. After that, Zeke and I became really close and started hanging out all the time. I helped him take care of his dad, and he helped me make some friends at school. Except there were a couple of issues. One, I started to develop real romantic feelings for Zeke. And And 2 was Zeke still hadn't told Lance the truth, even though it was part of our agreement. So finally, Zeke decided to confront Lance one day after school as I hid behind a tree to listen in.
Look, man, I told Brooke about the bet. It's not right the way we're manipulating her. Plus, I've been hanging out with her, and I think I want to date her for real. You know, she helped me get a scholarship to the music school you were going to pay for. Now, you don't have to. Are you kidding me? What am I going to tell all the kids who've been giving us money, betting the different ways you can dump her? You're one of us, Zeke, and she's an unpopular loser. It'll make the whole squad look bad. If you date her, then you're dead to us. Well, fine then. You guys are jerks anyway. I'm going to get myself an awesome girlfriend.
I held my breath as I watched Zeke ditch his friends for me. And just like that, Zeke and I became an item. He held my hand, kissed me in public at school, and didn't even seem to care that he'd lost all his friends in popularity. Everything seemed to be going well, at least for a couple of weeks. Then one weekend, I went away with my family for a camping trip with no Wi-Fi or cell reception. But when I arrived back at school on Monday, something horrible happened. I was sitting in the cafeteria when suddenly Zeke stood up on one of the tables with a microphone and speakers.
Can I have everyone's attention? I have something to say to my girlfriend, Brooke. I'm sorry, babe, but I just can't date you anymore. I've realized that I don't want to be with a stuck-up sourpuss who's way below my league. It's also really lame that she's never dated anyone before. So for all of you out there who bet money how I dump Brooke, the ones who selected public humiliation win.
I stood with shock as I watched a bunch of kids run over to Zeke, Lance, and the other guys with cash. None of this made any sense. Had it just all been a setup? I ran out of the room and into the hallway to collect myself when I saw Zeke behind me.
Brooke, I am so sorry I had to do that, but I had a good reason.
What good reason could you possibly have for humiliating me like that?
Please, just listen to me. My dad had to have an emergency medical procedure over the weekend that I couldn't pay for, and since there was no way to reach you, I had to ask Lance for help. He said he'd only pay for it on the condition that I publicly dump you. I'm so sorry. I still want to be with you, though. It just might have to be in secret.
You know what? No, I don't care what your reasons are. I am so freaking sick of all of your excuses to manipulate and humiliate me. We're done, Zeke. That night, I refused to let myself cry. Zeke didn't deserve my tears. I didn't need any cowardly idiots in my life anyway. The next afternoon, I was studying in the library when I decided to take a break for some coffee and MSA videos. But while I was relaxing, Lance suddenly sat down next to me.
Ooh, MSA. I watch them on TikTok all the time. Let me help you pick an episode.
If you come anywhere near me or my computer, I'll squeeze your head until your brain pops out. Oh wait, I forgot. You don't have a brain. Probably why you watch MSA on TikTok instead of YouTube. You know, YouTube, the site for smart people.
Wow, Zeke must really regret dumping you.
Yeah, about that. I know it was you who forced Zeke to break up with me. Why do you have to go around messing with his life and mine? The way you and your friends bet on me and tried to break my heart for fun? How sick do you have to be to want to do something like that?
Maybe some people just enjoy messing with other people's lives. You should ask your sister. After all, the whole betting game was her idea.
Lance got up and left, leaving me very confused. What did he mean by that? He was probably just messing with me, but I still asked Mara about it, and she got really quiet. Okay, it's true that it was my idea, but let me explain. I just felt bad because our whole lives, you've lived in my shadow. I have everything. Fame, popularity, friends, and you didn't get any of that. So I wanted to find you a cute boyfriend to make you happy. Except none of the guys at school wanted to date you. The only ones who were willing to were Lance and his friends, if they could make money off of it. But I had hoped one of them would fall for you for real. I was stunned and silent as Mara apologized over and over. I knew her heart had been in the right place, but she'd gotten me into such a giant mess. God, I just needed space from everyone. The next morning, I was going through the mail when I saw an envelope from Zeke's music school. To my surprise, they'd returned a check I'd paid as a deposit to confirm his place in the program. Apparently, Zeke had called the college and declined the offer to attend. I thought right away of his sick dad, and suddenly I got a bad feeling. I drove immediately to Zeke's house, but when I reached there, he was sitting outside and playing guitar, looking perfectly happy. Zeke, is everything okay? Did you call your college and decline the offer?
Yeah, I just didn't feel right taking your money to attend there, not after the way I treated you. So I'm just gonna save up and reapply next year. In the meantime, I got a job and my dad's doing better. Thank you for believing in me, Brooke. You have no idea how much it means to me.
Zeke came over to hug me and I felt those stupid, happy butterflies again. Hey, listen, are you still friends with Lance?
God, no. I'm done being his slave. I took a loan and paid him back everything I owed him for Dad.
So, if I give you a second chance, that means you can't be an idiot this time. I swear on my life I won't be. I want you back, and I won't have it any other way. So, I guess my sister did achieve her goal of finding me a guy, even though it was in the craziest way possible. Still, maybe one of these days I could thank her for it. When the music kicked off and everyone started dancing, I escaped to the garden for some fresh air. As I sat down by the fountain and sighed, a soft object hit me squarely in the face. Then someone in black jumped down from the tree above me.
Brought your favorite cheeseburger.
Meredith, what are you doing here? And why would you hit me with a burger? Wait, are you dressed up like Catwoman?
Yeah, it's been my look for weeks now. 1, it shows off my fantastic figure, which is a service to humanity. 2, every vigilante hero needs a costume, and I've always found Catwoman classy. 3,
vigilante hero? You basically rob people.
Yeah, like Robin Hood, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor.
You steal for yourself.
I am the poor. And what's all this you nonsense? Last time I checked, we were a team. But sis, what's taking so long with this mission?
It's not that simple.
It's pretty simple. You make this rich dude fall for you, get access to his vault, steal the painting, and we run off to Bora Bora. Are you having trouble making him fall for you? Maybe he hates your eyebrows. I don't know. But I feel like punching you in the face every time I see your eyebrows, which is basically every time I see your face.
Shut up, Em. Everything's going fine.
Okay, but hurry up. This catsuit is giving me a butt rash, even though I use baby powder under it. I want to put it away soon and retire on a beach in a bikini. Aren't you looking forward to it?
Just take the stupid suit off. You're a con artist, not a cat burglar. And of course I'm looking forward to it. You should go before you blow my cover. And thanks for the burger.
It's not a gift. Duh. You're gonna pay me back. I've noted it in my diary. See ya.
I couldn't help laughing as I saw her clumsily climb the wall, then fall over to the other side. But as I turned away, I felt troubled. The problem wasn't about making this rich guy I had to rob fall for me. He already had. The problem was, I'd fallen for him too. Let's start from the start, okay? Hi, I'm Claire, originally from Connecticut. And yes, you might have heard some fun words being used for me. Deceitful witch, manipulative liar, and con artist might come up, none of which is an exaggeration. But people change, okay? Before I tell you my crazy story, please like and subscribe. My mother was born into what she always called old money, which basically means her family had been rich for a long time and their wealth was passed down generations. Unfortunately, it skipped our generation. Apparently, my dad was extremely charming and swept Mom off her feet when she was just 20. She married him against her parents' wishes and they cut her off from their wealth. Then, 2 years later, Mom gave birth to twins, Dad met another woman, and he abandoned us. At least he left us the house in a nice neighborhood, but my grandparents refused to help Mom out and said she had to live with her decisions. Mom, how are you feeling now?
Like my organs are shutting down one by one.
So, same as this morning then? Here's some chicken soup.
There's no chicken in it.
Well, you asked for chicken soup when there was no chickens in the fridge, so I guess we all have to use our imaginations, don't we?
Oh, the soup at my parents' house always had chunks of chicken and big fat prawns. What has life come to now? I was raised as a creature of luxury. I'm like that fairy tale princess who couldn't sleep because of a single pea under her mattress.
So you say, but there's a bunch of sharp pebbles under your mattress and you sleep like a log and snore like a bear.
What? How could you put pebbles? I do not snore. Leave me to decompose, please.
Well, you have to return to your waitressing job, so get well soon, Mom.
Shall not.
I loved Mom, but she was basically a spoiled, selfish child who just couldn't adapt to her change in fortunes and start acting like a freaking parent. My sister Meredith and I were twins, but we looked nothing alike. With her soft blonde hair and big baby blues, she looked like the kind of sweet soul who saved kittens from trees, helped old people across the road, and sang to birds. She didn't look like she had an ounce of evil in her, which wasn't true, like at all. But we'll come back to that later. From an early age, it was clear to me and Meredith that we had to be resourceful for money. I started doing odd jobs for our rich neighbors in the 8th grade, like raking their gardens, walking their dogs, and babysitting their kids. But Meredith was always finding more creative ways, like taking stupid boys in her class on paid exclusive tours to an alien site she'd discovered in the nearby forest. I'd seen her digging up the crater where the spaceship had landed, or selling youth water to high school girls, claiming she'd traveled far to the Fountain of Youth over summer break and had a limited supply. They actually thought she was telling the truth because it tasted different. Yeah, that's because she was filling up bottles from the neighbor's gross jacuzzi. People eventually caught on and stopped buying from her, and that's when she started stealing from me. But whenever I'd confront her, she'd throw a tantrum and deny it like I'd accused her of killing someone. So the next time, I hid money in my diary and made my latest entry. Dear Diary, guess what? What? When Mom took Meredith to the hospital for her sore throat the other day, the doctors made a shocking discovery. Meredith has a rare, incurable disease. She only has a few more months with us. We've decided not to tell her so she isn't scared and lives the rest of her short life in peace. Yes, I'm sad, but not that much because my baby sister is going to a better place and leaving me all her stuff. I knew my trick had worked when Meredith came down one morning with swollen eyes. When Mom asked her what was wrong, she burst into tears about her incurable disease.
Where would you get an idea like that?
Yes, Meredith. Please, tell Mom where you got this idea from.
You wrote it in your... Wait, you chubby witch! You made me believe I was dying!
Meredith lunged at me and we went rolling all over the kitchen floor. But she ended up getting grounded for a month for stealing and invading my privacy. I soon started missing her at dinner time though. So late one night, I snuck into her room with ice cream to find her playing darts with my face as the target. I'm sorry you're stuck here, but you did steal from me. I know we don't have a lot right now, but we'll work hard and make money in the future.
But the future is in the future. What do I do now when I need money for mascara and gummy bears?
Maybe we can think of some business idea.
Oh, I thought you'd never ask.
She pulled out a box from under her bed full of t-shirts.
So you know my friend George, the next-door gardener's nephew? Apparently he volunteers at a mental institution every weekend. The owners got t-shirts made from all the patients, but they refuse to wear them, blah, blah. So now the mental place has hundreds of these lying in storage. George said he can score them for me, and we could have our own t-shirt range with cute things written on them. Look, here's one I made for myself.
I want to go to Bora Bora, but I'm Bora Bora. Please help me. Funny.
I'm very serious, actually. I'm gonna live in Bora Bora one day. So, are we selling these t-shirts?
I'm in.
I also made one for you. That'll be $10, thanks.
Money can't buy happiness, but poverty can't buy anything. Please help me. You should pay me for wearing this. Meredith didn't have the best reputation in our neighborhood or school to sell things, so we decided to hit the other end of town and set up a t-shirt stall outside a private school. With my salesmanship and Meredith's flirting, we managed to sell quite a few on the first day. We started setting up shop at different locations, and one day as we were heading home, Meredith suddenly said she had to pee really badly. So we walked up to the closest house to ask if they'd let us use the bathroom. We rang the bell, but no one seemed to be home. I was peeking in through the window when suddenly I turned around to see Meredith already crawling halfway through one. Are you crazy? That's breaking and entering!
I'll kick in your face so hard that you'll need plastic surgery, which we don't have money for. If you don't want to be ugly for the rest of your life, let me pee.
I let her go and was standing guard at the door when, to my horror, a car suddenly pulled into the driveway and a snooty woman stepped out.
Hey, you girl. What are you doing lurking around my house? Were you thinking of breaking in?
What? No, of course not. I'm a Girl Scout selling cookies. Yeah, I study in the, Aston Bridge School for Girls.
Oh, I see. It's a lovely school. I know many people whose children go there. Sorry for my mistake. I'll be happy to buy some cookies from you. Put me down for 20 boxes.
Sure. It's, $5 a box, so that'll be $100. I'm putting your name down on my list, and I'll drop them by tomorrow.
That's perfect, sweetie. Here's the money. I'll see you soon.
Just then, I saw Meredith slip out the window, and as soon as the lady went in, we ran like crazy down the block and then collapsed on some grass.
Look, I took some pastries from her kitchen. Perfect for a spontaneous picnic.
That's stealing.
Oh, you're one to talk. I heard the whole cookie conversation from inside. You took that lady's money, and you're never going to give her any cookies.
I was just trying to distract her before she caught your butt. I didn't think she'd be dumb enough to actually give me the money. I can return it.
Look, she didn't do it out of the goodness of her heart. She's a rich snob who was being really rude till she thought you were someone rich, too. You didn't force her to give you money at gunpoint. Oh, Claire, this has just given me the best idea.
You're not serious.
Yes, I am. Dumb people deserve to be tricked. And what does $100 mean to someone who has a gold toilet seat?
I knew it was wrong, but it was also so easy. And before I knew it, Meredith and I were wearing private school uniforms and hitting different neighborhoods, collecting money for Girl Scout cookies that we had no intention to deliver. We made $2,000 in a month. But one day, when we went up to a rich old lady's house, she invited us in and even offered us cake as we signed her up.
How many boxes will that be, ma'am?
Oh, none, thank you. You see, I don't buy imaginary cookies.
What?
I'd heard that there were 2 conning Girl Scouts in town, and I was ready for you. I've called the police, and you 2 will end up in a detention center.
Just then, there was a loud bang, and the power went out. In the confusion, Meredith kicked the old lady and yelled, "Run!" As we were sprinting down the street, I suddenly noticed a nerdy-looking boy my age running beside us too, grinning and waving at us. Hey, hold on. Who are you?
I'm your new neighbor, Freddie. I'm the one who saved you from that old crow.
What? I'm so confused right now.
New neighbor? You moved into the house next to ours? Why are you here?
I was bored and saw you girls leaving your house, so I followed you for fun. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your little cookie secret. When I heard that old lady threatening you, I went to the main circuit board and pulled out a wire with my tweezer, which I always keep handy.
You could have been electrocuted. You're either incredibly smart or exceptionally dumb.
My mom says the exact same thing, except for the incredibly smart part.
Listen, you geek, what do you want? If you think you're gonna get a cut of our profits.
No, my parents are well off. They're neurosurgeons. I just want to be friends. I swear, I don't have any siblings and I don't know anyone here.
What if we say no?
I'll keep following you around until you say yes.
Okay, fine. Congratulations. You got yourself 2 friends.
Oh, I'm so happy. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
And from that day on, that goof really did become our best friend, especially mine. He was like the sibling I never had. I mean, the nice sibling who did my nails and watched the channel I wanted to watch on TV without arguing. He was also really generous. I didn't want to take advantage of it, but Meredith and Mom had no problem keeping all the gifts he was always getting us. We decided to lay low with our conning activities in case the old lady had actually told the police about us. But soon after we joined the 11th grade, a new drama unfolded in our lives. A family moved into the huge white house across the street. Apparently, the couple who'd bought the place was loaded, and they had 5 teenage boys.
Finally, some eligible bachelors on our street.
Thanks. My feelings aren't hurt at all.
Oh, I'm sorry I left you out, sweetie. Maybe you'll find someone too. I mean, they have 5 boys. There's a good chance one of them is gay.
What? Why would you think?
Okay, girls, here's a basket of goodies for you to take over as a welcome present. Now go, throw yourselves at those boys.
Meredith and I rolled our eyes, but we decided there wasn't any harm in checking them out, and we were welcomed by the ugliest quadruplets ever. They were really sweet and really excited to see us, but with their orange hair, acne, and buck teeth, they were not a pretty sight.
Man, I feel sorry for those parents. Like, Mom got one average-looking kid, but God made it up by giving her me. But those parents, God decided to use copy-paste on that ugly model. They must have done something terrible to deserve this.
Huh? You are so rude.
Oh, shut up. I know you're thinking the same. I just have the guts to say it out loud.
But then a day later, I'd just woken up when the bell rang, and I opened the door to find the most gorgeous boy ever standing outside.
As Hermes, messenger of the gods, I've borne witness to countless tales spun across the tapestry of Olympus. With my winged sandals, I have traveled across the realms of the universe, carrying tidings that have altered fates. Among these tales, one that stands out in my mind is the story of Persephone and how a twist in her fate affects every mortal until eternity. You see, Demeter is the goddess of harvest, and she could turn the earth green with her touch. She made countless flowers bloom and coaxed bountiful crops from the soil. With her presiding over the planet, no living creature ever went hungry. She took great joy in her role, but her heart belonged entirely to her daughter Persephone, the maiden of spring.
I've never seen anything like you. Are there more of you nearby?
Little princess, I know of a field where the flowers bloom as far as the eye can see. I can take you there if you want.
Really? Oh, that would be a sight to behold.
Then come with me, sweet child.
Enough, spirit of mischief! I have given you plenty of chances to change, but it seems all you want to be is a troublemaker. Did you think you could lure my daughter away and I would be unaware?
Curse you, Demeter! Why should you and your child receive all praise and adoration when we, the spirits of nature, fade into the background?
A heart that is as poisoned with envy as yours cannot be cured. You are banished forevermore from these woods. Did you forget that you are not allowed to venture into the forest alone?
I'm so sorry, Mother. I only wished to see the magical flowers.
And you shall see many wonders, my child, but always within the safety of my reach. The world holds great beauty, but also grave danger. Come now, it's almost dawn. Let us go out into the meadows and make our own magical flowers bloom.
That sounds perfect, Mother.
Demeter always wanted to keep Persephone close to her. But as her daughter grew older, she turned into a beautiful young goddess who attracted the attention of many young suitors. Anytime a god smitten by Persephone's beauty sought her hand in marriage, Demeter sternly turned them away.
I cannot marry her off, Hecate. She is too delicate for the harsh world outside. Huh? These gods who come after her, they only see her beauty, not her gentle soul. They cannot care for her as I do. Demeter, you must be mindful of what Persephone wants too, or she might grow to resent her cage. A cage? Is that what you would call it? She has everything here that she could possibly desire. She's a powerful goddess, and under my guidance she can wield life from barren soil. Any god she marries will only dim her light. No, she will be here with me forever. Innocent and loved.
I do not desire to leave your side, Mother. I will stay here, forever.
But fate had different plans for Persephone. On a rare trip to Earth's surface, the Lord of the Underworld, Hades, was wandering through a grove of trees when his gaze fell upon a scene that held him transfixed.
Hades, my lord, you seem to be troubled. What weighs on your soul?
As you well know, when my brothers and I overthrew our father, the kingdom was divided among us. Zeus received the sky, Poseidon the sea, and I the underworld. I've never complained about my lonely lot, and do my duties justice. I don't frolic or play like the other gods, and work hard in my solitude. But mortals and gods alike see me as the embodiment of darkness, and their tales paint me as a monster to be shunned. My realm is necessary, but it is hated by all, as am I. But do they not see that I also have a heart? That I am made of the same cosmos as they? Even yearn for the light sometimes.
What has brought this on, my lord?
Persephone, she is the light where there is none. She is life where all is death. Ever since I laid eyes on her, I can think of nothing else. But would she ever see past the darkness that cloaks me? Would she ever gaze upon me and see not a lord of despair, but a soul longing for companionship and warmth?
Persephone, Demeter's daughter. Indeed, her radiance rivals the dawn, but she is of the upper world.
I must have her as my queen, as my wife. Her presence would bring joy and life to a realm that only echoes with loneliness and sorrow. And I must believe that even in the underworld, love can find a place to blossom.
My lord, her mother would never allow it.
Perhaps there is a rightful path to this union. I will go to her father Zeus with a proposal of marriage. I only need his permission according to our customs. Get my chariot ready and prepare for my departure. Today, either I win a queen for my empty halls, or I resign myself to an eternity of despair.
The next day, when Persephone had wandered far from her companions in a field and was kneeling down to admire Narcissus, suddenly the earth beneath her shook.
Fair Persephone, be not afraid. I am Hades, lord of the underworld. My kingdom is vast and rich, but it lacks the radiance of your presence.
Unhand me!
Come with me and rule by my side in the shadows where eternity lies.
Let me go. My mother will tear the world apart to find me, and there will be no place dark enough to hide.
Where is Persephone? Something has happened to her. I can feel it. Leave everything and search for her now.
Demeter's grief upon discovering her daughter's disappearance was immense, and as she roamed the earth searching for Persephone, she had neglected her duties. And so, the crops and trees began to suffer.
My daughter! My heart!
In her desperation, she sought the counsel of her old friend, Hecate.
Hecate, you who see into the shadows, help me find my daughter. You must seek Helios, Demeter. His all-seeing gaze pierces through deceit and darkness.
Taking the advice to heart, Demeter ascended to the chariot of the sun, where Helios guided the day.
Helios, please. You must tell me where my Persephone has gone. You see everything from your throne. Surely you must know. I can't bear this pain any longer.
Helios the sun god had indeed seen everything that fateful day, but had chosen not to interfere. However, he was moved by Demeter's grief.
Demeter, your daughter has been taken by Hades to the underworld. He desires her as his queen.
That cannot be. My daughter, queen of that cold, dead realm? I won't allow it.
Perhaps it is not as dire as you fear. Persephone's grace could bring life even to the underworld. Also, he is one of the most powerful, wealthiest gods in the universe, and she would rule by his side. Is that so terrible?
This is an outrage! How dare he take my daughter? Did Zeus know about this too?
Zeus allowed it.
In her fury, Demeter descended back to Earth.
Return my daughter to me, or I will let the earth perish in my sorrow. I will let this world turn into ice and ash. I will plunge it into eternal winter.
Meanwhile, in the underworld, Persephone wept in despair and lashed out at Hades any time he tried to speak to her.
To rule the underworld by your side? I want nothing to do with you. You've stolen me away from the sun, from my mother.
I understand your anger, Persephone. I only hope, with time, you will see me and my world differently. Until then, I will respect your wishes.
As enraged and heartbroken as Persephone was, she eventually got tired of her despair and ventured out of her chambers to observe Hades and her new home.
I built this for you, to remind you of the surface and to give you a place of peace.
I've never seen something like this. It's so beautiful.
As are you, my queen. Each realm has its supreme ruler, Persephone. But here, you and I will rule together as equals. You will never be beneath me, but always near me.
Meanwhile, on the surface, Demeter's grief and rage was a storm that screamed across the lands. Where she walked, earth cracked, rivers ceased their babble, and crops withered to dust under her shadow. As she withdrew her blessings from the world, famine began to spread far and wide. The cries of suffering mortals eventually reached the ears of Zeus on high Olympus, who could no longer ignore the matter. So he convened a meeting of the gods.
Demeter's wrath endangers all. We must find a solution that honors both her demands and the laws of gods.
If my daughter wishes to leave the underworld, let her return to me, or I shall never again let the earth bear fruit.
Very well, Demeter. If Persephone wishes to return, she shall, if she chooses to stay with Hades. So be it.
With a heavy heart, Demeter agreed, and Zeus commanded me, Hermes, to negotiate Persephone's return. So I descended into the gloom of the underworld, where Hades sat upon his throne with Persephone by his side. Her face was as pale as the ghosts around her.
Hermes, why does Olympus disrupt the quiet of my realm?
Mighty Hades, Zeus commands you to release Persephone, lest the earth die with Demeter's heart.
I cannot ignore the decree of Zeus or the pleading eyes of the one I love. But know this, the ties that bind us are not easily broken.
What do you mean, Hades? Just then, Persephone looked down at something she was clutching in her hand, and I saw it was a pomegranate. Suddenly, the realization of what had happened dawned on me. Fair Persephone, did you eat from that fruit?
I couldn't help it.
6 seeds, to be exact. Each of them has sealed her fate and has bound her to the underworld.
I knew I had to think quickly and come up with a deal that Hades would accept. Otherwise, Demeter would let the earth starve forever. She only ate a small portion of the fruit, so she should only stay with you for part of the year. She will spend 2/3 of the year with her mother on earth, and 1/3 with you in the underworld.
Go now to your mother, but feel compassion kindly in your heart towards me, and do not feel sorrow upon your return. For while you are here, you shall rule as my equal, and have the greatest rights and honor among the gods, as well as my undying devotion.
Persephone assured him she would return on the agreed time, and he arranged his chariot for her to depart. Demeter's joy knew no bounds when she was reunited with her daughter, but she was furious at the deal that had been struck.
How could you possibly eat the fruit of the dead? It is common knowledge that eating anything in the underworld binds one to that realm. Why would you do that, Persephone?
It was a moment of great weakness. I wish I could reverse it. I am so sorry, Mother.
Demeter had no choice but to accept the deal, and once her wrath subsided, the earth turned green and bountiful again. But when it was time for Persephone to return to the underworld, Demeter began to mourn once more, and winter would arrive, thus setting the cycle of the seasons.
My daughter, my soul, your return brings life to this world.
Mother, in the darkness, I've learned the secrets of the deep earth, and in your light, I bring forth life. Together, we bind the world in a cycle of death and rebirth.
And so, in this tale of compromise, the dance of the seasons has found its rhythm. An enduring love story was also set into motion, for even eons later, Hades and Persephone are often mentioned as Greek mythology's most happily married couple.
I can give you all the wealth of the earth, Persephone, but I cannot give you the sun and the breeze. I know you long for them when you are here.
You have given me more than I ever expected to experience in my life, Hades. You have given me respect, power, and a love that is genuine and rare. With you, I feel the most like myself. With you, I feel free.
So you do not regret your decision to eat the pomegranate seeds?
Never, my love.
Your mom, she isn't okay.
There will still be other hospital expenses, and you girls will have to figure out something soon. Do you have any relatives?
Of course. I'd do anything for you, Claire.
Can you tell me where the trial patient files are? When we visited Mom next at the hospital, I was able to slip away and retrieve Mom's file and another patient's who was receiving the drug. That night, Meredith and I used every Photoshop skill we had to make duplicate copies, complete with the hospital's seal and everyone's signatures to ensure that Mom was the patient chosen for the treatment. And the next day, I slipped the files back in. I knew what I'd done was wrong, and I'd broken at least 5 different laws. But as I walked away, I didn't feel like a criminal at all. I was walking down the hospital corridor with Freddie when Meredith came running towards us.
Where have you been? Mom's awake. She's finally awake.
Oh my God, seriously? This better not be a joke, Meredith.
I swear on my beautiful face, it's the truth. The doctors are just checking her vitals.
Can you girls stop making so much noise? It's a hospital.
Oh, shut it, nurse. We're in the coma ward. Who are we disturbing here? Don't you want these people to wake up?
How dare you talk to me like that? This is preposterous.
That's not even a real word. Remind me to buy you a dictionary. How did you become a nurse? Jeez.
We ran down to Mom's room to find her fighting off the doctors. She jumped onto her bed like an animal and started screaming at them.
Where am I? Are you doing science experiment on me? You will not touch the daughter of Vladimir. I learned how to catch fish with my bare hands when I was 3 and tackled a bear when I was 5. You think you are any match for me?
Ma'am, we mean no harm. We're your doctors.
How are you old enough to be a doctor? You have a pimples like a teenager.
I'm fully qualified.
Shut up, little boy. Tell me where I am before I take your eyeballs out and play bubbles with them.
Mom? Mom turned and stared at me with wild eyes.
Let's get out of here before she attacks us.
For once, I agree with Meredith.
Who are you? And what did you just call me?
Hey guys, the last time you saw me, I was walking down a hospital corridor after switching the clinical trial files. That was 2 years ago, so let me get you up to speed on everything that's happened since then. Mom entered the clinical trial, and her tests started showing signs of progress, but she didn't come out of her coma anytime soon. Freddie tried to help us, but Meredith and I had to learn to manage on our own. And it turns out, there's a lot you can steal from a hospital. We never had to buy toilet paper or cleaning supplies again. And we always had endless cups of pudding and Jell-O. Meredith, is that diaper cream you're putting on your face?
A girl's gotta moisturize. It's very hydrating. My face is as soft as a baby's butt. What did you score today?
More useful things like new bed sheets, pads, towels, and batteries for our TV remote.
Time for our show and more Jell-O. Woohoo!
But we still needed money, and after high school, we went back to our conning ways. I always pushed away the guilt and justified it to myself with things like, we needed the money, we had no other choice. But I have to admit, I also felt a thrill every time we outwitted someone and got away with it. It started out small, like hitting venues of concerts and games in different cities and selling fake tickets to desperate fans, hoping to get in at the last minute for twice the regular price. By the time they figured the tickets were bogus, we were gone. Or going to the American Idol audition venues and convincing hopeful contestants that we were part of the TV show crew, and we'd get them through to the next round if they paid us a little money. Then, we set up an Instagram matchmaking business account with tons of fake success stories. We were getting booked for our services by loads of women. We'd always meet at the client's house in disguise.
What is this exquisite dessert? It's like a cloud melting in my mouth.
It's a Japanese cheesecake, delivered fresh every day from Japan.
You are just the kind of people I like. Ow!
Let's get down to business, shall we?
Wow, I mean, this cake. Yes, business. This is your daughter? Oof.
We know she's a bit plain.
And she's 6 feet tall? With that face?
Is her case hopeless?
Oh no, we've dealt with a lot of uggos before. Believe me.
Ow! What my partner means is there's someone for everyone out there, and we're experts at making those two people meet. We'll need a small advance, and we'll bring you a portfolio of suitable bachelors in a week.
You'll be the mother of the bride soon, watching your little giraffe walk down the aisle. Sounds good, right? Make that check to cash, please. Can you also pack the rest of this cake?
We'd take the advance, keep in touch for a few weeks saying we were gathering options, and then disappear. Of course, people soon started commenting on our page, calling us frauds and reporting our account, but we made a good amount while it lasted. We tried out a wedding planner service next.
That's a gorgeous cake, but it's so expensive.
But it goes so perfectly with your pink and white theme.
Also, we're planning to order 2,000 pink and white roses.
And an ice sculpture for the reception area.
How much will all this cost?
You can't put a price tag on happiness.
Daddy will have a heart attack. He's gonna have one anyway. I just saw him eating a block of cheese. Why should that stop you from having the wedding of your dreams?
Really, you deserve the best on your big day.
Okay, I'm sold. Let me write you a check.
When that went bust, we became travel bloggers and influencers. With our huge number of fake followers, we managed to get into the best hotels for free as long as we wrote a review. When I'm rich, I will buy a hotel and live there. They have the best beds.
Room service? Yes, we'll have 2 lobsters, 4 sushi platters, 2 beef burgers with fries, the prawn tempura, the fish tempura. Okay, anything with the word tempura. And why don't you bring up the entire dessert menu? Thanks.
Of course, none of these businesses lasted too long, and we were always on our toes, traveling from place to place, changing disguises, trying not to get caught. The only person who had any idea of our activities was Freddie. But whenever we went back home, he was always happy to see us and never asked questions. 2 years had gone by like this, and Mom was finally awake, except she didn't remember being our mom. Now, we had no chance to ask her about the fake IDs and laptop we'd found, because all she seemed to remember was her childhood in freaking Russia. We showed her pictures of us together, and the doctors explained that she'd lost most of her memory, and they were unsure if she'd regain it.
Oh, my girls, I am so sorry I don't remember anything about you, but I feel a connection to you, as strong as the frost on my toes, walking barefoot in snow, and as sweet as the smell of my grandmother's honey cakes, and as deep as the violet skies of Siberia, and—
Yeah, we get it, Mom. We love you too.
As the 3 of us sat in a cafe later, I was still trying to process everything when I saw Meredith had a faraway look on her face. I know that face, Em. What are you planning?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking how excited Arthur will be when he finds out Mom is awake.
You're talking about our neighbor, Arthur?
Yeah, he's been visiting Mom every week for 2 years. He's always been in love with her. He'll be happy, but she won't even remember him.
That actually works in his favor. Mom always found him irritating.
What are you saying exactly?
What if we convinced Mom that she was deeply in love with Arthur before she went into a coma? I'm sure he won't have any problem playing along. Maybe we even say that they were engaged before she got sick. If we set them up, Mom will be taken care of for life. Arthur is rich with a capital $sign.
Wow, Meredith, you're a frickin' genius.
Jeez, why are you girls always scheming?
Because our parents are not neurosurgeons.
You can't use that excuse forever.
Watch me.
Like we expected, Arthur immediately agreed, and we got to work. We photoshopped tons of pictures of Mom and him, and soon he even turned up with a giant emerald ring.
You chose this Russian emerald ring from an antique shop where I proposed to you.
Oh, it is so beautiful. I wish I remembered all of these moments. But I do feel a connection to you, as strong as the smell of lavender on a Russian summer breeze, and as warm as Papa's fur coat, and as comforting as a bowl of kidney pickle soup, and—
Kiss her, now!
As Arthur and Mom kissed, Meredith and I walked out of the room and burst out laughing. We laughed till we almost peed our pants. Oh God, my tummy hurts. Are we doing the right thing? Fooling Mom?
She's no fool. She asked me how rich Arthur is yesterday. Now she feels very connected to him.
And within a month, Mom was walking down the aisle in a grand wedding in Arthur's garden. Of course, Meredith and I had made all the arrangements and totally overcharged Arthur.
I promise to cherish and to love you forever, and follow you to the ends of the earth.
We will go to Russia and start our new life there in the lovely house you have bought me as a wedding gift. And yes, I will cherish and love you and whatever, etc., etc.
Now you may exchange rings.
Did you just hear what I just heard?
Are they moving to Russia?
That can't happen. Is it too late to object to this wedding?
Shh! You guys are ruining the ceremony. What's wrong with you?
Are you a moron? You know she can't go to Russia?
Why not? She's Russian, isn't she? Oh, yeah, she shouldn't go to Russia.
Hold it, everyone! Sorry, Mom, but you can't go to Russia.
Oh, sweetie, I will take you girls with me, don't worry.
We're taking them with us?
No, no one's going to Russia.
Can we, discuss this later? You're ruining the moment.
Arthur, shh! Listen, Mom, we need to talk. As I got up to talk to Mom, I tripped on my dress and crashed into this big cage holding 100 pigeons, and they all started flying off.
This was supposed to be for after the ceremony!
But suddenly, those pigeons turned vicious and came back to attack everyone. They clawed at people's hair, poked them with their beaks, and pooped everywhere. As the guests ran around in chaos, someone slammed straight into the wedding cake. Meredith and I grabbed Mom's arms and dragged her home.
What is wrong with you two?
There's something you need to know, Mom.
Meredith and I ended up showing her all her fake passports, IDs, and the laptop, and she was stunned.
My name is Alexei, and none of these IDs have that name.
Mom, we don't know who you really are or why you left Russia. What if you were a spy or some sort of criminal? What if you're wanted in Russia? If you go back there, you might get arrested or worse. Apparently, many years ago, some bad people were looking for you, and we don't know why. You have to stay here and keep a low profile.
But I want to find my parents and see my home. It's all I remember.
You can't risk it. Not till you get your memory back. Or we get someone to tell us what's on that laptop and figure out who you are. We're sorry.
We hugged Mom as she cried, then fixed her makeup and returned to the wedding. The pigeons had left, and the guests were leaving too.
Stop, everyone. The wedding isn't over yet. And Arthur, Mom wants to move to Hawaii instead. From the top, people!
Arthur was very confused, but they finally got married. Later, as everyone moved towards the dance floor, Freddie asked me to join him.
So, now your mom is well and you have a rich stepfather. What are your plans?
I like traveling around with Meredith. Maybe I'll do that for some time. There isn't any reason to stay here anyway.
Ouch. Why don't you just hit me with an axe?
Of course, there's you. I can always come visit.
That's not good enough, Claire. Look, I have to say this now. I've been in love with you since forever, and let's not pretend you don't know that. Don't you think you can give us a chance? We're best friends, and I'd do anything for you.
I know, Freddie, but I just can't. I love you, but not like you want me to.
You can try dating me. Maybe you'll feel differently.
I don't think I will.
And I can give you a good life. You don't need to live like a freaking criminal anymore.
Some people might call me an artist.
Con artist, yeah. Still a criminal.
Maybe I enjoy being one. It's kind of thrilling.
I don't really believe that.
You don't want to believe that. We're too different, Freddie. You're going to be a neurosurgeon like your parents, and you'll find a nice girlfriend and then marry her and live in a nice neighborhood, and you'll be content. I'm not sure that's the life I want. It sounds boring. I wish I'd said something else when I saw Freddie's hurt face, but there was no easy way to let him down. He kissed me gently on the cheek and walked away, and I felt a lump in my throat. Mom moved to Hawaii with Arthur, and Meredith and I went down a crazy path over the next few years. There wasn't a scam, fraud, or con we didn't attempt. We never stuck to the same thing for too long, in case the police picked up a pattern, but word got around in underground circles about 2 female con artists, and we actually started getting hired for our services. People were always less likely to suspect 2 pretty, innocent-looking girls than someone who looks like a thug. And working with these thugs, we learned how to forge signatures, create counterfeit money, make fake checks, and steal credit card information. I'd always been bad with computers, but Meredith even showed a great knack for hacking. We made good money, partied with rich people, traveled first class, and stayed in amazing hotels. But for me, the glitz and glamour gradually started to fade. I was getting tired living out of suitcases, always wearing disguises and looking over my shoulder. I had no real friends, and even if I met someone I thought I could like, I knew I couldn't be in a real relationship. I was almost thinking of talking to Meredith about quitting the con artist life, when one day she burst into our New York hotel room looking beyond excited.
You won't believe the job we just got. It's gonna pay us $250,000.
Who would pay that kind of money? And for what? Turns out, the kind of people who take you to their headquarters blindfolded. As Meredith and I walked into an underground room, a large chair swiveled around to reveal
I was just a month into my freshman year at college, and I never in a million years would have guessed that the night I was pinned against the bleachers of the school football field by bullies was the night that would change my life forever. Well, Sydney, you have two choices. You can kiss my shoe or lose your hair. I have a rule that I never kiss cheap shoes. Now get away from me. Oh, look, she's gonna cry. I have a lot of practice holding in my tears, and these bimbo bullies weren't gonna break me. Hair grows back. I guess you've made your choice then. After they threw me to the ground, I prepared myself for what was coming, but a voice boomed from behind them.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Leave her alone.
The girls turned around and sprinted away. The person walking toward me was silhouetted by the field's lights, so I couldn't see him. When he got close and helped me up, I saw who it was, and my jaw nearly fell off my face.
Are you okay? Did they hurt you?
It was Ian Gallagher, the son of the president. He also just started at my school and was the image of perfection. Flowing blonde hair, a chiseled jaw, and deep green eyes. Other than my pride? No, but there wasn't much of that to begin with, so I'm good. Thank you.
Maybe you and Sydney should go get some food, Ian.
Who was this guy, and how did he know my name?
Yes, absolutely. Are you hungry? Joe Jr.'s Diner is just up the street. I'm Todd, Ian's assistant. Our driver will be happy to take you and then bring you back to your dorm room afterward. Right, Ian? Yeah, absolutely. Please stop saying absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, right.
I wasn't sure what was happening here, but whatever it was really frickin' weird.
Okay then, shall we go so you two can eat and get acquainted?
Can you two hold on for just a minute? I need to pause this here. As you already guessed, my name is Sydney, and it would be awesome if you clicked like and subscribe. And while you do that, I'm going to fill you in on some quick backstory. I grew up in a huge house with everything a girl could want. Giant stuffed animals, so much chocolate that Willy Wonka would be envious, and an arcade packed with every video game that ever existed. There was only one thing missing. My parents. Sure, I had an amazing nanny who hated children and would lock me in my room when she wanted to be left alone. But all I wanted was to spend time with my mom and dad. They ran an international hotel business and traveled the world visiting their properties. Even when they were home, all they would do was criticize me and compare me to others, like my spoiled brat of a cousin who screamed whenever she didn't get what she wanted, or their friend's daughter who was forced to perform at the most ridiculous beauty pageants, or even the little girl on the cereal commercial who ate the cereal, acting like it was the best thing ever.
That little girl appreciates her life. I've never seen you enjoy your cereal that much, Sydney.
I felt so bad about myself that I developed this nervous facial tic where I would squeeze my eyes shut and then open them really wide. Yeah, weird facial tics are like catnip for bullies at school, and when you're the smartest kid in class, it just adds to their joy when they stuff you in the garbage can. So I kept to myself and didn't care about my appearance because there was no point. No makeup, big glasses, and my hair in a bun. I looked like a mini version of the school librarian. Okay, I did have one friend, Monty. We were friends since kindergarten because he was as awkward as me. He was also really smart and had asthma, so he was always walking around sucking on his inhaler. Also catnip for bullies. Okay, that's enough backstory. I think you get it. I thought college would be better, but clearly I was mistaken. Once an outcast, always an outcast, it seems. Now, back to the night I met Ian, because it just gets weirder from here. He took me to the diner, but our table was guarded by his two big, serious-looking Secret Service agents. His tiny assistant, Todd, sat in the booth across from us, just staring.
Sorry about all this. It must be really weird for you, Sydney.
This? Weird? Nah, I'm used to it. Happens every time I meet a president's son. He laughed. Someone actually thought I was funny besides me. And then he leaned in.
Just imagine that your whole life is like this. It was manageable when I was a minor because the media left me alone. But now that I'm 18 and my father is running for re-election, it's like every move I make is under a microscope. Sometimes I just want to disappear.
In a weird way, I completely understood. I felt the same way, except I always wanted to disappear. Just then, reporters swarmed into the diner and started taking photos of us. Todd signaled for us to smile, so I did, but I had absolutely no idea what was happening.
Okay, that's enough. Everybody out.
Why do they want pictures of me with the president's son? My own parents didn't want pictures of me.
I think it's time you head back to your apartment, Ian. If it's okay with Sydney, I'd like to stay and chat some more. Considering all the insanity of the last couple of hours, the one thing that didn't feel completely nuts was the connection I had with Ian. It's like we instantly got along. I'd like that. Yeah, no. Sorry, we're leaving. Car's waiting outside to take Sydney home, so it's time to say goodnight. I couldn't believe how Ian's assistant was treating him like a child. And then I felt something touch my hand underneath the table. Ian slipped me a piece of paper with his cell number. But then Tiny Todd stuck his face in mine. Listen to me carefully, Sydney. Under no circumstances are you to try and make any contact with Ian unless you check with me first. Is that clear? Sure. Good girl. And if he or the press tries to talk to you, you call me. Wow, this little man just good girled me. Yeah, no. Maybe I won't feel like it. Well then, I'll make a single phone call and have you expelled, which I will also do if Ian learns about this conversation. So we're going to keep this between you and me, right? I was frozen. If I got expelled, my parents would disown me. All I wanted to do at that moment was to wrap my fingers around Todd's throat and choke him. But instead, I just nodded. When I got back to my dorm room, the first thing I did was call Monty. Yeah, we both applied to and got into the exact same colleges. And then, like the weirdos that we are, we chose to go together. That's crazy. So you hit it off with Ian Gallagher, like for real? I wouldn't say we hit it off, but I feel like we kind of get each other. You mean like you and me? Yeah, but the difference is, he's the president's son. But why me? Because you're amazing, Sydney. You're like the smartest person I know. You're funny, you're not deserving of Ian's attention, that's for sure. That's not true. You're deserving of anyone's attention. You're just saying that because you're my best friend. I want to call him, but I'm scared his tiny jerk assistant will find out and get me expelled. So don't let him find out. I stared at the number on the piece of paper for like an hour before I got the courage to call Ian. And then, late that night, he snuck out of his apartment and picked me up. I'm so glad you called. Now hold on to me. They let you have a motorcycle? Nope. They have no idea. And then we sped down the road, and it was thrilling. I actually had to pinch myself to believe that I wasn't dreaming. We raced up to a narrow, twisting road to a spot that looked out over the city below. Wow, this view! I found this spot when I first got to school. I needed a secret place to get away from everything. My dad, his re-election campaign, Todd. He was so sincere. When he looked into my eyes, I thought I would melt into a big puddle. He's such a jerk. He really is. Why do you let him treat you like that? Why don't you just fire him? I wish I could. My dad hired him to manage me, and now you're in it too. I'm so sorry. What do you mean I'm in it too? He then handed me a copy of the morning newspaper. On the front page was a photo of Ian and me at the diner with the headline, Ian Gallagher's new college girlfriend? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. If you never want to see me again, I totally understand. This is my life, but it doesn't have to be yours. I had spent my whole life avoiding attention, and here I was, about to be on the front page. My instinct was to run away as fast as I could, but Ian needed someone, and for some reason, that someone was me. We just sat on a rock and talked and laughed for hours, but as the sun came up, Ian looked at his watch and panicked. Oh no, they're going to be looking for me. We have to go, now. We sped down the road, but suddenly there were flashing lights behind us. It was the police. At that moment, I knew I was going to get expelled. My life was officially over. But instead of being pulled over, Ian floored it. We raced down the road away from the police car. Forget about being expelled. I was going to jail. Ian pulled behind a tree and shut off the motorcycle lights. We watched as the police car sped by. My heart was racing, but Ian looked at me, and we both just burst out laughing. The next day, when the papers came out, I walked through campus, and everyone at school was just staring, including the 3 bullies. All I could do was smile. For the first time ever, I cared about how I looked. Monty went with me to get a prescription for contact lenses, then to the salon to get my hair done, and finally to Sephora to get a makeover. Listen, Sid, something feels off about this whole thing with Ian. Wow, is somebody getting jealous because someone else is taking up my attention for once? No, that's not it at all. You said it yourself. Why did Todd know your name? But I wasn't listening. All I could think about was seeing Ian again, and then the cosmetologist turned my chair around. So, how do I look? That bad, huh? You're beautiful. I hugged him as hard as I could. I don't know what I would have done without him all these years. For the next few months, Ian and I snuck out nearly every night and went on crazy adventures. We went to a closed amusement park and turned on one of the rides, did a Ouija board in an abandoned house, and went for a midnight swim in the park fountain. During the day, I struggled to stay awake in class, and my grades went down, but I didn't care. I was falling in love. I was so caught up in Ian that I barely ever saw Monty anymore. I didn't even care that Todd kept posing us for the press. Until one day, when things took a dark turn, Todd had Ian and I meet. Well, look at you two lovebirds. It just warms my heart. I didn't know you had one of those, Todd. Every day there's a new surprise. Ian tried to contain his laughter, but Todd was not amused. When the press gets here, Ian, I want you to kiss Sydney. Ian and I hadn't kissed yet, which I thought was strange, but I felt like he was just taking it slow. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Monty sitting alone on a bench eating his lunch. Is that necessary, Todd? Of course it's necessary, Ian. And I want you to kiss her like you mean it. Understand? What the heck was that supposed to mean? Why wouldn't he mean it? And like clockwork, Ian's bodyguards ushered a dozen reporters over to us. But Ian looked so uncomfortable. He gave me the most awkward, quick kiss. Now, I'm no kissing expert, but I would have to say it was pretty terrible. I looked over and Monty was gone. Ian and I got to the back seat of his limo. Todd got into the front and just exploded. What the hell was that? I'm sorry, Todd. I'll do better. For your father's sake, you better. For your father's sake? What does that mean, Ian? What does it matter to you, Sydney? You're not bullied anymore. People admire you, which I'm guessing is a first. So be a good girl and keep your mouth shut. Hey, don't talk to her like that. Or what, Ian? You gonna fire me? I was waiting for Ian to defend me, but he just went quiet. When I opened the door to my dorm room, Monty was waiting. I had given him his own key at the start of the year. I was so happy to see him. Monty! But that happiness didn't last long. You're being played, Sid. Played? Oh, stop it, Monty. You and Ian? It's a setup because his father is running for re-election, and Todd was hired to craft his image for the public. You're just jealous because I fell in love and I'm spending my time with someone else. And then Monty held up a printed photo of Ian embracing another boy. I did some digging, and this was Ian's high school boyfriend. Boyfriend? You're saying that Ian is... Yes, I'm so sorry, Sid. And they're using you to give off the image that he's straight, so it doesn't affect his father's re-election campaign. Wow, Monty. You are pathetic. I was a loser until I met Ian, and you're just upset that you're still one. I can't believe I was ever friends with you. Now get out. Monty looked like I just slapped him as I slammed the door in his face. That night, when Ian picked me up, I told him I wanted to go to our spot on the cliff overlooking the city. I'm so sorry about today, Sydney. The pressure to perform in front of the camera just... Before he could finish, I held up the photo. Have you been lying to me, Ian? Where did you get that? Who cares where I got it? This is the reason why you've never kissed me, isn't it? Todd says if the world finds out about this, my father will lose. I was furious at myself. Monty tried to warn me, but I didn't listen. And now I've probably lost him forever. But it all suddenly made sense. Right. Choose a girl with low self-esteem who wouldn't question what was happening, who would be so thrilled with the attention that she would just go with it. And these adventures at night, were they part of it? Not at first. But the police officer that first night ID'd me, and Todd thought it was a great idea to keep them going. He threatened to tell my dad if I told you. I'm so sorry, Sydney. I never wanted to hurt you. Your dad doesn't know about you? No, that was the only photo ever taken of my boyfriend and me in high school, and Todd found it too. Goodbye, Ian. Sydney, you need to see this through until the election. My dad is coming to campus tomorrow, and if you're not there, Todd will have you expelled. Doesn't matter. I'm dropping out anyway. I'm done. Ian dropped me off in front of my dorm, and I turned to him one last time. If you want to live your life trying to be someone you're not just to prove yourself, it will crush you. Trust me. The next morning, my face was puffy from crying. I loaded up my car with all my stuff and was preparing to head home, back to a life where I wasn't worth anything, back to face the judgment of my parents who already thought so little of me.
I got into the car and tried to close the door, but it didn't budge. Monty was standing there holding it. What are you doing here? Stopping you from making a huge mistake? Didn't you already try that? Yeah, well, that's what best friends do, right? And then I just lost it. I am so sorry. I was such a huge jerk. Why do you even want to talk to me after those horrible things I said? I don't deserve you. Because I love you, Sid. I always have. Why do you think I chose this school? It was to be with you. And then he kissed me with a passion that I had never experienced before. My body felt like it was plugged into an electrical outlet. The president's about to speak. Shall we go watch? Why would I want to watch? And so we went to the football stadium, where Ian was standing on the stage next to his father. Todd was standing behind them. And as I stand on the cusp of the next presidential election, I want to hand the mic over to my son Ian, who means more to me than anything in the world. During my dad's first election, nobody paid attention to me because I was only 14 years old. But now that the world is paying attention, I want them to meet my true love. And suddenly, the boy from the photo walked onto the stage. The whole stadium burst out into applause. It was incredible. And then Ian turned and hugged his father. Todd looked horrified. After the speech ended, Secret Service let Monty and me backstage, just in time for Todd to walk out. I hope you enjoyed your time here, Sydney, because you're as good as expelled. Nah, but you're as good as fired, Todd. Ian walked over, and for the first time, Todd looked terrified. You can't fire me, but I can. Mr. President, I was only doing this for you. Who told you to do that? You harassed my son for years and misused the power I gave you. Get him out of here. And the Secret Service dragged him away, kicking and screaming. It was glorious. I forgave Ian, and 4 years later, he and his boyfriend became the best men at Monty's and my wedding, at the White House. My parents were there, glowing with pride, but winning their approval didn't matter to me anymore. I was happy that at least they were there. And finally, I was just happy being me. Hi, I'm Mishi, and I live with my dad and brother Biku, who's 2 years older. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. My dad was a mountain climber, and our house was filled with trophies and awards he'd won. It was his dream that both his kids follow in his footsteps, so he started training me and Biku pretty young. I was a natural. Biku struggled a lot.
Stop climbing like an old lady, Biku! Care to pace up? We don't have all day!
Dad kept screaming. Biku got nervous and slipped. Meanwhile, I absolutely nailed my first day of training. Dad was so happy, he praised me all day long.
I'm gonna make you the best mountaineer the world has ever seen!
What about me?
What about you? A snail can climb faster than you, Biku. Being a mountaineer is not in your blood.
But it was my first time climbing, and the guy in front of me kept farting in my face. I got distracted.
Don't be a sour loser, big bro. Just accept it. I'm better than you.
Or maybe it was just dumb luck.
Relax, Snappy. I was just kidding. Don't worry. When I become a famous mountaineer, I will definitely train you to be my assistant.
I was joking, but Biku took it seriously and flung his shoe at my head. I ducked, and it hit Dad's trophy shelf, and everything fell to the ground.
Have you gone completely crazy, Biku? It's bad enough that you're an absolute embarrassment, and now you're disrespecting my achievements? You're grounded for a week!
Biku ran to his room crying, and since then, he just hated me for being Dad's favorite. Every time Dad would praise me, Biku would get angry and do crazy things. This one time, he filled my bed with sand, and another time, I opened my bag and saw a huge spider on my books. I was so scared I almost passed out.
Not so tough now, are we?
What's the matter with you? You know I hate spiders.
And I hate you, but I'm dealing with it.
That makes no sense.
But Biku just grinned and left. Soon after, Dad started training me, and by 13, I was winning competitions all over town. But one day during training, Dad slipped and injured his knee. He was put on bed rest, and while I stayed up all night looking after him, Biku hardly came to see him. Instead, he skipped school, failed his classes, and started dating this girl in our school, Leela. She was my dad's
colleague's daughter, a national-level climber and my biggest competitor. At first, I thought Biku was dating her to get back at me. But one night, while I was getting some water, I saw Biku enter Dad's room. I peeked in and saw him stealing from Dad's wallet. What are you doing?
What does it look like? I need money for my date with Leela, and since Dad won't give any, I decided to take it myself. All his money belongs to me anyway. I'm his rightful heir, and you're just an extra.
I'm not letting you steal.
Bite me.
I tried snatching the wallet, but Biku held on to it tight. We fell into a fight and went crashing into Dad's desk. He woke up, and I had no choice but to tell him the truth.
Just when I think you can't embarrass me further, you go ahead and break your own record. I swear I will send you to a military school if you don't mend your ways.
Biku left quietly, and we didn't talk much after that. Dad got better, and we started training for a huge national competition. And every climber in the country, including Leela, was participating. One day at practice, I was slowly making my way up the climbing wall when I heard Leela behind me. Can you move faster? I don't want to stare at your butt all day. I'm sure you can find your way around. I can, but I don't want to. Try the wall for amateurs the next time. You're clearly too slow for this one. What's your problem? It's simple. I hate slowpokes. Leela nudged at me, and I lost my balance. I would have fallen to the ground, but my harness saved me. I was so mad at her, but I decided to get even at the competition and worked twice as hard. On the day of the competition, I felt confident, but just as I started climbing, I slipped and landed on my butt. I lost the competition, and Leela ended up winning the first prize. But that wasn't the worst part, because the next day, I was in the girls' changing room and heard Leela talking to her friends. Why are you dating that loser Biku? He looks like a frog. Well, that frog pays for all my shopping, and he's so charmed by me. In fact, he is so blind in love that he sabotaged his own sister. Totally worked in my favor. Leela went on to say that Biku was the one who scratched the sole of my boots so I would slip and lose the competition. I quickly took out my phone, recorded the conversation, and went outside. Leela looked startled to see me. What are you doing here, loser? It's bad manners to hear other people's conversations. You're one to talk about manners, you lying witch. You've got to come clean to the authorities about the competition or what? You're gonna hurt me, chicken legs? You're definitely asking for it. I wasn't, but I am now. Leela tugged at my hair and pushed me hard. I tried to push her away, but I slipped on something and my head hit the lockers. And the next thing I knew, I was in the hospital with a cast around my hand and Biku standing in a corner. Hot tears filled my eyes as I got up and slapped Biku across his face. I know you ruined my boots to help your sick girlfriend, and don't you dare deny it. I have her confession on my phone. You know, Biku, I always thought that even though we fought a lot, one day you would turn around and tell me how much you love me or that you're proud of me, but all you've ever done is hate me. Why?
Because you spoiled everything. I'm the boy. I'm supposed to get all the love and affection, but I just feel invisible in my own house.
That's not my fault. If you try to be better, Dad would love you too, but you keep messing everything up. That Leela doesn't even like you. She says you look like a frog, and she used you to get even with me.
You're just saying that to hurt me. Leela loves me.
No, she doesn't. She's a lying witch, but you're so dumb and blind that you fell for her tricks and ended up hurting your own sister. I hate you, Biku. Just get out. Biku tried talking to me, but I was too mad to respond. I told Dad everything, and he gave the recording to the authorities. Leela ended up getting expelled, and I never saw her again. The next morning, Dad spoke to his friends at the military school, and a week later, Biku was gone. I missed him, but I guess it was for the best. It took me some time to recover, but eventually, I got better and started climbing again. When I turned 18, I was chosen to represent my school at the International Camp for Young Mountaineers. On my first day, I was pretty excited until I went to my room and saw Leela. You've got to be kidding me. No way I'm sharing a room with you. Wait, Mishi, I'm sorry for what happened. I never meant to hurt you. But you did. I can never forgive you. At least give me a chance to make it up to you. It's too late. I thought I was clear with Leela, but she just got clingier. She left flowers by my bedside, brought me coffee, and left chocolates under my pillow. It was creepy, but I could see she was trying. Then one day during training, the camp instructor announced a challenge where we had to climb a huge wall. As soon as the buzzer went off, I sprang into action, and everything was going great until I saw Leela slip and hurt her ankle. She howled in pain as I rushed to help her up and sat her down on a bench. Why'd you help me? Because you were in pain. Don't think that I've forgiven you. Look, I know what I did was wrong, but I never asked Biku to ruin your boots. He did that all on his own. That's supposed to make me feel better? Biku was stealing from Dad to take you out on dates and shopping. Did you know that? No, I never asked him to do that either. Look, Mishi, what's done is done, and I'm sorry for it. We can either stay in the past and be bitter, or move on and be happier. I guess, but it can't happen overnight. I'll wait. Leela and I slowly became friends. After the camp ended, we went to training together and joined our dads on expeditions. Leela was still competitive, but it was fun having her around. But then, Leela found a boyfriend and she was always distracted. She was bunking training sessions and hardly showed up for work. This one time, we were leading a team to one of the toughest treks, and while I explained the procedure, Leela was busy texting. Okay, so we need to use the hack hammer a lot since it's a steep climb. Leela, are you listening? Yes, totally. Really? Then repeat what I said. Okay, fine, I wasn't paying attention. But we've already been through this so many times. I know what to do. No, you don't. Last week, you turned up late for an expedition. And then the week before, you almost cost us a rescue mission because you were texting in the middle of the climb. It's called multitasking. We are leading a team this time. It's a huge deal. So get your head back in the game or I can go on my own. Fine, count me out then. Leela didn't show up for the trek the next day, and I was too busy to care. After hours of climbing, my team and I stopped at a small cafe. I was waiting for my coffee when the most gorgeous boy walked up to me.
Care for some hot chocolate? It's my specialty.
I love chocolate boys. I love boys who make chocolate. I love chocolate.
Whatever you say. I'm Danish, by the way.
Mishi, Danish and I ended up talking all evening. He was a few years older and had migrated with his family from India. He was running a cafe, but mountaineering was his real passion. And eventually, he joined us on the trek. After the trek ended, Danish and I asked me out for dinner, and we were sitting by the mountains when he leaned in for a kiss. But when we pulled away, he looked worried. Was that not good?
It's everything I imagined, but Mishi, my parents are really orthodox and would only like me to date someone they choose. So until I talk to them first, you can't tell anyone that we're together. Promise me.
I found it a little weird, but Danish was already looking stressed, so I agreed. We started dating officially, and things were going smoothly, but it killed me that I couldn't share this amazing news with Leela, who was still mad at me. So I decided to be the bigger person and get her dessert from Danish's cafe, where I found Leela making out with Danish. What the heck? Get away from my boyfriend! Did you hit your head somewhere? Danish is with me. No, he's not. We both turned to Danish, who looked like a deer in headlights, and then ran for his life. I don't believe this, Mishi. How could you stab me in the back after everything we've been through? I stabbed you in the back? You're the one who never told me about your secret boyfriend, and it's not the first time I've caught you lying anyways. Seriously? In that case, Danish asked me out first, so if anyone's at fault here, it's you. He wouldn't have had to come to me if he liked you enough. Okay, that was harsh. I take that back. Don't bother. Lena flung her bag and walked away. I followed her, apologizing, but she simply ignored me and left. I even tried calling her 1,000,000 times, but she didn't answer. I felt so lost. My best friend thought I'd betrayed her, and the first boy I kissed turned out to be a snake. Just when I thought I'd hit rock bottom, I came home to Biku waiting for me in the living room. What are you doing here?
It's Dad!
Biku told me that a few hours back, he received a phone call that Dad and his team had gone on a rescue mission to Everest, and they were missing.
It's been more than 12 hours since they last got in touch with the base team.
Aren't they sending another search team?
It's a very dangerous climb. No one wants to attempt it.
If no one will go, then I will.
Did you not hear the part about the climb being dangerous? You're not going anywhere.
Stop acting like you have any control over me. You lost that right a long time back. Saying that, I grabbed my gear and left. I took a bus to the mountain rescue headquarters. I was packing up a few things when Leela walked in with Biku behind her. What is this? Some kind of lover's reunion? I heard about your dad and went home to see you when Biku told me you've already left for the headquarters, and now I'm coming with you.
So am I.
You don't know jack about climbing, Biku.
I'm coming from a military school. Trust me, I can do this.
It's too dangerous. Then we'll face it together. That's what friends are for. Well, that and dating the same guy, but who's counting? Leela and I hugged and made up and left to look for Dad early in the morning. When we reached the base of Mount Everest, I gulped. I'd climbed cliffs before, but this was the tallest mountain in the world. It was freezing cold when we started climbing, and at one point, Leela almost slipped, but I caught her and pulled her to safety. We reached the top of the mountain, and ahead was a stretch full of white snow. And then suddenly, I saw Dad waving back at me. I ran and hugged Dad tight as he told me that he and his crew were hit with bad weather and were hiding in a cave till the weather got better. They had a few minor injuries, but no one was seriously harmed. We quickly went back to base before the weather got bad again. Piku saw us and came running.
I'm so glad you're okay, Dad. There's so much I want to say, but let me start by saying sorry. Sorry for being a horrible son and brother. I guess I felt so invisible. I just wanted to get your attention somehow.
And that's partially my fault. I was so focused on Mishi, I couldn't pay you the attention you deserve, and that pushed you away further. And for that, I'm sorry.
And Mishi, I don't know if you'll ever forgive me, but all I can say is I will do better and earn your apology.
It might take me some time, but I'm sure we can work things through. And I'm sorry for screaming at you because of a boy. You're my best friend, and I wouldn't trade that for anything. So what do you say, best friends? Fine, but no hugs. Too late. And that's when I knew that people who are meant to be in your life will always find a way back. Hi, my name is Ashley, and I live next to the worst family on earth. They're the biggest snobs ever. They drive around in the fanciest cars and clothes and look down on everyone else. And they have a son named Jack, who's an absolute troll. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. If you do, you might see a shooting star tonight. When I was 6, I was playing with my favorite doll, and Jack ran up to me, snatched it out of my hands, and threw it into the street. A car ran over it and smashed it into pieces. Another day at school, Jack stole a bunch of cookies out of the cookie jar and blamed it on me. Ashley took the cookies. No, I didn't. She hid them in her desk. The teacher opened my desk and found a cookie inside. I got in huge trouble, and after school, I saw Jack on the playground stuffing his face with the stolen cookies. When Jack wasn't terrorizing me, his parents were trying to get my family kicked out of the neighborhood. Our house was the smallest on the block, and even I had to admit, it was a really ugly green. And my parents were a little weird sometimes. My dad loved to sunbathe on the front lawn, and every morning, my mom made this strange sound to call all the stray cats in the neighborhood to feed them. She'd also sing to the birds and make birdhouses all day. Our house looked like a zoo, and the neighbors hated it.
Their yard is unacceptable. It looks like an overgrown swamp.
Their house gives me a migraine every time I look at it. Mommy, my eyes hurt.
You have to do something, officer. And can someone please tell that man to put a shirt on?
Jack's parents threw fancy parties every week, but me and my family were never invited. We only lived in the neighborhood because we inherited the house from my grandfather, who used to be a famous investigative reporter. I wanted to grow up and be just like my grandfather. When I was 12, I joined the school newspaper, and when my teacher's cat, Mr. Whiskers, went missing, it took me less than 2 days to find him on the roof of the school auditorium. Though I suspected Jack had something to do with it. In high school, Jack was the richest and most popular kid. I, on the other hand, only had one friend, my cousin Bethany. Bethany moved into town a week before we started 10th grade. But Bethany was obsessed with being popular and would do anything to get Jack and his rich friends to like her. Jack's friend Sadie was the ringleader of the rich kids, and she made Jack look like a saint. Bethany adored Sadie. She'd carry Sadie and her minions' books, do their homework, and follow them around. She'd even let them copy her answers during tests. They'd smile in Bethany's face and laugh at her behind her back. Why do you let them treat you like that? They're just joking around. Those girls aren't your friends, Bethany. They're jerks. Bethany never listened. She wanted to be popular so bad she couldn't see the truth. One day, my mother dragged me out of bed at 5 a.m. on a Saturday morning to volunteer at a soup kitchen. It's important to give back to those less fortunate. But do we have to do it so early? As I was serving food, I looked up to see a familiar face. Jack?
Ashley? What are you doing here?
Jack's face turned white, and he just ran out of the soup kitchen. The next day, I saw Jack at school in science class. The teacher partnered us up for a big project, and we met in the library after school. Why were you getting soup at the soup kitchen?
Did you fall on your head or something? Why would I ever go to a place like that?
You don't have to lie to me.
I'm not lying.
I'm just trying to help.
No one asked you for help.
The next day, Bethany and I were walking to class, and we ran into Jack in the hallway, and Jack gave me the meanest, coldest stare ever. What's up with you and Jack? I saw you two whispering in the library. Are you guys dating? Is it a secret romance? Oh, Jack's so cute and so rich. I'm so mad you didn't tell me. Jack and I aren't dating. Then what's going on? Can you keep a secret? Of course. I told Bethany about how I saw Jack at the soup kitchen and his weird behavior afterwards. But all Bethany cared about was that I had the attention of such a rich, popular boy. But I had an itch to investigate. So later that afternoon, I stopped by Jack's house to check things out. But I heard Jack's parents yelling inside. I heard someone coming, so I hid in the bushes. Then the door swung open and Jack rushed out. He darted down the street before I could say a word. Jack missed our study session the next day. Then he started missing all his classes. I started to worry, so I called and texted him, but he didn't answer. A few weeks later, I went by his house again, but when I knocked on the door, a strange woman answered. There was another family living in Jack's house. The wheels in my head started spinning. I started asking around to see if anyone knew what happened to Jack. Sadie said Jack and his family were vacationing in the south of France? Or was it the Hamptons or Tahiti? It was probably all three. Jack is so lucky. I wish I was rich. There was even talk about why he'd moved. Jack's dad bought a new mansion that's twice the size of the old one. Twice the size? He's richer than I thought. The explanation seemed reasonable, so I let it go. During summer break, I was heading home one day after running some errands when I saw a boy in an oversized hoodie playing guitar on the sidewalk. He played a sad song that was so beautiful, it made my heart sink. When the song ended, some people dropped money in the can beside him. I walked over to put in some money too, when a suspicious-looking guy crept up and snatched the boy's can. Then the thief ran toward me. Without thinking, I stuck my foot out and tripped him. Give that back, or I'll turn your face into scrambled eggs. I took a martial arts stance that I saw in a movie once. It worked because the thief dropped the money and ran. I picked it up and turned to the boy whose hood had come off. It was Jack. Jack? Are you okay? Jack shook his head and broke down into tears. He told me that his parents broke up, then his dad sold their house, stole his mom's money, and fled the country. Now Jack and his mom were broke and living in a shelter. I felt so bad for Jack. No one deserved that, not even a rich jerk like him. So I invited Jack and his mother to my parents' house. Ashley, why is this woman in our house? They're in trouble, Mom. They need our help. Jack's mom apologized for the way she treated my parents. My parents forgave her and invited them to stay in our guest room for as long as they needed. Luckily, Bethany was away all summer with her family, so I could keep the secret. Jack and his mom were so grateful that they helped out as much as they could around the house. Jack even tried to help my dad fix a leaky faucet. That didn't turn out well, but the gesture was sweet. I tutored Jack to help him catch up on the work he'd missed at school. It was odd having Jack in my house at first, especially when I saw him walk out of the shower with a towel around his waist. A few weeks later, Jack's mom got a job and they moved out. I hated to admit it, but I missed having him around. On the last day of summer, Jack sent me a text asking me to meet him. What's all this? I wanted to thank you. It's not much, but it's the best I could do. Jack opened the basket and pulled out my favorite foods, chili dogs and Brussels sprouts. You and your family are the strangest people I've ever met. What's that supposed to mean? It's a good thing. No one's ever been so kind to me, and I love how you and your parents live your lives without caring what others think. It's inspiring. How do you do it? I don't know. It's just how I was raised. I wish I was as strong as you. I looked at the biceps bulging out of his shirt. I think you might have me beat. School's gonna be so tough. I'm supposed to be the rich kid with the fancy car and the millionaire parents, and you're not that guy anymore. And to be honest, you were a real jerk before. I like the new you way better. Since we're being honest, I have to admit something. What? I think I have a crush on you. Really? And I'm pretty sure you have a crush on me too. Then Jack pulled me close and kissed me. We talked for hours that night, and he even played me some songs. I saw Bethany at school the next morning after summer break. Jack passed us in the hall and he winked at me, and I couldn't stop smiling. What was that? I don't know. Jack's always been weird. Then why are you blushing? I didn't tell Bethany about me and Jack. We were taking things slow. One day, Jack and I were walking home from school when Sadie and her rich friends pulled up in a fancy car. Hey, Jack, where's your ride? You're trading it in for a new one, huh? Always trying to one-up me, Jack. We all get it. You're the richest, but I'm a close second. Yeah, my new car is going to be great. It's twice as expensive as the last one. Jack, what are you doing? Ditch that loser and hang out with us. Plus, we have to decide what color we're going to wear to the winter dance. I'm not going to the winter dance with you. Then who are you going with? Tell me you're not going to take that freak instead of me. If you're referring to this amazing girl standing beside me, then yeah, I am. Sadie was pissed and drove off. I appreciate the compliment, but you can't keep lying. About what? Your father's not buying you a new car. I know that. Then why lie about it? Why not? It's not hurting anyone. The truth always comes out, no matter how hard you try to hide it. Let's talk about something else. What time should I pick you up for the dance? I think I'll pass. I'm allergic to liars. Jack and I didn't talk after that. I'd see him at school bragging to his friends about the money he didn't have, lying about the huge fancy house he just moved into, and making fun of the poor kids. He was a rich, self-centered jerk again. I couldn't believe I fell for this guy. Jack called and texted me after school, but I ignored him and binge-watched MSA videos. What's with the frown? It'll give you wrinkles. I don't get why Jack has to lie about being rich. Some people will do anything to keep up appearances. Lie, cheat, sometimes even steal. But it's not right. Of course it's not right. Doing the right thing isn't always easy. I decided to go to the dance alone. Bethany and I were supposed to go together, but she wasn't returning my calls. When I arrived at the dance, I saw Bethany hanging out with Sadie and her crew, following them around, holding their drinks. Hey, Bethany, I've been trying to reach you. Sorry, I gotta go. Bethany was acting strange. She could barely look me in the eye. Then Jack walked up to me, and before he could say a word, everyone's cell phone started going off. I looked at my phone and saw a video of Jack's mom working as a maid. You're not rich, Jack. You're a poor loser. Then all of Jack's rich friends laughed at him. And don't try to deny it. Bethany told us everything. She even made this video. It's true. Ashley told me that she saw Jack begging for food at the soup kitchen. Shut up, Bethany. No one asked you to speak. Be a good little puppy and stand over there. I felt furious at Bethany. I'm so sorry, Jack. I never meant... It's okay. It's not your fault. I should have stopped pretending a long time ago. Sadie, you're right. I'm poor, but I don't care what you or anyone else thinks of me. You've never been my real friends anyway. All you've ever cared about is my money. Well, now it's gone and it sucks. But I found something way more valuable. Then Jack took my hand. Oh, geez. If you say you've fallen in love with that freak, I'm gonna throw up. I'd had enough. I walked over to her and accidentally spilled my drink all over her dress. Oh, sorry about that. But you know, the punch does bring out your eyes. You want to get out of here? Yes, please. As Jack and I walked out the door, Bethany ran up to us. Ashley, it wasn't personal. We're still friends, right? Maybe I can fix things with you and Sadie. If you did her homework for a week, then you're pathetic, Bethany. And you deserve someone like Sadie. Jack and I left the party and went to the beach. We ate chili dogs and Brussels sprouts and danced the night away. This is nice. You know what the best part is? What? It doesn't cost a thing. Then Jack gave me the most romantic kiss ever. And then finally, a letter arrived one morning. My hands were trembling so much, I almost ripped the letter trying to open the envelope.
Dear Drizella, my delegation has been extended and my duties have grown. I'm far too busy now to keep up with our correspondence. I hope you understand and wish you well. Prince Henry.
I read it 3 times, as if expecting other words to magically appear the more I stared at the paper. But that was it. Just this cold, impersonal letter after all these months. I told myself that he was really busy with big, important things. It had been almost a year since he left, and people can change. It's not like he ever said he loved me or promised me anything.
And of course, there was nothing left to do now but move on with dignity and grace. I found great comfort in pastries and gained a lot of weight. I considered becoming a nun, but decided against it since nuns aren't allowed to curse. I went to the village witch and said a friend was asking about ways to hex a prince. I started writing a vicious breakup letter to Henry, then realized you can't break up with someone you were never technically with, so I ate more pastries. Then I started running at dawn, lost all the weight, and used Cinderella's stupidly good skin and hair stuff so he'd choke on his regret the next time he laid eyes on me. But no matter what I did, it didn't dull the ache of missing someone who didn't miss me back anymore. It had been months since that last letter, and I had picked myself up and moved on. So I wasn't expecting my stomach to lurch when an official invitation arrived from the palace, announcing a grand ball in honor of the prince's return. Great. Other people could honor him. I wasn't going. Besides, Anastasia was terrified of dancing, and Mother wouldn't be up for it either. Over the past few months, she'd grown very weak and was always tired. I'd asked a couple of doctors to examine her, but they had no answers. Cinderella had been on top of her care, of course, always fluffing her pillows, rubbing her feet, making her special herbal teas. And the thought had crossed my mind more than once. What exactly was she putting in those concoctions? I didn't think she was beyond slowly poisoning a woman for her inheritance. I'd thrown the invitation in the trash. But sometime later, Cinderella came into the living room, clutching it to her chest.
You're invited to a royal ball. Can you believe it? Oh, I've never been to a proper ball or worn a ball gown. And I've never seen the palace. I know I'm not invited, but maybe I could go if you could take me with you.
Yeah, no. We're not going. Royal balls are dull.
Take our invitation and go, love. I'll arrange a carriage for you. You deserve to have some fun.
Yeah, there was no cute fairy swishing a wand and going bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Just my own mother handing Cinderella one of her finest gowns, a string of expensive pearls, and some money to buy shoes. Because naturally, Cinderella's feet were impossibly tiny and delicate, and she couldn't borrow shoes from us ogres. And off went Cinderella, looking like a vision. Since she was finally out of the house for a few hours, there was no way I wasn't going to snoop through her room, which was, as I suspected, disgustingly perfect. Not a speck of dust, and everything was arranged with military precision. Psychopath. I rifled through her drawers, opened her wardrobe, peered under the bed. I didn't find some secret stash of poisons or a diary confessing to slow murder. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for, and I was beginning to feel stupid. I turned to leave when suddenly, my elbow bumped into a picture frame on her vanity, knocking it to the floor. I cursed under my breath as I picked it up. Luckily, nothing was broken, and the picture had just come out. As I was placing it back in, something slipped out, a folded piece of paper tucked away carefully. And when I opened it, I recognized the handwriting instantly. I would have known it anywhere.
Dearest Drizella, I'm so sorry I haven't written in a while. A sudden, strange illness gripped me and I was too sick to be moved or even lift my head. The royal court kept quiet to avoid panic, and it took me months to recover. Even now, the physicians say the worst is not over. I'm healthy otherwise, but my vision has been compromised permanently. They expect it will continue to worsen until I lose it entirely, perhaps within a few months or a year. Before that happens, before I lose my ability to pen down words myself, I need to tell you that I'm in love with you. I'm not the man you deserve, but if you could ever imagine a future with me, one where I will not have my sight, but you will have all my heart, I would ask you to marry me. Yours always, Just Henry.
I read it again and again and again. My knees gave out and I sank to the floor. He had loved me. He had wanted to marry me. He had needed me when he had gotten such terrible news, and I'd never even known. I'd spent all this time thinking he'd forgotten me so easily, but it wasn't true. None of it was true. But Cinderella had known. How had she gotten this letter? Had she stolen it before it reached me?
Did she intercept others too? Did Henry get mine? A broken sound escaped my throat. I wasn't crazy or paranoid. I'd been right about her all along. Suddenly, the sound of the front door opening snapped me back to reality. Cinderella had returned from the ball. I rose to my feet, pure rage surging through my veins. She'd taken everything from me, but this time, she wasn't getting away with it. I ran downstairs and found Cinderella by the fireplace, humming softly, and I lunged towards her and grabbed her hair.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
I shoved the letter in her face. Why do you have this? What did you do? What did you say to him? Her blue eyes went wide. Then slowly, she smiled. And before I could react, she grabbed the letter from me and flung it into the fire.
What letter?
I saw red as I screamed and tried to yank her hair from her skull. She managed to pull away from me, but I grabbed her dress, tearing away the silk. She shoved me, and I stumbled back as I ripped the pearls from her throat. Mother and Anastasia came running in at the noise.
What is happening?
She's attacking me! She's gone mad!
Get her out of here. I swear I will kill her if you don't. You don't know what she's done. She stole him from me.
What? Who are you talking about?
Henry, the crown prince. We were in love. He wanted to marry me. Mother and Anastasia just stared at me like I was speaking a foreign language.
She's crazy and jealous. She's always hated me.
Drizella, you've lost your mind and you're scaring us.
No, I'm not crazy. I'll prove it. I tore up the stairs, running to my room. I flung open the chest under my bed where I'd kept all our letters. They were gone. All of them. I stumbled back down the stairs, half mad with grief and rage. I charged at Cinderella again, but Mother blocked my path and shielded her.
You will not come near her again, you hear me? Enough.
I couldn't breathe. I bolted from the house and ran out into the cold. I stumbled into the barn and sank onto the dirt floor, sobbing until my whole body hurt. I didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually the door creaked open and Anastasia walked in softly, kneeling beside me.
If you say you talked to the prince, if you say you loved him, I believe you.
You do?
I knew you were hurting this past year. I mean, I know what eating your feelings looks like. But you just shut me out. I wish you hadn't.
I leaned into her, the way we used to when we were little girls, feeling scared of thunder, and she pulled me into a warm hug. Thank you. I didn't sleep a wink that night, Henry's letter replaying itself over and over in my mind. Tomorrow, I was going to the palace. I didn't have a plan or some speech prepared. I just knew I had to see him, and I wasn't coming back home without doing it. It was soon after dawn that I prepared my horse to leave, when a servant handed over a letter.
Important news! By decree of His Majesty, members of the royal family will be visiting each household in this town today.
What? Why would the royal family be doing that? Would Henry be among them? I didn't know what was going on, but I had to stay back for the visit. Cinderella was probably still holed up in Mother's room, which was good for her, because if I saw her face, I would tear her apart. I paced around impatiently, looking out the window for any signs of the royal delegation approaching. I thought I'd get a better view from the attic, so I ran up. And as I stood there, with my face pressed to the window, suddenly, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I turned, and Cinderella was standing in the doorway, her eyes gleaming. Before I could run towards her, she slammed the door shut, and I heard the lock click. "Let me out! You crazy witch! Let me out!" And when I saw the royal delegation arrive at our house, I felt manic. I kicked and banged and screamed until my throat was raw. But no one heard me. Why was the royal family here? What was Cinderella doing? Finally, I heard someone running up the stairs, and the door burst open.
The prince, he's here. He's here. And he just asked Cinderella to marry him.
The words punched the air out of my lungs.
You have to go. You have to stop him. Hurry.
just as the royal delegation was preparing to leave. And there he was. Henry was standing beside Cinderella, his hand cradling hers gently as he bent to kiss her fingers. Henry, no! You can't marry her! You don't know who she is! Everyone froze, including him. He slowly turned to me, squinting his eyes hard, and then his face hardened to stone.
I told you she would never let me escape.
Henry, whatever she's told you, it's all lies.
Address me properly, miss. It's Crown Prince Henry.
Okay, Crown Prince Henry. You cannot marry that two-faced witch. A ripple of murmurs went through the small crowd gathering around us.
I need a moment alone with her.
He led me forcefully into the stables away from everyone and slammed the door behind us.
You are the biggest liar I've ever met. All the time you whined about your perfect stepsister replacing you when it was just a poor, abandoned girl that you and your family made your slave?
I felt like he'd slapped me in the face.
She didn't even dare tell me her name yesterday at the ball. She said she sneaked away because she wasn't allowed to exist freely, not even for a night. Then she ran away before I could even ask who she was. All I had was her slipper she left behind by accident. And then imagine looking for her and finding that you're the villain in her story.
Henry, she's a manipulative psychopath. She stole my letters. She stole yours. I didn't even know you were sick or losing your sight.
Stop lying. It was your handwriting on the letter I got, where you told me you couldn't be with me because of my illness, where you said it would be better to end things before they really even began.
I never wrote that letter. She faked it. I think she always knew about us right from the start.
Are you really so twisted that you think she plotted all this? So according to you, she intercepted our letters, forged your handwriting, and had been spying on us all along just to ruin things between us one day?
I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. For a second, a shadow of doubt crossed his face, and I thought he might believe me. But then his jaw tightened.
No, you didn't want me. And now you just don't want her to have me either.
My heart felt like it would explode. You met her last night. How can you marry someone you don't even know?
As if time is a guarantee of anything. I knew you for much longer, but it turns out I didn't know you at all. She knows about my ailment, and she accepted me as I am. And even though I've lost most of my sight now, when I look at her, she glows like an angel. She's kind and beautiful and good. I know she will save me, and I will save her from you.
As he started walking away, I felt something break inside me, like a monster being unleashed. Maybe it's a blessing you're going blind, Henry. I hope it happens faster for your sake. It's better if you're spared from seeing the snake you're marrying or the fool you've become. And I wouldn't have married you anyway. A blind fool is no prince, only a burden.
Mind your tongue when speaking to your prince. And if you ever cross my path again, I will have you exiled.
I walked out after him and watched from a distance as he took Cinderella's hand, lifted her into the royal carriage, and rode away, taking every dream I'd ever dared to have with him. What was it that Henry had called me? Ah, yes, the villain in Cinderella's story, in that she would save him and he would save her from me. Yes, her beauty was so bright, it even enchanted an almost blind man. It made everyone else look ugly. I calmly stepped over to the oil lamp and knocked it over. Then I stood back and watched as the flames ran up the curtains, licked up the walls, ate up her belongings, gobbled up all her lies. The whole room blazed, and it felt good. The fire spread faster than I'd expected. The house was old, and the walls were bone dry. By the time the servants managed to put it out, half the estate was gone. Mother, heartbroken and sickly, packed up what little we had left, and moved in with some distant relatives. Anastasia went with her. And me? Well, I was declared unwell, hysterical, and quite dangerous. I was locked up in a sanatorium, just a fancy word for a prison with prettier walls. Anastasia tried to visit me regularly the first few years, bringing me sweet treats and books, but over time, the visits got fewer, and eventually, they stopped altogether. And so, here I stayed, my name forgotten, just one half of the ugly stepsisters duo. The real question is, did Cinderella get her famous happy ending? Honestly, I don't know. The Crown Prince had a relapse of his disease a few years later, and this time, he did not survive it. I'm sure Cinderella wore black for a while and looked stunningly tragic, but I doubt she really mourned him, because I don't think she was capable of loving anything or anyone. But who knows? Maybe she lived happily ever after anyway, bedecked in jewels and finery, admired and beloved by the people, and with a whole castle to scrub to sparkling perfection. Anyway, this is how my story ends. It's so depressing, isn't it? But don't worry. This version won't stick, because no one really wants the truth. Not when the truth is ugly and the liar is beautiful.
Hey, before you click away, can we talk? Like, really talk? You just spent time with me and my story. Not 30 seconds, not a quick swipe, actual time. And that's kind of rare now, isn't it? Look, I get it. TikTok is addictive. Those quick dopamine hits, one after another. But here's the thing. Do you remember any of those videos from last week? Last month? They blur together, don't they? But a story? A real story sticks with you. It changes how you see things. Maybe after watching mine, you'll think differently about the villains in other stories. Maybe you'll question who's really telling the truth. That's what stories do. They don't just pass time. They change us. We're fighting to keep this alive. Every animation you see took weeks. Every character, every expression, every scene, crafted by humans who believe stories matter. We could pump out 3-minute clips with AI voices reading Reddit posts. We could chase trends. We'd probably get more views. But we don't, because you deserve better. Here's the truth. Platforms push short-form content because it keeps you scrolling longer. But we're not trying to steal your time. We're trying to earn it, to give you something worth those minutes. So if this story made you feel something, anything, then please share it. Not for the algorithm, not for us, but for everyone who's hungry for real stories and doesn't even know it yet. Send it to that friend who says, I wish movies were like they used to be. Drop it in the group chat where people actually discuss things. Because every share is a vote that says, yes, storytelling matters. Yes, we still want narratives that challenge us, surprise us, make us think. The art of storytelling survived thousands of years, from cave paintings to campfires to Shakespeare to cinema. Don't let it die on our watch, not for a 5-second dance trend. Help us prove that in a world of infinite scroll, some things are still worth stopping for. Share this story. Save storytelling. It sounds dramatic, because it is. Hi, I'm Layla. And yep, that's me in the front row of a gala, seconds before I betrayed my best friend and almost ruined his life. But before we get to all that, please make sure to like and subscribe. Ever since I was little, I've been a lot to handle. Or at least that's what I've been told. By my mom, Layla. By my dad,
Layla.
by, well, any adult really. But really, I'm just always trying to do the right thing. And sometimes that gets me in trouble. That's why my parents sent me to Woodmere Academy to begin with. That and other reasons.
It's only the 5th-ranked preparatory school in the country, but heavens, no one else will take you, no matter how much money we throw their way.
Good grief, Leela. How will you replace your father as CEO of Idrizi Tech if you keep up with these morality plays?
Woodmere was supposedly elite, but to me, it was just like every other rich kid cesspool my parents plopped me into, complete with snobby, entitled lookalikes who wore the same navy blazer and walked the halls like the world owed them a standing ovation just for showing up.
You think you belong here? You're just a poor, worthless...
Funny you think he doesn't belong here when your dad basically had to donate a wing to get your sorry butt in here. The scholarship kid ran, but Milo's ego didn't.
You're gonna regret that! My family basically runs this school! I'm untouchable!
Cool. But are you waterproof?
Huh?
I bent down and turned the knob on a nearby sprinkler, which aimed straight at Milo and sprayed water all over him. Some other kids watching us laughed. 15 minutes later, I found myself in a familiar place, the headmaster's office.
Do you think drenching a student with irrigation equipment is leadership material, Miss Idrizi?
I don't think threatening a kid with a lacrosse stick is exactly student of the month behavior either.
That student of the month is my grandson.
Of course he is.
Which is why you're not just suspended. You're expelled.
Wait, no, please. If I get expelled, my parents will actually disown me. You don't understand. I'm supposed to be the next CEO of Idrizi Tech. As the school doors slammed shut behind me, along with, my future, I did the only thing a girl with no options and rapidly shrinking inheritance could do. I walked home. Every step was basically a countdown to whatever fresh nightmare my parents had waiting for me. Mom? Dad?
Pack your bags.
Immediately.
Wait, you already know?
You bet we do. You got accepted to Advena Academy!
I am so sorry. Wait, what? It's the #1 school in the country. Looks like they changed their mind. Wow. So you're not mad about the sprinkler?
The what?
Nothing. When do we leave? Apparently, we were leaving that night. No time to overthink it, no time to sabotage it. Just a suitcase and a second chance that, let's face it, I totally deserved. And when we got there, my jaw almost dropped. Advena made every other fancy school I'd ever been kicked out of look like a daycare run by raccoons. I waved goodbye to Mom and Dad and approached the doors with a fresh start in mind and a promise in my heart. But as soon as I walked through the doors...
Layla Idrizi to the headmaster's office immediately.
Oh, what now? I hadn't so much as eye-rolled at anyone, and I was already in trouble? I braced myself as I entered the headmaster's office. But something felt different this time. For one, the headmaster was smiling.
Ah, Miss Idrizi. Welcome to Advena. I'm Headmaster Quinlan.
Hi?
Don't worry, you're not in trouble. Not yet, anyway. We brought you here for a very specific reason. Let's call it an assignment.
What kind of assignment?
One that requires your particular talents. Quick thinking, initiative, a healthy disregard for rules.
Wow. Most schools just call that detention.
Here, we call it useful. But if you mess this up, we will expel you. So, no pressure.
He kept going on about some top-secret mission, about how the only reason I was at Advena was to follow someone with as little contact as possible and await instructions for my next steps. Then, he slid a manila envelope across the desk like we were in some low-budget spy movie. I expected a photo of a criminal mastermind, maybe a hacker, a ninja, at the very least someone with a scar or an eye patch. But nope, it was Louis Block, a kid so aggressively average he practically faded into the folder. Brown hair, brown eyes, scrawny. You could lose him in a crowd of two. And yet, that was my mission. Follow Louis. So I did. And at first, everything about him was even more ordinary than I'd expected. He was the quietest kid in class. He didn't eat with anyone. Even his locker code was 1, 2, 3, 4. But because he was allergic to attention, he actually turned out to be weirdly hard to follow. After all, we couldn't both sit in the back row and pretend to be invisible. And there's only so much space between the vending machine and the science wing. But in all that solo stealth mode,
there was exactly one group activity where he appeared to be somewhat comfortable. The chess club. A place so mind-numbingly dull that it made math class feel like a rock concert. And, thanks to this seemingly pointless mission, I guess that's how I'm going to be spending my afternoon.
Pawn to b4.
Before what, though? I watched as Lewis moved a pawn, then another pawn, then the horse one, whatever it's called. Riveting stuff. But then, his opponent leaned back, grinning like he just solved world hunger.
Checkmate again. Wow, Lewis, do you just come here to be reminded about what a loser you are?
Man, even in chess club he was an easy target. My brain was screaming, stay out of it, observe, don't blow your cover. But my instincts? They'd already stood up. Do you just come here to forget that your mom cut your hair with a weed whacker? And out of the corner of my eye, I saw Lewis do something I hadn't seen him do all week. He smiled. After the 3-hour chess club that felt like 3 years, I felt a tap on my shoulder. And when I turned around, it was him.
Hey, thanks.
You can talk? Yeah, no sweat. And just like that, we started chatting. Nothing dramatic, nothing spy-worthy. But for the first time since I got here, it didn't feel like an assignment. It felt normal. Actually, it turns out we had a lot in common.
My parents put so much pressure on me. I figure it's better for my future to keep a low profile. You probably wouldn't understand.
Oh, trust me, I do. Maybe he was just a regular guy after all. But as we talked more often, I started noticing something unique about Lewis. He had a knack for expressing himself in a way that was poetic. So you always eat alone?
Mostly, but sometimes the birds show up. They all swoop down for the crumbs, pecking at them like it's their last meal on Earth. Yet, somehow, they always leave enough for each other. And I think that's kind of beautiful.
Yeah, it kind of is. Even his voice had this magnetic pull, like there was something musical about him. And over the next few days, my whole just observe and report strategy kind of crumbled. I told myself I was keeping things professional, that staying close to Lewis was just part of the mission. But the truth? We were becoming friends, real ones. He was also weirdly funny, in that dry blink-and-you-miss-it way. And he could quote MSA videos like they were Shakespeare, which, let's be honest, is a wildly underrated skill.
Why don't they teach those videos in school?
I know, right? Then one afternoon, I saw him slip into a place I didn't even know students were allowed into. The old theater backstage loft. I waited for a moment, then crept in after him. And that's when I saw it. Lewis, alone, tucked into the shadows with a battered violin under his chin. Playing. But not just playing. Humming, too. A soft, steady note that floated above the strings like it was made of air and magic. It was beautiful. Like, make your heart hurt kind of beautiful. And then, before I even knew what was happening, I was crying. At music. Me! Who knew I could even do that? Unfortunately, he heard my sniffles and looked directly at me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What? No, don't apologize.
No, I'm so sorry.
And before I could say anything else, he bolted, like he'd accidentally set the building on fire with a G major chord, and I ran after him. I didn't know you could do that.
No one does. I mean, they used to. But after what happened with my brother, I stopped, mostly.
What do you mean? What happened?
I don't know how to explain it exactly. It's like, when I play, it messes with people. Their emotions. Their insides. I don't try to do it. It just happens. He was going through something really hard. And I thought I was helping. I thought if I could just play the right notes, he'd feel better. But he didn't feel better. It just got worse. And then my parents sent me here after that. Said I needed a break from too much feeling, whatever that means.
Suddenly, everything made sense. The quiet, the staring out of windows, the assignment in general. I wasn't just following a weird boy with a sad vibe and a violin. This was something else. Something powerful and broken. Later that week, I got called into the headmaster's office again.
Miss Idrisi, how are things progressing?
With what? Oh, Louis? Yep. He's just a totally normal guy. Nothing to see here. Definitely not emotionally gifted to the point of concern, if that's what you're wondering.
I understand the two of you have become quite close.
What? No,
I'm the headmaster, Layla. I know exactly what happens around here. You do know about the incident involving his brother, right?
I tensed up. This was going deeper than I ever could have thought.
He blames himself. He hasn't spoken about it to anyone. His parents tried everything to help him out, got him the best therapists in the world. Nothing worked. But we believe his silence is part of the problem. When he plays, he connects. He releases what he's been holding in. Now, suppressing a gift like his is not healthy, especially when it's tied to guilt. Now, that's where you come in. You need to help him heal, Layla. There's a gala next month. Nothing flashy, just a showcase of student work, a safe space. If Louis were to play again, even just one song, it might be the first step back to himself.
Convincing the quietest kid in the universe to sing at a fancy fundraiser? No pressure or anything. I found Louis in his usual spot, tucked behind the music building, sitting on a chipped concrete ledge that overlooked the soccer field.
Want one? The cafeteria throws them out a day before they expire. Still perfectly fine, just no longer worth the shelf space.
Wait, what? That's like a criminal amount of food waste. Someone needs to stage a protest.
You know what you should join? The Social Activism Club. They'd love you.
Yeah, well, not sure I have time for that given my assignment.
Assignment?
Assignments. Like school assignments, homework, tests. Never mind. Anyway, you know what you should join? The roster of performers at the annual gala.
Oh, no,
Come on. I heard you play yesterday. It was...
I said no, Layla. Sorry, it's just not my thing. I should go.
But for a while, I kept trying. Subtly. Isn't it weird how the word gala rhymes with voila, like a big performance reveal?
Sure.
But it was hopeless. I could feel my future as CEO of a Drazy Tech slipping through my fingers. I'd already burned through every other school worth mentioning, and the headmaster had made it clear, screw this up, and I was done for good. And if that happened, my parents would never forgive me, so I felt like I had no choice but to do the ultimate betrayal. I signed him up for the gala anyway. And then I told the headmaster that Louis had agreed to play. Next thing I knew, Louis wasn't just on the schedule. He was the centerpiece. They printed his name on the flyers and announced it in assembly. Was it manipulative? Yes. Did I feel bad? Also yes. But it was for his own good, right? I mean, he had to break out of his shell eventually, right? Unfortunately, he didn't see it that way.
How could you do this to me?
Do what?
Oh, please. You think just because I don't talk much means I'm stupid? I know it was you who signed me up for the gala. Thanks for reminding me why I don't trust anyone.
I'd done the opposite of what I was trying to do. He wasn't coming out of his shell. He was burrowing deeper in. Thanks to me. So I went to the headmaster's office, rehearsing my confession in my head. How I'd pushed Louis too far, and how I'd betrayed his trust. That maybe I wasn't the right person to help him overcome his dark past. But when I reached the door, it was already cracked open. And what I heard made me freeze.
Everything's right on schedule. The boy plays his little melancholy solo. The audience tears up and boom, 50s, no hundreds, no thousands of dollars fall into our laps. Easy peasy. And yes, you'll get your 50% as agreed.
I couldn't believe my ears. He didn't want to help Louis. He was using him for profit. And I was just a pawn in his scheme. But I'm not a pawn, or one of those horse thingies. I was going to show him who he was really messing with. A queen. Chess club stuff. I sprinted to find Louis, who was sitting alone, as expected. Louis!
What do you want?
Well, first off, to apologize. I never should have signed you up for the gala. But honestly, I swear to you, I only wanted to help.
I didn't ask for help. Why does everyone keep trying to fix me? What if I'm not broken? What if I just want to be left alone?
You have every right to feel that way.
Then why are you here?
Because something's not right. I overheard Headmaster Quinlan on the phone. He's not trying to help you. He's using you. The gala is just a cash grab, and your solo's the tearjerker. That's the plan. You suffer, and they get paid. I expected him to explode the way I was about to, but to my surprise, he didn't get angry. I guess he was too broken to even react.
Of course, that tracks.
I thought I was pushing you towards something good, but I got so caught up in juggling my own problems and trying to do the right thing that I guess I never asked what you wanted.
Yeah, no one ever does.
I'm so sorry, Louis.
You know, when I first met you, something clicked in me, and I played something different.
What do you mean? Can I hear it? He didn't say a word, but the way he looked at me hit me harder than any note ever could. No audience, no gala, just me, I promise. To my surprise, he picked up his violin. I braced myself for another emotional gut punch, but what came out wasn't heavy or sad. It was light, and suddenly, so was I. I was grinning like an idiot, flooded with the kind of hope I hadn't felt since before I got kicked out of my first fancy school, back when I still believed the world could change. And then, through my joy, I blurted, "Louis."
Oh, you hated it, huh?
Hated it? I've never felt so amazing in my life. Look, I know I can't get you out of performing anymore, but that doesn't mean you have to fall into their trap. If you played like that, you'll be making people feel good, including yourself. He gave me the smallest smile and left without a word, but I could tell something was shifting in him. On the night of the gala, I had no clue what to expect. Either the one person in my life I truly cared about gets exploited and traumatized even further, or he goes off script and reclaims his story, which meant I was probably getting expelled again. And then, just when I thought my bundle of nerves couldn't get more twisted, I spotted them in the audience. My parents. Guys, what are you doing here?
Layla, look at you. Still enrolled. How nice.
Come sit. We saved you a seat. We hear you're close with tonight's little prodigy.
If getting expelled was my worst-case scenario, then watching my parents' live reaction to it was the apocalypse. But as Louis made his way onto the stage, he looked unchanged in a way that made me sad. It was like the spotlight was too hot and had shriveled him back into the broken boy they all expected. And sure enough, a sad melody followed suit. As I looked around, I could see the audience tearing up, dabbing eyes, sniffles everywhere. And right on cue, Headmaster Quinlan started slinking between rows, smiling and collecting checks like it was church. As I watched Louis crumble, I expected, as always, for my body to move before my mind had a chance to think. But for once, I paused. It was my decision now. I could sit there and be the good girl everyone wanted me to be, or I could stand up and be me. You're amazing, Louis! I believe in you! Louis froze mid-note. As the wealthiest people in the country stared me down, I still stood firm. And then, like he just remembered who he was, Louis's lips twitched into a smile. And suddenly, the music changed. It became lighter, happier, and the audience, they forgot all about me. In fact, they actually started dancing. Headmaster Quinlan's donations became an afterthought. And just as I was ready to start joining the dancing...
Layla, what have you done?
Huh? What do you mean?
The donations are stopping. Do you know what that means for the company? This was supposed to be a proof of concept for investors for our latest tech. Emotional music activation. You've ruined it. Make it stop.
And it dawned on me. The person on the other side of the phone call with the headmaster was my father. How do you think you got into this school in the first place? You had one task. Now we'll never be able to convince the board to make you CEO. No, wait, But I couldn't finish the sentence. I looked up at Louis and saw something I almost never saw in myself. True joy. And then I remembered what he'd said to me. No one ever asks what I want. Did I even want to be the CEO of some big tech company? I realized The answer was no. If Louis could find his voice, then maybe I could too. You know what? Fine. Find another CEO.
Layla, you don't mean that.
Stop telling me what I mean. I don't want to be the CEO of Idrizi Tech. I want to work on something that helps people, not manipulate them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some dancing to do. I walked toward the front of the stage, feeling more alive than I ever had. For a second, Louis looked up mid-note, and our eyes locked. I didn't know what the future held, but I knew one thing. Unlike so much in our lives, we'd earned this moment. The next morning, I was called into the headmaster's office, and I was rehearsing my speech to talk my way out of expulsion. But I walked in to find Headmaster Quinlan looking weirdly ashamed.
You're not being expelled.
I blinked.
But your parents said if you wanted to transfer to any school of your choice, they'd support it.
I didn't know what shocked me anymore, that I was still enrolled, or that they actually cared about what I wanted. Maybe, for once, they were trying. Thanks, but I think I'll stay here. I hear there's a social activism club that may need some help. I walked out of the office towards Louis, who was waiting for me down the hallway.
Still enrolled?
Shocking, I know.
You were kind of amazing last night.
Kind of? Wow. Stop. I'm blushing. He suddenly stopped walking and looked at me, more sure of himself than ever before.
I'm really glad you followed me.
Yeah, me too. Turns out, I didn't need a mission to save someone. I just needed to stop chasing who I was supposed to be and finally start choosing who I wanted to be. And maybe, for the first time in forever, that was enough. Hi, I'm Monica from California. Please like and subscribe. I was born to middle-class parents. Dad was a lawyer and Mom was a sculptor, and unfortunately, she wasn't as good as she thought. Is that a monkey's butt, Mom? Yes, it represents freedom. You won't get it. I don't think anyone will. Growing up, I was closer to my dad. He would read to me every day and tuck me into bed, while Mom stayed in her room making weird structures from mud. Every time Dad asked her to get a real job, she would lock herself in and not come out for days. One evening after an argument with Dad, Mom left the house in the middle of the night. We searched everywhere and found her in the park, crouching under a tree. What took you guys so long? Look what I made. Mom, we were going crazy looking for you. Oh, but I was right here, darling. Things changed after that. Mom and Dad started avoiding each other even more, and Dad got busier with work. I started reading to keep myself distracted, and by 17, I'd read almost all the books in Dad's library. One night, I was studying for a test when I heard Mom and Dad arguing again. I work hard all day and night, and you go behind my back to get these useless things? I'm trying to build something amazing. I knew you wouldn't give me the money if I told you. Just relax. No, I won't. I've had enough. I'm leaving. What? No, Dad, wait. Dad didn't even turn around. I was so mad at Mom for driving him away that I didn't talk to her for days. After Dad left, things went downhill quickly in terms of money. I was a straight-A student, so we got an extension on the fees, and somehow I convinced my mom to get a job in the diner so we wouldn't go completely broke. But a few days later, I came back from school to find Mom sitting outside the house. What? What happened? The landlord threw us out. We didn't have the money for rent. But I thought you got a salary. Yes, but then I saw this beautiful sculpting kit and I couldn't stop myself. Can't you ask for an advance at your job? Oh no, I can't. I quit. Waiting on people is not my thing. You quit? Mom, are you crazy? We're homeless because you spent everything on those stupid supplies. This is not stupid. This is my dream. And what about my dreams? You know I want to study law. And you know what? It's my fault. I should have known better. The look on Mom's face broke my heart, but I was too mad to think straight. We took our luggage and moved to a motel nearby, and I spent the whole night applying to every part-time job on the internet. That's when I came across an ad asking for a babysitter for 10-year-old twin girls. The money was good, so I applied, and luckily I got a call back almost immediately, along with an address. The place was in the middle of nowhere, and as I stepped inside, A can of juice went flying past me, almost hitting me in the head.
This is cranberry. I'm allergic to this. You want me to die, don't you? Hello? I'm talking to you.
Sis? I think she's finally gone crazy. What do you think? Should we kick her out too? The poor maid stood still like a rock, staring at the floor as the two brats screamed at her. I could see tears rolling down her face, but her expression remained cold as ice. Hi, I think they're talking to you. And you two, can you stop flinging things like that? You might end up hurting someone.
Then don't stand in the way, ugly face.
Who are you anyway? A trespasser from the media? Oh my god, a kidnapper? I'm here for the babysitting job? Oh, but aren't you supposed to be all old and wrinkly? And what are you still doing here? Get your deaf butt out of this room.
Now, that's not a very nice thing to say, Emerald.
Suddenly, a handsome guy in his 40s walked in, and the whole place fell silent. Something about his face screamed royalty to me, but when he spoke, a chill ran down my spine.
You must be Monica. I'm Robbie Jackson. That's Emerald and Pearl, my daughters. Just excuse their behavior. They get hyper around new people.
No problem, but they do need to treat people with respect.
Of course. That's why I want a good nanny for them that could teach them some manners. You see, I'm a busy man and I need my space.
Sure, but I thought you needed a babysitter.
Potato, potato. You help them study, eat, sleep, everything. And sometimes you have to stay the night. Like tonight I have a charity event and I'll be back tomorrow. I'll pay you extra for this. Do we have a deal?
I thought about it for a moment before agreeing, and Mr. Jackson immediately gave me $5,000 as a salary advance. This was huge.
Don't get too happy. We won't make it easy on you. Consider this as our warning. Dad's soft, but we're not.
Try me. I'm tougher than you think. As I lay on my bed that night, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling about the house and those creepy brats. God, those girls needed some discipline. I went downstairs to get some water and found the maid from the morning. So I thought of having a little chat. Hey there, so how long have you been working here? Silence. Could you tell me your name at least? Why? Please don't talk to me. Before I could say anything else, this maid turned around and left. Well, that was awkward. I was just getting over this weird moment when suddenly I heard someone howling downstairs. I got freaked out and rushed to check up on the twins when I realized one of them was missing. What the freaking Funyuns? Diamond? Sorry, Pearl? Pearl? What? Stop screaming. Where's your sister? She's not here. Shh, stop freaking out. She went to her special place. She'll come back. Chill. What special place? How would I know? She just calls it her special place. She goes there every night and comes back later. Just try to shut up. I'm trying to get some sleep. Pearl simply pulled the blanket and turned around. Helpless, I tried looking for Emerald everywhere, but it was like she disappeared into thin air. The next morning before leaving for school, I went straight to Mr. Jackson to talk about it.
Don't think about it too much. Just be careful around the girls. They've taken a hit after their mom got into a coma. If you take good care of them, you'll never have to look for another job.
Mr. Jackson looked desperate, and in some ways it reminded me of my own dad around Mom trying to get her to work. Over the next few days, I tried everything to warm up to the girls, but they were just horrible. They burned my assignments, superglued my chair, and one time they filled my bag with broken eggs. It took me hours to clean that. One day at work, Mr. Jackson informed me that it was the twins' 11th birthday, and he wanted to throw the biggest party ever. But an hour before guests started pouring in, he left for an urgent business meeting, leaving me in charge. When I told the girls, they went ballistic.
He always gets away with it. Not this time. He's gonna regret missing out on our birthday.
Emerald pulled a lighter out of her pocket and rushed to the library. I chased her all the way up in this maze of a house and found her with a lighter under a massive painting.
I wonder how he'll feel when we burn his favorite painting down.
You can't! You won't! Listen, Emerald, I'm sure something important came up.
That doesn't mean he can abandon us like that. And what do you know? You probably have both of your parents loving you.
Actually, no. I told the girls about my issues regarding Mom and Dad, and suddenly they went softer. Emerald pulled the lighter down, and after that day, she was surprisingly kinda well-behaved. The week went by peacefully, and soon the school announced the annual scholarship test. I asked Mr. Jackson if he could spare me for a week, but he suggested I just move in instead. It didn't sound half bad, so I agreed, but when I told Mom, she said she had a bad feeling about it. Well, I would have preferred if she had a job instead of a bad feeling, but whatever. I moved in the next day, and while I was setting up my stuff, Mr. Jackson called for me.
Now that you're here, you need to understand 2 things. My study is off limits, and the room on the top floor remains closed at all times. Under no circumstances are you allowed to go in.
I felt a bit weird with the way he spoke, but I nodded my head and went back to my room. Moments later, the girls walked in and asked if I wanted a tour. They took me around the house, showing off their bowling alley, swimming pool, and arcade. Do you get to play many games with your dad?
No, he's always busy.
Oh, okay.
Why do you say it like that?
Like what?
Like you're feeling sorry for us? Oh, look at those poor little girls. They don't have a mom, and their dad is too busy. I'm sure you're thinking that. But guess what? Our daddy loves us deeply.
Hey, I didn't mean it like that. You know what? Forget it. I'm sorry if you feel that way.
Sorry doesn't heal anything.
Before I could ask her what she meant, Emerald just turned around and left, and the maid told us that dinner was ready.
Don't think too much. She's a bit crazy. You should know that by now. Also, never be late for dinner, or you'll starve the night.
What? That night and the night after went by fine, but then I started noticing weird things. For starters, Mr. Jackson was never around anymore. He never spoke or ate with us, and when he came home, he went straight to his study. As if this wasn't weird enough, 2 nights before the exam, I heard a light tapping on the door. My body froze as the knocking got louder, but when I opened the door, I saw a light flicker in the downstairs area, and then I saw Emerald. She was at it again. This time, I followed her, and it looked like she was headed toward the basement.
Emerald, shh, you're not supposed to go there. She can't hear you.
The soul left my body when I turned around to face Pearl.
You scared the bejesus out of me. Sorry, but I just wanted to stop you before you did something stupid.
Pearl then told me that Emerald went down to the basement almost every night, and sometimes she even sleeps there.
It's got all of Mom's stuff. No one, not even Dad, disturbs her. Ever since Mom went into a coma, that's how she comforts herself.
That explains why she went missing the first night I was here. But if you knew that, why didn't you tell me before?
It was just fun watching you get creeped out. Anyway, you should sleep now. I'll keep an eye on her.
I believed Pearl and went back to bed. But an hour later, I woke up again, and this time it was to the smell of smoke. My room was drowning in smoke. As I made my way to the hall screaming for the girls and dialing the fire brigade.
Monica!
Oh my God, are you okay? What happened?
I don't know. I was waiting for Emerald and passed out on the floor. When I woke up, there was fire everywhere.
Hold on. Where's Emerald? The 2 of us rushed toward the basement, but the fire was totally out of control. Luckily, the fire truck arrived just in time and rescued Emerald unharmed. They said that the fire was caused because of a candle in the basement.
I was just lighting up some of Mom's favorite candles, and I didn't realize when I dozed off, I burned everything that belonged to Mom. I'm so sorry.
As long as we found you. Emerald started sobbing, and I hugged her tight. Just then, Mr. Jackson arrived looking horrified, and when the fire guys told him what caused the mess, he lost his mind.
You know what? I've done everything for you girls, and all you've done is made a mess out of my life. How could you burn the house down?
I'm sorry to butt in, Mr. Jackson, but it was a mistake. Emerald feels horrible, and to be honest, you should be glad your girls are okay.
And who are you to tell me what to do?
Don't forget your place. You're just a servant here.
You can't talk to her like that, Dad. She saved our lives.
I can do whatever I want. Watch this. You're fired. Don't come here again.
Gladly, Mr. Jackson. And I hope you become a better parent, because God knows these girls deserve it. I said my final goodbyes to the girls and left. Thanks to the wild night, I was super exhausted at school the next day and totally tanked my scholarship test. When I went home, Mom gave me the shocking news. Thanks to the fire, the secret room in the house had to be opened to check the damages, and thousands of gold coins and illegal cash were recovered. Everything belonged to Mr. Jackson. He was taken to jail, and the girls were sent to London to stay with their aunt. Wow! That's why he kept the room shut all the time. I'm just happy the girls are safe. Yeah, Mon, I'm sorry for putting you through this. I've been a horrible mother. You stuck around, and that's all that matters. I promise, I'll be better. And she made good on the promise, working hard and bagging a good deal on her sculptures. I lost the scholarship opportunity, but our combined savings were enough to put me through the first year at Stanford. But halfway through the year, I received an anonymous donation of $1 million. And when I saw the bank details, it was some Linda Jackson, Mr. Jackson's wife. I immediately called the number, and Linda's secretary arranged for a meeting. I was surprised to see the girls waiting for me along with their mom.
Monica!
I've heard so much about you from my daughters. It feels like I know you already. It's nice to see you've recovered, ma'am, and thank you for bringing these brats along. Linda held my hand and thanked me for saving her daughters and exposing her cruel husband. She even offered me a job at her company right after I graduated, and since the pay was good, I took it up.
Don't get too happy. We won't make it easy for you.
I'm counting on that. True friends are those who care without hesitation, who remember without limitation, who forgive without explanation, and who trust without communication. The woman had a baby in her arms and ran as fast as she could, never looking back. At last, we are safe, my love. We are going to America, the land of opportunities. Our future will be different now. That's what Robin's mom had hoped for when she ran away from her husband in Brazil and moved to the USA. But making a living in the USA wasn't as easy as she thought it would be. At age 4, Robin and her mom were living in a shelter home and had trouble making ends meet. On the day of Robin's 5th birthday, her mom saved enough money to take her to a playland, a place Robin had wanted to go to for a long time. Well, the playland rides were super fun until the card was exhausted. Just when Robin's mom was about to take her off the ride, the woman came and swiped her card. No, you didn't have to. We were done. Please, let me. Hey, kid, take as many rides as you want. I need to finish this card today, or else my daughter, Summer, will have me stay here for the rest of my life. Seeing the lady's daughter jump up and down like a kangaroo on a sugar high, Robin knew what she meant. Soon the girl went running towards the jungle gym, and her mom got Robin in there too. As Robin was having fun, she heard a scream and instantly ran towards the sound to find the other girls stuck in one of the tunnels.
Are you all right? Please help. Oh, thank God you're here. I was so scared. It was so dark, but also colorful. Oddly like the witch's house from Hansel and Gretel.
Robin pushed, and in no time the girl was able to get out of the tunnel. Both became good friends, and seeing how much both girls liked each other, Summer's mom soon offered Robin's mom a job at her home. She had to work as the cleaning lady, but she also got to have a room in the big mansion. As time passed, both girls became inseparable. Soon they started going to the same school and were like two peas in a pod. But the kids there always had something to say about how different Robin and Summer looked, especially Anya, who was mean as a snake.
Together, you both make the number 10. Does Summer eat all of your food, Robin?
Jerk, her weight is a temporary caloric imbalance, but your stupidity is a permanent genetic malfunction. If you say something to my friend again, I'll...
Let it go, Robin. It's not worth it.
Such mean comments didn't affect their friendship until they joined ballet classes together in the 8th grade. Come on, Summer. There are just 5 ballet positions we did this year, and you can't even get one of them right. Look at Robin. Her posture is like a delicate swan. But no buts. Come on, you can do it. Let's try it again. Seeing how hard Summer was pushing herself, Robin couldn't just sit by, so she started doing ballet and ended up landing straight into her teacher on purpose. Oops, I am so sorry. I guess lesson's over now, right? Come on, Summer. But Summer wouldn't budge. She remained standing in that awful position until there were tears in her eyes, and that's when Robin had had enough. I swear, if you don't stop, I'll never talk to you again. Then don't. I guess it would be better that way. Saying that, Summer kept on repeating the ballet steps till she was out of breath. That was the day something between the girls changed, and Summer started to spend less and less time with Robin. Worse, she got into all kinds of diets and started to hang out with Anya, the same girl who used to make fun of her. Once during lunchtime, as Robin started to enjoy her chocolate muffin, she could see how badly Summer wanted it, so she offered it to her. Oh, no. Don't tell me you're gonna eat that. And why can't she eat that? She doesn't have to starve herself. How can she eat that? You touched it. Aren't you her maid or something? Or her mom, like they clean your toilets? Summer, that's so unhygienic. Yeah, gross. Her mom does scrub our toilets. What was I even thinking? Thanks for rescuing me, girl. Come on, let's go have some detox water. As Summer left with her new friends, Robin was left in shock. That was the day Robin promised herself to turn her life around, so she focused hard on her studies and soon started acing her exams. By the time the girls reached high school, Summer was the official queen bee of the school. She had it all: a hot body, designer clothes, designer bags. She even had followers carrying her bag for her. But there was one thing Summer didn't have: Calix. Summer had a huge crush on the school's heartthrob. The guy was the perfect combination of beauty and brains, a jock and a straight-A student, and Robin had a crush on him too. Even though Calix might have smiled at her once or twice, Robin never spoke to him, knowing how much Summer liked him. One time, Robin was running late for school and was rushing when suddenly a car zoomed by and someone threw juice on Robin. "Hey, jerk, watch where you're going." "Oh, it's you, of course." "Ugh. I didn't do it on purpose. Hey, come on, we're running late." "And Robin, don't worry. You look the same trashy as usual." Robin hoped that Summer would say something in her defense, but she just avoided her gaze and drove off. When Robin reached the school, she caught her reflection in a window and saw her hair was a mess. As she fixed herself, she spotted a smiling face. It was Calix behind her.
Hey, what happened to you?
"Nothing. Just started the day on the wrong foot, I guess."
"Well, you still look amazing. Even, never mind."
Saying that, Calix walked away, leaving Robin stunned. Whoa, did the Greek god-looking hunk tell her she looked amazing? He sure did. After that day, Calix and Robin's paths started to cross almost every day. One time, Robin ended up accidentally stepping on Calix's heels in the crowded lunchroom. Another time, they were paired together in the science lab. And once in the cafe, Robin was buying a donut when she realized she'd forgotten her wallet, and Calix came to the rescue. "Oh, you didn't need to. This is so embarrassing. I forgot my wallet.
Come on, it's 50 cents. You need to loosen up a bit. So I'm throwing this party, and I would love if you could come, please."
"She isn't gonna come. She's always too busy studying, but I'll come. Would you like that, Calix?"
Of course. Robin, do try to come, and, I'll see you guys later."
Just as Calix left, Summer's sweet smile faded and she glared at Robin. "You know I like him. That's why you're running after him. You are pathetic, Robin." Robin felt like slapping Summer, but controlled herself. Later that night, she was all dressed for Calix's party. She wasn't doing it to make Summer jealous, but because for the first time, someone from school had invited her over. Just as Robin reached Calix's place, she spotted him and was swept away when the boy came running and took her hand.
Whoa. And I thought you looked pretty in glasses. You look mesmerizing in this dress.
Thank you. Calix then took Robin to the dance floor, and as she was having the time of her life, Robin spotted the look of hatred on Summer's face. But once the song ended and Calix leaned in and kissed her on the cheek, it looked like Summer would explode. Oh no. Robin needed to explain to Summer that she wasn't after her crush. "Calix, I need to go."
"Wait, Robin. I wanted to tell you how much I like you."
But Robin was more worried about Summer. As she ran after Summer, she bumped into Anya. Well, what do we have here? A little birdie told me that this dress you're showing off is courtesy of Summer's mom. So I guess you wouldn't mind perhaps taking it off?" Saying that, Anya ripped Robin's dress, and in seconds both girls were tangled in a fight. But Summer came and pushed Anya away. "Robin, stop. You're better than her. And I'm sorry I told Anya that my mom gave you that dress. I shouldn't have. Want to go home?" "Yes, I would like that." Summer and Robin sat in the car and talked after such a long time. And for a while, Robin thought everything between them would be all right. But just then, it started raining like crazy, and Robin realized that they were going towards a cliff. That particular cliff had a bad reputation among the townfolk for being haunted by ghosts. "Why are we going there?" "Summer, you're so scared of horror stuff. Why do you want to see it?" Just wanted to look at the city from up here. Ever since I learned how to drive, I wanted to go there. I've heard the view is to die for." Once the girls reached the cliff, they both enjoyed the view, but then suddenly, someone kicked Robin out of her car. It was Anya. She had been hiding in the back seat. "What are you doing? It's raining. Summer, let me in. I'm scared. This place, it's creepy." "Oh no, you witch. You thought you could just steal my guy? Walking back home in this rain will teach you a lesson. Or maybe make some friends with some ghosts."
What? No, she can't walk back. It's raining. Let's just drive around for 5 minutes and come back for her. No way. She tried to steal Calix? I say punish her. Saying that, Anya took the steering wheel and they both drove off while Robin kept begging for her to stop. She even ran after the car, but exhausted, she fell to her knees. The next day, when Summer woke up, she was sure that Robin would be sick and tired from walking back home. But to her surprise, she saw Robin's mom all worried. Summer, did you see Robin last night? I've been waiting for her all night, but she didn't come home. What in the world? As her mom and Robin's mom called all their friends and then the cops, Summer felt her world shake. But before going to school, Summer saw a shadow enter Robin's room. Perfect, she's back. Got her mom worried for nothing. But upon entering Robin's room, she saw nothing except wet shoe marks on the floor and all the way up to the ceiling. Whatever you're up to, it won't work on me, Robin. Ugh. Saying that, Summer left for school. But when the announcement of Robin's disappearance was made, she felt confused. What? If Robin was still missing, who was that at home? During break time, Summer told Anya everything, only to be laughed at. So, you're saying Robin turned into a ghost who can climb walls? Or is she now Spider-Man? I don't know. I just think we should tell the police about last night. Police? Don't be crazy. She'll be back in no time. Don't be so dramatic. A few days later, Calix visited her at night, and right then, an officer also came to speak to Robin's mom. But as she opened the door, Summer saw something behind them. A person. Robin. Oh my God. She's here. She's coming here.
What? Who's here? Kid? You all right?
Scared witless, Summer ran into her room and shut herself in there. The next day at school, Anya came to Summer. You're trying to blackmail me? I'll ruin you, Summer. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I got this note in my locker. I know you're trying to spook me. Seeing the note, Summer's heart leapt into her throat. It was Robin's handwriting. I am coming. Everyone will pay. I swear it's not me. It's Robin. It's actually Robin's ghost. She wants revenge, I think. OMG, what have I done? All because of you. You left her there and she isn't back. This was all your idea. Shut up. And my idea? You were the one who tricked her. Keep your mouth zipped, or else. Or else what? You're horrible. I wish I could have seen your real face earlier. Robin was the only true friend I had. Yeah, and she's gone. Boo-hoo. This was the point Summer realized what a jerk Anya was, and she hoped and prayed her real friend would return, alive. A week later, in the evening, her mom was out and Summer was alone, when all of a sudden the lights went off. Summer immediately lit a candle and looked out the window. She almost fell on her butt. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was Robin. Robin looked deathly pale, like a ghost.
You betrayed me, Summer. You betrayed me. Why did you betray me?
No, I didn't. It was a... And then there was a loud bang on the door. And in the split second where Summer looked at the door, Robin was gone from the window. But the banging kept going on, driving Summer mad. No, I won't open the door. Never. Just then the lock turned, and Summer screamed. But her mom entered and seeing her crying on the floor, hugged her. Mom, Robin was outside on the porch. Oh, Mom, I did a terrible thing. Anya suggested, but it was all me. I could have said no, but I was so blind in jealousy.
What? What are you talking about?
And then Summer told her mom the entire truth. Mom, I am so sorry. I miss Robin. I wish she could come back, and none of this had ever happened. I now know that jealousy is a disease, and because of it, look what I did to my best friend. Oh, Mom. Well, I am glad you learned your lesson. Hearing Robin's voice, Summer's eyes widened and realized Robin was in fact alive. Summer was stunned. You're all right. Oh, thank God. Robin, please forgive me. I crossed the line, and I shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have. But, oh, Summer, I'm just glad all of this could open your eyes. And then Robin explained how Calix had followed her that night and picked her up. Even though Robin could press charges on Summer and Anya, she chose not to and decided to teach Summer a much-deserved lesson. So she hatched the whole plan with Calix. Even Calix's cousin, who was in the police force,
was in on the plan, and even both of their moms. Okay, you really got me there. I was scared out of my mind, but your absence told me the worth of your presence. Come here. I was about to shoot my target when suddenly someone appeared from the shadows and snatched the apple away. It was the most popular guy in school, Travis, and lately he'd been flirting with me every chance he got.
Let's play a game. If you miss the target, I'll have to kiss you. But if you hit it, then you'll have to kiss me. What do you say?
Sure, why not? Everyone knew how good I was in archery, and as expected, it was a bullseye.
Deal's a deal, cream puff.
As he closed his eyes for the kiss, I called for the school cat Loki and whispered something to it. You can open your eyes now. Loki scratched his face like a wild animal as I walked away, in total satisfaction. Hi, my name is Bianca, and I'm incapable of falling in love. Well, that's what I thought. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom owned a huge chain of hotels, and I was the sole heiress to the business empire. Our family name was well known already, but I'd really made us famous.
Teen heiress seen kissing alleged gangster? Spoiled princess seen at archaeological site closed off for public? Princess Bianca announces to pay any amount to straighten the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Oh, each headline is worse than the one before.
Alleged gangster, Mom. We broke up, and you know my keen interest in history. I had to see that site. And come on, am I the only one annoyed by that Leaning Tower?
When will you ever get serious, Bianca? I have a private jet to catch, but we're not done with this conversation.
Yes, go to your meeting, Mom. You didn't even remember to wish me a happy birthday, but I was still celebrating in style. I was having a huge birthday party at the newest club in town, but my night was ruined when I saw an uninvited guest, Travis, and he was approaching me and my BFF Carmen as if he was God's gift to women, despite that scary face.
Hey, sugar lips, wanna dance?
Aren't you supposed to hate me for making you look like Frankenstein?
What's love without a little pain? And I adore your feistiness.
He was all over me the whole night. Eventually, I had to make Carmen distract him and try to escape, but he noticed and followed me like a madman.
I'm not done with you, my love.
I turned around a corner and opened a VIP door at the end of the hallway. There were some men in suits playing poker, and they all turned to me like I was an alien. Oopsie, wrong room. Thought it was the toilet. But may I say, sir, your jacket is really cool. Very vintage 90s. Michael Jackson kind of vibe. Okay, I won't bother you guys. May the best man win. Bye. Travis was nowhere to be seen, so I took the chance to finally leave the club. But of course, I couldn't avoid him at school, and he was being such a nuisance that eventually I got a restraining order against him. My life was finally peaceful, till a few days later when Carmen told me that her cousin from the village would be joining our school.
Since when do you have a cousin?
Ever since he was born. You never told me about him. I love to collect snake skins and samurai swords in my basement. I didn't tell you about those either. What? Friends should share everything. I think some secrets are good. Oh my god, my cousin's here. I turned to this guy who was walking towards us like he was the king of the underworld. Judging by his walk, he knew he was a fine specimen of the male species. But suddenly, he tripped over nothing and fell into the fountain nearby. And then he immediately got up like nothing happened. I felt like I was watching a comic cartoon strip. Are you sure he's not some hot model you paid to act as your clumsy cousin? Nice way to say that he's hot and adorable. He then spun her around like she was a cotton ball.
Carmen, my favorite girl. I missed you so much.
The guy turned to me and I was stunned. He was even more handsome up close and also really familiar.
You must be Bianca, Carmen's best friend. I'm Slater. Nice to finally meet you.
Did you just curtsy? And have we met before?
No. Is this how city people greet each other?
Excuse us a moment. Carmen pulled me out of Slater's earshot. What you doing? Talking to my best friend's cousin? Why does that require you to bring your face so close to his? I just thought he looked really familiar. What's your problem? I just think you're finding an excuse to flirt with him. Now listen up, Bianca. You're never serious about any boy, and you just play with their feelings and dump them. And you're not allowed to do that to my cousin. He's not even my type. Relax. Just don't get involved with him that way, or it's friendship over. Understood? Loud and clear, ma'am. Since then, the three of us started hanging out together, and I was having a hard time believing someone like Slater existed. Sheer perfection on the outside, but with the poorest balance a human could possibly have. He tripped, slipped, and stumbled everywhere. He even got a black eye while tying his shoelaces. But one night, while I was admiring one of the paintings at home, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. I remembered where I'd seen Slater before. You gotta trust me, Carmen. Your cousin's up to something shady. Mom and I attended this art exhibition downtown last month, and Slater was there. He was one of the artists. We even bought a painting from him. Only his hair and eye color was different, but it was him, and he wasn't clumsy. He must have been a look-alike. Slater has lived in the village his entire life and just got here last week, and he can't even draw a circle, trust me. I even showed Slater's picture to Mom, and she said it's him too. Now she's contacted the artist to buy more of his work, and he's coming soon, and I'll finally know the truth. You just need to give yourself something to be excited about. Do what you want, but you're wrong. A couple of days later, the artist called Mom to say that he had to go out of town and he'd come to meet her next month. How convenient. I decided not to say anything to Slater and try to get to the bottom of his secret identity. He was always hovering around me and Carmen like an annoying fly. He was sure to slip up at some point. I'd be watching him. But one day, I was spying on him at the gym, and after seeing him miss the 100th basket, I got really bored. I decided to skip the rest of school that day to get a manicure. As I was walking to my car, a van suddenly stopped next to me. "Good day, child. Would you please buy some apples from me? I run an orphanage, and I'd like to get some toys for the children." "Sure thing. Just give me a basket and I'll give you $100,000. I was about to take the basket from her when Slater suddenly popped out of nowhere and crashed into me.
"Hey, you. Who do you work for? Show me your ID."
The poor lady looked terrified and just drove away. What the heck was that?
Didn't your parents ever tell you not to take candy from strangers? What if she was trying to poison you?
Dude, those are apples, not candy. And who am I? Snow White? And that cute granny is trying to poison me because I'm the fairest girl in all the land.
This isn't funny. You don't know how dangerous some situations can be.
Oh, please. I swam with sharks last year and jumped off a hot air balloon when it malfunctioned. I laugh in the face of danger. And that lady just wasn't dangerous. I know you're from the village and probably think everyone in the city's evil, but please stop being a weirdo. But Slater just got weirder. Like another time, the three of us were at a restaurant, and as soon as the waiter served our order, he started sniffing mine. If you wanted me to completely lose my appetite, you succeeded. What's wrong with you? He also started sniffing his food and Carmen's.
That's how we do it in the village. The first whiff of food tells you everything you need to know.
About what exactly?
About how organically the food was grown, if the farmer sang to his crops and cows.
I ordered a giant brownie sundae with whipped cream and sprinkles. Are you insane? Just give me that. Just then, there was a loud crashing sound next to us, and Slater jumped towards me and brought me down to the floor, covering me like a human shield. He was looking down at me, and I was a little breathless. And then, I saw everyone else staring at us like we were mental. Apparently, a waiter had just dropped a tray full of glasses.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was a gunshot and maybe some robbers had come in. I just acted on instinct.
Wait, let me get this straight. So you thought it was a dangerous situation and your first instinct was to save Bianca? Hello, what about me? Your own flesh and blood? Slater muttered some apologies while Carmen kept scolding him, even if he was crazy. It was really sweet how he tried to protect me. One weekend, Carmen told me that the cheer captain was throwing a party, just for the cheerleaders and all the boys. I felt curious to see how Slater would act at parties with other girls, so I dashed over to the venue and spied from the bushes. But I couldn't spot him anywhere. I knew how girls looked at him. He was probably surrounded by the cheerleaders. Well, what did I care? I took this opportunity to practice my amazing singing. I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand. Suddenly, I heard a sound right behind me. Slater, what are you doing here?
Same question for you.
I came here to sing flowers, 'cause there are flowers here, duh. What about you?
It's too loud inside, and everyone was acting wild. It was scaring me.
Just then, a huge bug came flying at our faces, and Slater tried to smack it away, but he ended up slapping me instead.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My hand is so stupid. Bad hand.
Gosh, Slater, why are you so freaking clumsy?
I don't know, just born that way, but I get even clumsier around you, 'cause attractive girls make me nervous, and you're the most beautiful I've ever seen.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Bianca.
It suddenly hit me. He was attracted to me, and that could make things complicated. I had to avoid him from now on before Carmen could misinterpret things and unfriend me. But the very next day,
I caught him in the janitor's closet with his butt stuck in a mop bucket. Jesus, what have you done this time? Can you just help me, please? I think I got a cramp. As I pulled him up, our lips accidentally touched and my tummy fluttered. Just then, someone gasped from the door. Carmen! Girl, it's not what you think. I followed her to an empty classroom and tried to explain. I swear, there's nothing romantic going on between us. He's too dumb and clumsy for me, and I'm certain he's a liar. Excuse me? That's my cousin you're insulting. And you say these things, but I feel like you're attracted to him. Just don't get attached to him, okay? He's not right for you. Of course, duh. I already knew that, but I was a bit bothered by what Carmen said. Why did she think he wasn't right for me? A few days later, I was practicing archery alone when suddenly an arrow came flying from somewhere and almost hit me. I turned around and saw someone behind a tree. I dashed over and found Slater. What are you doing here? Trying to kill me now?
No, what? What just happened?
You happened, Slater. You nearly sent an arrow straight into me. You're a hazard to society.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize my arrow came your way. I mean, I didn't even know anyone was here. I would never hurt you, I swear. But let me make it up to you with an ice cream shake. Come on, let's go.
I wasn't finding his act convincing. Why was he always around me? He was beginning to seem as obsessed with me as Travis. And what if he tried to hurt me on purpose with the arrow?
By the way, are you free tonight? I want to talk to you about something. Just you and me, alone.
Okay, sure. But we're alone right now. You can't tell me over ice cream shakes?
What ice cream shakes? Oh, yeah, that. No, tonight's better. I'll send you the pin location. Driver, I'll get off here. Thanks. See you later, Bianca.
And then he just jumped out of the car and walked away. This dude was so weird, but I was really curious about what he had to say. Later that night, I was surprised to learn where he was taking me. The rooftop of an old building. There was no elevator, so we had to climb 8 flights of stairs, and he was holding on to my shirt like a kid. Wait, what if he tried to push me down? Can you move away? I need some personal space.
But what if I trip and fall down the stairs? You know how clumsy I get.
Why would you invite me to a rooftop then, idiot?
You'll see.
When we finally reached the top, I was surprised to see a candlelit dinner. What's all this?
Obviously a date. Were you expecting a crime scene?
Didn't your cousin warn you about me?
She did, but I just don't see why she's so against the idea of you being my girlfriend. You're beautiful and amazing.
She was trying to protect you because I have a history of not being good with relationships.
May I know why?
And before I knew it, I just found myself opening up. Growing up, I saw how my dad broke my mom's heart and left her for another woman. Since then, mom's not even the same person. She just buries herself in work. And dad kind of broke my heart too. Leaving like that? I'm just afraid to let anyone come close.
I know that you don't trust me, but I hope that someday you will, and I'll get to know you better. I feel like you're someone worth knowing.
He looked at me earnestly and then started leaning in. I found myself closing my eyes, and when his lips touched mine, I felt something electric. Wait, that was a mistake, Slater. I care a lot about my friendship with Carmen. I can't.
Okay, I understand.
But later that night, all I could think about was Slater and that kiss. Maybe I could talk to Carmen and she'd come around, but I still couldn't shake off the idea that Slater was lying about himself. As luck would have it, Mom told me the next day that the artist was back in town, and he was displaying his work at a gallery that night. Well, Slater wasn't going to be the only one in disguise. I went dressed up as someone completely different, and I was thrilled to see him. He might have a different style, but I was certain it was Slater. And as I was walking past him, I accidentally tripped and fell forward, scraping his arm with my pen. I'm so sorry. I'm not very good with the walking. Clumsy, like you people say. Oh, it bleeds.
It's fine, miss. I'm okay. Excuse me. I need to use the bathroom.
And the next day at school, Slater was wearing a full-sleeved shirt, just like I'd expected. So I spilled my juice all over him. Oh my God, you're wet. You'll have to change your shirt.
It's fine. It'll dry up.
No, you'll get sick.
I won't. I'm as strong as a cow.
I tried a few more tricks, but he was able to avoid all of them. I guess I just had to do it by force. After our classes, I followed him outside school, and just as I was ready to jump on him from behind, he turned around and pinned me to the wall.
Bianca, why were you trying to attack me?
How did you know, Spider-Man? And all I wanted to do was this. I pulled up his sleeve, and sure enough, he had a long cut on his arm. Ha! So you're really that artist. I've exposed you, you big fat... Suddenly, there was a growl behind me. I turned to see 2 guys holding 2 rabid dogs and pointing at us.
Bianca, just run.
Slater grabbed my hand and we ran like crazy from the dogs. After sprinting down several blocks, he pulled me into an old building and we ran up the stairs. We climbed all the way to the rooftop and we could hear those guys behind us.
Okay, there's no other choice. We gotta jump.
Excuse me? I must have heard you wrong. And what is going on? Questions later. And what's the matter? I thought you laughed in the face of danger. Haha. Now is not the time to be sarcastic. Just hold on to me and you'll be fine. Do you trust me? Of course I don't trust you. You're the clumsiest idiot I've ever met. Listen, Bianca, I'm not who you really think I am. I just need you to trust me right now, okay? I won't let anything happen to you. I promise. My instincts told me to trust him, and I did. And what happened next was the most thrilling thing ever. We went flying through the air and landed straight in a garbage dump. Ew, fish heads. Come on, this isn't over yet. I needed answers about why I was currently running a marathon with my BFF's mystery cousin around the city. Slater, why are these people after us? Listen, something happened. He didn't get to finish because the gangsters finally cornered us. Slater pushed me inside one of the diners as he started fighting them expertly. What were these kung fu ninja moves? He was so hot. Just then, one of the guys came up behind him with a metal chair. I looked around for anything I could throw at that scumbag before he could hurt Slater. Bullseye. That's my girl. Just then, a bunch of policemen arrived and surrounded the men, and Slater pulled out a badge. You're under arrest. What? He was a detective? As those jerks were being taken away, Slater finally told me everything, starting with how I unknowingly got involved with an international mafia gang. You walked in on them one night at the dance club and saw something you weren't supposed to see. You've been in danger since then. Oh, those guys. But I swear I didn't even see anything. They couldn't be sure of that, so you've been their target since. I was already in town looking for this gang and posing as an undercover artist, but when we found out that they were looking for you, I joined your school to be closer. We also thought we could catch them using you. You mean using me as bait? I didn't mean use you like that. We just knew they'd come after you. So that date on the rooftop, was that also a ploy to get the gang members there? Well, yeah, we had police hidden all over that building, but I think the gang realized it was a trap. Everything made sense now. He was just pretending to be interested all along so he could be around me for my protection and to catch the bad guys. I was just a mission for him. You saved my life. Thank you. I just did my job. I'm glad you're safe now. I gotta report to headquarters soon, so... Yeah, great job. Goodbye then. As I walked away, I suddenly felt sad and empty, and the next day at school, Slater was gone. I demanded more answers from Carmen. Slater really is my cousin. He became a detective at a young age, and he doesn't tell us much about his job. But after that restaurant incident where he was clearly protecting you, I asked him what was going on, and he said it was something related to you, but it was confidential. So that's why you didn't want us to get closer. Yes, because he was just here for his job, and he doesn't form attachments. I didn't want you to get hurt. I'm sorry. What for? I can see it in your eyes, Bianca. You're in love with him, but I don't think he can make you happy. Oh, please. I've told you. I'll never fall in love with anyone. If you say so. Over the next few days, I tried my best to get back to normal, but I couldn't get Slater out of my mind. Even Mom noticed something was up with me. Haven't seen any crazy headlines lately. No new adventures? Yeah, it's been kinda quiet, but I did make one stupid mistake, falling in love. Mom sat down beside me and then pulled me into an awkward hug. Sweetie, I know you've been affected by what your dad did, but don't close your heart off. Falling in love isn't stupid, and you'll find the right guy one day, and it'll be amazing. Trust me. Mom decided to take some time off work, and we planned a vacation together. But just as I was leaving for the airport, I heard a loud crash from the main hall and saw Slater had pinned Travis to the ground. Slater? Travis? What are you both doing here? Bianca, my cream puff, I couldn't go on any longer without seeing you. I can't live like this. You really need to tighten security around here. Found him crawling through the dog door. As Slater handed over a screaming Travis to the guards, he turned to me. Why are you here, Slater? Same reason as Travis, actually. I really missed you. Wait, where are you going? Sorry, can't disclose the location. It's top secret, so whatever you want, make it fast. I got another mission. Okay, so what is it? I need you to fall in love with me and be my girl. Oh, well, that sounds like it's gonna be a very hard mission. I'm not afraid of challenging assignments. He pulled me in for a kiss and then hit his forehead against mine. So you're naturally clumsy. Only when I'm in love. Hi, I'm Sasha from Florida. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom always told me that when I was born, I came like a ray of sunshine in their lives. My parents were struggling financially and were the poorest in their families, but I was a special kid. They could tell from the start that I was super bright, and I could read and count when I was only 3. This made them so proud.
especially since my brother Damien, who was 2 years older than me, was just a troublemaker. Once when I was 5, Damien and I were playing baseball in our small yard, and I told him not to throw so far, but he wouldn't listen.
Relax, Sasha. Don't be such a nagging baby. But Damien, the neighbors...
He threw it again, and this time it broke the neighbor's window, which my parents had to pay for. Damien, you're not getting a Christmas gift this year after that stunt. You're always getting into trouble and costing us money we can't afford.
I told him not to throw so high, Mom.
Of course you did, baby. I wish your brother was smart like you. Damien looked at me with pure hatred. And ever since then, we fought like cats and dogs, and there was no peace in the house with us around. I kept excelling at school, and with time, my parents' struggles also started getting easier. Dad got a job in the city planning department, and he had a good salary now. The only one getting worse was Damien. He failed 10th grade twice, and now we were in the same class.
If you fail another year, you'll have to find a part-time job and pay for your own school fees. I am not spending my hard-earned money on your failures.
Sasha, why don't you help Damien with his math?
Heck no, I don't want any help from Little Miss Perfect.
It's not like I'm dying to teach you, but this is just getting embarrassing, bro. Take my help if you ever want to leave high school. I tried my best to help Damien, but he was such a thick-headed student. How could someone's IQ be this low? One day, while we were sitting at the local ice cream shop going through his homework, this fancy, overdressed girl sitting at a table opposite us started yelling at the waiter for accidentally spilling a milkshake on her.
You stupid fool! Look at what you did to my Gucci top!
Even though the waiter apologized 10 times, the girl kept being a jerk and told him she wasn't paying for her food. She started walking out, and just as she was passing by our table, her shoe's heel broke and she tripped. But Damien moved at some lightning speed and caught her just before she fell. It was like watching a Bollywood movie in slow motion. The two were staring deep into each other's eyes till I interrupted. Hey, Superman. These algebra exercises won't solve themselves.
Thank you so much. You really are my Superman. You saved my life. I'm Chanel.
Watching Dumb and Dumber making gaga eyes at each other was making me nauseous. So I left them and took the bus home. But I was surprised to see Damien and Chanel already there. How did you get here so fast? Chanel drives a Lamborghini. Didn't you see it parked outside? What surprised me even more was that my parents were smiling from ear to ear at her.
Her father is actually one of the richest people in town.
Yes, and your brother and Chanel are dating now. Isn't that amazing? Dating? They just met. I had no idea what this girl saw in my brother or what she wanted from him. So when she was leaving, I caught up with her. Excuse me, Chanel, right?
Yes, and you're Sasha. Your parents tell me you're so smart.
Yeah, and I love my family very much. And even though my brother's dumb, I don't want to see him get hurt. So what's your deal?
What do you mean? I just like him, and I'm gonna ask my daddy to transfer him to my school.
I didn't think Chanel was serious. But a month later, Damien was going to her school, and she was coming over to our house for Sunday lunches. My parents started giving Damien all their attention, and I stopped existing. Damien, my darling, we're so proud of you. We always knew that there was something special about you.
Hey guys, I got selected to participate in the international math competition.
Oh, that's nice, dear. Oh, and Chanel, thank you for speaking to your father. Because of you, I now have a good job at the bank. But Mom, you don't even have any banking qualifications.
Who needs qualifications when you know people in high places?
My house was turning into a fake zone, and everything was about Chanel and Damien now. I wasn't used to this at all. When I was in 11th grade, Chanel invited us to her mansion for her birthday party. We were welcomed warmly by her mother, but her father was forever on a phone call. While my family were busy mingling with the rich, I found a quiet place on a balcony. Just then, this tall Superman-type guy appeared beside me, and I immediately felt nervous.
The view is beautiful from here. I'm Clinton, by the way. I haven't seen you at any of Chanel's parties before.
I'm her boyfriend's sister, not really a close friend. How are you related?
Oh, I'm her ex-boyfriend.
Why would you come to her party?
Her father and I are very close, and he still wants me and his daughter back together.
What? But she's with my brother.
Chanel's father has helped me and my family a lot, so I'd do anything to help him out.
Like, break up my brother and Chanel? Is that what her dad wants? And you'd do it? That's just crazy. They've been together for a year now, and they're in love.
That's what you think.
Sasha, what are you doing here with this jerk? He's obsessed with Chanel and keeps asking me to break up with her because he wants her back.
You are such a fool. I'm just trying to help you, dude.
Damien lunged forward to punch Clinton, who pushed him away roughly to defend himself. Just then, Damien tripped on a rug and landed hard on the floor. Damien! He was unconscious, and we quickly called an ambulance. While my parents and I sat in the hospital waiting room, I went to get some water when I found Chanel in Clinton's arms. You lying, cheating snake! My brother's seriously hurt, and you're here playing makeup with your stupid ex. You can't talk to me like that, Sasha. Oh, drop the act, you witch.
Sasha, why are you making such a commotion?
Because your son is in the hospital, and it's all because of this stupid girl you adore. Just then, I spotted Grandma's pearl necklace around Chanel's neck. Hey, what are you doing with that necklace? It was a gift from your mother. Mom, why would you give her that? You always said it was mine.
Sasha, please calm down. Chanel has done so much for our family since she came into our lives. You need to be more thankful.
Chanel is fooling all of you. She is not who she seems.
Enough of your jealousy. Not everything is about you, Sasha.
After my dad said that, I suddenly lost it and pulled the pearls off Chanel's neck, sending them flying everywhere. I ran away before my blind, foolish family could say more. When I went to see Damien later, he did not look great. You bruised like a peach, bro. But I'm glad you're awake.
Where's Chanel?
Listen, there's something I need to tell. I'm right here, Damien. Oh, you had me really scared, babe. Damien, don't trust anything she says. Just hear me out first.
Sasha, just mind your business, okay? Chanel is the love of my life. Now please, get out.
I saw that I was just wasting my time with my family, so I stopped talking to everyone and minded my own business. But a week later, everything came crashing down. Damien came home looking devastated because Chanel had broken up with him without any explanation. And when Mom returned, she said she'd also lost her banking job.
I should have listened to you, Sasha. Chanel just threw me away like a toy she got bored of. And now, I'm back to being nothing.
But you were never nothing, Damien.
Yes, I was. I was always a disappointment next to you. But once I started dating Chanel, they finally noticed me. I was worth something.
It was true. I'd enjoyed all their attention without ever thinking about how he felt. And for the first time, I hugged him. Just then, Dad appeared, looking frantic.
Chanel is a bigger traitor than we could have imagined. She stole some important work documents from my study, which proved that our entire neighborhood was built on some illegal land decades ago. Her father has those documents now, and he's planning to demolish the whole neighborhood to set up his factory here. Son, I think this is why she was dating you all along. And now we'll lose our house, and I'll definitely lose my job.
I couldn't believe how far Chanel had gone to deceive us all, and I had to do something. I was sitting at the local cafe wondering what could be done when I spotted Clinton in the corner looking upset. Why do you look like you've been crying? Aren't you back with Chanel?
No, I'm not. That day at the hospital, I was only hugging her because she was really upset about your brother.
Whose heart she broke, by the way. Upset my butt. She totally used him.
You don't know everything. It's all because of her dad. Anyway, I told him I didn't want to get back with Chanel because I don't love her, and he fired me from his company.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but right now I have to figure out how to save our entire neighborhood from getting bulldozed by Chanel's dad.
I know how you can stop him.
Look, I still don't really trust you, but I'm listening. Clinton told me that Chanel's father had some important documents in his safe at home, which proved he'd committed fraud to steal people's lands.
I still have the access card to his home office, and the whole family goes to the golf course every Saturday morning. That's when we can get in. If we expose him, he'll be ruined.
I was very nervous about this whole plan, but a lot of people were about to lose their homes, so I had to try. When the day arrived, we managed to get into his office and get the documents from the safe when suddenly Chanel walked in. What are you doing here? Chanel, I should call the police. I was scared out of my wits, but suddenly she took my hand. But I won't. My dad's been using me for his dirty business all this time, and I'm sick of it. I don't want anyone to lose their homes. So go and save your neighborhood. I suddenly hugged her. Thank you, and I'm sorry. No, you had every right to be angry, but you have to know, even if it started off as an act, I really did fall in love with your brother.
Come on, Sasha. We have to go. They'll be back any moment now.
The documents we had were enough proof to get tons of lawsuits slapped on Chanel's dad and shut his illegal businesses for good. And our neighborhood was safe.
You did it, Sasha.
We're so proud of you, love. Well, I wasn't alone. Clinton helped me. And Chanel. Just then the two walked in and Damien looked furious.
What? Why would you have anything to do with these people, especially her, after what she did?
She only hurt you because of her father, Damien. You have to give her a chance.
Yeah, and all that time I warned you about breaking up with Chanel, I was just trying to protect you from her dad's plans. Because you're a good guy, Damien. Also, you should listen to your sister because she's strong and smart.
I was taken aback by Clinton's words, and the way he looked at me gave me butterflies.
We don't know about Damien, but we will never forgive her.
Mom, Dad, you aren't completely innocent here either. You only started giving Damien attention when he brought a rich girlfriend home. And you accepted all kinds of favors from Chanel, even though you didn't deserve them. Let's just all forgive each other and start over, okay? We left Damien and Chanel to talk things over, and I was certain things would be right between them because they truly loved each other.
We make a good team, don't we?
I guess you could say that.
We should, team up more often.
Okay. I'll contact you next time there's another neighborhood that needs to be saved.
Or how about you try to understand what I'm saying and realize I'm asking you out?
Yeah, I understood that the first time. And sure, why not? Some superheroes strut around in capes, while others rock pixie boots and a trendy poncho. Because, yes, you are looking at a real superhero. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't be fooled by my cute pink locks and dazzling big blue eyes, because as it turns out, I'm also a bit of a crazy, jealous maniac. You know, every superhero has a weakness. Mine was my dad. My dad was the center of my world. Mom left when I was 3, so it was always me and him. We'd hang out all day, and he'd do whatever I wanted.
Let's jump on your bed and then go fishing for sharks in the park.
I've just made the bed and it's raining outside, but whatever makes you happy, my angel.
My dad was the best. He was my superhero. We did everything together and made a big effort to share each other's interests. For example, he learned the names of all the dogs from Paw Patrol.
You're such a sky.
In return, I learned to play chess, which was Dad's favorite game.
Kapow! That's a chick and a mate.
One time, when I had a high fever, I asked him not to leave my side for 1 minute.
I promise, Annie, I never will.
And I totally believed him. He even made a pulley system to get the Uber food delivery to my bedroom window without leaving my room. But then, the worst thing happened. A couple of days later, instead of making me breakfast, he grabbed his car keys and let a babysitter in.
I must go to work today, Angel Annie. Teresa will look after you.
No, Daddy, I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go alone. It's for the best.
Why?
Because we need the money to live.
Fine. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over me, and everyone knows that's bad luck.
And to my surprise, he actually stepped over me to leave. I hated babysitters and caused as many problems as I could to get my dad to come back. He used to be late for work pretty much every day and had to sneak out during lunch and leave early to take care of me. So you can imagine what happened next.
I got fired.
Yay! Daddy's at home forever! Yeah!
I was ecstatic, thinking things would go back to normal when I got the biggest shock of my life, kindergarten. I cried all the way and threw a total hissy fit at the front gates.
Why?
To learn and get a good job when you're older.
Jobs suck!
You'll make lots of friends.
Friends suck!
I hated it and let everybody know that I did.
I hate it, 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 I hate it. Stop!
up. Dad got more calls from the kindergarten than the principal's secretary. I know what you're thinking. I was a little monster. And yes, I was. I just couldn't help it. I wanted to be with my dad so bad. Soon, kindergarten turned to school, but things didn't improve. I felt so alone and sad without my dad, and I was always getting into trouble. But then one day, I got the best news ever.
I know how unhappy you are at school, so I talked with the principal and I'll take a job at your school as a janitor. This way, we can spend all the time you want together, and I can have a job. God knows we need the money. I know it's not glamorous, but would it be too embarrassing for you?
What? Just you and me again? This is the best job ever!
But there is one condition. You must behave, because if not, I'll get fired. You promise?
Oh, I promise. Pinky promise!
And for some years, things were amazing. We drove to school and worked together, sat together at lunch, and whenever he'd go past my classroom mopping the floor, he'd give me a goofy wave. For the first time, I focused on my schoolwork because I didn't want to mess up our arrangement. Other kids were even inviting me to parties.
You should go. Make some friends.
Maybe you could come with me?
Annie, you must learn to do things without me. Rely on other people.
Really? Maybe you're right. I guess I can go for like half an hour. Nah, let's just hang out here and watch TV. But then it all changed. I was supposed to be meeting some peeps at the movies, but then remembered Dad's favorite TV show was on. So I decided to go back home and watch it with him. But when I opened the door, I found that Dad was having dinner with a woman with candles and flowers on the table.
Annie, Angel, I wasn't expecting you. This is Fern, my new friend.
Hello, Annie. I've heard so much about you. It's great to meet you at last. Funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
I was hoping we'd spend some time with Fern, Annie.
Three's a crowd. Suddenly, I felt so jealous. Why would he want to spend time with her and not me? Soon, Fern became a permanent fixture at our place. Despite my grumpy face when she was around, she was always super nice to me. Wanna hit the shops? I have the biggest discount card. Maybe you can use it to buy another book on winning over skeptical teenagers. And at school, Dad was always calling her. She even joined us for lunch some days. I tried to do everything to get his attention when they were together. Like the time in the canteen, she'd made us all sandwiches and I pretended to choke.
Poison!
But they were too busy staring into each other's eyes to notice. Soon, Fern moved into the house. And even though I kept moving her things around, she was always calm and supportive. You can always talk to me about anything, you know. I'm fine. You and your dad have such a special relationship. I wouldn't want to come between you two. Well, cheers for that. You can rely on me too. I'll always have your best interests at heart. Yikes, is that the time? Gotta run. It felt like Dad was slipping away from me. But at the same time, I was also starting to become independent. During that time, I joined the chess club and quickly showed talent, no doubt thanks to all those games with my dad. I even won the school tournament and got invited to represent the school in an international tournament in Belgium. I knew it was a life-changing trip, but I also knew that my dad's job as a janitor didn't pay much. He would not be able to afford the expenses of such a trip, so I had to decline the offer. I was pretty sad about it, and soon things got even worse. That same afternoon, I got to class, and one of the more popular girls was sitting in my seat, slurping on a milkshake and making fun of me.
Look at me. I'm Annie, and I'm so lame because my dad's my BFF.
Great, that's really mature. Now move your butt from my seat.
Oh, no. You better call your personal janitor to clean up this mess.
What mess? I shouldn't have asked, as she threw her milkshake on the floor on purpose.
This mess. What are you waiting for? You better call Daddy.
I jumped on her and tipped the rest of the milkshake over her, and that's when the teacher intervened. I got after-school detention. I was really scared that Dad would find out, but thankfully, he went home after finishing his shift. I was super relieved. But then, on my way out from detention, I heard a weird rustling noise from one of the classrooms. That's odd. Everybody went home already. I thought it was best to get out of there. But suddenly, a man in a ski mask rushed out of a classroom, holding a bag full of the school laptops. Oh no, a thief! I froze in my spot as he spotted me and stopped for a few seconds, then started running down the hallway. As he ran past me, he accidentally hit me with the bag of laptops, and I yelled in pain as I stumbled to the floor.
Oh my God, are you okay?
I looked up in shock as I recognized that voice. Dad? Suddenly, he dropped the bag and ran down the hallway and out of the school. I tried to follow him, but he was too fast. So I sprinted home, and there he was, Dad, completely out of breath and with the ski mask in his hand. The first thing he told me was to keep my voice down so Fern wouldn't hear. Dad, seriously? Stealing from the school? Are you crazy?
Annie, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, really? Ski mask? Swag bag? Come on!
Keep it down, will you? We can't let Fern hear this.
Start talking.
I did it for you, Annie. Professor Parker told me about the chess tournament and the trip to Belgium. He told me that you turned him down without even telling me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to lose out on something like this because of me. But the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. Now, we can't let the police know. They'll lock me up. If you think about it, no harm was done. Nothing was stolen, so everything's great.
Of course, everything wasn't great. While his intentions were sweet, he made a huge mess in school. The principal had reported the attempted robbery to the authorities, and I had to testify in front of the police as the only witness. I couldn't turn in Dad, so I had to lie. I told them that the thief was super short and had green hair. I hoped to keep a low profile about the whole thing, but the next day at school, I was treated like a hero. The girl who saved the school. My hair would have just frizzed out in fear. You're like a real superhero now. Yep, I guess that's me. Want to hang out with us and tell us all about it? And oh, let's snap a selfie. I need to boost my feed with some genuine hero vibes. But the worst thing was, since I caught Dad red-handed, he'd become increasingly clingy and hardly left my side. I guess he was scared I'd confess the truth, but it was really annoying. Like when this really cute boy Warren, who I liked but I didn't think had ever noticed me, talked to me.
Hey, Annie. I'd love to take you out for a burger. Sorry, she's busy.
Dad?
Come on, hun. It's lunchtime. The first one to our seat wins the pudding.
Sorry, Warren. I'll just have to go now. A burger soon, though.
Sure.
But soon, I started hanging out with Warren and his new friends all the time, while Dad's excuses to drop by became increasingly awkward and downright embarrassing.
I came by to check if you seen my lost, mop. Thought it might have wandered into your classroom.
And he'd always pick the worst times to barge in.
I think I'm falling for you in a big way. I think we need to clear the air here.
Dad! I'd had enough, and on the way home, I thought of ways to let him down gently. But I ended up screaming the truth at him in the driveway. Dad, it's time for a reality check. You can't shadow me forever. How about picking up a hobby that doesn't involve stalking me? You're suffocating me. Then he looked down and rolled his puppy dog eyes. I began to feel very guilty. But then big news popped up on my phone. A very short man with green hair had been arrested for the school robbery. And it was all because of me.
Annie, we must go on the run.
No, Dad. You need to confess. Confess to what? And suddenly, we both turned around, and Fern was standing there with the groceries.
To not cleaning the bathroom properly.
You have never cleaned it properly, Annie. Oh, I think my sock drawer needs some reorganizing. Annie, you can tell me anything. I'll always take your side. You can trust me. I didn't tell Fern. I thought she wouldn't understand. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I felt so guilty. That innocent guy was in jail because of me and my dad, and we needed to set the record straight. But I just couldn't turn my father over to the police. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so angry at my dad that the next morning, I skipped breakfast and took the bus to school. But when I got there, I saw him getting into a cop car. Dad! Loads of people were standing around, watching and filming, and I was mortified. I tried to make my way through, but when I reached the police car, it drove away from the school. Then the principal came over and pointed at me. Warren and my friends were shocked.
It seems Annie isn't a superhero after all. She was an accomplice to her dad.
I've never felt such deep shame. If I had superpowers, I'd have vanished right there or zapped myself to the North Pole. I covered my face, crying, and was ready to run away from there, but a cop caught my arm. Time to face the music and confess. But when I finally told the truth, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. They let me off with just a warning since I was a minor, and my dad took full responsibility. Fern came to pick me up, and I was enraged with her. I knew she couldn't be trusted. How could you betray us like that? I must confess that I heard you guys whispering around. I quickly understood what was happening, and I knew I had to step in. You didn't deserve to live with that huge secret and with the guilt. I knew it was the right thing to call the police, and I was about to do it, but then I just couldn't. Not to save your dad, but because I know how close you guys are and how devastating it would be for you. I just didn't want to hurt you. I started crying. Thank you, Fern, for everything, and I'm sorry for being a brat with you. Fern hugged me firmly, and I hugged her back. During those hard times, we became really close. She took me home and stood firm firmly by my side through it all. But if you didn't turn him in, then who did? Some weeks later, they allowed me to visit Dad.
I confess everything myself. It was unfair that someone else was arrested, and it felt even worse that you lied for me. I was afraid you'd start hating me for dragging you into my mess, so I gave myself up. I'm so sorry for being such a terrible dad.
Dad started crying, and I soon joined in. No, Dad, you've been the best. I'm sorry I've been so difficult, and you don't need to feel like I'm missing out on anything. Promise, you won't ever do anything like this again.
Pinky promise.
And now, a few months later, Dad has been released, and we're moving with Fern to a new city for a fresh start, and I'm looking forward to making new friends.
Hi everyone, my name is Marina, and I'm from Nevada. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small town by my aunt who owned a small bakery and loved me to bits. Aw, honey, today's your first day at school, so I packed muffins for all your classmates so you can make a lot of new friends. You're awesome, Aunt June. She wasn't super rich, but she was the richest person at heart, and that's why everyone loved her so much, including me. I always wanted to be just like her, so I'd help her out at the bakery. Marina, I'm going to go out for a bit. Can you put the pink icing on the cupcakes? Sure thing. Later, when the customer came to pick up her order, it turned out I'd caused a disaster. This was supposed to be for a gender reveal party, but you put yellow icing on the cake. Ugh! That wasn't the first time I mixed up colors. My aunt knew something was wrong with me. Turned out I had color blindness, and I couldn't differentiate between certain colors. Is it going to be like this forever, Aunt June? I'm afraid so, honey. But cheer up, because I've got a brilliant idea. The next day, everything in the house and all the ingredients in the bakery were labeled along with their colors. Aunt June made things so easy for me, and our life was just perfect. Until one day when I was in second grade, an old man walked into our bakery and offered to buy it. This bakery has been passed down from generations in our family, and there's no way I'm going to sell it. But the man's tone just got more rude. You should have signed these papers while I asked you nicely, but now you're just going to pay for your stupidity. If you don't leave now, I'm going to smash your car, and then you'll have to pay for your stupidity, sir. The old man left at my warning, but the next week, another man was back with some papers that claimed that the bakery didn't belong to my aunt because her parents never signed the deal in her name. And now we had to move out. My aunt looked around for help, but the legalities were too complicated and no one was ready to help. So eventually we had to give away our bakery and move to the city. Thankfully, Aunt had enough savings to rent a small place and she started working in a small grocery store. And while I was trying to adjust to this new life, I saw a kid my age in the front yard one day choking on something. I immediately ran to help him, but the moment the food stuck in his throat came out, I was shocked. Why were you eating a doll's head? I wasn't. He pushed me back and ran into his house next to ours. Turns out he was the landlady's kid, Timmy, and he was so weird. Whenever I'd try to go close to him, he'd just run away. Even when I joined school, I saw some kids throwing popcorn at him, but he wouldn't budge. Hey, why won't you say anything? Why do you let those kids bully you? But instead of answering me, he just ran out of there, and I decided I wasn't going to bother with this guy anymore. But later that night, I was in my room when I heard someone crying. I looked out of my window and saw it was Timmy crying in his room. So I climbed onto the tree outside my window and jumped into his room. And he freaked out. What are you doing here? Look, I don't know the deal with you, but if there's some issue, you really need to talk about it. At first he hesitated, but then he broke down. I miss my dad. Ever since Mom and he got divorced, I haven't seen him, and the kids at school always make fun of me because of that. I hate it here. Hey, it's gonna be all right. I told him things were gonna be easy only if he fought back and didn't let those kids get to him. And it seemed like my advice worked. The next day, I saw Timmy was surrounded by a bunch of kids. I heard the cupcakes we gave you last time had Barbie heads in them. We're so sorry for that. Here, take these. They have cockroaches. And to my shock, Timmy pushed the bad guy away. Get away from me. And don't trouble me anymore or I'm going to tell the principal about you. The other kids ran away scared, and Tim turned to me with a bright smile. Did you see that? I wasn't scared and what you said worked. After that day, we started getting along and became the bestest of friends. And Tim grew up to be really protective of me. He'd keep me away from all the bad guys and trouble in school. Then on my 16th birthday, I told him I was going to start working to support my aunt. But he had a weird reaction. No, you can't do that. Your aunt wants you to study and make a life for yourself. You shouldn't be waiting tables. And if you need money, you can always tell me. Tim was a genuine friend, and I loved how he always cared for me. But now I really wanted to support my aunt, so I took the job without telling anyone. But the very first week of my shift, something weird happened. I ended up making a mistake because of my color blindness, and the customer went bonkers on me. I want to see the manager right now and get you fired. But I told you it was a genuine mistake. But he kept shouting and started pulling my hand when one of his friends got up and stopped him. Let go of her hand and apologize to her right now. Dude, you want me to apologize to this low-life waitress? As soon as he said that, the guy landed a punch on the bad guy's face and my jaw dropped. Holy jeez! The manager immediately threw all of them out, but after my shift was over, I saw the guy who stood up for me was still sitting in the alleyway and his hands were bruised. I immediately got some ice for him. Excuse me, sir, you can use this. But for some reason, he looked really mad at me. Who do you think you are trying to act all nice, huh? Just leave me alone. I could see his eyes were red, like he'd been crying, and I thought it was best to leave him alone. But to my complete shock, I saw the same guy in my class the next day. The teacher introduced him as a new student, James. While the girls were drooling over his handsome looks, he kept staring at me the entire time, and the moment class was over, he came up to me. I don't want you spreading any rumors about me from last night. Do you get that? Before I could even reply, he just stormed away, and Timmy came running to me. What happened? Was that guy bothering you? I didn't want Timmy knowing about my job or anything about how I knew James, so I brushed it off and went ahead to prepare for my chemistry practicals. But turns out, James was already there. Minutes into the practical, I realized some of the labels on the chemicals were missing, so I asked James to help me differentiate, but he didn't even look at me. That jerk. I continued guessing and mixing the chemicals, but suddenly they caught fire, and I almost got hurt when James jumped in and pushed me out of the way. I quickly got up and put out the fire. What are you, nuts? Did you want to die? Suddenly, my eyes went to the burn on his hand, and I rushed him to the nurse's room and gave him first aid myself. Seems like you're always helping people who are hurt. Yeah, especially those who get hurt because of me, and with you, it's every single time. And that's when this tough guy finally let out a smile. You don't look so bad when you smile. I know. I don't want the chicks going crazy over me, so I keep it under check. This guy had multiple personalities. As time went by, we started spending more time together because we had similar projects, and James turned out to be a really fun person to hang out with. He'd often walk me to my work after school, and we'd enjoy all sorts of treats on our way. And even though he was a little mysterious, he was growing on me by the day. But there was someone who just hated our closeness. What's going on between you and that new guy? He's bad news. Stay away from him, Marina. What are you talking about? And how do you know he's bad? Oh, come on. Haven't you seen? He's always covered in bruises. Just stay away from him, okay? Well, I could understand Tim's concern, and there were things I wanted to know about James, too. A few days later, we were at a friend's party playing Truth or Dare when I was given a dare to kiss James. My heart raced with excitement, but I saw Timmy looking at me with furious eyes. I wanted to run out of there, but thankfully, James got up and left first, and I let out a loud sigh. But later, when I went out, he was waiting for me. Was it that bad, huh? The idea of kissing me so you sighed with such relief when I left? No, it's not like that. It's just that there's only so much I know about you, and I didn't... Suddenly, he pulled me close and looked deep into my eyes. What do you want to know about me, Marina? Well, why did you cry that night in the alleyway? And is there something that you keep from me? My mom is really sick, and she was admitted to the ICU that day, and I couldn't help but... Shh, it's okay. You don't have to say anymore. With that, I pulled him in for a kiss, and he whispered into my ears, I love you, Marina. Gosh, I loved him too. But the very next day at school, my fairy tale came to an end when I received a message from James's phone. Here's my parting gift to you, Marina. There were several pictures of me kissing him and me working as a waitress with ugly captions, and he shared them with everyone in the school. What in the world? I tried to call James about what was going on, but he wouldn't answer it. And I felt so embarrassed and furious about everything, but then Timmy came to me. Hey, are you all right? I thought he'd question me about the pictures, but he just took me home and comforted me. I don't believe what's going on, and I can't even reach James. He left, Marina, and he's never coming back. He then showed me the newspaper articles of how James was the grandson of the same businessman who took away my aunt's bakery. I heard his grandfather sent him here as a punishment because he used to be a jerk at his old school, but looks like he's still going around messing with people's feelings. Gosh. There was no way I was going to forgive a jerk like him, but I wasn't going to cry over him either. I blocked him everywhere and decided to shift to another city for my college, along with my aunt. And after graduation, I joined a top law firm and helped my aunt open a nice bakery in the city itself. For the opening day, we sent out invites to everyone across the city, and it all went so well. After we were done with the day, we were about to close up when Timmy took me to the roof and proposed to me. I love you, Marina. I have always loved you and... Oh, Timmy, please stop. I liked him too, but he was my friend and I could never see him any other way. What is it now? Don't tell me you still love that moron. Timmy, what are you saying? You know I hate him. Then why won't you say yes to me? I tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't listen. And suddenly he pulled me in and tried to kiss me. God, Timmy, just stop. Just then, I saw a man pull him away and punch him hard. James, what in the world are you doing here? How dare you touch her, you filthy. I pulled him away before he could hurt Timmy anymore and slapped him hard in the face. Who do you think you are walking into my life again? Didn't you already mess around enough last time? Marina, what are you saying? I never messed around with you. Oh, really? Then why did you leave? And what about those texts and pictures? What? I have no idea what you're saying. I know it was my fault to leave you like that, but I told Timmy everything. What? What do you mean? That night after you left the party, I received a call that my mom had passed away. My grandfather wanted me to return home. Timmy was right there, and I asked him to inform you. What? I even tried to contact you, but you had me blocked everywhere. And when I called Timmy, he said you hated me and you were with him now. Timmy, what is he saying? Did you hide this from me and lie to him? Yeah, I hid the truth. I didn't want you to be with a jerk like him when I've loved you all my life. So I lied. For you. But those messages from your phone and those posts. I have no idea, Marina. I lost my phone the same night. You didn't lose it, moron. I stole it and sent those messages and those pictures. Timmy, I can't believe you. You son of a witch. No, James, just let him go. He's a jerk and doesn't even deserve that. Oh, Marina, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here for you now.
I used to think silence was peaceful. Then my mom fell into a coma, and silence became the loudest sound in the world. Everything just kept piling up. And worse, it was just the two of us. No rich dad, no secret inheritance, no billionaire auntie waiting to adopt me and fix my life. I tried to stay strong, but when the nurse gently reminded me again that we still had unpaid bills, something inside me finally cracked. I just nodded, locked myself inside the restroom, and finally broke down. I had already sold almost everything I loved. My iPad, my sweatshirts, even the tiny cute things that used to make me happy. What else was I supposed to give? My hair? Both of my kidneys? I had almost lost hope. Please, I'll do anything. I'll study harder. I'll stop complaining about homework. Okay, maybe not completely, but I'll try. I won't even call the mean girls at school ugly goblins anymore. Just... please, I need a miracle. Just then, I heard a calm woman's voice speak.
If you want a miracle, then look up.
Wait, like treasure?
You are reading it right. A special treasure awaits you.
Is this a prank or something? Hello? I slowly turned around, expecting a hidden speaker or a hospital ghost with good acoustics. But there was nothing. I did not just hear a bathroom wall answer me.
The wall did not answer you. I did.
This is stress. People cry too hard and start hearing things, so this is totally normal, right? Just then, an arrow beneath the message suddenly started glowing. First I'm hearing things, and now I'm seeing things. What's happening?
Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
Okay. Let's say I believe you for 3 seconds. So, are we talking about gold? Money? Something that I could sell for millions? Because I don't need some riddles right now. I need some miracle, or at least some actual cash.
Or some treasure valuable enough to change your fate. Whether it becomes salvation or disaster depends on who finds it first. And right now, you're already running out of time.
Out of desperation to save my mom, I eventually gave in. I followed her out of the restroom, through the hallway, and toward the exit while she narrated every tiny step like a freaking GPS.
Continue forward, and please do not look suspicious. Proceed to the exit. Step over the small crack. Avoid the wet spot. Lift your foot slightly higher. There is an unpleasant object 2 centimeters ahead.
I stepped down, and my whole body froze.
Oh, my apologies. I meant there was an unpleasant object 2 centimeters ahead.
Too late. Soon, we reached a narrow alley between 2 old buildings. Miss, are you sure this is the right way?
The path continues forward. Though I understand your hesitation, narrow passages often awaken the mind's instinct for danger. However, if treasure were always placed in bright, comfortable places, far few people would learn anything from searching for it.
So, that's a yes?
Oh, that pretty summarizes what I've said. So, yes.
I finally stepped into the alley, and thankfully it was only normal scary and not dangerous and life-threatening scary. Just then, everything went silent all at once. Even the dramatic pigeon on the street shut up. Miss Lady Voice? Hello? Are you still here with me?
Don't worry. I'm here. Just keep walking. Do not turn back yet. Step back and just breathe slowly.
I only asked if you were there.
And I answered with additional guidance.
The alley stretched longer than it should have. Soon warm wind rushed past me, and when I looked back, the alley was gone, and I was now standing in an open field under a bright blue sky. Holy yummy cheese balls! Did I just teleport to another place? I also noticed a small glowing orb floating in front of me, shining softly like a tiny star.
Yes, you have arrived in Mondstadt, the city of freedom, a land of wind, songs, nights, and many stories carried through time.
I realized that the glowing orb pulsed when the voice lady continued yapping. So that meant her voice now had some sort of a body? So you mean I'm not somewhere in Europe and not dreaming?
Yes. This is not Europe, nor is it a dream. A world with its own laws, gods, stories, wounds, and miracles.
Why am I exactly in this unfamiliar land? I just want my mom to wake up.
Then keep walking, Sabrina. The treasure hunt begins here.
Fine. If this treasure can really give me a miracle, then lead the way.
Watch out! Explosive encounter highly likely nearby.
Explosive what? Just then, a loud boom suddenly echoed from somewhere near the trees, and a tiny red figure then burst out from behind a bush.
Ta-da! Clee is here!
Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius. She is known throughout for her enthusiasm, remarkable explosive talent, and a long history of incidents that are best described as energetic.
Sorry about that. Clee was only doing a little fish blasting. Well, maybe not a little, but the fish tastes so good, so Clee thinks being grounded for a day is worth it. Anyway, are you here for the treasure hunt?
You know about that?
Uh-huh. Miss Nicole told Clee. She said a dear traveler named Sabrina would arrive.
Wait, you can hear her too? And she actually has a name?
Of course. Miss Nicole is the best. And she talks inside heads because she can't talk with her mouth. Mom says she's very smart and very nice, but also talks a lot.
Alice said that?
Yep.
I see.
Clee skipped closer and grabbed my hand like we'd been friends for 10 years.
Can Clee come play with her today, Miss Nicole? Please?
Yes, you are allowed. As far as Alice is concerned, nothing is more important than a request from her beloved daughter.
Yay! But why does Sabrina look so sad? Did someone make you cry? Was it a bad guy? Clee can blow them up! Only a little. Well, maybe not a little, but Clee will try.
I'm not sad.
You are. I know crying faces. Jean makes that face when Clee accidentally causes big disasters.
My mom is really sick. She's in a coma right now. That's why I need to find the treasure so I can buy her medicines and pay the bills. Clee gave me a soft smile and squeezed my hand.
Mom always says love can travel very far, even farther than my best bombs. So your mom's love must still be with you too, even if she's sleeping.
Thanks, Clee.
You're welcome. And don't worry, We're going to find that treasure, help your mom, and only blow up the bad guys.
Maybe we can do the first two without the third one?
Clee will try very hard.
Just then, Nicole's panicked voice suddenly filled my head.
Watch out! Hilly Charles incoming!
Hilly what? Literally 6 seconds later, masked monsters burst out of the bushes, and Clee pulled out her bombs like this was a normal Tuesday.
Jumpy, jumpy, go! Boing, boing, boom!
Yeah! Oh my god, am I gonna die?
Stay calm. Step back. Duck! Now!
Before I could fully lose it, golden light bloomed beneath us.
Moment of birth.
A glowing flower platform rose from the ground, blocking the monsters just in time. Then a calm boy appeared above us and landed lightly.
Mr. Albedo, you came! Clee knew you would.
I heard explosions nearby and thought it would be wise to investigate. Finding Clee here confirms my hypothesis.
Sabrina, this is Mr. Albedo. He's like my big brother, and he's super smart.
Nicole quickly explained that Albedo was the chief alchemist of the Knights of Favonius, and that his knowledge of ancient mechanisms would be very useful for our treasure hunt.
Clee is my little spark knight. I need to keep her safe and sound. Besides, investigating the unknown is certainly my thing, so count me in.
Well, I guess the more the merrier. After that, Nicole led us to Thousand Winds Temple, an ancient ruin full of broken pillars, weird symbols, traps, slimes, and things that clearly wanted me flattened. But somehow, because of Nicole's directions, Albedo's magic, and Clee's little bombs, we made it through. I thought you were just going to lead me to the treasure. You did not warn me about all this. Seriously, did I get transported into a video game world or what?
A world is only called a game by those watching safely from the outside. To those inside it, every path, every danger, every choice is real.
Wow, that was beautiful, but also very unhelpful.
Then allow me to be more direct. Keep moving. Something larger is approaching.
Larger? Just then the ground shook. From the dark corners of the ruin, 2 giant metal monsters slowly woke up. Please tell me those are statues. Please.
Unfortunately, no. Those are ruin guards. Ancient machines built for battle. And judging by the glow in their eyes, they have already identified us as a threat.
Before I could pee my pants, someone crashed down from a broken wall and stood between us and the machines like a walking shield. One swing sent a ruin guard flying back like a stupid little tin can. Whoa! This guy looked like he could punch a mountain and the mountain would apologize.
Uncle Varka, you came! Clee knew you would. Now the big metal meanies are in trouble.
Ah, the almighty Knight of Favonius to the rescue. How timely.
Ha! Miss Nicole! Didn't expect to find you leading children into ancient ruins.
And I didn't expect you to enter by jumping from a wall. Yet, here you are.
Fair enough.
When the coast was finally clear, Albedo calmly stepped toward the broken machines and found a small glowing fragment inside them. The moment he lifted it, the air around us shimmered.
The first clue has awakened.
First clue? Nicole's glowing orb rose into the air, stretched like a flower opening, and became a beautiful woman.
Well, there you are. I was wondering how long you planned to stay as a floating light.
Wait, you're Miss Voice Lady? You actually had a physical form this whole time? Nicole looked at me, and even though her lips did not move, her voice gently entered my head again.
My apologies. Until the first clue awakened, I could only guide you through a small projection of my presence. Now that the path has opened, I can take this form before you. However, for certain reasons, I am unable to speak. This is the only way I can communicate with you. Now then.
She continued yapping for 8 more minutes straight. And from what I understood, she was an angel called N from the Hexen Circle, a circle of powerful witches. She then explained that the glowing fragment was a piece of the treasure's scattered light and could lead us to the traces left across Tevat.
The treasure you seek was broken long ago. Its light scattered across Tevat, leaving traces behind. This fragment will reach those traces. The brighter it shines, the closer we are to the treasure.
Across Tevat? As in, this whole world of yours?
Several regions, yes.
That means a long trip, but don't worry. With Miss Nicole's incredible sense of direction, we'd never have to worry about getting lost.
Yay! More big adventures! Wait, no, not yay. I need to go back. I have classes tomorrow and a sick mom in the hospital. Nobody told me this treasure hunt came with a lot of obstacles and a whole world tour.
I understand. Your fear is not unreasonable, but the treasure you seek cannot be reached by standing still. Each clue will bring us closer, and each step will return you to the wish that brought you here.
Fine. For Mom, I would continue this crazy mission. After that, everything turned into the fastest, weirdest world tour of my life. The mute angel continued her directions like an unmutable treasure hunt navigation guide, dragging us across a giant magical map, jumping from one region to another, while I tried my best to stay alive and understand what was actually happening. In Inazuma, the sea was angry, the sky was angrier, and my stomach was fighting for its life.
Storms often remind mortals that control is an illusion, and yet...
Miss Nicole, respectfully, I'm about to throw up into the ocean.
I suggest you give the kid the short version, Miss Nicole.
Very well. Storms pass.
Thank you. That one helped. In Sumeru, we finally got one peaceful break near a waterfall. Albedo sketched the view, Klee showed me Dodoko, and when she said her mom gave it to her so she would never feel lonely, my chest hurt in the softest way. After our little break, Nicole led us to Natlan, where we were nearly roasted alive. Fiery creatures chased us through rocky paths while she calmly yelled directions, and at one point, Varka carried Klee and me like luggage.
This is fun! Uncle Varka is the best!
Hold on tighter!
Every trace we followed made the fragment shine brighter, and by the time we reached Fontaine, it was full-on glowing, like it had finally remembered where the real treasure was hidden. Nicole led us beneath the water to hidden ruins, where the fragment pointed us toward the final trace, the one hiding the real treasure. Freaking finally! Soon, we found a mysterious sealed door, and Albedo figured it out like a puzzle in minutes, using one of Fontaine's underwater mechanisms like it was nothing. The sealed door opened, and I thought we had finally reached the treasure. Behind it were more passages, hidden compartments, and even more puzzles. I swear to God, is the treasure shy or what?
Ancient civilizations valued protection.
Finally, we reached a chamber where a small chest waited on a pedestal. I opened it with shaking hands, but there was no gold, no money, no jewels, nothing I could sell. Inside was just a small, broken, flower-shaped relic. No, we traveled across Tivat for this? For a broken thing?
It is indeed damaged.
We can fix this, right?
Yes, but not with gold, not with force, not even with knowledge alone.
Then how?
This relic is a vessel of hope. It reflects the heart's deepest wish. It was never meant to make someone rich. It was meant to answer the part of a person who refuses to give up.
I stared at the tiny broken flower and slowly understood. The treasure was never something I could sell to fix my life overnight. It was hope. The one thing I had almost lost in that hospital restroom. Nicole said every region had left something inside me. Courage, endurance, wisdom, strength, and truth. I held the broken relic and thought of Mom's smile, her warm hugs, and the little things she did whenever I was sad. I wish for my mom to wake up. I don't need gold or anything. I just want more time with her. Please. Just then, the relic started glowing. Golden light filled the cracks, and the broken petals slowly repaired themselves until the flower became whole again.
You fixed it!
The restoration is complete. The way home can now be opened.
A portal appeared behind us, and my chest hurt when I realized I was really leaving them. They were supposed to be just my treasure hunting team, but somehow they had become my friends. Klee hugged me first and gave me a tiny Dodoko charm.
So you won't forget Klee.
Fear doesn't mean you're weak. It means what you're fighting for matters. Always remember that, kid.
If fate allows us to meet again, perhaps we could continue this conversation over dessert.
You asked for a miracle, but you were the one who kept walking toward it. Remember that, too.
After a tearful goodbye with them, I finally stepped into the light. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the hospital restroom. I thought it had all been a dream until I felt Klee's Dodoku charm in my pocket. So it was real. Everything was real. I ran back to Mom's room. The bills were still there. Mom was still sleeping. But I felt different. Scared, yes, but not empty and hopeless anymore. One day, my seatmate was secretly playing some online game called Genshin Impact, and the second I saw her screen, my soul almost left my body. The characters looked way too familiar. And then it hit me. So I was in a game? That night, I downloaded the game beside Mom's hospital bed. And when Nicole's banner finally appeared, I pulled for her. Not gonna lie, I really miss her voice and her endless yapping about lore and random facts.
Step into the world of Genshin Impact, the open-world action RPG where you explore, battle, and uncover the secrets of Tivat across PC, mobile, and console, all seamlessly connected. Experience exciting new adventures in Luna 7 Truth Amongst the Pages of Piranha, featuring powerful new weapons, fun minigames, and exciting rewards to enjoy. Uncover a brand new story chapter in Sumeru. Meet new Wish Banner characters like Nicole, Prune, and Lowen. One afternoon while I was studying beside Mom, her fingers finally moved. Mom?
Hey, sweetie.
Mommy, you're awake. You're really awake. I missed you so much. And for the first time in a long time, the silence in the room did not feel scary. It felt peaceful at last.